It all started on a mountain near a huge 3-kilometer abyss. On the edge of a cliff stood a man in thought. This place is connected to his past, so he remembers the old days. He is sad and nostalgic for the days when he so desperately dreamed of becoming a martial arts god. This is not the easiest goal, and it is not so easy to achieve, but our hero really wants it. He recalls that as soon as people learned about his ambitions, they immediately called him crazy. Although despite this, he trained day and night so that his dream would still become a reality, as if he were truly crazy. Until he thought about wanting to be a martial arts god, he thought he was training too much. But now the man understands that it wasn't enough. A light breeze blows, someone approaches the man from behind and calls him a crazy demon, distracting him from his thoughts and memories. The protagonist slowly turns his head and looks at him with a tired look. He sees the left hand of the demonic cult of the pointing light, and with it, armed warriors demanding that the mad demon return the celestial pearl. But the man is not going to do this and asks if they listen carefully to everything he said. The left hand of the pointing light asks what the story he told them could change, because his end has come. The crazy demon has been running away from them all this time, but there is nowhere to run now. A man with a serious expression holds a red pearl in his hands and seems to have something planned. He holds the precious pearl with only 3 fingers and is about to throw it into the abyss. Then the left hand changes his mind about pressing him and is ready to listen to the story further. The crazy demon in the red square proudly and casually stands on the edge of the slope without a drop of fear. He explains that he knows all their mind games, strategies, traps, and lies well, so it's simply impossible for him to fall for the bait. And he adds, without undue modesty, that he's very knowledgeable about drinking and has excellent control over his body. Although the cult member was not impressed by these words in the slightest and assured his interlocutor that he was deceiving himself. This is especially true of the baits, because the only reason he didn't fall for them was because all the beautiful women were simply incapable of acting like they liked this jerk. Therefore, they were forced to lure the crazy demon with a simple girl, whom they barely found, and proudly adds that literally everyone knows about it. There was a moment of silence between them. The rivals held their breath and looked intently into each other's eyes. Then the crazy demon again decided to blackmail his enemies with the pearl, and he succeeds very well. He still stands over the abyss and explains that in order to become the god of martial arts, he has learned every possible technique. The members of the demonic cult of the pointing light do not take their eyes off this madman and watch him closely. And the man on the edge of the cliff proudly declares that he worked long and hard and in return became a crazy demon to everyone. These long monologues seem to have tired his interlocutors, and it seems they would like to finish their business quickly. In a bored voice, he's asked if he's finished yet, but the demon explains that he's not yet and mysteriously holds a clenched fist behind his back. And he goes on to say that after he had gone through this whole thorny path, everything became meaningless to him. He spent his time traveling the world in the hope of bringing a little justice. But these words surprise the cult member, because it is this crazy demon who is the most wanted enemy of the Murim Alliance, even higher on the wanted lists than the left hand. And with no small amount of contempt, he adds that it seems that this sect was the first to call him a crazy demon. At this moment, the man on the cliff picks up the pearl and asks if they really want this valuable artifact to fly down. The cult member doesn't want to say this at all, but whether he likes it or not, he still has to apologize. The protagonist looks at his enemies with a grin and seems happy to have this opportunity to blackmail them. He cheerfully states that watching the left hand of the pointing light control its anger is quite interesting. The mad demon killed hundreds of elite soldiers of the demonic cult while they were chasing him, so he is surprised by this man's restraint. But his patience still seems to be breaking, because the left hand turns to him more aggressively and explains that just because he has a mouth doesn't mean he can say whatever he wants. The conversation is no longer as calm as it was at first, and it seems they are ready for action. The main character understands that his opponent wants blood and wants to kill him, so he suggests ending everything with a duel. But first, he suggests throwing the celestial pearl off the cliff so that it doesn't interfere or distract anyone in battle. The cult member is seriously scared and tries to calm himself down again, apologizes for the unnecessary emotions he showed, and wants to try to come to an agreement. But this angered their opponent even more, and he doesn't understand how they can come to an agreement after being chased using the Skynet and not even given a chance to breathe. He continues to complain that he couldn't eat, sleep, or poop properly, but they convince him that this was their goal. The crazy demon listened to them and seemed to have something in mind. He looked at them intently and raised his hand with the pearl up. His opponent doesn't like this gesture very much, and he anxiously tries to find out what will happen next. This crazy man raises his hand with a pearl and says he's going to make them all eat his shit. But quickly and unexpectedly for everyone, he stuffs an extremely valuable heavenly pearl into his mouth. He still hasn't taken a single step on this rock, and it seems like he's at a dead end with nowhere to run. Such actions greatly surprised the cult members. They did not expect such a turn of events, and it was completely out of their plan. And the left hand really doesn't like it when things don't go according to plan, so such actions made him extremely angry. But the crazy demon doesn't seem at all worried about this and says that the pearl has a very unexpected taste. And with an impassive look, he adds that this thing looks a bit like a peach, even though no one asked. And in response, he heard a frantic scream that he was a fucking scumbag, and how dare he eat such a valuable thing. And this even amused the hero, and looking at the reaction of the cult member, he believes that it was the right decision. Such words made his rival's eyes bloodshot with anger, because no one dares to speak to him in such a tone and do such senseless things. Therefore, he shouts to his subordinates to kill him and not even give him a chance to be saved. And he adds that he personally crushed it into powder and handed it over to their leader, and the soldiers are already in a hurry to carry out the order. A large number of armed cult members are approaching the mad demon at breakneck speed, and he stands alert. He has already taken up a fighting stance, but there is no sword in his hands. It seems that this man is ready to fight them unarmed. The attackers believe they have an advantage over their opponent because they are armed with a sword, so they boldly approach. The demon successfully dodges the sword strike and does not lose balance or control over his body for a second. Unexpectedly for his opponent, he delivers a powerful blow to the stomach, which was impossible to dodge. Noticing this, the other attackers are very surprised by this turn of events. But no one backs down because they have received orders. Perhaps in vain, because the next one didn't even have time to swing his weapon when he was immediately hit in return. The mad demon is surrounded by attackers on all sides, but he seems to be coping well. His gaze is concentrated and focused, and no sword is capable of wounding this impeccably trained body. Although swordsmen try very hard to at least injure their opponent, and are surprised that nothing works. The main character is ready to tear apart his opponents with his bare hands and launches another attack. No one will be able to dodge his blow because this speed does not give the slightest chance of salvation. The crazy demon delivers blow after blow, and there is no longer a single swordsman near him. The next group of warriors await what orders will come next, but they are frightened by the strength of their opponent. But their opponent is looking at the left hand of the pointing light, who is hidden far behind the backs of his subordinates. The fighter asks how long the left hand plans to let his subordinates die, and could already come up with something new for him. Their leader succumbs to manipulation and declares that he will personally finish off his enemy. He confidently approaches his opponent and orders his subordinates to step back. The crazy demon, as if throwing fuel on the fire, asks why this self-confident man did not fight him earlier, when he was full of strength. Such statements angered Left Hand even more, so he unleashed blue magic and shouted for him to shut up. Instead, his opponent has taken a stance and unleashes his fire-colored power with his hands. He is not at all intimidated by this man from the cult, and the crazy demon boldly demands that he show what he is capable of. The enemy uses force, is angry and merciless, approaching with furious speed. He has already gathered all his blue energy into a fist and is ready to deliver the first devastating blow. The crazy demon is also ready to attack, and even if this is his last fight, he will give it his all. Two extremely strong warriors have met in a duel and are ready to tear their opponent apart with their bare hands. Their collision was so powerful that it raised a large amount of dust and produced a blinding white light. From such a powerful impact, the solid rock crumbled and large blocks of stone broke off from it and flew down with a crash. From this powerful attack, the mad demon flies out of this cloud of dust and is unable to do anything in free fall. He didn't expect his opponent to be so strong that he couldn't handle him in his condition. In turn, the left hand of the cult didn't think the mad demon was that strong, especially after they had weakened him greatly. He holds the hand he used to strike and realizes that his opponent is much stronger than they thought. But suddenly the leader saw his enemy falling from a cliff with the celestial pearl in his body. A member of a demonic cult realizes with horror that all is lost and cannot accept the fact that all is lost. But the crazy demon, in his last seconds of life, consoles himself with the thought that everything turned out not so bad. As he falls into the abyss, he shouts with great pleasure and arrogance that he hopes their leader will execute them all. The leader cannot hide his surprise and disappointment. He is speechless. This turn of events has driven him into a stupor. This man sits on the edge of a cliff, staring into the abyss, trying to figure out what to do now, how to get the precious artifact back. He couldn't think of anything better than to order his warriors to descend into the abyss and find the body of the mad demon, his frantic voice echoing throughout the mountains. In free fall, The main character thinks about why he shouldn't have given up so easily, and that he should have fought before leaving this world. But he remembers that before that, he destroyed many elite soldiers, and on top of that he ate a sacred object of a demonic cult, so he concludes that his life was quite exciting. He suddenly wondered if, when everyone found out about his death, the martial artists would be paid a year's reward for him. But he is even more interested in why he still didn't have a passionate lover. Is he really not that good and not worthy of anything good? But suddenly, in the next moment, he found himself in a snow-white space filled with warm light and standing on his own 2 feet. He doesn't understand what's happening, looks around and asks himself what kind of strange place this is. The crazy demon looks from side to side and does not understand where he is, because he has never heard of such a place. An elderly man dressed all in white appears behind him and says that only a madman would eat something with a soul inside without thinking twice. This appearance greatly surprised the boy, but upon closer inspection, he realized that this man was not standing with his feet on the ground, but rather was waving in the air. He looks at her with a surprised look. Barely able to utter a few words, the boy quietly tells the mysterious man that he's incredibly strong. But the old man ignores his words and explains that the celestial pearl he ate contains countless souls of the greatest martial arts masters. He explains to this fool the consequences of his actions. From now on, souls who cannot ascend will unite with his personal soul. From now on, if a mad demon falls asleep, the souls can immediately wake him up, and if he eats, the souls will share the meal with him. But that's not all. These souls will also cling to anything he touches. The guy is sincerely trying to understand what will happen to him now and how he should deal with it. The old man understood this and tries to explain that from now on, his chi will be mischievous all the time. He looks at his interlocutor with a serious expression and seems to be beginning to realize all the consequences and the full effect of the celestial pearl. He enthusiastically reports that he likes this result because it turns out that now he has become much stronger than he was before. This older man doesn't share this enthusiasm and thinks the guy is completely stupid for thinking that rebooting chi is a good idea. He stares at this weirdo for a moment longer, trying to understand something. He has one question for the guy. With anger and aggression in his voice, he asks him why this idiot swallowed the heavenly pearl. This transformation scared the boy very much, and it even seemed to him that this old man could destroy him with just his breath. The man in white seems to be enveloped in his own power and energy, which clearly surpasses the capabilities of the mad demon. He is very scared and understands that if he doesn't give the answer this man wants now, he will be immediately ground to powder. The man in white still asks for an answer, but clarifies that he demands an honest answer without lies or manipulation. He gathered all his will into a fist and explains that he didn't really want to eat it, but he wanted to be sure that the head of the demonic cult wouldn't eat the pearl. But this answer is not comprehensive enough for the old man, so he asks again what he needs it for. The demon continues that he hates their leader, because he doesn't see other people as individuals, and if someone like him were to gain such power, it's hard to even imagine what would happen. His interlocutor takes some time to think everything over, and he clarifies that this guy doesn't like Left Hand only because he treats others badly. And the main reason is that he doesn't want such a person to become even stronger. He will think about this a little more. The man in white concludes that this guy wanted to do a good deed, so he says it's a great cause. The boy sighed with relief, because while the old man was thinking, he almost fainted from excitement. This extremely strong man will reward the crazy demon with another life, but he will not be able to help the boy in any way while his punishment continues. The boy cannot believe his words and asks what he means by that, but the old man adds that it is the best he can give him. This strange man folds his hands together, and a pearl appears between his palms, and he explains that the main character deserves a gift after all. The pearl emits great energy and radiance that almost blinds the demon. He looks closely at what is happening and feels very strange. Suddenly, everything around was filled with this bright light and released a huge amount of energy. A small, neat house stands amidst picturesque mountains, and the sun sets over the horizon. The guy wakes up in bed and immediately sits up abruptly, trying to understand where he is and how he ended up here. He carefully examined the room he found himself in and remembered it. He had been here before and for quite a long time. The sun shines on the young man's back, penetrating through the gaps in the closed curtains. This light helps him to carefully examine this place. He remembers that this is the hotel where the boy lived when he was a child, and those were the times when he was simply called Izaha. The main character is frozen in amazement, sitting on the bed as if petrified. He cannot understand what is happening around him and why he is here. He tries to come to his senses and understand if everything around him is really real. After looking around the room a few more times, the guy comes to the conclusion that this is not a dream, and it seems that all this is happening to him in reality. and this is definitely his room. He is still sitting on the bed, remembering past events and thinking about what really happened. Aizaha recalls that he was about 20 years old when he lived in this hotel room. And in the next moment, it seemed like it dawned on him. The guy seemed to understand one important thing. He realizes that he can start practicing martial arts a few years earlier than he did in his past life. He is wildly excited by the thought that he can become much stronger and much faster than last time. The guy clenches his hand tightly into a fist, raises it up. He is insanely happy at this thought. Aizaha is full of hope and high expectations that this time he will definitely become stronger. He is firmly convinced of this. But suddenly the boy felt pain in his hand, which was clenched into a fist. It was a surprise to him. The young man realized that his lip was broken, and there was a bruise under his eye. So he had been beaten recently. He was trying to figure out when it happened. When Izaka entered the hall, he saw a terrible mess, scattered furniture, broken dishes, and scattered food and drinks. He is very confused by the appearance of the living room and asks himself why everything is upside down here. The protagonist recalls events from his life and tries to remember when this incident occurred. Memories flood his mind of the evening when he waited on a table for two men who knew he was saving money and asked him what he needed it for. The young man thought about how to answer him because he couldn't say that he was saving money because he was in despair after his parents died, so he decided to joke. Therefore, he replies that he would like to hear Cheon sing live in a plum blossom brothel and adds that this is just a humble dream of a boy on an errand. Other visitors overheard this conversation and began to discuss and speculate and distort the information and came to the conclusion that this guy wanted to sleep with Cheon. They consider him a weirdo and a loser, and now they understand why this guy is always trying to make some extra money. The guy recalls that he just wanted to joke about Cheon, who was popular in Yilan Prefecture at the time, but gossip immediately spread. Looking at the shattered room again, he is 100% sure that he has fallen into this particular time period. These memories made the young man very angry. He couldn't believe that these people were really capable of beating him just because of this. The guy decides to first explore his body and understand what it is currently capable of, and only then will he decide what to do next. He returned to his room and sat in a meditation pose, trying to focus on his body. He is ready to relearn the art of the steel lands, which he used when he was already a crazy demon. The guy closed his eyes and focused on his body and spiritual strength. He managed to find spiritual power in the abdomen area, which is accumulated in the form of a ball. This is ki energy. And this surprises him a little because in those days there was not a drop of chi in his body. So where did it come from in him now? By concentrating a little more, the main character found even more of this energy and inner strength. The guy believes that he was very lucky with this. And now his task is to learn the art of the steel lands as quickly as possible. This kind of work takes a lot of time, so he focused on it and nothing distracted him. A lot of time passed. The sun had already set behind the high mountains, and a warm summer evening had arrived. After completing the meditation, the boy looks at his hands in surprise and cannot believe what just happened. Even though his mind was well versed in this art, he was able to reach the first stage of the art of the steel lands extremely quickly. He remembers the old man's words who said that this was the best he could give him and that he still deserved some gift. Now the young man finally understood what this strange man in white was talking about. He feels a strange energy in his body, and for a long time could not understand what it was. But now the boy thought that it might be related to the celestial pearl that he swallowed. But after this meditation, the main character realized that most of the energy in his body was stagnant, and this was such a shame for him. But then the guy relaxed a little, thought about something, and smiled slightly with his eyes. He understands that there is no rush, and on top of that, he already has a strong base to start with, so he can become much stronger in a much shorter period of time. These promising dreams and plans of the young man were interrupted by the hunger in his stomach rumbling loudly. He realizes that quite a lot of time has passed since he last felt something was missing. The guy left the house. It was already dark and the lights were on in the windows, and he decided to take a walk around. This calm, warm evening in the streets of this district bring back pleasant memories from the past. A young man walks past a street food stall with friendly people and hot dishes that smell pleasantly throughout the street. With a smile on his face, he walks through the streets and slowly begins to remember how things used to be. The boy was noticed by a man picking his teeth. Apparently, he had just eaten. He was looking very intently at Isaac. While the young man is walking peacefully and not bothering anyone, he just wants to enjoy this pleasant moment. And two men are sitting at the table and discussing the guy. They remember that this is the same kid who was badly beaten in the hotel. They heard that this guy was beaten up a few days ago. He must be very strong because now he can walk around so freely. And the young man understands that this is how he used to be. Everyone ignored him just because he worked as an errand boy at a hotel. But now he's not ready to be the same old boy who was bullied, and the more he thinks about it, the more it annoys him. The young man slowly turns around and sees a very beautiful building in front of him that reminds him of something. The guy raises his head up and realizes that this is exactly this building. This is the Plum Blossom brothel. The poor guy remembers how they beat him up and called him a scoundrel because they couldn't let such a fool have the best girl in the brothel. He was brutally mocked, kicked, and threatened, and the boy tried to protect at least his head. He barely opens his eyes and tries to explain to his attackers that he didn't say that at all. But he sees the girl Cheon looking at him, and her friends are making fun of him. The guy with tears in his eyes doesn't understand why she looks at him with such contempt because he didn't say anything like that. Instead, the crowd of men continues to kick him until he almost loses consciousness. The guy barely made it to his room late at night and sighed with relief when he saw the bed. Sitting on the bed, he hears through the window how they continue to discuss and mock him, even though the guy has done nothing wrong. This awakens self-pity in him, and tears appear in his eyes again, because he is not guilty of anything. The guy now has a simpler attitude towards the situation and perceives it as an experience that he had to go through and become stronger because of it. He understands that he has returned at the perfect time. This is a chance and a great start to change everything and put everyone in their place. The young man looked at the house again and desperately and fearlessly declared that he would put everything in its place. A man with a toothpick approaches him and asks what this loser wants here. He lets it slip that he's here to set fire to the Plum Blossom brothel. He continues to mock the boy and says that this loser can't even light a match. He's incapable of anything except crying. Instead, the young man looks at the man in surprise and doesn't understand why he is so critical of him. He runs into him very aggressively and says that he was recently beaten up very badly and he can't believe that this loser isn't dead. And he adds that after being beaten like that, it's better to stay in the hotel and not stick his nose out, and asks why he's hanging around here. Instead, the boy doesn't answer this strange man, but this angers his attacker even more, and he asks if this loser is deaf after being beaten. The guy contemptuously asks this man what his name is, and his interlocutor really doesn't like this tone. Shouting that he is a scumbag, this man doesn't think for long and attacks the young man with his fists. However, the boy remains completely calm, like a boa constrictor, and very easily avoids the blow. And in response, he deals him a very strong blow, which of course this man did not expect. The young man exerted a lot of strength and knocked this idiot off his feet with just one blow. This scumbag is now lying in the middle of the street and probably won't even come close to the guy anymore, let alone make fun of him. The young man calmly and nonchalantly asks why this man is so angry. He simply asked what his name is. The protagonist slowly and discreetly heads towards the front door of the Plum Blossom brothel, and there stands a guard. The guard remembers that this kid was here a few days ago and asks why this idiot is here. In response, the guy asks why they treat their visitor so rudely. But the security guard doesn't seem to want him to be their visitor and aggressively shouts that he's just a guy running errands. He tries to hit him, but the main character skillfully dodges the attack. He won't give him a chance to even scratch himself. But he immediately grabs his opponent by the face, while this bad man did not expect such speed and reaction from the guy. The young man helped the guard fall to the ground with a furious thud. He didn't have the slightest chance of avoiding it. After such a blow, his opponent will take a long time to recover and scrape himself off the asphalt. The main character looks proudly at the unfortunate security guard and is even a little proud of his work. The guy remarks that they have a terrible attitude towards guests and they should think about improving their service, and walks towards the front door of the brothel. Going inside, the guy sees a fairly large and spacious hall filled with guests who are actively and cheerfully having fun. He has opened the door wide and is watching what is happening here with a smug smile. In a defiant tone, the young man from the doorway declares what these pieces of shit are doing here, because they have to serve a new visitor. The guests and staff are surprised by this boy's behavior. He behaves too arrogantly. The guards absolutely dislike such manners, and every person in the hall paid attention to him. And the guy is still standing smugly on the doorstep. That's the reaction he was trying to get from this audience. The guards and employees of this institution immediately recognize the guy, and they really don't like his tone of voice. They are shocked by his behavior and think maybe he has gone crazy after being beaten a few days ago. The guards blocked his way inside and asked him why he was behaving like this, or if he had suddenly forgotten where he was. The guy with the sarcastic smile says, "Isn't it obvious? Because he came to a place where he can afford a good drink." But the guards didn't like this response with a claim, and it angered them. They weren't ready to tolerate such treatment. They look much taller and stronger than the guy, but he behaves very boldly. One of the guards waved his hand, but suddenly someone said to let the young man in. The two ambals turned to see who was speaking, and the main character looked over confidently and remembered this guy. His name is Cha Song-tae, and he holds the position of manager at this beautiful and very popular establishment. Sante explains that they can't just throw out a customer who came to them just for a drink. Instead, the boy looked at him confidently, pleased that he was invited in. In front of the guards, he blossomed with arrogance and looked at them with arrogance, although these idiots don't like it. But now they can't do anything. The young man boldly walks in, and the manager tells him to bring a good drink to the guy who works at Zaha's hotel. And he adds with arrogance when he will have the opportunity to sit in such a luxurious establishment. Sante orders that the boy be well served, and the young man is already climbing the stairs to the mountain. He's led through luxurious corridors and invited into his private dining room. It looks beautiful with a separate table, a comfortable sofa, and a crimson canopy for privacy. The waiter condescendingly asks what his client will drink. But the guy replies that he has never been to such establishments, so let them bring him the most expensive thing they have. But the waiter snaps and tells him to watch his tongue and not speak so condescendingly. Instead, the guy arrogantly undresses on the couch and asks why he should watch his tongue. The main character realized that the waiter didn't like serving the guy on errands, but he arrogantly declares that there's nothing he can do about it and adds that he should bring the drink quickly. The poor guy is almost boiling with anger, and it's obvious that he's trying with all his might to control himself. He doesn't say anything, but he thinks that this kid has crossed all limits, and if it weren't for Song-tae's order, he would never have done it. Having calmed down his anger a little, the waiter calmly tells his guest to wait for his order and leaves the room. And the main character smiles victoriously because he put this nasty boy in his place. For the guy, as for a dear guest, a magnificent table was set with many dishes that looked extremely delicious. The young man behaves very relaxed and free. The young man is given a carafe of drink and he asks what is inside. The girl who is now serving his table explains that it is a top-quality Kuduandov liqueur. She gracefully lifts the decanter and pours it into a glass, and the guy asks in surprise if it's really a premium drink. The young man sits comfortably, leaning against the back of the sofa, and asks the girl if Cheon is here. The waitress explains that the boss will be angry because he was beaten up over something related to this girl a few days ago. The guy asks if everyone in this place already knows that he was beaten and adds that she shouldn't worry. Let him bring Cheon to him. The girl looked at her guest in surprise, probably waiting for him to change his mind. Realizing that the young man had not changed his mind and she would have to do it, she sighed heavily. Then she put a sweet smile on her face and said she would ask if she could invite Cheon. And the girl left the room, and Izaka was left alone with a richly laid table. The main character took the glass in his hand and looked with disappointment at what he had been poured. Judging by the smell and color, this liquor isn't even third-rate. He's unhappy with how they treat guys on errands here. He drinks the liquor, but claims that they are nasty crooks and greatly underestimate him. Suddenly, in this silence, he hears loud footsteps outside the door. It seems someone is heading towards his room. A security guard suddenly bursts into this place shouting, "You son of a bitch! You're doing this to yourself!" This has distracted the guy from drinking, but he looks quite calm and composed. Aizaha asks if there's something wrong with the fact that an ordinary guy on an errand stopped by to get a drink, and he wonders why this idiot is calling him such a bad name. These words did not calm the guard at all, but on the contrary, they angered him even more. His eyes narrowed and his veins became tense with anger. The guy remembered this guy's name. His name is Dongwak, and he kindly offered him a drink. Izaha invites the man to sit down and have a drink with him, but his interlocutor is surprised by such politeness and asks if he is okay. Dongwak squats down on a chair and asks if he's sick or maybe they beat him too hard last time. The young man doesn't answer such questions, just generously pours drinks into a glass with a sweet smile. He very politely and tactfully hands a glass full of booze to his interlocutor. The guard takes the glass and explains that the guy should stop making a scene and disappear immediately after he finishes his drink, otherwise everything could go differently. But Aizaha shows with all her appearance that she does not agree with this nonsense, and simply suggests that he drink what he poured. Dongwak slammed his fist loudly on the table and spilled the entire contents of the glass. He didn't like this asshole's arrogant and indifferent attitude. This man placed his hand on the table, and with the other he swung and shouted aggressively and without restraint at the young man. The guy didn't think for long. He very calmly took a chopstick and drove it into this idiot's hand. Izaha looked at his opponent with a confident and cold gaze that inspired fear. And this once self-confident bundle of joy is now writhing in pain and unable to even utter a word. The guy still calmly asks why Dongwak is acting like this. Because he only planned to sit here peacefully with Cheon. And he asked the guard to explain to him why everyone here is barking like dogs at him, but the man is still moaning in pain. These sounds seemed very strange and scared the girl, so Cheon went into their room. She looks very beautiful, but not at all cute, but even menacing. It seems that the girl has been angered. She ignores the injuries and asks Brother Donghuak to leave the room and wait outside. Aizaha abruptly pulls the wand out of the guard's hand and agrees that it's better for him to wait on the other side of the door. The man squeezed the bleeding hand and ran out of the room, while the girl stayed with the young man. The door closed loudly, and the girl calmly sat down on the empty chair opposite the guest. She looked very reserved. The guy doesn't say anything, just smiles suspiciously sweetly and stares intently at the girl. Chan doubts the guy's sincerity, so she asks in surprise why he's smiling so strangely. Instead, he asks if such a simpleton and a boy on errands like him is really supposed to control himself in this luxurious place. But the girl doesn't understand his behavior at all and asks if he really thinks it's a game and thinks that Seongtae's brother and the chairman won't interfere. Aizaha calmly drinks his liquor and shamelessly asks Cheon not to inflate her price. The girl calculates that Dukwendowski liquor is probably expensive, and on top of that, the treatment of her brother's hand. She tells him this for his own good and asks him to pay the check and get out of here before he does any more damage. But the guy is thinking about something completely different. He just realized that this is the first time he's seen Cheon so close. She doesn't stop talking and explains that, to be completely honest, she wouldn't agree to sleep with him for any gold or silver. Cheon insists that even though she works in a brothel, it doesn't mean she sleeps with just anyone. She's not a prostitute. The guy listened carefully to the girl, put the glass on the table, and now he's ready to tell the truth. He calmly and confidently explains that he never wanted to sleep with her, and all he said was that he wanted to listen to the girl sing. Because he knows that the girl is selling her art, not her body. These words really surprised her. The girl tries to justify herself and explain that she's heard this from many people, but the guy continues that he didn't even mean it. It was a joke told completely by accident in the hotel. With sadness in his eyes, he repeats again that he didn't want this, and he doesn't have money for such things. Cheon listened to the young man's confession and didn't even know what to say. She was speechless from surprise. The guy looked at the girl intently and explained that the only reason he wanted to meet her was to tell the truth. And then, in a sharp voice, he tells her to leave the room quickly, and this change in tone surprises and even scares her a little. The girl seems to freeze in her chair, but Izaka repeats again to get out of here. Cheyenne seems not used to this kind of attitude towards herself, and she doesn't like this tone at all, and it scares her. Suddenly, 3 security guards abruptly open the door, and judging by their gloomy faces, they are hostile towards the guy. The one in the middle starts the conversation first. He aggressively shouts out the guy's name. But he adds that judging by his behavior, this young man came here to die. He suggests going outside so that he doesn't have to clean the blood off the walls of this beautiful room later. But the guy is in no hurry to get up from the table, but simply calmly refills his alcohol. He asks these decent men to wait a little and give him time to finish drinking before they start. But this behavior terribly surprises and infuriates these bouncers. They were not prepared for his measured tone and carefree attitude. But the guy points out that they have very bad manners and there's no hurry because these bouncers are pretty sure they can kill him at any time. This style of conversation further confused these men, who only understand aggression. But after a minute, the 3 of them burst out laughing and politely asked Chian to leave the room. It seems that these men believe they are in control of the situation. They shamelessly sit down at the table and contemptuously tell the guy that he can drink this liquor because this glass will be his last. These idiots discuss Isaac, but they admit that this kid has balls because he came here with his head held high, and even Cheyenne called. They mockingly explain that this time they will beat him harder so that he learns his lesson and doesn't feel injustice. And the one in the middle with the square face asks Isaac if such predictions suit him. But the guy seems to ignore all their taunts and threats and cheerfully asks if they want to have a drink with him. This is very surprising to the square-faced man. He can't understand what the problem is, why this kid is behaving so strangely. He says that if Izuka is finished with this performance, then they suggest going outside. Izaha cheerfully and carefreely pours himself more drinks and continues to ignore the guards. No one asked him, but he says that the quality of this liquor is terrible, and it's disrespectful to buy something that isn't of that brand. 3 security guards sit in a row opposite the guy and can't understand why he's behaving like this. Some even think that the guy has really gone crazy. Maybe they beat him too much. Izaha wanted to pour himself another drink, but with a start, he realized that his jug was empty. So he puts the decanter on the table. It seems that he's done with alcohol for today. The guy wants to ask these fools something. The young man calls them old friends and asks if he is really so funny that they are so sincerely mocking him. The guards, with sly smiles, declare that he looks like a clown to them. They call him an idiot and say that he brought the situation to this, but they feel confident because there are 3 of them and he is alone. Izaha, having heard this, bowed his head and chuckled softly. He is confident in his abilities, and he likes that these fools have no idea what will happen next. The guards grabbed their weapons and looked at the guy contemptuously, calling him a freak and surprised that he was laughing. This behavior of these idiots made the boy laugh even more, and he was already laughing out loud at them. Along with the main character, 3 uninvited guests began to laugh, they arrogantly and self-confidently mocking him and ready for a fight. 2 of them drew their swords from their sheaths and pointed them at the boy, feeling their superiority over him. But unexpectedly for them, Aizaha overturned the table and all the food spilled out and flew straight at his attackers. The guy had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He confidently and gracefully stood up to attack and teach these fools a lesson. The protagonist kicked the table they had all been sitting at together a few seconds ago with a strong kick. The table fell on his attackers and flipped the guards to the ground. These super warriors couldn't even do anything. These superheroes are lying under the table in shock and still unable to come to their senses and understand what happened in the last 2 seconds. The young man came closer to them, put his foot on the table, and the guards were still lying there, unable to accept their quick defeat. Now these idiots have realized that they underestimated their opponent for no reason, and now they can only wait to see what happens next. The guy looks down on them proudly and condescendingly and asks if he still reminds them of a clown now. The beautiful woman who was serving Isaac's table heads to his room, unsuspecting. When she opened the door, she was very scared and seemed to freeze in place, unable to say a word. The young man is ruthless and cruel. He presses the table into the chest of these 3 attackers. The girl came closer and asked what was going on here. She definitely didn't expect such a turn of events. The guy glares at her and angrily tells the old hag to bring him more of their horrible third-rate liquor. She was very indignant at being called an old hag, and she explained aloud to the boy that it was not third-rate liquor, but a high-quality Dukan drink. Aizaha says that this woman shouldn't talk nonsense to him, because he is trying his best not to hit a woman who knows nothing about martial arts. And he adds that this old hag should think before saying anything, and the girl is already quite angry. She turns around abruptly and walks away quickly, without saying a word to the guy or the guards. The young man looked at her intently and thought, perhaps she was up to something, and he wondered where she had gone. But he didn't think about it for long and turned his head to look at the 3 beaten and embarrassed assholes. The fragments of a broken table lie on their chests, and the guards themselves are unable to even move. The guy likes to look at them and asks why no one is laughing now, because they were the ones who said he looked like a clown. With a cheerful smile and an unwavering gaze, he asks when these idiots will start laughing. And a whole squad of guards from the Plum Blossom brothel is already heading down the corridor to Isaac's room. The manager of the establishment, Cha Songtai, enters first, looking menacing and angry at his guest. His lips are pursed, and his gaze radiates anger and ruthlessness. Songtai is ready to resolve this situation once and for all. But Isaac is not at all frightened by this look. He cheerfully and carefreely asks why they walked for so long. The manager and security guards are still standing in the doorway and have a great opportunity to inspect the room and assess the damage. Songtai looked coldly at the broken table, scattered food, and broken dishes. Then he glanced at his 3 beaten guards, who were lying almost unconscious on the ground, barely breathing. Then the manager asked the guy if he's completely out of his mind to behave like this and do something like this in his establishment. With an evil look and a low voice, he threatens the boy that at this rate, Aizaha will not get out of here alive. Instead, the young man somehow even asked, somewhat indifferently, if he was going to die because of all this. Songtai coldly and very succinctly replies that yes, he thinks it will instill a lot of fear in the guy. But the young man stands boldly in front of his interlocutor and does not try to justify himself or escape. This man and his bodyguard do not scare him at all. Isaac even has a blissful smile on his face. It seems he would be happy to fight with the manager. Instead, Songtai is surprised to see such a smile, and this carefree expression on the boy's face really annoys him. He doesn't think for a long time or give any warning, but immediately swings his right hand, hoping to hit the target straight away. However, Izuka is not an easy guy. He easily avoids the blow, crouches, and with his other hand grabs the decanter containing alcohol. The young man looked at Songtai with a sly smile and quickly got up with the jug. The manager noticed this at the last second and seemed to understand what the guy was up to, but he didn't have time to prevent the blow. The jug went straight for his head, hitting his forehead and shattering into many small pieces. The guards behind him did not expect such a turn of events at all. They cover themselves with their hands from the shrapnel and are full of surprise. Beneath Songtai's feet lie numerous sharp pieces from the vessel in a pool of their boss's blood. They are in a state of shock and ask with surprise if everything is okay with him, while the manager can barely stand and is bleeding. Instead, Aizaha stands proudly and looks at them with a cold gaze. He feels his superiority over these idiots. The guy boldly asks if anyone else wants to fight him, but none of the guards show any interest, as they are afraid since he has just defeated the strongest of them. The young man stands calmly and burns them with his sharp gaze. He is now ready for anything, and shows it to them with his whole appearance. None of these brave fools wants to fight someone much stronger than themselves, because they can only mock the weaker ones, so they all swallowed their anger and pride and stood silently. The manager is simply burning with rage. He's ready to tear the scumbag apart like a dog, and declares that Aizaha probably really wants to die right now. He draws his sword and is ready to draw it to end this problem that has already seriously hurt his pride. Only the main character calmly warns Sante to think twice before taking the actions he intends to take. With a cold gaze and an ominous voice, the guy threatens that if his rival completely exposes less, he will definitely die. After thinking carefully and assessing the situation, the manager realizes that the guy is not joking at all, but at the same time, he wonders what has happened to Isaac in the last few days. The young man very politely asks Songtae if the most socially adjusted person in the prefecture could cover up everything that just happened here. He points to the 3 security guards and asks the manager if he really thinks they're just lying here in food and debris because they're out of luck. The protagonist continues and asks if maybe he thinks his eye looks like that just because the guy is lucky. But the manager can't answer any questions because he understands that the guy only succeeded because he's strong enough. Izaha says that if Sante doesn't want to die here and now, then he should think carefully about his actions. And he sternly adds that if his opponent doesn't want to, then let him draw his sword and die right away. This man looked intently at the young man and seemed to be assessing how honest he was and whether he was even capable of it. But after thinking carefully, he realized that these were not empty threats because Santai didn't even notice his movements in battle, so his opponent was very skilled and not worth fighting. Assessing the situation, he swallowed his pride and arrogance and was forced to step back in this case. The manager orders his subordinates to go down to the lower hall and wait there for his next commands. He himself hid his weapon, although he didn't want to do it at all, but Izaka left him no choice. The manager tries to control himself and asks what he wants, because it doesn't look like he'll just leave when the drinks are over. He assumes that the guy wants the owner of the establishment to apologize to him for what happened a few days ago. Izaha thought this was a good idea, because he would really like Jog's owner to appear before him in person. Sante tried to wipe the blood that was flowing straight into his eye with his hand, and said he would call the brothel owner. The guy saw this gesture, looked intently at the interlocutor, and curiously asked how his eye was. The manager explains that fortunately he can see well with it, but Izaha pretentiously claims that he thought he was going to die when they kicked him. Sante didn't respond to this, only remaining eloquently silent and frowning when he heard such a remark. And then he turned to the girl who was standing in the corridor and asked her to prepare a table for them in the next room. He looked again at the guards, who were still lying under their feet, and said that if the guy wasn't planning to kill her, they would take them away to cure them. And with despair, he adds that people in the city are ready to kill each other over the smallest trifle. But these words sound very strange, because they were the ones who almost buried him. The manager looks at the guy carefully and can't figure out what's wrong with his expression after he did such things. Instead, the guy calmly and quite casually says to take these losers away, as if nothing had happened. A moment later, the guards appeared and carried the poor man away on their shoulders, while the young man waited until he could sit down at the table again and have a delicious meal and drink. The table has already been set for them in the other room, and the guys are sitting across from each other and chatting nicely. Santai holds a handkerchief to his eye and asks why he would make such a mess out of nothing. He looks at the boy intently and asks if he's had any luck, because he's changed a lot in the last few days. The guy doesn't answer anything and looks at the engraved brand new bottle of liquor. Izaha says nothing. He thinks about how his future might change after the recent events. The manager saw where the guy was looking and offered to pour him some top-quality Dukan liqueur, boasting that it tasted absolutely nothing. He generously pours high-quality alcohol into the guests and his own glasses, and its pleasant aroma can already be heard throughout the room. The young man remarks that this is a completely different liqueur and is significantly different from the one he was brought before. And he explains that what they brought him earlier was some terrible third-rate booze, but they called it high-quality liquor. Sante didn't expect this simpleton to be able to distinguish good alcohol from bad and realized that he had been deceived. So he has to make excuses. He puts a smile on his face and sweetly says that they probably accidentally bought third-rate alcohol, but now they should at least have some benefit. Izaha is tired of his talk and insists that he is already drunk. Sante understands that in this way, he wants to make sure that his drink has not been poisoned, so he says that he will drink first. The manager didn't wait long and without hesitation tipped his glass and drank everything he had poured for himself. Instead, the guy watches it carefully and is in no hurry to drink his liquor just yet. His interlocutor, having drunk the entire contents of the glass, exhales mainly, thus showing that this alcohol is very strong and of good quality. He asks the guy if he's always been this good at fighting, because he's never seen him do that before and hasn't heard of that fighting style. The young man was in no hurry to answer or justify himself to this two-faced man. He merely raised his glass closer to his mouth. Izaha drinks his glass and says that he just always held himself back, because his father taught non-literate people to fight. Instead, the manager looked at him intently and with a sly smile, thought that this was a complete lie. With the same smile, he apologizes for what his subordinates did to him a few days ago, so you can understand why he is behaving this way today. The guy doesn't seem to like his apology very much and angrily thanks this bastard ironically for his understanding. And he adds that he's starting to get a little annoyed by this jerk's excessive apologies. Instead, the manager looks at him with contempt and smiles very condescendingly. Izaha reaches out to him and says maybe he should break a few bones so the manager will change his attitude towards the guy. At that moment, Santai stood up from the table and fell to his knees in front of the boy, bowing his head to the ground and apologizing for his behavior. He adds that this is the first time in his life he is kneeling in front of someone, and he is truly sorry. At this moment, Chaeyeon enters the room and looks at her brother Songtae in great surprise. In contrast, the man is not very happy to see her and even seems a little embarrassed that she saw it. She doesn't understand why her brother is so scared that he fell to his knees in front of a guy running errands and has such a wound on his face. She assumes with surprise and shock that her brother Songtae also lost in this simpleton. At this moment, the manager gets up from his knees and steps aside, while Izaha greets the girl. The manager looks at the shocked girl and asks her to pull herself together and asks if she can handle this. Cheon approaches the table and tries to pour her brother some liquor, but he yells at her and explains that it's not for him. So this girl came closer to their guest and shyly held a jug of alcohol. Cheon is very nervous, so when she generously pours a glass of high-quality liquor, her hands shake. The young man looks closely at the girl and, noticing her excitement, turns to her. The girl is busy with her work, doesn't look at the guy, but asks what he wanted to ask her. He picks up his glass and starts a conversation, and the girl listens attentively with surprise and fear. Izaha looks the girl straight in the eyes and asks if she knew that even a guy like him on errands is capable of feeling sincere love. Chan looks at the young man with wide eyes and takes these words at her own expense. Perhaps she would like that. But the guy looked at the young girl, who was already looking at him with almost loving eyes, so he planned to disappoint her. Izaha adds that this love has nothing to do with her, so let her get out of here as quickly as possible. The girl looked at him in surprise, and in her mind, she declared that he was ruining her mood. This attitude seems to have frozen her, and she can neither move nor say anything in response. Her brother noticed this and asked what she was waiting for, adding, "Let Cheon get out of here quickly." The girl curtsied, but they hurt her pride with this attitude, because she was the most desirable person in this brothel. Cheon gathered all her anger into a clenched fist, and not having the right to say anything, turned towards the door. Suntae watches his sister leave the room. He sees tears in her eyes. The manager explains to his guest that his sister cried as soon as she heard these words addressed to her. But Izaha acts as if he doesn't care about other people's feelings and starts the conversation with a stony face. With a stern expression on his face, he declares that he is tired of this disrespectful tone, and it is already becoming uncomfortable for him to look at his face. His interlocutor bowed his head and said he understood everything, but a sly smile froze on his face. Of course, the young man noticed this and was already fed up with this disrespect and mockery. And the brothel manager seems to be deliberately testing the patience of the guest who has given him and his subordinates a good beating. Izaha declares that this man knows how to use a sharp tongue, and at this point, Sante bows and thanks him. The two of them are still sitting at the table, and the guy asks when the owner of this establishment will finally come. His interlocutor explains that the owner is currently serving experts from the Black Cat community, so it will be difficult for him to appear here right now. The guy asks, maybe he meant the Black Rabbit Alliance, a gathering of charlatans. Songtae adds that this union plans to be established here after approval from the top, so the chairman wants to show himself from the best side. With sadness in his voice, the manager adds that due to the events that happened today, it is unknown what will happen next. The young man gets the doctor drunk and asks if this means that if he takes their master under his wing, the Black Rabbit will have to fight its way into the local market on its own. Sante looks at the guy carefully and sadly declares that his interlocutor understood everything correctly. The protagonist abruptly and aggressively puts his empty glass on the table and has something to say. He gets angry with him and asks what they want from him. Is it just that he just quietly and peacefully drink with the owner and quickly leave them? And he adds, does his interlocutor really think that this situation can be resolved in this way? Sante understands that this will definitely not happen, so she quietly and calmly asks the guy what he wants. Izaha asks if the owner of the brothel where his brothers will serve him, then will the Black Rabbit Alliance stick its nose in here? But the manager has doubts about this plan and is not sure if they will go through with it. Then the guy with a condescending smile asks if maybe he should start his own sect here, and they would all become his subordinates. Sante is very surprised to hear this, because it would greatly affect their self-confidence and image. Izaha proudly and confidently declares that he gives the manager a chance to make his own choice. He continues and explains that if Sante wants to fight on the side of the Black Rabbit, then so be it. But if he is confident in Isaac's strength, then he can join him. The manager is surprised and thinks about what made the young man change his mind about him so drastically, and why this guy, on an errand, thinks it's so easy to create his own sect. Suddenly, his guest abruptly places his empty glass on the table and stands up from his seat. Sante asks with a smile why the guy doesn't want to wait a little longer. Is he really in a hurry somewhere? But the young man asks why he should wait any longer, and adds that the manager really thinks he's running away somewhere. The manager looks at him from under his brow and says in a voice filled with disdain, that's exactly what he thought. But the young man is not swayed by such provocation and asks if Sante is asking for rudeness. The man didn't answer, just watched his guest go with a look full of distrust and arrogance. And behind his back, he tells his guest to be careful on his way, and the manager will pay for his bill today, but Isaac doesn't care. He doesn't hesitate for a second, but walks out of the room with slow and confident steps. Apparently, all of Sante's subordinate guards had gathered in the corridor, ready to intervene at any moment. But the boy feels very confident, even among so many armed men. He shouts loudly for these insects to get out of his way and everyone to move aside, even though they are feeling furiously angry. And the boy proudly and haughtily walks past them, Izaka not hiding his pleasure at being able to afford to behave like this. The young man goes down the red stairs and hears that it is somehow too noisy below. He hears someone screams. Izaha hears one of the guards shout where the boy is, and this catches his attention. In a furious rage like a bull, the man with the square pike is furious at how this snotty man dared to raise his hand against him. The guy approaches this jerk and asks if he's recovered from their last meeting. Seeing Isaac, this bastard swung at him in a fit of rage and was apparently ready to beat him half to death. But his fist didn't even have time to touch the boy, because he received a slap so hard that it knocked out his tooth. This brave man didn't even have time to understand how it happened before he fell face down on the floor. This blow was strong enough to send such a package flying halfway across the room and crashing headfirst into the table. After everything that happened, no one dares to even say a word, and everyone stays away. Izaha speaks loudly enough for everyone to hear him. He asks that someone explain to this fool what's what, because otherwise he'll do it himself. But he muttered to himself that he shouldn't expect anything more from these uncouth idiots. No one dares to object or make excuses, and the guest leaves the establishment proudly and with a smile. Without turning to them, he waves his hand and adds that the boy had a great time running errands today. Instead, every employee of this establishment is burning with rage. They don't seem to share his thoughts because they weren't having fun, but all they can do is mutter behind his back and hope the guy doesn't turn around and see it. Izaha is satisfied with how he spent the evening and is now walking through the quiet and deserted streets. There is no one on the streets, only lights shining in every window. And the boy suddenly noticed something interesting for himself. He saw a sign on the door with a dragon silhouette and stopped in front of it. The guy stood for a moment, looked closely, and remembered this place from his past life. He thinks about the fact that he will need a weapon if he starts a battle with the Black Cat Alliance. Izaha goes inside and sees exactly what you would expect when you head to the armory to see the blacksmiths. The vice chief of the Dragonhead Forge, Gwakyunga, looks at the boy who has visited them with surprise. He recognized him and asks if the guy running errands from Zaha's hotel came to pay back the debts. But the young man says he wants to buy something, and we suggest that Jung buy a sickle or a kitchen knife. Then the guy has to explain that he is thinking about starting a fight with the Cho family, so he is looking for a weapon for himself. But the vice chief of the forge is very skeptical about this. He knows that he was badly beaten a few days ago, so he suggests that he calm down a bit and not let his hot head push him to his death. However, the young man did not come here to listen to his notations, but immediately declares that he needs something like a one-handed or razor-sharp dagger. Gwakyunga is still very skeptical of the guy's requests and asks if he will use everything at once. Izaha explains that this is just his preference for weapons, and he asks for respect for it. The vice chief of the forge returns to his subordinates and asks them to bring the Black Dragon sword, the white dragon whip, and the cloud dragon dagger. Yunga turns to his guest and says, among other things, that he really liked the chicken noodles that his grandparents used to make, and the vice chairman doesn't understand why this guy is such a bad cook. The guy explains that now is not the time to talk about chicken noodles. Then the guy ironically asks if they can discuss the union of Muram with a simple guy running errands. Izaka only looks intently at his interlocutor from under his forehead and does not respond to such claims. It was at this moment that the blacksmith boys approached them, fulfilling their boss's request. They line up with boxes containing elite weapons, and Guak Yunga explains that the boy can take as much time as he wants to get a good look at everything. The young man hasn't even touched what was brought to him. He immediately confidently declares that he will buy everything and adds that he will hurry. The vice president of the forge is surprised by his buyer's decision, but doesn't think for long and names the sum of 90 nyangs. Izaha is a little shocked by this number. It seems like it's too much for him. He was expecting less. Yunga explains that he already gave him a big discount because the guy is local. The young man offers him a deal. He offers 50 nyangs and will take the failure temporarily. And as soon as he is done with everything, he will return everything. But the vice chairman is simply furious at such a proposal and declares that it is literally theft. Someone approaches the men and asks in a threatening voice why there is such a noise. Izaha stands as he has been, and Guak Yunga is surprised to see someone approaching, his eyes showing respect and humility towards this person. This is the headmaster of the Dragonhead Forge, Kum Chulong. His physique is impressive because he looks like a rock with that mountain of muscles. All the workers at the forge, including the vice chairman, bowed their heads to Kum Chulong as a sign of respect, but not Izaha. Yunga immediately began to tell them that this young man was going to wage war against the Cho brothers and even rented weapons for 50 nyang. The chef looked at the customer and asked if he was the same eldest son of the Zaha family that owns the hotel, and Izaha explained that it was a long time ago. Chulong remembers loving his grandparents' chicken noodles long ago, but what this kid is making is absolutely terrible. Guak Yunga turns to his boss and explains that he already told him about this. But standing so close to that mountain of muscles, this guy looks like a child. The headmaster asks the guest if he really decided to go to war against this family, and adds that if it's because the Cho brothers are annoying him, then he will ask them to stop what they're doing. And if they refuse, then Kum Chulong will be able to protect the boy, because no matter what he says, he has a small debt to his grandparents. Izaha doesn't understand what debt he's talking about. But Chulong says there's no reason to worry too much about it now, because it's not important anymore. The main character carefully studies his interlocutor and cannot understand if he has always been like this. He doesn't remember speaking to him like that in his own forge in a past life, and suggests that perhaps he has already changed the future with his behavior. The young man bows his head and explains that he appreciates Mr. Kum's concern, but wants to figure everything out on his own. Instead, his interlocutor asks in surprise what this boy is going to do. Izaha proposes to gather all the local blacksmiths and found a clan of steel dragons. Instead, workshop head Kum Chulong asks what the guy means when he suggests starting a clan. The young man explains that if the Cho brothers form an alliance in the prefecture, they will extract a large sum of money from the forge, which is why Izaha wants to establish a federation of clans. This is also that the Black Rabbit Alliance does not have any power here. Chulong asks what kind of clan federation it is, and the guy explains that the brothels are going to create their own clan. Instead, they, in turn, will unite all blacksmiths into a federation of steel dragons. The guy continues. The recently formed architects' union plans to submit to the sect of brothers. In response, he plans to unite all the workers into a clan and create an even larger union. After Izuka told all this, no one was ready to respond to it because such information surprised those present a little. The young man continues to persuade, but assures them that they will not have to pay him taxes and that no clan should do this to anyone, because their goal is to make sure that no one robs them. Kum Chulong thought about it and explains that it sounds a bit careless, but it makes sense and asks what Izaha plans to name her clan. The guy proudly declares that it will be a place for the lower caste of people and a dirty end, and if these names are combined, it will be the Hao clan. This man with a mountain of muscles listened carefully to the boy and is considering all this information. Everyone present watches their boss closely, and Chulong ponders the name that this young man has come up with. He says that it's very interesting for him to watch a simple guy running errands, trying to start a clan, and asks if he really thinks he can handle the Cho brothers on his own. Izaka does not explain his position or convince anyone that he is right. He simply declares with pride and genuine courage that when they see it, they will see for themselves. The head forge master says to give him the weapon for free, but the shocked Yunga asks why it's not even on credit. Chulong folded his hands on his chest and sternly declared that they would continue this conversation if this brave man survived. The guy likes this deal and happily agrees to these terms and confirms that they will definitely do it. The young man returned to his home. It was already late evening outside, and he was sitting on the floor by the bed meditating. Suddenly, the boy heard some noise in his backyard, and it distracted him from his work. This noise comes from shovels digging the ground. It seems like someone has settled well in his territory. When Aizaha went outside, he saw 3 people digging a hole with shovels, and a 4th, who seemed to be their boss, was sitting at a table. It turns out that his second brother, Cho Yigul, has visited him. He feels very confident and acts as if he is at home. He looks sternly at the boy and says that he was only going to call him when they finished digging a hole for him. And to intimidate the boy even more, Eagle drives his knife into the wooden table with a strong blow. Second brother Cho orders in a stern voice that this little boy running around should sit down next to him. The young man is not afraid of these threats for a moment and approaches closer with a stony expression on his face. Izaka sat down at the table opposite his interlocutor, while the 3 men were still digging a hole. The guest starts speaking first and explains that today is a good day for the Cho brothers, as they have received confirmation from the Black Rabbit Alliance to settle here in Ilyang Prefecture. The guy sits proudly in his seat, doesn't respond to anything, and waits for what happens next. Igul explains that some piece of shit who can't even cook chicken noodles properly made a big mess in his brothel. He looks the guy in the eye and asks him to give him at least 3 reasons why he should stay alive. But the young man was not at all frightened by such threats. He chuckled quietly to himself at this man who considered himself very respectable. Brother Cho was not amused at all, but on the contrary, he was very angry, because it was a great disrespect to him, and he asked why this kid was laughing there. Aizaha raises her head and looks at her husband with a smile, explaining that there is no reason to cry. Igul is simply burning with anger and reaches out to him to tear this scumbag apart with his bare hands. But he realizes with surprise that his knife, which was in his hands a second ago, has disappeared somewhere. The young man's speed is astonishing. He holds his opponent's weapon in his hand and is already swinging to strike. This bandit didn't realize when it happened. He lost his vigilance because he wasn't expecting it. Aizaha doesn't wait long, but seizes the moment and drives the knife into his opponent's hand. The guy leans closer to his opponent and asks him if there is at least one reason why he should let such a scumbag live. The man doesn't answer, instead thinking about how he's always wondered what kind of guy this is running errands for, who managed to make such a fuss in his establishment. At this moment, 3 of his men approach him and inform him that they have almost finished digging the hole, and their boss is trying his best not to show his defeat, telling them to dig even deeper. He probably thought the guy was scared, so he smiles slyly and tries to take matters into his own hands. This dumbass reaches out to the guy to grab his neck as hard as he can. Aizaha, still armed with a knife, inflicts a wound in the biceps area of the big boss, and this was again unexpected for him. Red blood splashed before Brother Cho's eyes. He couldn't regain consciousness and concentrate. The guy now owns the situation. He has the advantage. Aizaha grabs his opponent's hand, but with a sharp movement, without any hesitation, he stabs her through with his knife. Blood immediately spurts in all directions, and only cold cruelty is visible on the young man's face. Eagle screams in pain. This is the second time this has happened. This loser has both his hands injured. The guy is still holding the blade and asks why they need this hole in his yard. The opponent feels excruciating pain and says through gritted teeth that it was just to scare him. But Aizaha knows the Cho and Igul brothers too well to believe such blatant nonsense. The young man pulls out the knife with a sharp movement, and the man groans and almost faints from unbearable pain. Aizaha is clearly the winner in this situation and behaves accordingly. He asks why he should leave this piece of shit alive. Eagle, who was so confident in his abilities not long ago, is now trembling with fear and unable to utter a word. The guy mockingly says that he knew that this bastard wouldn't be able to give a single reason, and asks if there could be any reason at all to leave such a scumbag alive. Aizaha adds that he not only participated in human trafficking, but also killed mercilessly when something didn't go according to his plan, and among the dead were his acquaintances. Eagle threatens the young man and says that if he kills him, his brothers and the Black Rabbit Alliance will take revenge on him. But the next moment, completely unexpectedly, he feels pain that pierces his entire body. Looking down, he realizes that his own knife is sticking out of his chest and hot blood is flowing out. Aizaha states in a cold voice that he asked for a reason to keep him alive, not threats. But Eagle probably didn't hear these words because his lifeless body collapsed onto the table. With a stony face, the boy looks at me at the body of the man who had just threatened him. And suddenly he remembers that behind him, 3 of this scumbag's subordinates are still digging a hole in his yard. He looks at them and realizes that they didn't even notice their boss just kicked his hooves off. The young man turns to the masked men and asks them to leave their shovels and stop digging the hole. These guys were extremely surprised when they turned around and realized that their boss was dead. Aizaha, with a casual expression on his face, explains that this man was walking around with a knife and then died for no apparent reason. The three subordinates look at each other and don't understand what will happen next and how they should behave. The bravest of the three turns to Isaac and asks who he is. Instead, the young man sternly replies that he is just an ordinary guy running errands from Zaha's hotel. The daredevil tries to explain that he didn't mean that, but the guy isn't going to answer such questions, but asks them to take off their masks so he can look at them. Maybe he knows some of them. The guys have taken off their masks and are very worried because they may suffer the same fate as their boss. Aizaha explains that this is the first time she's seen them here and asks if they're from the Black Rabbit Alliance, but they explain that they only recently arrived in the prefecture and have been working at the Plum Blossom brothel all along. The guy looked at them sternly and gave them a choice. The first option was that the three of them would die here and now. And the second option is that they bury the body and quietly return to their hometowns. One of them gratefully informs them that if he leaves them alive, they will happily return to their native land. Another reports that he cannot return to his native land due to personal circumstances, but he will never return to the Plum Blossom brothel. Izaha waved his hand at them and added, "Let them get rid of the body and get as far away from here as possible." One of the three turns to him and hopefully asks if the guy might need a helper in the kitchen. He kneels to show respect and explains that there is nowhere to make money except in the Plum Blossom brothel. Izaha thought about it and asked if the guy was a good cook and if he could handle chicken noodles. This young man is extremely happy and explains that it is the easiest thing to do, and he is sure that he will make divinely delicious chicken noodles. Izuka does not share his joy, but coldly reminds him to worry about something else right now. He turns and heads to his room, and the guy is still on his knees, thanking and wishing his new boss a good rest. The young man opens the door and enters a room that is completely dark and silent. But he feels that there is someone else in his house besides him, so he looks around. In a dark corner of the room, he sees his new acquaintance and asks what he forgot here. It turns out that Sonte has visited his house, and he is surprised that Izaha was actually able to deal with Cho Eagle. The guy instead makes a claim. Did this man really think he would die at the hands of this scumbag, and adds that he heard that his eyes are already fine. The manager covered his eye with a mask and explains that it is just a way to hide the wound from others. Sante explains that he told everyone that he had injured his eye and immediately ran to find a doctor. And he adds that if he hadn't done this, he would have already been buried next to Igul. So without undue modesty, he says that he is still useful and smart. He looks at the homeowner with a sly smile and asks if he understands this. Izaha exhaled heavily and laconically praised the boy and said that he had done a good job. Sante thanks him for the kind words and explains that he had no other choice to survive. After exchanging pleasantries, the manager gets down to business and asks how Izaha plans to deal with the other two brothers. The guy thought for a while and decided not to give a long lecture, so he laconically replied that he would just kill them. But he still explains that if they remain alive, the suffering of Ilyang Prefecture will only increase in the future. Songtae decided to warn the boy and explains that the biggest threat right now is Cho Ilmum, and he should be very careful with him. Suddenly, an idea came to Isaac's head, and he wanted to share it with his uninvited guest. And the brothel manager understood this and was ready to listen carefully to any opinion. He asked his guest to go buy some snacks because they have liquor but nothing to chew on. But Songtae doesn't understand how that thought could have come after they talked about the Cho brothers. Izuka doesn't say anything, just stands there with an innocent expression on his face, as if nothing had just happened. The manager is surprised and asks if there really aren't any snacks in this hotel. The guy explains that there is nothing right now, and Songtae is, to put it mildly, shocked by such an answer. But then he explains it to himself by saying that it's like in a regular hotel and asks Izaha to give him money for snacks. The guy shakes his head and says that he doesn't have any money and where will they get it from. The guest sighs heavily and doesn't understand how this happened, because this place was popular for its most delicious chicken noodles, and now it has turned into this. Izaha doesn't care what this man thinks. He just wants Santoye to bring more snacks. The guest is already going to get something tasty, and the guy adds that if they have anything left after tonight, they can eat tomorrow too. The manager has already gone outside, and the main character calls his friend, wanting to tell him something else. He stopped and turned his head. The man asked what was wrong. Maybe something was wrong. Instead, Izaha asks with pretension if Santoye went for a walk because he walks like a turtle. He stands motionless. It took him a few seconds to understand what was wanted from him. Realizing that he was being pressured, the manager became terribly angry because it turns out that he has now become his servant. The boy quickened his pace and couldn't believe he was running errands to another boy. And behind him he hears another remark that he is walking too slowly. Isaac does not like his snail-like pace. Although Santoya is terribly angry about all this, he is forced to speed up and is already running at full speed to carry out the assignment. When the manager returned, the guy set the table with various delicious treats. Santoya sits at the table and eats everything. Either he's so hungry or everything is so delicious. Aizaha watches with indifference as his interlocutor enjoys his meal. He tells his guests to eat and not be ashamed, as if it were bought with his hard-earned money. The guy replies that he enjoys the food as much as possible. Aizaha adds that this money was already earned by exploiting young girls and fooling stupid people who can't tell good liquor from urine, so let him enjoy every bite. Hearing these accusations, the boy stopped eating, and his hands shook with excitement. Instead, the young man drinks alcohol and asks what happened. Why he stopped eating? Does the food really not taste good? Santoy stares intently at his interlocutor and has nothing to say, only breathing heavily. With a sharp movement, he picks up his glass, turns it over, and drinks its entire contents in one gulp. The guy put down the empty glass with one heavy movement and exhaled loudly. Izaha looked at him closely and asked what happened. Was the manager really angry with him? Santoy explains that he is really angry because the food he bought tastes terrible. Instead, the main character says nothing, but his face shows indifference and the absence of any emotions. Seongtae tries to start a conversation about important things and explains that if Jo Il-sum goes to the afterlife with Joey Ghoul, the Black Rabbit Alliance will not ignore it. Aizaha contemptuously declares that if he's shaking like that over some nonsense, then he should train harder to become stronger, because he's afraid of all sorts of nonsense and doesn't do anything. He continues talking and accuses the manager of saying the same thing all the time, even though the guy has nothing to do with it. Seongtae doesn't even have a chance to say anything. He is forced to just listen to the accusations against him. Meanwhile, Izaha is still arguing with his guest and telling him to stop talking nonsense. The manager couldn't stand it, got up from his seat, his patience snapped, so he yells out who this guy is because he doesn't believe he's someone from Zach's family and thinks he's pretending. The young man looked at his interlocutor with an angry look. It seems that he is able to destroy him with just one look and asks if he wanted to die. These words quickly quelled the man's ardor, and the protagonist explains that perhaps death will bring him enlightenment. They stayed in silence for a while. Seongtae was silent for a while and tried to calm down. Then he tells his interlocutor that he doesn't care who he is and suggests simply killing all the scum from the Black Rabbit's alliance. Instead, Izuka calmly chewed his food and was silent for a moment, not responding to his friend's words. Then he exhales heavily and says that he is ready to forget about this incident. He wants to finish eating and will go deal with Cho Il-sum, since he does not know where Cho Sampyeong is. Seongtae is very surprised by this guy's tone, because it sounded like he was going for a normal walk in the park. Izaha explains that since he promised to get even with them, he will. But right now, the biggest problem is Cho Sampyeong, as his whereabouts are unknown. The guest explains that it is only a matter of time and sooner or later he will return home. Then the guy asks if this kid will handle Cho Sampyeong on his own when he returns to the brothel. Cha Santoye proudly declares that he is definitely strong enough to handle someone like this piece of shit. Such proud and bold statements surprise Izak. He opens his mouth in surprise because he remembers what this guy is like in battle. But here the manager tries to back down and explains that it will be somewhat problematic for him to deal with him because he has a damaged eye. But this annoys the main character, and he responds sharply, asking this idiot to tell him for sure whether he can handle him or not. His interlocutor replies that he will see if he can use the element of surprise as an advantage over his enemy, and he starts bragging that he is a very famous master of tricks, but this does not impress Izuka at all. The guy doesn't want to hear his bragging anymore, and asks if he can handle the 3 brothels once they deal with all the Cho brothers. This man has taken on a dignified look with a languid gaze and declares that he is Cha Song-tai. But the main character interrupts his boasting and declares that he has already figured out who this idiot is. But she continues the conversation and explains that as long as there are so many people living in these brothels, it will be impossible to deal with them all. Their main task is to ensure that everyone who works there gets what they deserve and that no one like this swindler sells crap for the price of top-notch liquor. Izaha adds that they will take care of all the sick and will not interfere with those who want to return home. Sante looks intently at his interlocutor, exhales heavily, and realizes that this will not be an easy job. But the main character explains that they are obliged to do everything, despite the difficulties, but his interlocutor asks why they need it. But threats flew at such a question. Izaha explains that it is better than if our dear Sante dies at his hands. This poor guy understands that he is between two fires, and no matter whose side he is on, he risks his life everywhere. The protagonist warns the manager to make sure their plan works, because if something goes wrong, he will personally make sure he meets the Cho brothers in the afterlife. His interlocutor swallowed a heavy lump in his throat and understood that this situation was no joke. Then he throws the chopsticks on the table, folds his arms over his chest, and angrily declares that to hell with it all. He's tired of Aizaha threatening him with death in any situation, so he thinks maybe it's better for him to break free and go to the mountains. The main character is not confused and explains that if they succeed, then Sante will run the 3 brothels. But if he doesn't want to, then someone else will do it. This cunning man immediately changes his mind and declares that it is too early for him to resign. The guy holds a glass of alcohol, exhales, and looks at his interlocutor with a little contempt. Then, without saying anything, he abruptly tips the glass over and drinks all the alcohol in it. Also, without explaining anything, he abruptly gets up from the table. It seems like he has some kind of plan. Aizaha takes off his clothes, but his guest doesn't understand why he's undressing in the middle of a meal, so his friend explains that he wants to change into his clothes. Sante looked at him in surprise and didn't understand what was happening and why it was all happening. The guy, already half naked, declares that it's enough to be trendy and orders to change clothes. The manager doesn't like the idea at all and mutters to himself that he's a fucking thief. Aizaha heard this and looked at his guest in surprise but said nothing. Then Songtae realized that he needed to justify himself, and so he explained what Cho Il-sumi meant. The manager gives him his clothes and tells him to finish off this fucking thief. And he adds that Aizaha is smarter than he thought, because he didn't expect him to understand that he wouldn't be allowed into the blooming plum tree in that rag. After all, his clothes attract a lot of attention, although in any case, Sante doubts that this guy will be allowed into a brothel even in this form. And he adds that this young man will be stopped immediately at the entrance, as soon as they see his face. 2 young men with bare torsos stand slightly confused and in awkward silence. After a while, Isaac has already changed and is tying a high and tight ponytail to his long and lush hair. This guy seems to have completely transformed and asks the manager what he looks like. And this sycophant smiles broadly and declares that he looks as beautiful as ever. And he adds that he looks almost like a boy running errands, but he is not at all pleased by such a compliment. Sante continues to sneer at the main character and states that he looks a little better than he thought. Before that, Izuka was wearing some old rags and looked like a homeless person, and he advises him to dress better. But after these words, he received a strong slap on the head, which made him crouch down. Now he stands still with his head bowed, and the boy explains to him so that he can finally calm down. Aizaha menacingly declares that he is probably too kind to this boy, as his habits are getting out of hand. Sante bowed his head, listened carefully, and clearly understood the hint, and now it would be better to restrain himself. Then the young man turns to the door and prepares to leave, explaining that he will be back soon. The manager sees him off, bows, and tells him to be more careful with his clothes. Aizaha leaves, and the boy remains in his house and in his clothes, but he seems happy to be alone for a little while. The main character is not in a hurry, but has already moved a fairly long distance from home. And only when Sante is sure that he won't be heard does he quietly call him a fucking idiot. At that time, the main character has already reached the Plum Blossom brothel and approaches the guards. Everyone bowed politely and greeted him, but Aizaha, holding a sword behind his back, asked if Cho Il-sum was here. One of the guards asks if their guest really wants to meet the owner. He is surprised, so he asks where he is from. In a confident voice, the boy announces that he is from the Black Rabbit Union and asks to be taken to Cho Il-sum. Another one of them asks if he is really from the Black Rabbit Alliance and asks his name. Instead, Aizaha doesn't answer, but instead gives a strong slap to the guard who asked. And now he demands that this bastard stop wasting his time and stop pulling the cat by the tail, so he orders that he simply be taken to their master. And surprisingly, his tactic works, as he is apologized to and the door is politely opened. The security guard enters the hall first and invites the distinguished guest to follow him. Aizaha seems to float in this expensive outfit. It really suits him, and the rest of the guards politely stand aside and don't seem to recognize him. It's very quiet and peaceful in the brothel, and in the meantime, they go up to the second floor. The security guard took him into the hall and asked him to wait here because he had to inform the owner. The protagonist agrees, politely walks through the hall and sits down in a comfortable place, placing his sword next to him. He had enough time to look around and concludes that he is impressed by this interior. He suggests that the plan was to adopt the Black Rabbit Alliance here so that the Cho brothers could create their alliance in Marima. Suddenly, the door opens abruptly and a dignified and stern man emerges. He frowned, looked intently at the boy, and declared that he was seeing him for the first time. And in his mind, he was already angry with the guest. because this brat dared to come to him at such a late hour. Aizaha is still sitting and hasn't even gotten up to greet the owner. Brother Cho is very surprised and angry by this. He doesn't understand why this guy is sitting in his chair, but before he does anything, he needs to know who he's dealing with, so he politely asks how high this guy's status is in the alliance hierarchy. But the main character asks with a smile who told him that he belongs to the Black Rabbit Union. Ilsuma frowned and in a stern voice reported that his subordinates had told him this. Instead, Aizaha looks at his interlocutor with a sweet smile and asks if he really doesn't recognize him. And at that moment, the owner of the establishment realizes that it's that idiot running errands from the hotel, Zaha. The boy's eyes light up, a mischievous smile shines, and he laconically reports that Ilsuma was not mistaken. This guy is shaking with anger. All his veins are swollen, and he's asking through his teeth if that kid has lost his mind at all. And he doesn't understand why this guy is still alive, because he clearly remembers how his brother left saying he would deal with him. Izaha sits proudly in the center of the room. He feels very comfortable and enjoys the moment. The guy happily announces that he is here because his brother Cho Eagle is dead. Ilsuma turned red with anger, his nostrils flared, and his veins bulged. Now he looked like an angry bull. It took him a few seconds to understand what this rascal was talking about. The brothel owner looks very demonic now and claims that this boy has completely lost his temper while running errands. But the boy is not afraid of his appearance and continues to tease the enemy, telling him that his brother had just ordered his men to dig a hole when Izaha decided to kill him. This moron shouts and asks how dare some scumbag say such a thing and is about to punch him. The main character is not scared at all. He looks at his opponent with contempt. The boy prepares to defend himself from his attacker's blow, although Ilsuma is very confident in his abilities. Their hands came close to each other and a collision of two powerful energies occurred. However, Aizaha turned out to be stronger and with his strength managed to defend himself and push away the attacker. This powerful blow threw Brother Cho far back from the boy, his back hitting the floor. But he doesn't stay there, but immediately gets up and gets angry that he was defeated. He can't understand how this just happened, why he couldn't attack normally. The brothel owner looks at his hand in surprise and cannot believe that he has lost in the key aspect. Izaha slowly gets up from his chair and declares that his rumored opponent is much stronger than he actually is. Ilsuma suspects something, because how could this happen if this kid was just a regular boy running errands just a few days ago? The guy looks intently at his opponent and asks what's the matter, why he's not attacking. And he adds that if he doesn't want to, then Aizaha will start himself. And, with fire in his eyes, he advances without hesitation. Brother Cho, surprised by the speed and strength of his opponent, tries to pull himself together. This man gathers all his strength in his hands and tries to use chi energy. But his strength is insignificant compared to Isaac's. The boy without hesitation repels the attack with one hand. Thanks to this young man's strength, all the furniture in the room is overturned, and his opponent is not even visible. Ilsuma flew a few meters, hit his back against the wall and made a considerable mark there. It turns out that this man broke the door due to this powerful whirlwind and ended up in the corridor. The main character stands proudly in the doorway of the hall with a stony face, not showing any emotion. He looked at his right hand and seemed surprised at how strong it was, and his opponent is breathing heavily and coughing up blood, which has stained the corridor floor. Ilsuma is on his knees and is no longer able to get up, and at this moment his opponent proudly approaches closer and closer. His body shakes as he tries to get up and silently asks how this guy can use such techniques. The main character does not give him an answer and only proudly looks down on his victim. Then he comes closer, grabs his opponent by the neck with one hand, and lifts him off the ground. And he asks why when scum like this learns techniques, it's normal. But when a simple boy runs errands, it's bad. After these words, he squeezes his throat even harder with his fingers, and Brother Cho groans in pain. Ilsuma grabbed the attacker's hand with his own hands, but the boy continued to explain that this man was a real scumbag because he used other people's resources for his own enrichment. He stares at the brothel owner with a cold gaze and repeats that this man is a real scumbag. His victim looks at him with a pleading look and barely utters a word, begging for mercy. But the main character will do what he came here for. He will destroy his brother Cho Il-sum no matter what. The crash with which the brothel owner fell to the ground shook the entire building, and everyone realized that something was happening upstairs. All of Cho Il-sum's guards and subordinates immediately ran there, shouting that their master had been attacked. Instead, Izaha aggressively declares that these idiots are empty-headed and helpless because they came when his master had already thrown off his hooves. The guy looked at them and realized that he had to at least somehow explain the situation and try to use it to his advantage. Therefore, it is stated that the leader of the Black Rabbit has changed his mind and decided to postpone the establishment of the sect in Yilan Prefecture. And he continues that they decided to use the Cho family as an example of what would happen to them if they questioned the Black Rabbit's decision. Everyone present listened to this in silence, standing quietly aside, frightened and unable to even move. Izaha shouts menacingly for everyone to get out of the way if they value their lives. The guards lined up neatly against the wall and made a wide passage for the man who had just destroyed their boss. Suddenly, behind his back, the guy hears that someone recognized him and calls him the guy running errands from the Zaha Hotel. Now everyone present is whispering and asking questions and can't believe it's true. They claim that the boy's clothes have changed, but they are 100% sure that it is the same young man. Izaha has almost passed, but suddenly turns to look at these gossipers. He proudly holds his head high and declares that he is the same guy on the run. After his words, the guards didn't get angry at all, but they gritted their teeth and no one dared to say anything. The protagonist saw their sincere anger and asks if they are mad that he is someone's number 6. They are burning with anger, their eyes are black, and their veins are protruding and throbbing violently. Izaha boldly asks if there are anyone here who wants to join Cho Il-sum in hell, so he can arrange a meeting for them. Silence fell in the corridor, and only the occasional heavy breathing and excitement of the brothel workers could be heard. The guy looked at them. He knew that there would be no one willing, so he was going to leave. But suddenly he hears a man asking in a trembling voice why he killed their master. The young man doesn't think for long and in response asks them his own question, whether this scumbag had any reason to destroy the people around him. There were no more questions from the guards, and Izaka headed for the exit from this beautiful institution. He returned to his house and was met at the doorstep by Songtae, who asked why he had returned so early, since he said he had already dealt with Cho Il-sum. Entering the house, the guy announces that this bandit is in heaven and adds that you can get there even if you do bad things, but his friend cannot believe it. Then Izaha stops for a moment, looks intently into his eyes, and declares that if he doesn't believe it, he can see for himself. Songtae recalls that only a moment has passed since he went to the brothel, and he does not understand how it was possible to do it so quickly. The manager takes a closer look at him and realizes that he doesn't have a scratch on him after beating such a strong opponent as Cho Il-sum. This man becomes even more suspicious to Songtae because it is completely unclear how he became so strong in such a short period of time. Izaha goes to his room and tells the guy to make sure he cleans everything before leaving, adding that he should keep the hotel clean. The young man looks at the table with dirty dishes where they had dinner and is very surprised by such a request. He was very angry that this idiot dared to order Cha Songtae himself to clean up. But he realizes that he has nowhere to go and angrily tries to find a broom to clean everything up. The main character is sitting on his bed, and now, after taking care of all the urgent matters, he can calmly train. He tries to immerse himself in meditation, but something seems to be bothering him and preventing him from concentrating. The guy remembers today's fight with Brother Cho and his powerful blow, which became decisive in their fight. He understands that he is becoming stronger much faster than he expected and is not going to miss this chance. Therefore, he tries to drive away all unnecessary thoughts and focus on the only important thing he has at the moment. The young man has gathered and focused his spirit and begins his training in silence and tranquility. The night was surprisingly very calm and pleasant, and a sunny and warm morning came. Rumors are already spreading wildly around the city that Cho Il-sum is dead and that he was killed by a servant from the Zaha Hotel. Songtae woke up early today and is energetically heading to Isaac and listening to all this gossip with pleasure. The road to the hotel was not long, and he went inside with good spirits and enthusiasm. And at this time, Isaac finished his meditation, which lasted all evening and all night. He looked at his hands and happily declared that he had finally reached the Wooden Kingdom and was now one step closer to the Kingdom of Darkness. He had already reached this level in a past life, but it wasn't so fast then. He's happy because he understands that this time he will really be able to become much stronger than he was in his last life. But his room looks very terrible, as if it is all burned from his such teachings. The guy assumes that it's because a lot of bad things come out of the body when you advance to a higher level. But aside from the appearance, the smell in the house is simply unbearable. But this stench is a sign that the guy has really moved on, and his body has become much more frequent than it was before. Suddenly he hears someone's voice behind the door. Someone shouts that the house stinks very badly. Standing in the doorway is Songtae, covering his nose with his hand and explaining that it smells like something is rotting. Izaha casually greets his friend as if nothing had happened and asks what he's doing here so early. But he can't think about anything but this stench and asks if Izaha has shit himself. The main character doesn't like such assumptions at all and frowns. His guest could no longer stand the bad smell and quickly ran outside to get some fresh air. He explains that to take a shit, you need to go outside and not in your room. The main character was even more angry at these words and Sante continues and suggests that the guy had defecated more than once. Instead, the manager on the street is bent over the ground and seems to have a robotic reflex. From the Zaha Hotel, the guy's headed to the Plum Blossom brothel, because this establishment has many advantages. The protagonist is enjoying a hot bath alone in a beautiful room. The water steams and almost burns his skin, and the guy exhales with pleasure and enjoys the pleasant moment. The next moment, the guy remembers something, and it ruins his good mood a bit. He remembers Sante pointing a knife at him and yelling at him to stay away from him and take a bath first. Instead, the young man asked his friend to put down the knife, but he really smelled of it from a mile away. This manager is very annoying to the main character, and it spoils all his enjoyment of the hot bath. Suddenly, the red door to the room opened and someone entered quietly and very softly. The guy was very surprised because he definitely wasn't expecting guests at such an intimate moment. It was Cheon who came, holding a large towel in her hands and bowing her head before the young man. But Izaka is not at all happy to see her, and contemptuously asks why she came here. The girl is still standing with her head bowed and explains that she is here to help him with the bath. But the guy doesn't understand what she's talking about, so Cheon explains that this is her brother Song Tae's will. She adds that if he doesn't want her, then she will come when he's finished bathing and dry him off. But the guy explains to her that he feels fine and doesn't need her help, so she asks him not to come. And he adds that he will talk to Song Tae about it and explain everything to him clearly. And he also explains that she should not do such things anymore. The guy had already told her that she wasn't a prostitute selling her body, but now she was a hostess who welcomed visitors, so she had to behave accordingly. The girl looks at him with a surprised look and seems not to really understand how to behave. After that, the young man turns his head away from her and is lost in his own thoughts, while the girl still stands motionless. He's worried that this bastard keeps making her do things Aizaha didn't even ask for. Cheyenne is still surprised and stands by the boy's bathroom, holding this big towel. Then she bows her head and thanks the young man and apologizes for everything that happened before. Aizaha behaves very casually and explains that these are all trifles and are in the past. The girl asks why the guy let himself be beaten so badly then, if he is so strong. The young man understands that such questions may be repeated, so he needs to be given a clear explanation. So he says that this was necessary in order to later use it as a reason for revenge. And he explains that when it comes to a gentleman's revenge, it can last for decades. But if we talk about the revenge of a boy on errands, then everything happens instantly. Cheon looks at him with big eyes and asks if it's some kind of proverb or saying. But the young man, without undue modesty, looks at her proudly and explains that he just made it up. After that, the girl stood in silence for a moment, then quietly left, leaving the boy alone with his thoughts. The young man closed his eyes and didn't understand how they dared to use beauty in this way. Things like female charms didn't work on him anyway. He mentions the left hand of the demonic cult of the pointing light. Then he said that using women against Isaac didn't work because his tastes were too perverted. So they had to use other people and still their plan failed miserably. These thoughts have inspired sadness, and the boy is angry with himself for thinking about it. At that moment, Santoye runs in and shouts for Izaha to get ready quickly because of the fire. But the main character doesn't understand why this brave man was so scared of some kind of fire. Then calmly, he explains that he is so agitated because Isaac's house is on fire. At this moment, the boy tensed up and now understands why Santoye was so embarrassed. His entire house is on fire and many people have gathered around, but no one is trying to put out the fire. Aizaha is already standing in the crowd of people and trying to understand what is happening here. Meanwhile, a man threatens to kill anyone who tries to help this guy on an errand. And at that moment, someone from the crowd shouts to him whether it's a good idea to burn the house down without taking his brother's body, which is buried in the backyard. These words made the bandit very angry. He almost seethed with anger and asked who dared to say such a thing. Izaha approaches him and boldly says that he said it and calls his interlocutor a piece of shit. Cho Sampyeong looks at the guy and can't understand who he is and why he dares to speak to him in such a tone. A second later, he asks who the boy is, and the question frankly surprises the young man. Instead, the stone-faced boy asks why he's doing something wrong with these people. Sampyeong can't believe his eyes. Is it really Izaha, that pathetic son of a bitch? A very respectable man in a black suit and hat approaches them and asks if this is the same guy, and hears an affirmative answer. But this man is showing displeasure at being dragged here to get rid of some worthless guy on an errand. Brother Cho doesn't know how to answer this. He doesn't dare to contradict his boss in any way. This man continues and explains that his brothers intended to establish a sect in Yilan Prefecture, but they're faced with some worthless guy running errands that they can't handle. A black hat with a poker face looks at his subordinate and asks if they are making fun of him. Sampyeong is not just confused, he has no excuses and does not understand how this happened, because he considered himself and his brothers very strong. This respectable man declares that if he has to wave his sword in front of some brat, the whole of Murim will laugh at him. So he looks sternly at Brother Cho and tells him to deal with the guy himself. But this statement by Cho Sampyeong was terribly surprising and seriously frightening. And the man continues and explains that if his abilities are so weak that he is unable to handle this six, then perhaps he should join his brothers. The poor guy tries to say at least a few words in his defense, but he's so shocked that he can't say anything. At this moment, Izaha approaches him and explains that this man is right, and Sampyeong should have at least a little common sense. In order not to make others do the work for him, the guy asks to fight him himself. The protagonist adds a condition for the battle. He explains that the one who loses will go into the fire. But this prospect does not please his opponent at all. The black hat listened to this and concluded that the guy on the errands had a very inflated ego. And he adds that he would be happy to witness their battle. It means nothing to Isaac, but the other looks confused. It was at this moment that the man decided to give his name. He declared that he was Ning Jisuk of the Dark Storm Castle. Everyone around them has moved aside. The two rivals stand facing each other, and behind them, the house is burning. Sampyeong asks himself how his brothers could lose to this fucking idiot. Instead, Izaha looks at Jisuk and realizes that it looks like he's giving Sampyeong a chance to fight, but he really wants to test how strong this young man is. Both are ready to start the fight. Brother Cho has drawn his sword and stood in a stance, but Izaha stands without a weapon. The protagonist hears screams and accusations from his opponent about what he is doing. However, the young man does not understand at all what his opponent is talking about and what he wants from him. Then Sampyeong says through gritted teeth with aggression to draw his sword and they could start. Instead, the boy looked intently at his opponent and coldly said that he didn't need a sword to deal with someone like him. It seems this scumbag didn't expect to hear exactly that kind of response from such a brat. These words seem to ignite him, so he angrily shouts, "How dare this shithead say such things?" And he tried to attack his opponent, but the main character easily dodged. Now it was his turn to attack. Izaha clenched his fist and was ready to strike. The protagonist punches his opponent with his right hand and hits him in the ribs. This man immediately fell to the ground, screaming and moaning in intense pain. Instead, Izaha stands over him and contemptuously tells him to stop overplaying, because he didn't even use all his strength. These words made Cho Sampyeong very angry, so he stood up abruptly and swung his sword. But it didn't work, because the guy is very good at dodging his attacks. He very easily caught his opponent's hand, in which he held the sword, but Sampyeong didn't like it at all. Isaac looks down on his rival and declares that his brothers were stronger than him. Instead, the man doesn't answer anything. He's only thinking about how to stay alive in this fight. But the young man seems to have other plans and says that it is better that none of the Cho brothers return to the village. With a quick movement, he snatches the sword from his opponent and delivers a decisive blow. And only fear and indescribable horror froze on Cho Sampyeong's face. It was all over. Izaha emerged victorious in this battle, standing proudly and contemplating what he had done. People around are surprised. Is this really the same guy running errands from Zaha's hotel? Instead, the young man looks at his hotel with sympathy and asks why they did this. But he is distracted by someone's voice. It's Ning Ji-seok, who says that it was a very good performance. He stands with his arms folded across his chest and adds that this young man definitely has talent. Then he turns in the other direction and leaves, saying that when something happens, they will see each other again. However, Izaka is not ready to let him go so easily and asks where this filth has gone. This kind of address really surprised the black hat, and he asks how anyone could dare to address him like that and stop him. The young man is confident in his abilities and declares that it's enough to play with him because he doesn't care who this man is. The protagonist points his sword at Ning Ji-seok, making it clear that he wants to fight him. And he explains that he will not allow anyone involved in the arson of his hotel to just leave like that. At this moment, the man in the black suit picks up speed and runs away, apparently realizing that he will not be able to survive this fight. Izaha is a little surprised by the behavior of this man, who at first seemed very respectful and serious. But the guy isn't going to just let him go, so he runs after this jerk. The main character clearly runs better than his opponent, as he is already in front of him in a few seconds. Ning Ji-seok realizes that he has nowhere to go, tries to gather all his strength and strike. He directs all his energy at his opponent with the hope of having at least some advantage. But these efforts had no effect on the main character at all, and the guy doesn't feel any strength in him. The young man turns sharply and combines his strength with his sword, cutting through the space behind him. This wave has not just affected Ning Ji-seok, it seems that he is no longer capable of anything and is losing touch with this world. The next second, red blood spurts from the places where the blow occurred, and it is clear how powerful it was. His opponent falls to the ground with no signs of life, and thus the fight is over before it even begins normally. Izaha stands firm, his expression stony, still holding his weapon. By this time, his hotel had almost burned down, the roof had collapsed, and there was nothing left to save. The main character still remains near the two bodies of people who only recently seemed so strong and formidable to everyone. This turn of events greatly frightens and surprises the audience, who are still standing and watching all the events. Sante is among them, but there is no fear visible on his face, only surprise and suspicion. He is still thinking about who this Izuka really is. He thinks that now Cho Sampyeong has also gone to another world following his brothers. But now he is looking intently at another lifeless body and has a much more important question. Chasongte has no idea who the hell this guy is and what he needed here. The main character turns around and calls the people around him bitches, which really scares them. He looks at them sternly and asks who gave the order to burn his house and threatens that they will all get what they deserve. They seem to have not expected such a turn of events and are terribly afraid of the man who has just so easily destroyed the strongest of those they knew. From the crowd, anxious voices of people can be heard, begging to be forgiven and left alive. But the young man is indifferent to their pleas. He still stares sternly and demands an answer to his question. At this moment, Sante emerges from the crowd and suggests that they wanted to get rid of the hellish stench that was coming from this house. And he adds that when he first smelled this smell in this house, he also wanted to burn it. People don't understand what smell this guy is talking about and ask, and he explains that the hotel smelled like shit and suggests that maybe someone shitted there. But these conversations don't evict the guy at all, but on the contrary, they tease him even more, and he starts thinking about killing this idiot. To stop these conversations, he loudly addresses Cha Song-tae, and at that moment everyone instantly fell silent. He orders to gather all the idiots here and rebuild Zaha's hotel with them. But the manager doesn't understand why he has to deal with these matters. He definitely doesn't need these problems. But the young man menacingly declares that this guy really thought that Izaka would just sit back and do nothing about it. Sante stood in silence for a moment, pondering his master's words and realizing that he had no choice at all. Since he will already be doing this, they will all have to put in more effort to do everything well. Now there is more space in the yard, so the young man plans to build a large 2-story house there. Izaha suggests building a wall on the edge, so there will definitely be plenty of space. He says he wants to have a separate space for classes and training. Sante looks at him in surprise and asks if Izaha wants a dojo built for him instead of a hotel. But the guy looks sternly and in a menacing voice declares that they should build both in the same place. He thought about it. He had no choice but to agree, so he promised that he would come up with something. He raises his head and adds that it could be called the Dojo Zaha Hotel, and then waits for the head's opinion. The guy doesn't answer anything, just asks that he look for talented people during construction and explains that he still wants to organize a sect. His subordinates are surprised by this decision and ask if he really thinks the Black Rabbit Alliance will stand aside. The main character smiles slyly and explains that if they climb, he will worry about them. The guy asks with genuine curiosity what he plans to name his sect. Without thinking for a second, the protagonist declares that its name will be the Full Moon Sect. And in his mind, he remembers that this sect was the first one he created in a past life, and that is how it will be created now. Cha Song-tae tilted his head and carefully considered the name he had just heard. He seemed to like it. He comes up with a brilliant idea, so he looks his interlocutor in the eye and asks if he can now call him the owner of the moon. But the guy doesn't seem to care, he says, without much enthusiasm, that he can call him whatever he wants. Sante fell silent, seemingly sad that the boy didn't appreciate his efforts for a moment. But suddenly one question dawned on him. He explains that it is obvious to him that Izuka is not at all the same as he knew him before. Therefore, he has one question for the guy, and the main character listens to him carefully. This must be an important and serious question, because the young man pauses to collect his thoughts. And finally, he asks why Izaha left him alive, because the more he thinks about it, the more it is not obvious to him. But this young man won't be beaten so easily. He jokes that he left him alive in order to mock him. This poor guy's eyes widened in surprise, and at first he didn't even know what to say. They both look at the remains of the house, and Sante concludes that perhaps this is better than death after all. It was already evening, and since Isaac was no longer at home, he returned to the Hotel of the Plum Blossoms. He sits in the lotus position again and does his meditation training to increase his level. The guy sits with his eyes closed and thinks only about the fact that he must improve his chi technique. The young man knows from his previous life's experience how important it is to protect others. Instead, Sante sat down with papers, apparently contemplating the layout of his master's future home. A warm and bright morning has arrived, and the place where the Zaha Hotel once stood has been nicely cleared. Sante has gathered people around him and is giving them commands to complete this task as quickly as possible. And at the Plum Blossom Hotel, Isaac spent the entire night meditating again, and only now has he finished it. They came to the guy's room, but he doesn't like it at all when someone bothers him. This is Songtae. He explains that the Black Rabbit Alliance visited the hotel and reports that the Cho brothers always greeted them very honorably. And he adds that the two of them had welcomed them with joy before, but he doesn't know how to treat them now. The host abruptly gets up from the bed and announces that he will go greet the guests. His interlocutor hastily asks if Aizaha is going to fight these men. The protagonist explains that these people will most likely turn a blind eye to the death of the Cho brothers and will simply demand tribute and may also invite him into an alliance. Santoye seems to panic and asks what he plans to do if they didn't just come to say hello, because he doesn't want to have any problems with the Black Rabbits Alliance. Aizaha, on the contrary, does not panic at all and proudly declares that perhaps this is a problem for the manager, but not for him. But the boy can't calm down and angrily asks if they should just accept death. The protagonist heads for the door and explains that their guests will try to kill him first. And without an ounce of fear or hesitation, he boldly declares that he will not die under any circumstances. These words silenced the poor man, but the fear in his eyes remained. They have already arrived at the hall, where the members of the Black Rabbit sect already feel at home. Santoye didn't stay in the room. He wished them a pleasant time and left. Instead, Aizaha sat in the center chair and looked down on his guests. The first man with a flat peak introduced himself as Chongpong, from the Golden Peak Division Black Rabbit Alliance. Another one with a round face says his name is Han Go-wook, and he is also from the Golden Peak Department. But the owner of the establishment is in no hurry to tell his name and who he is, and this surprises the guests very much. They are not used to such an attitude. However, for now, they are politely chatting and asking if he killed the three Cho brothers. Instead, the young man is very laconic and briefly, in one word, says that he did it. The men from the Black Rabbit Alliance are very surprised by this reaction and behavior. Aizaha asks why they need this information and how they are connected to the Cho brothers, and then asks what they are doing here anyway, because this is a completely different department. These two faces look at each other, and then at the guy, not understanding what the problem is and why they are being spoken to so rudely. Wonder who this guy thinks he is. Does he really think that if he dealt with the Cho brothers, he can deal with anyone? But then, after looking closely at the guy, they assume he's so confident in his skills. The main character doesn't mess with him and arrogantly asks why they kept quiet. The young man has already done a lot to throw these bastards off balance, but they are still holding their own. So Aizaha thinks they probably came here just to take the money. The man with the flat pike explains that the Cho brothers promised them to establish a sect in this province, but he destroyed them. The guy doesn't answer them, but just waits to see what they'll talk about next. Jung Pang explains that if they tell everything to the Black Rabbit Alliance, this situation will become very complicated, because this guy has hindered their work. Aizaha calmly looks at them with a smile on her face and understands what they are leading to. But he cheerfully asks if they want the guy to pay them bribes now, like the Cho brothers did before. These bandits smile cheerfully and explain that it seems that this young man is not doing so badly. The guy encourages their cheerful mood and suggests they have a few drinks to start, so he calls Miss Sun. Immediately, the front door opens and a girl enters the room and crouches down in a curtsy. The guy with the complaint asks why they haven't been brought this horrible Dukan drink and snacks yet. It took her a moment because at first the girl didn't quite understand what their host was talking about. But I quickly realized that he meant the precious top-quality Dukan liqueur. He immediately bows his head in humility and explains that their entire order will be ready in a minute. Miss Song immediately left, and the guests from the Black Rabbit sect stared intently at the new hotel owner. Han Go-wook, with a round face, declares that alcohol is fine, but they hope to resolve all issues before they leave. It seems the main character is still teasing them and asking why they don't focus on alcohol. The guests became angry. One of them slammed his fist on the table and asked how he dared to speak to them in such a disrespectful tone. Izaka doesn't say anything. He stares intently at the hand that hit the table and endures the pause, and then he menacingly asks if they really want to try their hand at battle with him. These words completely threw these bandits off guard, and they assume that the guy has some kind of plan, because he's acting too self-confidently. The protagonist asks, do you think his guests will believe that the Black Rabbit Alliance will come here to rescue these bastards? And that stunned them even more. Aizaha had already scared these two idiots enough. Aizaha asks, how do they think he would have carried out the massacre of the Cho brothers if he were afraid of the Alliance? These two faces stared at each other and could not utter a single word, so they remained silent. Therefore, the host continues to speak and admits that the skills of these two are much better than the Cho brothers because they were completely talentless. The bandits seem to have swallowed their tongues. It seems they are already very afraid of this guy. The protagonist gives them an ultimatum. If they don't decide by the time Mrs. Song arrives, he will fight them to the death and encourages them to think carefully about their decision. In the next moment, he immediately announces that Miss Song has already returned, and these two almost jump at this news. The guy has a truly killer look. He stares intently at his opponents and awaits their response. And at this time, the girl has already opened the door and calmly and quite confidently enters the room. She looks around and is surprised by the way these two bandits chirp at her master. They smile sweetly and assure him that they will put in a word for him in the Black Rabbit's alliance, so he doesn't have to worry about anything at all. Aizaha is pleased with this turn of events and seems even proud of himself. He announces that he will take them at their word. One of them says, if it comes down to it, they're very glad those brothers are gone because they were really annoying them. Within minutes, these fearless warriors are escaping from the hotel, happy to be alive. Sante watches this and asks if his master did the right thing by just letting them go like that. Aizaha explains that if they kill these two now, they will have to deal with the entire Black Rabbit Alliance. But in reality, the guy doesn't want to deal with the 12th Lord, the Great Rakshasa, so it's not worth attracting his attention right now. The master declares that he will be busy with training for some time, so management and all related responsibilities are transferred to Songtae. He will even be able to temporarily take the position of General of the Full Moon. Cha Songtae does not look happy because he does not want to have such an honor and such responsibilities. The owner adds that if he spends all the money, he will be instantly fired from his position. The young man cannot believe that he will simply be fired without any consequences, so he asks again. The main character clarifies that released means dead. Such words really scare the poor guy. Songtae complains to his master and tries to explain that they didn't agree on that. However, the boy hears in response the undeniable fact that this is Isaac's place and therefore his rules. The main character had already moved quite far away and it seemed like the conversation was over, but he still wanted to say something. He turns to Songtae and congratulates him on receiving the position of general. He is the first to have such an honor. However, the young man is not at all happy about such an honor, because the greater the status, the greater the responsibility, and in this case, the very terrible punishment in case of failure. Instead, Aizaha went about his business very happily, taking great pleasure in mocking this poor fellow. Songtae has not moved from his place yet, bowed his head, exhaled heavily, and laments how difficult his life is. The main character has come to a place where they serve very tasty noodles, where he has a meeting. Going inside, he sees the headmaster of the Dragonhead Forge, Kum Chulong, who is having lunch. The forge master is chewing something and is happy to see the boy, since he has come, so he concludes that the boy has done well. Aizaha sits down at the table next to this mountain of muscles and calmly replies that he has done what he promised. The waiter behind the bar smiles sincerely and asks if his guest would like to order a specialty dish. The guy says he would be happy to try it and has promised that it will be ready any minute. Kum Chulong starts the conversation and says that it's amazing because the guy managed to defeat the three Cho brothers and then Ningji Seok. Izaka, without undue modesty, with a poker face, laconically says that this is how it all happened. The forge boss asks if the Black Rabbit shouldn't be chasing him after something like this. And if that's really the case, then wherever he goes, many people could die. The guy remembers that in a past life, he also had conflicts with the Cho brothers and regrets that he hasn't paid them back yet. The protagonist believes that they are not in danger now, but this conflict will arise in the near future, so he plans to attack the sect himself, so the others will not be harmed. Chulong looked menacingly and asked if Aizaha was really going to attack them alone, without help or support. The guy doesn't think long about the answer. He's quite sure he can handle it himself. But the blacksmith still cannot understand how the young man managed to defeat the three brothers, and now says such things. Then he changes the topic and asks the guy to remember the taste of the stump they were served here, and then be sure to treat him like he did today. Aizaha asks incomprehensibly how he can force such a poor man to treat him. Chulong reminds us that this young man is the owner of the Azaga Hotel, so it's hard to call him poor. At this moment, a waiter comes up and asks if the guy works at this hotel. Aizaha says that besides him, Dungsu's brother works there. This nice young man is surprised by this, because he is Dungsu's brother and he has definitely never worked there and does not work there now. Instead, the hotel owner proudly folded his arms and declared that everyone he knew had been working there for a long time, which amused the employee. Aizaha confidently stirs the dish with his chopsticks and says that if this young man worked for him, he could afford to treat his boss to noodles. After these words, Dungsu carefully and slowly pushes the plate away from him and sternly asks what this dear guest is allowing himself. At this moment, someone from outside shouts menacingly for Aizaha to come out, so everyone turns to see who it is. There stands a mysterious man dressed all in black. He has a long black cloak and his face is covered, so it's hard to understand who he is. The waiter cheerfully calls him sir and says that they came to see him, but Izaha gets angry because he's just a sir and not a guest. The guy sternly looked into the yard, raised his eyebrows, and asked him to be careful there. The blacksmith also asks him to be careful and adds that it will rain soon, so he might get sick. The main character listened to this, gathered his thoughts, exhaled heavily, and rose from his seat. He confidently walks towards the exit, holding a weapon in his right hand and declaring that nothing is impossible for him. Clouds have gathered over the city. It has started to rain, and two men are standing on the street. The man in black asks if he is the guy who had the nerve to kill Ning Ji-seok from the Black Rabbit. The guy pretends he can't remember who it is, but the name seems familiar to him. He remembers the impudent face of this scoundrel in a black hat and long cloak, and he pretends that for him this event was ordinary and not worth remembering. Instead, the man lowers the mask from his face to his neck and scares that he was sent by the Black Rabbit Alliance. The main character recognizes him. It is the two-eared phantom Yu Song-woo. It was he who attacked and killed him in a past life. The guy thinks about the fact that his guest is so young and already has such a serious nickname. The two-eared phantom looks out from under his forehead and asks why that bastard killed Ning Ji-seok. The boy is not scared by either the tone or the appearance of this character, so he calmly explains that the man burned down his house. Instead, his interlocutor smiles and explains that he buried himself with this motive. The guy asks if his rival really thinks that if he destroys him, everything will be in his hands. And he adds condescendingly that it's a pity that he was deprived not only of his hair, but also of his mind. This annoys Wee Shung-woo, so he threatens that before killing him, he plans to teach the guy a lesson. And in a moment, a bright bolt of lightning strikes between them, blinding everything around. This man is very skilled and extremely fast. He's approaching his opponent headlong. She attacks Isaac, but the guy is also quite skilled, so he dodges without fail. The protagonist takes a step back to increase the distance and have more room to maneuver. The attacker didn't expect this boy to be so good at fighting and be able to avoid injury. The young man remembers that the two-eared phantom is actually two people, not one, and if he is in danger, someone will immediately come running to save him. The guy successfully defends himself against all the maneuvers of this messenger from the Black Rabbit. But it must be admitted, this opponent is very strong. He swings his sword, although Izaha still does well. He has taken a few steps back again, and is considering how to carry out his next attack. The protagonist knows that Gu Young-soo is hiding to make a stunning counterattack, but now he will not allow this man to hide any longer. It's already pouring rain outside. Son-tae runs up to the boy, but he tells the boy not to come here. After pausing for a moment, he tells his friend to be quiet and listen, but Son-tae doesn't understand what he's supposed to listen to. The rain has wet his hair and now it's hard for the guy to see, because all his hair is stuck to his face and getting in the way, so he takes off his eye patch. Phantom Yu-song. Wu wastes no time and quickly approaches the boy and swings his sword again. Izaha successfully dodges and warns Son-tae that there is a second one hiding somewhere nearby, so he should be careful. This information scared the boy, so he frantically shakes his head and tries to figure out where another one is hiding. Suddenly, a well-trained and agile man with a gun jumps from the roof of the house. He lands next to the first attacker, and now they are both at full strength ready to fight the young men. The manager is surprised by such a surprise and remarks that his boss was right after all. Izaha, with a smug smile, is happy that he has finally lured this scumbag out of hiding. The two-eared phantom now understands that the boy knew from the beginning that there were two of them here. The young man doesn't answer, just smiles slyly at his rival. The two attackers talk to each other, and one explains that you should be careful, because this guy is not as simple as it seems at first. And the next moment, they are already separated and approaching their enemies with breakneck speed. They exchange stern glances, but Izaha is confident in his abilities, so he is ready to accept the fight. The two-eared phantom Wee Song-woo hears insults addressed to him. Someone shouts at him that he is a bald scoundrel. Son-tae brandishes his sword and boldly declares that he will be his opponent. The young man asks if his opponent even knows what nickname this guy was given, but then threatens that he shouldn't even know, because he'll be cut into pieces right now. Son-tae tries to intimidate him and aggressively shouts for this scum to get ready. The other three in the yard don't understand what this young man wants here. Instead, he runs to them and says that he will fight with all honor and pride. This guy is still holding out and claims that if he cuts off a bald man's head, then he won't have to worry anymore about not having hair on his head. The manager finally got what he wanted. He got that bastard away from Isaac, and now the Phantom is angry with him. Yu Song-woo swings his sword and quickly approaches Cha Song-tae with a menacing look. The boy raised his sword to take the full attack on him and try to fight back. Suddenly, this blow turned out to be very strong. The manager can barely withstand this pressure. And as a result, this powerful energy turned out to be stronger than him. So the boy falls to the wet ground with a thud. The poor man lies completely still, and cold drops of rain fall on his face. Aizaha is surprised by this turn of events and even seems a little worried for his friend. Several minutes have passed, and the young man still doesn't move or get up from the ground. The main character turns to him and asks why he isn't getting up. Is he sick or something? After that, Sante sits down and asks if he should get sick, but Aizaha exhales with relief. He gets to his feet and is annoyed that because of this idiot, all his clothes are now in the swamp. Aizaha gets angry and asks if he really thought these tricks would work, but in his defense, the young man says that if it weren't for the rain, everything would have worked out. And he adds that at that moment, when they would have weakened their defenses, he would have cut off their heads with one movement. However, the hotel owner doesn't seem to have much faith that the manager would succeed. The guests look at the guys and it makes them a little nervous because these freaks are fooling around in front of them. Sante continues. He points his sword at the attackers and declares that the bald idiot's veins are already shaking. And he adds that because of his lack of hair, it seems as if raindrops are dancing on his bald head, and this makes that scoundrel terribly angry. Therefore, the two-eared phantom Yusong Wu, with screams and threats, abruptly attacks the boy with a sword. Sante seems a little scared of this guy because last time he barely recovered from his attack, but he was protected by Aizaha, who somehow managed to find himself between them and easily repelled the attack. The phantom does not back down and makes another offensive attack to destroy these annoying insects. The protagonist defends and attacks back without any problems, but his forces prevail. Therefore, the phantom Yusong Wu is shaking with anger and hatred towards his rivals. Aizaha stands in a fighting stance and watches the guests intently, but he has not yet drawn his sword. And these men in turn pause and also closely monitor his actions. They are all standing in the yard in the rain, each of them watching each other closely. The guy thinks that this is the first time since his return that he has felt something like this. He smiles slyly and realizes that he actually enjoys fighting, so he thinks it's a lot of fun. Gu Yangsu looks at his opponent with contempt and even fear, and does not understand why he is smiling. The main character draws his sword very magically and expressively in slow motion. It turns out that his weapon has some kind of energy, emitting red light, and the guy's facial expression inspires even more fear. His opponents look intently at the weapons and try to understand what is happening here. Even the blacksmith and the waiter left the establishment to see how the boy would handle his attackers. Sante soaks up the rays and doesn't understand what kind of red light is covering his master's weapon. The attackers realize that his weapon had energy, so they gathered their forces to be able to resist. They review themselves and think about a plan of attack that should work, because they don't have many options. These men decided to attack two at once, or increase their chances of victory. The attackers are getting closer and closer to the boy, but they are moving quickly and trying to confuse him. Aizaha doesn't move, just waits for the right moment to use his weapon. When these men got close enough, the protagonist finished them all with one swing of his sword. Immediately after that, two lifeless bodies fell at his feet and the boy lowered his weapon. Sante stands still. He is very surprised at how strong his head is. There is now a lot of dirt in front of the establishment, but from the inside, the battle was also being watched. Instead, the guy's tired of this and will need a moment to just calm down. Sante bowed his head to his master and thanked him for such painstaking work. But the guy doesn't like being addressed like that, so he asked the manager to behave like he used to. Then the young man asks who it was, so Aizaha explains that it was members from the Black Lily organization. This information is quite shocking to the guy. He knows that the Black Lily is much stronger than black cats. He calmed down a little and thought, the guy understands that all this is taking on a more serious turn. Aizaha goes to the hotel and says he needs to take a bath. Santoya in turn says he is ready to clean everything here himself. The main character leaves, but the manager stays and thinks about where to start cleaning. After seeing everything with his own eyes, the blacksmith now understands that the boy really did destroy the three Cho brothers. And the young man is already enjoying the hot bath and the peace and quiet that surrounds him, and he is thinking about the fact that he definitely has more strength. But what worries him is that people who were supposed to die at his hands much later are dead now. Now, the alliance of the Black Lilies and the Black Cats has been added to the list of groups to fight against. The guy closed his eyes and thought about what it was like in his past life, and compared it to his present one. Suddenly, the main character heard some strange sounds in the corridor, and it worried him a little. Without an invitation or a knock, two men burst into his bathroom with guns in their hands. Aizaha looked at them in surprise, but calmly asked what they needed from him. It turns out that the one on the left is the owner of Lee's brothel, Songwoo Jium, and the one on the right is the owner of Shi's brothel, Yoon Chun-gu. The young man thought for a moment, remembered who they were, and asked if Cha Song-tae had perhaps instigated this. It is clear that these robbers are not talkative, They did not answer anything. They immediately took advantage of the moment to attack. Aizaha quickly and imperceptibly climbed out of the bathroom and abruptly and unexpectedly threw it at these idiots. These men have closed their eyes and are hiding their faces with their hands to protect themselves from the debris. But this was their mistake because in this way, very unexpectedly, Isaac got closer to them. The guy grabbed two attackers with both hands at once. The weapons they had with them didn't help them at all. After all, they didn't even have a chance to use it because now they're flying into a wall. These men are now just lying by the wall, having achieved nothing, only making a mess. The protagonist suggests that they attacked because they thought he would be unarmed in his bathtub. He looks at them carefully and assumes that this is the work of his manager, Cha Song-tae. Aizaha left the attackers there, quickly got dressed, and stormed through the hotel corridors. He saw one of the workers and menacingly asked where Cha Song-tae was, but he was fearfully told that he was not here. The hotel owner inspires fear with his menacing gaze and declares that he should be honest with him. But this poor guy bowed his head and explained that it was the absolute truth and that he hadn't seen the manager since he left a little while earlier. Then the guy turns around sharply and heads in the other direction. He intends to find this scoundrel. Aizaha went outside. It was still raining, and he didn't know if the manager was involved in this attack. But he assures that anyone will die if they draw their sword on him. That's what he can promise. Suddenly he hears screams that resemble a fight, all sorts of different voices reaching him. Between these sounds, the protagonist hears a familiar voice. It sounds like Cha Song-tae's voice. So he doesn't think for a moment and quickly runs towards the sounds. And when he runs closer, he sees bodies on the ground. There are so many of them, they are lying everywhere. Aizaha wonders where they come from and why there are so many of them. When he turned the corner of the street, he saw many people gathered against the wall and attacking. He's lying there, backed up against the wall, and these bastards say he's almost exhausted, so we need to attack him together. The poor guy can barely hold his sword in his hand and has no hope of getting out of this alive. The main character saw his friend there. He was very surprised and worried about him. These scumbags heard someone behind them, so they turned around to see who it was. And the young man seems happy that Aizaha has finally appeared here, because now everything will be fine. The hotel owner looks at the poor man with a smile, and remembering how many bodies he has seen and how many people are here, asks how he managed to still be alive. Sante begs the boy to save him. He shouts so loudly that he can be heard. And then, more quietly, with tears in his eyes, he declares that they are fucking scum. They don't even understand where they've gotten themselves into. Everyone present here looked at him, but they stood still and no one dared to attack. Cha Song-tae screams in furious rage. He asks why he doesn't save him, but just stands there. But the boy looks sternly at his friend and asked if this was really the way to ask for help. The young man still has his weapon ready, and all the attackers have already turned towards Isaac. He looks at them sternly and asks why they are just standing there, then adds that they should take up their swords and attack. One of these men shouts that they shouldn't be afraid because he's just a regular guy running errands. They plan to attack all together to make it easier to defeat their opponent and win for sure. Although the boy is not at all scared by this, he even looks at these madmen with contempt. These men dared to approach, but immediately received what they deserved from the main character. They don't even have time to understand how this is happening, because Aizaha is giving everyone, some in the stomach, some in the face, a few quick strikes, and then he used chi energy, so all the attackers were pushed away from the main character. But they fell hard and hit their heads on the ground. They had no chance of defeating such a strong opponent as him. And now all these impudent and lousy faces lie motionless in the rain, bleeding. The hotel owner looks at them closely and contemptuously declares that they are pathetic scum. Cha Song-tae stands with a sword over these men and shouts how they dared to stick a knife in his back. And then he raises his head and looks at his savior, and he looks at him intently. Then the guy doesn't hold back his emotions and asks if Aizaha really came here to save him. Instead, the guy frowns and declares that no, he wanted to kill him with his own hands. Cha Song-tae was angry when he heard this. He was almost killed just now, and he doesn't understand why his master wants to destroy him. The hotel owner explains that he thought this guy had something to do with the attack, but the guy asks if they really came to him too. The chief said that he was enjoying a hot bath when Jung-gu came after him with Woo Gom. The young man guesses that they still can't understand how strong his master is, because masters with a higher level than the Cho brothers have died at his hands. He looked intently at Isaac and explained that he was in a terrible state now, and this was proof that he was no match for these bastards. After these words, the leader confirms that he is probably right after all, and the boy is angry with him because he wanted to kill him. The master thought for a moment, and it seemed that something was bothering him deeply, and he wanted to share it with his friend. The young man noticed the confusion on his master's face and was ready to listen. Aizaha sadly notes that he doesn't belong to the Black Rabbit Alliance, so why does he have to kill so many people? And he adds that they probably think he's easy prey, so how many more men from Ilion County do we need to kill so that such incidents don't happen again? Sontai listened carefully to everything and seemed to understand and share his friend's opinion. So he bows his head and says that he will make sure that no one else dares to even think about doing such stupid things. The man stands proudly, holds his hands behind his back, and asks his subordinate to do a good job on this. The boy promises that he will try and still stands with his head bowed before his master. Izuha walks past the lifeless bodies and looks at them with disappointment, explaining that he just wanted to soak in the bath. This evening is finally over. The whole night passed peacefully and a sunny morning has arrived. On the site of the old Zaha Hotel, construction of a new building is actively underway under the leadership of Sontai. The master spent the night in meditation again. He is actively working on his ki and increasing his strength. Instead, his house is still being rebuilt by the residents of Yilan County. After a month of reconstruction, the first stage of work has already been completed. Izuka came to see what progress they had made and was a little disappointed because very little had been done in a whole month. But the young man explains that this is a very large-scale project, so construction could take a year. Izuha is indignant because a whole year is a long time. The young man explains that he would also like to speed up the process, but that is unlikely. And he adds that the work will not go faster if a lot of random people are thrown into the construction. Although Sontai still has something to brag about because he recently found a skilled manager, and the work has sped up a little. At this moment, a young man walks towards them with confident steps and a good mood. They turn around and the manager points at the young man and declares that this guy is the construction manager. His name is Yoon Ja-seon. He greets the hotel manager and is glad that he came to take a look. Izuha recognized the young man from his past life. This artisan was famous when he was the head of the Hao clan. Sante reports that the young man arrived just in time and says to greet the head of their clan. The guy cheerfully replies that he accepted this job on the recommendation of his uncle, Kim Cheol-yeon. Izaka watches the young man closely and laconically declares that he's glad to see them. The young man remembers that his uncle said that if he did well with this task, he would receive the position of head of the builder's clan and would not have to pay any taxes to the clan. And he asks the head if this is all true. Izuha answers without hesitation that it is. Yoon Ja-seon smiles with all his teeth because this is enough for him, so he promises that he will make something truly incredible out of Zaha's hotel. But before that, the boy wants to ask the head of the clan something, and Izuha listens to him carefully. The construction manager reports that they are going to make temporary barracks for the workers to live and eat. So he says it would be great if the manager treated them to delicious food at least sometimes, but Izuha looks frowning. And then with a smile, he turns to his subordinate manager to give the order. The young man tensed up a bit, because it was difficult to predict how the chairman would respond to such a request. The chairman orders that people from Manhwa, Iwa, and Siwa be sent here every evening to prepare delicious food and treat the workers to it. The manager shakes his head with satisfaction and promises that he will do everything at the highest level. Then Izuha returns to the builder and promises that if he likes the house, he will become the leader of the builder's clan. The guy thanked him for the honor, and the chief, satisfied, went about his business. The boy came to the forged dragon head, and from afar he sees the headmaster Kim Chulong there. The blacksmith is happy to see the head of the clan and asks if he has already met Ja-seon, and he says that he has already met him. He explains that he is a very talented young man who can go looking for work day and night. These words amused the boy a little, and he looked at the forge's chief foreman in surprise. The young man didn't even think that this guy was somehow related to Uncle Guillaume, but the fact that Yeon Ja-seon belonged to the Hao, Full Moon clan, was actually a very good thing. The blacksmith announces with a broad smile that he wants to give the clan head a gift. The guy is a little surprised. He didn't expect this. But the uncle explains that if he wants some kind of weapon, he should just say so. The headman thought and asked if they had ever made anything in the forge that could be called a famous sword or a precious sword. The man folded his arms over his chest and explained that he wouldn't do such a thing because he wouldn't be able to get money for such things. And he adds that if any gossip about this spreads, such treasures will definitely be stolen, if not killed. But even if he is lucky enough to sell such weapons, others will start threatening to do the same to them. It seems he has convinced the guy, but the man sadly explains that it is the simple truth. Izuha thought for a moment about what kind of weapon he would like, one that wouldn't attract too much attention, but would be powerful. And he decided that the weapon should not be sharp and heavy. It would be enough that it would not break or bend. He wanted an unbreakable weapon. The man ponders everything his boss told him and assumes it could be a cane, a club, or a spear. He looked at the boy again and asked if it really didn't matter what shape it was. The young man looked intently into the blacksmith's eyes and confirmed that he didn't care what the shape would be. Then the chief forge master promised that he would think it over and someday give him such a weapon. The boy in turn thanked him and noted that he would look forward to it. After this conversation, the young man went about his business, satisfied with the outcome of the conversation. The guy headed to the Plum Blossom Hotel. It was warm and sunny outside and very calm. But when he reached the hotel, he was met by two men who blocked the hotel owner's path. They look at him sternly, and one of them has a brooch with a picture of a rabbit on his belt. The guy is no longer in such a good mood as he was before, and he asks what's the matter. One of the men frowned and sternly asked if he was the owner of the Zaha Hotel. The guy carefully examined the newcomers and thinks about what he should do in this situation. And the young man decides to say that he is just a guy running errands, and then turns around and walks briskly in the other direction. The man quickly politely begs the young man to stop and not leave them so hastily. Hearing these pleas, Isaac couldn't help but look around. He didn't think they would speak to him so politely. The stranger exhaled with relief and gathered his thoughts to explain who he was and what he needed as best and as quickly as possible. He bows respectfully and explains that he is from the Black Rabbit. His name is Hyung-Ren Hong, and he wants to convey the words of his leadership to him. The clan head's eyes lit up when he heard that these guys were from the Black Rabbit Alliance. This man seriously declares that the boy is invited to a meeting by the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion. But with a sly smile, he adds that he sent the invitation, not the killers, so he had better accept it. And then he threatens, saying that if he returns with nothing, it will be worse for the guy. Izaha understands that he has another challenge, and that his fight against the Black Rabbit Alliance has only just begun. The two of them stand in silence for a moment, and then the young man asks if he really has to come, if this master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion invites him. Hyung-Ren Hong smiles sarcastically and explains that if he doesn't accept the invitation, the only way out is to run away. And he continues that in that case he will remain alive, and the people around him will not suffer. Everyone wins. Izaha asks, what does it mean that if he wants to continue being the head of the Ilion district, he has to bow his head to the Black Rabbit Alliance? And with a stern look, he clarifies that if he doesn't do this, he must leave Ilion. His interlocutor slyly smirks and declares that he understood everything correctly. The guy didn't think for a long time and explained that running away wasn't manly, so he would meet him. This man asks if he needs time until evening or if he's ready to leave with them. Izaha politely explains that he cannot go to meet such a respected person empty-handed and in such a bad shape. And he adds that he will get there himself if they tell him where the meeting will take place, where he needs to go. The guest explains that he was invited to a mountain hut in the hunting grounds of Mount Jungho. The young man remembers where it is and concludes that it is not far and agrees to come. After that, believing the conversation to be over, he heads in the opposite direction. The man from the Black Rabbit tells him that if he still decides to run, he will have to run with all his might and as far as possible. Without turning around, Izaha proudly declares that he has already said that he will not run away, so they have no reason to worry. The clan head slowly gathers for the meeting, and Song-tae nervously shouts because he can't believe that he will go to the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion. The guy doesn't hold back his emotions and calls this man a murderer who is obsessed with money. The chairman clarifies that he was not called, but that he himself decided to leave. But the manager clearly remembers how he said that he was invited. But then he frowned and suggested that everyone gather and wage war against them. However, Izaha is against it because he is not going to send all of Ilion's young men to their deaths, so he will go alone. Sante exploded with anger because he believes that if he goes alone, he will definitely die. And he adds that this scoundrel won't leave him alone because some boy running errands has really pissed him off. He saw that his master did not answer anything, so he wanted to go with him himself. Izaha gave a stern look and asked if his subordinate was seriously talking about this now. The young man looked at him intently, then paused for a moment to gather his thoughts and think carefully. Then he bows his head and replies that to be completely honest, he's not ready for that. The head exhaled and declared that the guy was just throwing words around as usual, and added that he would be back soon, and that Sante should work on his manners. Then the young man thought about something for a moment and decided to say something else to the head of the Aizahu clan. The guy turns and looks at the young man with a slightly dissatisfied expression on his face. The manager holds a velvet garment in his hands and asks him to at least wear it. The chairman looks at it carefully and asks what is happening to Song-tae, because these are the clothes he values so much. The guy clarifies that these things can break because he doesn't go there to have fun. The manager smiles and lets you tear it into even the smallest pieces. He won't feel sorry for it. Upon hearing this, Isaac has a sincere smile on his face. He is glad to have such a friend. Therefore, he boldly puts on a raincoat and energetically leaves the hotel, saying that he will be back soon. The manager bowed his head and folded his hands in respect for his master and guided him with his gaze toward the exit. Hong Ren Hong will be found near a large wall protecting a mountain hut in the hunting grounds of Mount Zhongho. He stands at the entrance, frowning, waiting only because the pavilion master ordered it, but he himself is sure that the guy will not come. But suddenly he sees a young man approaching him from afar. Izaha, dressed beautifully, confidently walks along the forest path to her destination. The man is surprised that this simpleton hasn't run away and assumes that he plans to bow his head and be a subordinate to the Black Rabbit. But I frown and think that this boy is too greedy for errands. The guy has already approached them and proudly and fearlessly declares that he has already come to the meeting. Those men look at him very frowningly and think that this guy is so cocky only because he killed the Cho brothers, but they are sure that it won't last long. The man smiles slyly and invites the guest to come inside because the master is already waiting for him. The head of the clan is not worried at all, but confidently follows his guide inside. There he sees a very handsome man in expensive clothing sitting in front of the fire. This is the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion, Ban Sa-un, and it can be seen from him that he really loves money. Hung Ren Hong bowed his head to his master and announced that he had brought the hotel owner Isaac. This pig-faced man laughs at these words and declares that this ignoramus is not the owner. Then he raises his head and looks closely at the newcomer, his face filled with disgust. The guy proudly and without a drop of fear sternly looks at this fucking and narcissistic idiot. Ban Sa-un reports that he was curious about what the guy who took over 3 brothels looked like, but he looks even younger than he imagined. Since the boy came here, the master concludes that he wants to be taken care of. And then in a very menacing voice, he declares that this boy doesn't know his place and is very greedy. The guy doesn't say anything, doesn't even say hello, but just stands silently and contemplates. Then he takes a chair and calmly sits down opposite this disgusting pig's face. This made the owner furious, and he shouted out who let him sit on the chair. But this reaction doesn't scare Isaac at all. He confidently asks if he needs permission to sit down. They sit opposite each other, with a fire between them, and Hang Ren Hong watches over them. He thinks that this guy has gone completely crazy on the run, and even if he bowed his head and crawled on his knees, it wouldn't be enough. The owner smiles sarcastically and declares that this fool has probably completely lost his mind. The guy smiles cheerfully and explains to everyone present that he is actually telling the truth. His words made the little pig very happy, so he laughed heartily. And then he still cheerfully says that this kid is funny and asks how old he is. But Izaka sternly asks why he did this, and if he was really called here just to find out how old he is. Ban Sa-woon remains sternly silent, so the guy says that since that's all he wanted to talk to him about, then now it's his turn. He sits comfortably in a chair and in a merciless voice tells this pig to choose. And he has to choose between 2 options. Either he dies himself or he will first put his subordinates to death. The owner is really angry. He looks like an angry bull and asks how this scumbag dares to say such things. This man gets up from his chair and declares that he wanted to feel sorry for him, but now it will be difficult not to kill him. Izaha doesn't wait long. He also gets up from his chair and prepares for battle. He immediately approaches his opponent with quick steps and unexpectedly. And the next moment, Izaha releases his ki energy and pushes it into his opponent with furious pressure. Then when the guy added more energy, Ban Sa-un couldn't defend himself against it. But finally, with a loud thud, this little pig couldn't stand on its feet and fell heavily to the ground. But this proud man did not lie on the ground for long, but rose abruptly to attack this little boy. Ban Sa-un can barely stand and his body is shaking, but he doesn't drop the sword from his hand. His eyes are burning with fire, and with his fangs bared, he cannot understand what is happening here. Heng Ren Hong's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in surprise. He definitely didn't expect this young man to be so strong. There are a lot of people gathered around, but it's quiet. Everyone is watching their own business. Now Izaha recalls with a sneer that this little pig wanted to pity him and show him mercy. But with a mad sparkle in his eyes, he adds that he is not the kind of person who needs mercy. This little boar frowned and even looked at the boy with a little fear. He had underestimated him. The young man looked at all this with surprise, and he was afraid of how events would unfold further. The master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion doesn't understand how it's possible for such a scumbag to be so strong. He looks at him intently and remembers exactly that this boy was running errands at the hotel. Izaha laughs at the master and reminds him that he spoke as if he could kill him at any moment. So why is he standing there now? The man was enraged by this remark. He was too proud and arrogant to accept that the boy was stronger than him, so he wanted to attack first. The master points the sword forward and tries to quickly attack his opponent. But the young man easily avoided the blow without any unnecessary movements or fuss and looks very calm. After this blow, Ban Sa-un launches many more quick attacks, but none of them are successful because Izaha is very skilled. The guy thought it was worth trying to fight him since he was a master of the Black Cat Alliance, but in reality, he turned out to be only a third-rate opponent. And the guy doesn't wait another minute because he has already seen all the weakness of this man. He uses his chi energy and delivers a powerful blow to the body of this arrogant piece of shit. His opponent couldn't stay on his feet and was losing his balance and concentration. Izaha is ready to finish the fight without receiving a single wound or even a scratch. The young man draws his sword and fear is visible in the master's eyes because he understands that this is his end. This little boar couldn't even defend or avoid this decisive blow. The head of the Hao clan cuts his opponent's throat with one swing of his sword without any problems or hesitation. Izaha did it with a stony face without any emotion. It looks like it was very easy. Everyone present is shocked by what this scumbag has just done to their leader. Hyung Ren Hong can't believe what just happened, his face showing regret and fear. Izaha is examined and mainly states that they should carefully look at what will happen to anyone who will move the boy on errands from Ilion. The man thinks that the master couldn't even fight back properly. He was so easily defeated. The winner, with a stern expression, asks who wants to die after Banson. Everyone present is very angry, but no one dares to engage in battle after what they see. But one man dared to speak up, and he claims that Izaha attacked the Black Cat Alliance right now. He frowns and firmly asks how he's going to deal with this now. The young man calmly and casually explains that he doesn't care at all, because they're all going to die now. This really scared everyone present. They were not prepared for this and were hoping for a different turn of events. The boy menacingly orders that on the count of 3, everyone kneel, and those whose knees do not bend will be the first to follow their master. The countdown began. Izaha pointedly raised his index finger and strictly pronounced the number 1. Those present stare with wide eyes and sweat when they hear the number 2. The first man was found, who knelt down and bowed his head before the man who had killed their master. Behind him, without thinking for a long time, the rest of those present began to kneel down. They had no time to think and did not want to test their fate. All the people in the mountain hut in the hunting grounds of Mount Jongho bowed their heads to him. The guy looks at it with pleasure and truly enjoys this moment. This is the reason why he suffered for so long. Practiced martial arts, didn't eat, didn't sleep, and meditated a lot. All this suffering was worth it to be able to contemplate such a picture now. He worked very hard on himself to become a demon, and the guy is proud of his work. While he silently looks at these pitiful men, they don't move or even let out a breath. One man dared to ask if Isaac would have mercy on them and not destroy them. But the boy looked at the daredevil carelessly and asked where he got it from and why he had to do it. The man's eyes widened, and he remembered with surprise that he had promised that if they would kneel down, he would have mercy on them. Izaha explains that he said he would deal with those who would not bow their heads first, but he said nothing about pardoning them. And at that moment, their hope that they would be able to survive died. This man is still trying to come to terms and begs Izaha to let them live. The boy, with genuine surprise and incomprehension, asks why he would do this. Then the man growled that if they were going to kill them, they had no choice but to fight to the death. The young man looked at him and explained that before trying to negotiate, it's worth at least introducing yourself and then proposing a deal. The man calls himself Sima B and explains that he is a secret inspector. Izaha carefully and very carefully studies the face of this Sim B and tries to remember. But he doesn't remember this idiot from his past life. Maybe he died with Ban Sang-un when the Black Cat Alliance dealt with his dark deeds. The daredevil continues to diligently convince the young man that if his powers are close to those of the master, then together they could win and change the course of the game. The demon is interested in such a proposal and ponders Simbi's words, because changing the course of the game is exactly what he is working on. The man, frowning, explains that it seemed to him that their guest had not shown all his skills and that he was restraining some of the hot-tempered boys. The young man ironically states that they are probably amazed by the fact that a simple guy running errands hides such strong martial arts skills and possesses key techniques. The poor guy has nothing to say, so he remains silent in embarrassment, and no one else dares to say anything. Izaha looks at the boy with a smile and informs him that he is accepted. If he thinks quickly and tries to survive, it is natural. A smile appears on the boy's face. He is happy that he has been given life. But I immediately thought with regret about what would happen to the other poor people present here. The head menacingly declares that we need to get rid of everyone who knows, because suddenly someone will report all this to the Black Rabbit Union. If a full-scale war with the Alliance starts now, it will be difficult for him to advance towards his goal, so he suggests that they attack, maybe even all at once. Everyone in the mountain hut on the hunting grounds of Mount Jongho is terribly scared. Some are even ready, with hands shaking with fear, to draw their swords and try to fight for their freedom. But the daredevil tries to negotiate and asks if it wouldn't be better if they just promise not to say anything to the Black Rabbit under any circumstances. But the guest, with red sparks in his eyes, croaked, wondering why he should trust these people. Sima B still does not lose hope and explains that he personally can be trusted. However, Aizaha unequivocally and calmly explains that of course he cannot trust him and that this will embarrass the young man. The main character believes that this man is responsible for everything here after the master. Perhaps he thought so because of his eloquence. The man bowed his head and, trembling, said that the guest had thought correctly. The guy arrogantly explains that his boss is dead, and if he comes to his superiors without a single scratch, they are unlikely to leave him alive. Sima B didn't seem to think about it, but now he realizes that this man has the truth. And then Aizaha turns to the rest and says that they all just watched their master die and didn't even try to help. Even if they manage to survive, the stigma of a half-traitor will remain with them, and their life in the Black Rabbit Alliance will be unbearable. This made the brave man think carefully about how to act further, and his face showed sadness and compassion. The protagonist doesn't wait long, but immediately draws his sword and offers to start right away. But suddenly he hears this man say that he has come up with a way. He begs the owner to listen to his words and then make some decisions. Aizaha is very surprised that this man came up with a way to solve this situation so quickly. The man happily declares that they just need to take all the money from the hut, that is, commit an open crime altogether. After these words, silence fell. Everyone was very surprised and did not understand how this would help them. Then the daredevil explains that in reality, this hut is full of money that the master has appropriated for himself. If the higher management finds out about this, then everyone here must die because they collaborated. He continues and explains that this money was obtained in Ilion County. Since they themselves will openly transfer the stolen money, then they will become accomplices. Aizaha clarifies that since they are accomplices, then they won't go tell the Black Cat's Alliance, so they ask not to kill them. And the daredevil explains that it's better than dying right now. The guy thinks a little, and in fact it only bothers him now, and it doesn't matter if the union finds out about it later. Then he looks at these men and agrees to let them go, and they all bow their heads in gratitude and thank them. He looks at the man, calls him a soldier sim, and orders him to take on all this work. But the boy was very surprised by the soldier's address. He wondered what it might mean, so he asked again. Aizaha explains that he said his last name is Sima, so he is a soldier of Sima, but it seems that this is not what the guy wanted to hear. He then explains that since ancient times, people with the surnames Sima and Yuga were the best when it came to recruiting soldiers into the ranks of powerful organizations. The young man looked at the man in surprise and asked why, but Isaac didn't know the answer to this question. So they agreed on this and began to fulfill their promise, each doing their part of the work. They arrived at the Plum Blossom Hotel and unloaded all the goodies they found in the hut. Aizaha, with a satisfied expression on her face, explains that their theft was successful. Sima explains that now that all the money has been moved here, they have no reason to go back. The owner menacingly informs them that they should not cause any problems while they are in the Ilion district, and anyone who disturbs him in this way will not receive a pardon. The daredevil with frightened eyes explains that he will definitely follow up on this and resolve the situation. Aizaha explains that he should gather all the stupid bastards who usually have nothing to do and give them something to do. The young man thought for a moment and asked what the name of this respected and strong man's organization was. Aizaha proudly states that his organization is called the Hao Clan, then clarifies that it is the Peerless Hao Clan. His bottom narrowed. This name really impressed the guy because it sounds threatening and extremely beautiful. But then he adds that he has never heard of such an organization, although the chief doesn't seem to like this answer very much. Aizaha looked intently at his interlocutor and sternly asked if he had really never heard of it. The boy was scared, bowed his head, and apologized because he didn't know anything about such things. The clan leader explains that everything is fine because he recently created his organization and was in a hurry. Sima was a little surprised and didn't understand how it could be done in such a hurry, to which the guy explained that the goal was simply to create something, and it didn't matter what it turned out like. The daredevil explains that he is bothered by the fact that he called his organization incomparable because they don't even know what people can gossip about. Isaac is not bothered by this at all. He explains that being incomparable means having a miserable life. Suddenly, Sante comes running and shouts, asking what these people are carrying inside, where he got it, and when he learned to steal. The guy explains that this money was stolen by the master of the Phoenix Pavilion, as well as the resources for the construction of their hotel building. This seriously shocked the manager and put him into a stupor, his eyebrows furrowed. He doesn't understand why the Black Rabbit Union is bringing money here, so he asks several times why he's doing this. Instead, the young man with a carefree expression on his face explains that this is the will of the boy on the run, the will of the clan head, and the will of the thief. Sante states that he can understand the will of the boy on the run and everyone else, but he doesn't understand why he would put the whole of Ilion in danger, because the Black Rabbit might attack. And he continues to explain that the Black Rabbit is precisely these scoundrels who are the ones who steal, not the ones who are being stolen from. Aizaha calmly says that he is also very good at smacking faces, so everything is fine. Hearing this, Sante covered his eyes with his hand and exhaled in disappointment, then declared that at this rate he would lose his mind. The head of the Pro-Hoip clan said, "If anyone from the Black Rabbit Alliance comes here, then he will deal with their head." The guy looks at the owner with incomprehension and says ironically that it sounds like a great plan. Aizaha adds that they can also mock the union leader, or it wouldn't be bad if the union leader became their subordinate, or they can simply kill him. At this point, the guy jokes and ironically declares that this is a great plan, and it's no wonder he was so worried and couldn't find a place for himself. The clan leader happily looked at his subordinate and added that there was no need to worry. The manager looks out the window into the distance and says if he said something meaningful, then he would calm down. The protagonist looked at the worried manager and thought about something, and then he says that he understands why he's worried, and that looking at him, everyone will probably be worried too. Therefore, he gives the order to gather all the commanders at the Zaha Hotel. His subordinate bows his head in agreement. But then he raises his head and asks who he's talking about, because Sante isn't up to date on everything yet. Aizaha asks that Jongdok-su from the Merchant Clan, Uncle Gyum-chil-yoon from the Blacksmith Clan, and Yeonja-seong from the Construction Clan come. After that, the manager smiled pleasantly and said that he would invite and bring them all. Here they are. Everyone gathered late at night and sat near an unfinished house around a campfire. Jaeum-chil-yong folded his arms across his chest and with furrowed eyebrows asked why the clan head had gathered them here. The guy looks at everyone present and explains that he wanted to tell them something important. He paused, then added that he wanted to talk about the principles that operate in the Hao clan. Chen Dixu, the merchant, is surprised that he would talk about such a thing, so he asks what exactly the principles of the organization he is talking about. The head explains that from now on, everything that happens in the Hao clan is his fault, and if any problems arise, they must say that it was all the work of the clan head. This news surprised everyone so much that no one present could say a word. Therefore, the guy continues and explains that if someone comes and asks where the head of the clan is, then you shouldn't remain loyal and silent, but simply tell him where he is. And if someone questions them, let them say that only the head of the clan knows about this. This is the first principle of action in the clan. The 4 people present can't understand whether their leader is saying all this seriously, or maybe it's some kind of joke. Jim Chil-yong is very skeptical about this rule, because telling everyone that everything is the clan head's fault sounds a bit strange. The guy then explains that since he has no talent for making noodles, he will have to focus on influence. And these words caused a storm of emotions and discussions, his subordinates asking if he had finally admitted that his noodles were so-so, while others confirmed that they were indeed very bad. The guy is a little surprised and disappointed that these words evoked such emotions. But then he decided to close this topic and move on, explaining that the owner of the forge or the manager of the Chunyang Hotel have no aspirations to become influential. Both unanimously confirm and say that they wouldn't even think about it. Then the clan head turns to the other 2 and asks if they think the same. The construction manager confirms that he also has no desire to be very influential. Instead, the hotel manager raises his hand and declares that he doesn't support them at all. Everyone present looked at the boy in surprise but said nothing in response. Then Aizaha continues and concludes that most in the clan think alike, but he is different. The guy explains that he wants to reduce the number of deaths of those who cannot stand up for themselves with the help of the Hao clan. Everyone is listening attentively to their leader and in no way expected to hear this. He goes on to say that hotel bellboys, artists, hairdressers, or people who make weapons or food or essential goods are suffering. Everyone listens attentively, and he continues that merchants and many others have been killed by influential people countless times. Aizaha is very concerned that this injustice has been and continues unabated. The head of the Hao clan suggests that this may continue to happen in the future. The protagonist proudly declares that if there are people who died unjustly, then he, as the head of the Hao clan, plans to find out, no matter who his opponent turns out to be. The commanders are surprised and ask if he's really going to fight alone, not only with the Black Cat, but with all existing forces. Aizaha adds that if anyone dies at the hands of one of the Hikdo, he will kill them in return. If it's someone from Benko, he'll go to Muraman and kill him before the trial can take place, because he's the head of the Hao clan. After listening to all this, some people look very surprised, others are scared, and the rest think it's too much. Aizaha remembers her past life and what happened when Mage, Muraman, Hikto, and Bekto met. Every time they encountered each other, a lot of people died, as if a real war had begun. He has no sympathy for these crazy apes who have mastered martial arts only to die fighting each other. But he couldn't accept that a guy running errands, who was mindlessly carrying drinks and snacks, was beaten to death for no reason. As a result, he killed all these crazy monkeys and easily earned the nickname of the Crazy Demon. Aizaha recalls with despair how he was arbitrarily pointed at and constantly criticized. No matter what he did, he was still called crazy, and there were even crimes he didn't commit but took upon himself. And later, there were many cases when he stopped explaining anything simply because he was bored. And in addition to that, thanks to his work, he became a martial arts master in a very short time. Now everything has changed a lot. He has become completely different, and now he finds his own reason to fight. He can't accept this injustice in the world, so he's going to become a defender for the weak. Santai timidly raises his hand and asks, all these principles only make sense when he is incomparably strong. And continues, as the guild leader, he's going to fight all the clans and the greatest martial artists in the future. And he looked at his subordinate with admiration and was silent for a moment to gather his words. And then he very confidently declares that when he becomes the best master in the world, this will not be a problem. No one expected to hear this. They are very surprised by the self-confidence and ambition of their leader. For a while, no one dared to say anything, perhaps even unable to recover from these words. But then Sante exhales in disappointment and explains how to stay calm when he's thinking such nonsense. The blacksmith, folding his arms over his chest, happily declares that he will support his boss because he must have great ambitions. Yunja will also be happy to support his master and become an assistant to the clan. Chen Dixu looks on in surprise and asks if this is even possible, since there are so many different clans and masters. And he adds that there are also many geniuses with outstanding martial arts skills, and it is said that most of them start training before they can even walk. The main character is not at all impressed by this. He casually agrees with this and says that there are people like that too. The merchant continues and explains that it is also difficult for them to become peerless, and they say that peerless come from heaven once in a generation. When the guy heard this, he thought with surprise in his eyes about what his subordinate had told him. He now understood, but timidly declared that it was he who had come from heaven. They don't seem to believe him, and are very skeptical of what their leader says. Then Aizaha continues and explains that it doesn't matter whether he becomes incomparable, but only how much effort he puts into it. The chairman states that the boy on the run has chosen the goal of being the best in the world, and he appeals to his subordinates to think carefully about what they will live for in the future. No one else had any questions for the head of the Hao clan. They were thinking about what he had told them. After the meeting, Aizaha returns at night through a dark and empty street. He compares himself in the past and now and realizes that the difference is that in the past he didn't have any plan, but now he does. I only believe that if he takes good care of the Hao clan, then he will be able to fight against Muramong Yi and Mage in the future. Because he will be a representative for the weak, there will be no more reason for bullying. You have to have a reason to fight Baekdo for justice, and the crazy scum from Hikto can just be beaten to death. This is the whole power of reason and purpose for life in this unjust and cruel world. When someone voices an opinion that differs from the opinions of others, in case of success, they are called a revolutionary, but in case of defeat, they will simply be a crazy idiot. Unlike his past life, he will now become a super successful crazy jerk. And at this time, meetings and very serious conversations are taking place in the Black Rabbit Union. The head of the Black Rabbit Union sits in the center of honor and looks down on his subordinates. The others sit on either side of him and look around fearfully, but no one dares to look him in the eye. He was told that the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion had embezzled the Alliance's money and had died at the hands of a boy running errands. The man standing opposite him explains that evidence of a kidnapping and his lifeless body were found in the master's house, and it appears that he died with little resistance. And he adds that his subordinates were captured by Isaka from Ilian Prefecture. The chairman asks who Isaka is, that the master of the Golden Phoenix himself was unable to resist him. The man with excitement in his voice timidly explains that this is a guy running errands. The masked man can't believe that the leader of the Black Rabbit Union died at the hands of some guy on an errand. The subordinate timidly confirms that his master understood everything correctly. The head of the union thinks that maybe one of the 12 heavenly generals has decided to play a cruel joke on him. So he assumes that perhaps one of the heavenly generals or some master from another province sent this boy, so he asks where he's from. but they object and say that this cannot be true because this boy has always lived here. This subordinate asks his master to let him resolve this situation and end this guy. He promises that he will kill him and return all the funds that the master of the Golden Phoenix has appropriated. The union head thought for a while and seemed to have other plans, so he refused his subordinate. But he turns to another, he calls Master So, and this boy immediately gets up from his chair. The masked man explains that he has heard that he has been training very hard recently, but the boy explains that he has always trained like this. The chairman knows that Master So's skills are much better than the Golden Phoenix Pavilion's masters, so he asks how long it would take him to defeat him. Master of the Golden Dragon Pavilion, So Noon Peng, stands proudly before his leader. He thinks that even though they held the same positions, the boar wasn't that strong, so he could defeat him faster than the tea could cool down. But he doesn't want to tell it like it is, so he modestly states that he has never fought the master of the Golden Phoenix, but adds that he would find a way to defeat him. The head of the union looks down on the guy and declares that he wants to hand this case over to him and at the same time test his skills. The guy is very surprised that he will be the one to deal with this, because his opponent dealt with the master of the Golden Phoenix very easily. Seo Noon Peng does not express his doubts and bows his head obediently and announces that he will carry out the order. The boss explains that it's not worth taking subordinates with you and making a big fuss to beat some kid on an errand, so he should go alone. The master is very surprised by this and is a little scared by the thought of being sent there all alone. The masked man menacingly declares that if he fails, he may not come back and it's better for him to kill himself. This scared the boy even more and even made him a little angry because they told him right to his face to just go away and die. But he has no choice but to simply bow his head in agreement and explain that he will die anyway if he is defeated. And all he thinks about is that they just want to throw him away when no one needs him anymore. Meanwhile, Izaha calmly strolls through the city and does not suspect anything. Chen Dixu serves someone a hot dish, his most delicious noodles in all of Iliang. Izaha enters the establishment. The employee greets him and adds that he hasn't been there in a long time and asks what he will order. The clan leader explains that he doesn't want anything ricey today, so he'll have spicy noodles today, and the owner of the establishment promises with a friendly smile that it will be there soon. The main character sat down at a table opposite the guest, who was already relishing a warm meal. This man doesn't pay attention to anyone, but simply enjoys the most delicious noodles. The protagonist watches him carefully and realizes that this is the first time he has seen him in Ilyana, and he looks strong. Izaha drew attention to the weapon the man came with, a Japanese sword. He recalls that a 300-year-old man from Hikdo owned such a sword. In the future, he will be a big figure in Hikdo, but why did he end up in the Chungyang restaurant? So Noonpeng turns to the host, who politely and with a smile asks what his guest wants. He explains that he heard that a guy named Izaha lives somewhere in these areas and asks where he can be found. The owner of the establishment does not show his surprise at all and is still smiling sweetly. He explains that this guy hasn't been seen for a long time recently, so the guest asks why, what happened. He explains that the boy often gets into various fights, so perhaps he has already run away somewhere, and asks why this young man is looking to meet him. Izaha watches this and mentally praises his subordinate for his excellent acting. The guest smiles and explains that he has heard a lot of different things about Ilian Prefecture, and also heard that people here are completely crazy, and now he is raving that this is actually true. The owner of the establishment looks at his guest in surprise. He doesn't understand what he's talking about. The man, with terrible anger, asks how they dared to lie to his face when Izaha is sitting across from him. The main character was not at all surprised or embarrassed when he heard this and realized that he was recognized by face. Instead, the owner of the establishment frowned in disappointment and realized that he would not be able to get anything. Now the guest turns to Isaac and asks if this boy running errands knows who he is. The guy is angry that this son of a bitch allows himself to switch to informal language and says that this is Seo Gunpeng from the Black Rabbit Alliance. This man is extremely surprised and does not understand how such a simpleton knows his name, so he insistently and menacingly asks him who this man is. The main character condescendingly reminds us that this man has already said who he is. Maybe he has mental problems. This angered the master, and he furiously explains what he means by who he is. Izaha folded his arms across his chest and explained that this was a very philosophical and spiritual question. He jokes and pretends to think about an answer, then explains that he needs more time. And then he raises his head and explains that he has to think carefully before answering the question of who he is. The guest realizes that he is being mocked and nervously declares that he is a crazy idiot. And then, with frowning eyebrows, he continues to eat what was brought to him and watches his interlocutor. The head of the clan asks the owner of the establishment when he will be served his order because he is hungry. Jung Deok-soo is angry because they are about to be killed and that idiot wants something to eat. So he puts on a smile and explains to the dear customer that there are no more noodles. But Izaha is very surprised why he wasn't told this when the order was taken. The guest is finishing his meal and finds this area very funny and the people in it very interesting. Then he places the completely empty plate on the table with a loud big crash. The guest wipes his mouth with his hand and asks the host to pay him for his lunch. But the man seems afraid and explains that there will be no bill and it is enough for him that the dear guest ate his noodles deliciously. The master explains that if he ate it, he must pay, shows him the money, and asks him to come over and take it. The man is already sweating from fear and doesn't know what to do in this situation. Seogun Pyong looks menacingly at the man and realizes that he doesn't want to approach him. So he decides not to waste time on it, but simply loudly puts the money for lunch on the table. And then he turns to the guy running errands and explains that it's cramped here and suggests they go outside. After that, he looks intently at the owner of the establishment and wants to tell him something else. With a stern look but warmth in his voice, he explains that the noodles were incredible, and he will definitely come again. After these words, the master takes his weapon and quickly walks outside. Izaha asks the owner of the establishment to give him a kitchen knife, but I don't understand why, so the guy explains that he simply didn't bring a weapon with him. These words made Chen Dixu's heart skip a beat. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. The men have come out into the street. They are standing opposite each other and ready to fight. Seo Gun Pyong mockingly teases what his opponent is going to do with the kitchen knife. The protagonist blithely explains that he simply doesn't have his weapon with him. The master doesn't like this tone because he behaves as if he can handle everything easily. The guy slowly raises the kitchen knife to his nose and inhales the smell coming from it. And he explains that the knife smells like garlic. And if the garlic juice gets into the wound, it will be quite painful. Then, with a menacing look, he warns this third-rate man from Hikdo to prepare himself, because if he touches the guy on the run, he will immediately be stabbed with a kitchen knife that smells of garlic. His opponent can't believe that the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion lost to this sick idiot. Izaha asks why this brave man came alone, since attacking in a crowd is one of Hikdo's strengths. But Gunpeng replies that he doesn't need anyone to get rid of some little boy. And he adds that it would be shameful for him. The main character got angry about this. The man explains that they can't even talk normally and asks if he really killed the master of the Golden Phoenix Pavilion. Instead, Izaha asks why his opponent has such a stupid expression on his face. Did they just get rid of him? The man doesn't answer, but the veins on his neck have enlarged and are pulsing even more violently. Therefore, the head of the clan is convinced that he told the truth, and they really kicked him out. His opponent looks at him sternly and declares that he is not going to listen to this nonsense anymore. So without warning, he pulls out his sword and is ready to start a fight with this asshole. Then he says he doesn't understand why the guys running errands in this area are so rude. Instead, Izaha folded his arms and declared that he didn't understand why someone as third-rate as him could be so self-confident. With these words, he irritated his rival, and he will definitely not forgive him for this. Therefore, immediately after hearing what he heard, he attacks the guy with a sharp sword for a regular knife. But the main character avoids the attack without any fuss or problems by stepping back a little. The guy understands that his opponent has a very strong and sharp sword, and he cannot repel the attack with his knife, because the blade will be worn out. Therefore, he keeps his knife behind his back and continues to successfully avoid all of his opponent's attacks. And at this time, I have time to think that putting energy into the knife will not be effective at all. In contrast, his opponent is not so calm and collected and is still trying to target the main character. For the main character, all these attacks do not cause any trouble, and he calmly avoids them. Gongpeng is trying very hard and putting in all his efforts to become the winner in this fight. But he gets very angry when he realizes that he can't do anything, even if he does everything he can. No matter how fast he moves, his opponent skillfully dodges his sharp sword. Izaha seems to anticipate his every move, so the opponent can't get to him no matter how hard he tries. The master is very angry because he realizes that this guy is not as simple as he initially seemed. He had hoped that this time everything would work out, but the clan had again escaped injury. The main character assessed his opponent's skills. They are quite good, but there is still a lot to learn. Then with one light movement, the boy used his chi energy and pushed the attacker away from him. Master Gongpeng sighed heavily, as he could barely stand on his feet from such force. Izaha looks at him and wonders if this man has finally realized that he is the only one who has lost his mind and used his stupid attacks that don't work at all. This man asks how he manages to predict his every move, who this guy is. The young man repeats that his opponent came here knowing that he was just an ordinary boy running errands. So why does he keep asking all sorts of stupid questions? The man is angry. He is considered a fool and not explained everything as it is. So he assumes that the guy may have the status of the head of the union. That is, he is one of the 12 heavenly generals. Aizaha explains what else he can do if his opponent's movements are so careless that they are very easy to track. Gongpeng was very surprised by this answer, but the boy continued and explained that there was nothing to be surprised about, because he had mastered the art of fighting that slaves in Hikdo were taught. The man does not like it at all when his swordsmanship is called the art of slave fighting. Instead, Izaha explains that all 12 generals are actually slaves of a great Rakshasa. But this statement really surprised the man. He couldn't even think of what to answer. The protagonist continues that in reality, it's hard to call them slaves, and in his mind, he recalls that he didn't want to get involved with the 12th great general just yet. With a menacing look, he adds that they are all puppets or even pawns of the great Rakshasa. Gongpeng is still in a stupor, his eyes narrowed and his veins swollen. He is seriously angry, but he is still holding himself together. The head of the Hao clan continues to tease and calls them fighting cocks and toys of the great Rakshasa, a mere collection of idiots who obey him. His opponent says nothing, just stares intently and ponders everything he says. Aizaha claims that they are simply an organization that provides a variety of services for their big boss. And with a twinkle in his eye and delight in his voice, he adds that they lick their boss's ass. This was the last straw, and his interlocutor got angry and shouted at him to shut up. The protagonist throws up his hands and still continues to speak his mind. And he says that whatever these 12 heavenly generals are told, they do it. They're told to put on their stupid masks, and they wear them. They are told to kill, and they kill. They are told to train, and they train. And then he gives the example of the Beirut organization and explains that for the sake of entertaining the great Rakshasa, they organized everything by assigning ranks. And with a sharp look, he adds that these are scoundrels who give women to Rakshasas just to swindle them. The guest is still listening attentively and has not yet contradicted a single word his interlocutor said. He thinks about how he would like to say that it's all not true, but something prevents him. His hands are shaking and he can't deny a single word this boy says. Aizaha understood his confusion and asked why he was so surprised. Did he really think he was even a little bit cool? But then he calms him down and explains that he shouldn't consider himself a fool because the great Rakshasa is just an old pervert who will eventually die at his hands. Gongpeng looked at his interlocutor indifferently and asked what else he could tell that was so interesting. The main character is a little disappointed that he failed to impress his opponent. The boy explains that if he manages to take first place in the leadership battle of the 12 heavenly generals, he can learn more martial arts from the great Rakshasa. And he continues that given Rakshasa's bad character, it's just a waste of time because he's just increasing the number of his slaves for fun. His guest doesn't want to listen to these stories anymore, so he menacingly asks if he's finished his tirade yet. He points his sword and adds that since he is so prominent, he will not simply dodge now. Aizaha looked at his opponent with a smile and said that he thought he would soon come to his senses. The guy with a sly smile holds a kitchen knife in his hand and gets into position to start the fight again. He touches the blade with 2 fingers and his message bursts into a furious flame. The fire from the blade scatters its sparks and burning tongues around itself and looks very menacing. Master Gongpeng cannot believe what he is seeing, his pupils narrowed in fear. The protagonist confidently swings his blade through the air and leaves a long trail of fire behind him. The master knew that this was an opponent he would not be able to defeat, but he would never back down, even if he died in this battle. The guy explains that he calls this technique fire bite, and this name surprises his opponent a little. Aizaha holds the weapon and remembers that the official name for this technique is actually chlorinated incense. His opponent has also raised his weapon and is using all the energy he has. Gongpeng looked intently at his opponent and showed no fear of him. Instead, the main character looks like he's ready to end it here once and for all. The guest does not wait for his opponent to act and, with sharp shouts, attacks first in order to gain at least some advantage. The man releases his ki energy through the sword, and it now heads straight for the boy. But the head of the clan is not at all scared because he avoids this blow without any problems. And then it's his turn and he doesn't hesitate to use his strength and strike. Such insane power seriously surprised and even intimidated his opponent. Master Gongpeng tried to fight her off with his sword and hoped that he would succeed. But instead, the blow was so powerful that it knocked the sword out of his hands and threw it back. This man couldn't avoid it, so he immediately fell to the ground with a thud. The protagonist proudly looks down at his feet, where his rival Master Gongpeng lies. The owner of the establishment was watching everything that was happening in the yard all this time. He looked at his master with pleasure and thought that he was really cool and had some serious techniques. But what happened next surprised him greatly and probably disappointed him a little. After all, the main character approached his opponent, who was already lying on the ground, and began to kick him. The man looked at this and wondered with surprise what was wrong with this guy. They put Master Gong Pen on the bed and gave him time to rest, and now Isaac and Song Tae are watching him. The guy orders the manager to wake him up in a menacing voice, and the manager is very happy to do so. The young man slaps the man and shouts furiously for him to finally get up. Song Tae exclaims, "Does this man really think that this man can relax here at home?" He grabs him by his clothes and lifts him up with difficulty, and at that moment, Gong Pen comes to his senses. He gets up, stands up, and seems to not understand where he is or what is happening to him. The man exhales heavily and thinks about the fact that he's still alive, and this thought shocks him a little. The poor thing sits on the bed, and Aizaha, with her arms folded across her chest, asks where the great Rakshasa is. But the master, with frowning eyebrows, declares that he knows nothing about this, because even the head of the union himself probably doesn't know. Then he asks what happened to the head of the Black Rabbit Union, and the man explains that he must be sitting somewhere in the room. Then Aizaha menacingly clarifies that he means what the head of the union has been doing lately. Then the poor guy, who is all beaten up, explains that the head is training a lot right now. The protagonist rubs his beard with his hand and thinks for a moment, then realizes that this is another battle of ranks. The man opened his eyes wide and asked in surprise how he knew about this. The guy asks if it's really that strange that he knows about it. Gong Peng explains that it's actually strange, because only the masters of the Black Rabbit Alliance have this information. Then the headman declares that their clan knows everything except what they don't know, and mentally adds that in reality they only know about it because he knows it from the past. But this twisted phrase sounds a bit strange to the master of the Black Rabbit Union. Then Song Tae explains with a keen eye that there is nothing that their Hao clan doesn't know about. However, Aizaha denies this and explains that this is not true, because they do not know what they do not know. But more importantly, they can quickly discern everything they do not know. After receiving an explanation from the head, Song Tae declares that they are the strongest intelligence organization of the Hao clan. Then the man declares that he thought Aizaha was not so simple, but that he was actually a fighting puppet of the Hao clan. And this really surprised the guy, but Gong Peng explains that he was just an ordinary guy running errands. But after these words, he immediately received a strong punch in the face from the manager. The young man hits the poor guy with both hands and shouts how he dared to call their leader an ordinary guy on errands. The man instead covered himself with both hands from the blows, and Aizaha watches in amazement. After all, Seo Gun Peng's skills are not so weak that he can be beaten by Song Tae. And at this time, the manager is still beating the poor guy on the bed with his fists. When he stopped, he exhaled loudly and seemed satisfied with his work. With a broad smile, he turns to the clan head and asks if he saw how he had taught him a lesson. Izaka didn't answer anything, just asked the manager to leave the room for a while. The boy bowed his head low in acknowledgement and as a sign of respect for his master. But satisfied, he walks out of the room with an energetic step and leaves Isaac with Gong Peng there. The clan leader glances at the manager and turns his head to the Black Rabbit Master. He politely and calmly asks if Gong Peng wants to join his clan, but the man, without thinking for a moment, replies that he doesn't want to. Izaha doesn't think for a long time and asks what he should do with him then. Should he just kill him? These words caused the master to have a lump in his throat and a cold sweat on his forehead. He was seriously scared. The guy says with a smile that he shouldn't answer so immediately and that it's better to think carefully, but if he wants to die, he'll do it right away. The man looked closely at the head of the clan and realized that he was telling the truth and would do everything as he said. The young man doesn't want to wait long, so he impatiently asks how long his guest will be silent. Master Gong Peng bowed his head and quietly begged the clan head to pardon him and release him. Izaha smiles and declares that the master does not want to join him, but asks for mercy. The man promises that if he is released, he will never bother the Hao clan again. And he adds that this applies not only to the Hao clan, but also to all those associated with it. The main character originally planned to make this guy his servant, but apparently he will have to let him go. And then he thinks that no matter how stubborn he is, if you want to turn someone into your subordinate, just catch him and beat him half to death 7 times. This was what his teacher Wolong, whom the boy admired, had told him in the past. And this poor guy is shaking with fear and suddenly hears that the head of the clan is letting him go. He can't believe it, so he asks where Izaha told him to go. The main character doesn't mince words and declares that this idiot should get out of here. The master asks again, and Izaha explains that he is ready to accept his challenge at any time if he suddenly returns after becoming stronger. But if Izaha hears somewhere that he killed one of the merchants or ordinary residents, he will take revenge. But she threatens him and explains that she will finish him off on the spot and tear him into small pieces. The poor guy frowned and realized that this man was not joking, so he explained that he understood everything. Gongpeng bows his head in respect and thanks him for being pardoned despite his defeat, and promises that he will keep his promise until his death. After that, the master of the Black Rabbit Alliance, beaten by a guy running errands, leaves the hotel. Santai doesn't understand why he was pardoned, because he should have just been killed. Aizaha exhales loudly and asks if the manager really tells the head of the Life Clan to kill a person at the first opportunity. He says with surprise that he didn't know about such a meaning of the clan's name, but the main character turns around and leaves, not wanting to explain anything. At this time, Gongpeng walks through the streets of the city and wonders if this guy really defeated him. He remembers the words of the clan leader, who said that if he lost, he might not return and end his life immediately. The guy is very disappointed and worried about what he should do now and why he should kill himself in the first place. It's already evening outside, and the master realizes that he hasn't eaten anything in a long time, and now his stomach is giving signals. He is very upset and on top of everything hungry, but he understands that he cannot return in this state now. But suddenly Master Gongpeng saw something nearby and an idea came to his mind. He sees Chen Diaksu sweeping in front of his establishment and is surprised that the guy survived. Then he realized that he might have said too much, and the master asked if he could have some noodles. But the owner of the establishment apologizes with a smile and explains that they are out of noodles. The man understands that this one just doesn't want to serve him, so he has something that will convince Zhang Dixu. He throws something into the hands of the owner of the establishment, who is a little surprised by such a salary. He examines the bundle of coins in his palm, and the master explains that he will pay for the food in advance. After that, the man politely invites his dear guest to the establishment for a meal. Seo Gunpyong enjoys and savors the noodles he was served at the restaurant, finally able to satisfy his hunger. The owner of the establishment approaches him and asks him if he might want something else since he paid a lot. The man doesn't think for a long time and says that he can bring him anything. Chen Dixu walks away from the table and explains that in that case he will go and prepare something else for him. Instead, the man is lost in his thoughts and realizes that his future is very gray and uncertain, because if he returns, he will be killed immediately. But he remembers his subordinates and realizes that he cannot leave without saying goodbye to them. Gongpeng frowned, annoyed that life was actually so complicated. The owner of the establishment, upon hearing this, explains that everyone is having a hard time and who has an easy life right now. And then he adds that after the Hao clan appeared, there are no more people who constantly demand large payments, so now his life has become a little easier. This surprised the master very much, and he asked if they really didn't pay tribute, and the Hao clan didn't demand money. The owner of the establishment explains that the Hao clan, on the contrary, supports ordinary workers like him, and this is the main reason for the creation of this union. The man looked at the waiter in surprise and thought that this clan head was really crazy. He was served the dishes, but they looked strange, so the man asked what they were. The owner of the establishment explains that there is no special name for this dish, but to put it simply, it is pork bone soup, and it is actually very tasty. Gongpeng looked at his plate in surprise and was still hesitating whether to start eating or not to take the risk. He thought for a moment and realized that it looked quite appetizing and smelled very delicious. Chen Dixu adds that it is a fairly simple dish, but delicious, and we suggest eating it with your hands. The guy doesn't hesitate anymore, so he takes one of the bones in his hands and is about to enjoy its taste. However, at this very moment, Isaac enters the establishment. He does so very abruptly and loudly. The main character immediately noticed the guy at the table and looked at him with a menacing look. When the master glanced at the door, he no longer wanted to enjoy the delicious meat, he simply froze. The clan leader is furious and asks how they dared to eat pork bones without him. Gongpeng immediately put his hands on the table and, frightened, did not know what to do now. The owner of the establishment is also seriously scared and can't move or say anything. And the next moment, the three of them are sitting at the same table, munching meat on both cheeks. Aizaha turns to the master with the pretense that he generously gave him salvation, and he sits here and chews bones. Instead, the man doesn't answer anything, quietly bows his head and doesn't even look into my eyes. The guy asks if he really has nowhere to go and remembers that he was kicked out of the Black Rabbit Alliance. Gongpeng sadly explains that he had something to think about, so he decided to look here. Aizaha assumes that it's his subordinates who remained in the alliance. The guest raises his head, is surprised that he was understood so easily, and explains that they are like brothers to him. Instead, the head of the Hao clan concludes that this person is very loyal and faithful. The man explains that most of the people in the alliance are subordinates of the previous leader, who died at the hands of a great Rakshasa, after which they all surrendered. He killed all the leaders and replaced them. The main character looked at the guest with sympathy and asked how he managed to survive, and the guest explained that he did not hold any leadership position at the time. The clan leader understands that if Gongpeng doesn't return, other idiots will come here. And maybe even the head himself will show up, and that would just be unnecessary trouble. So he came up with something different. The young man has a different idea and wants to share it with the man across the street. Aizaha insists that he take him to the Black Rabbit Alliance later. But his interlocutor is very surprised because Izaka was not going to attack the Black Rabbit Alliance alone. However, it seems he has now changed his mind and boldly declares that this is exactly what he wants to do. Gongpeng is definitely convinced that this guy is crazy because he was going to attack the Alliance himself. And the main character warns that after he takes him there, he should take care that his subordinates do not die, because he will definitely get rid of the head of the union, but others may also suffer. The master frowns slightly but then asks when the time will come to go there. Izaka abruptly gets up from his chair, bangs his hand on the table, and loudly announces that they are leaving. The owner of the establishment is embarrassed and asks if he's in a hurry to go there without any preparation. But the guy explains to everyone present that a sudden attack always happens in a hurry. The two men only gasped and were unable to say another word in surprise. The protagonist thinks that he must attack first, then Ilian County will be safe, especially since if Gongpeng's subordinates are killed, he will definitely not become his subordinate. It's a dark night outside, and the action takes place in the territory of the Black Rabbit Union. Aizaha instructs the master to wait a while and then worry about his subordinates. The next moment, Gongpeng runs away from the door and hides around a bend in the darkness, while the head of the Hao clan remains in front of the main gate. The main character stands motionless in front of the door and thinks about how to appear in front of them in the most effective way. After a moment, he loudly slams his foot on the door, making a lot of noise. Someone peeks through a small crack in the door and asks who he is and why he has come. He explains that his name is Izaha and he comes from Yilan County, but the person at the door doesn't know anyone with that name. The guy exhales loudly, his patience runs out, and he asks them to open the door quickly, or he will break it down himself. But from behind the door, they tell him that enough is enough, and that he should go and have a drunken brawl somewhere else. But they close the window, so the main character will have to come up with another way to get inside. He doesn't think for long. He immediately jumps so high that he reaches the top of the fence. He gracefully touches the top with his foot and looks very confident and pleased with his actions. The guy easily jumped over a 5-meter wall, surprising the guards. In the next moment, she calmly walks towards the building, and such directness drives the men into a stupor. But one of them immediately came to his senses and screamed at the top of his lungs that a stranger had entered their home. Not even a few seconds have passed when a large number of soldiers are already gathering in the square. They all surrounded the boy with weapons on all sides and menacingly asked who he was, but he menacingly shouted that he had already said that he was Izaka from the Ilian district. Suddenly, someone from afar recognized his name, then all the soldiers stood dumbfounded before him. It's the head of the Black Rabbit Union, who comes out and asks if he's the same boy on the errands. The protagonist ironically thinks that in a verbal duel, answering a question with a question is a worthy decision of a strong person. Instead, the guy asks if he's the same rabbit slave of the great Rakshasa and is glorified as an old asshole. But the great and powerful head of the Black Rabbit Union does not respond to such insults. The guy thought for a moment and asked, maybe he was mistaken, and the correct word would be not a rabbit slave, but a slave rabbit. This directness and impudent behavior greatly surprises everyone present, but they give up and fear the wrath of their lord. But then he adds that it doesn't matter, because how dare the leader of some gang, whose duty is to be a slave, send a murderer to him? The main character glared at him and snorted, wondering if he even had the brains to do such a thing. Izaka doesn't stop behaving brazenly and doesn't show a drop of fear, which surprises everyone. The guy with sparks in his eyes brazenly asks why they're silent, and he wishes the rabbit, who doesn't know its place, would open its mouth already. The head of the clan is still silent, and the people are outraged and consider him a crazy idiot. Then the masked man asks why he assumes that since Isaac is here, it means Master So, who was sent to deal with him, lost to him after all. But the main character is not going to waste time and offers to finally deal with this and start a fight. However, the head of the Black Rabbit Union does not attack, but instead asks why he needs all this. Therefore, Aizaha decided to address the soldiers and point out that if their leader fought him one-on-one, he would be a good leader, regardless of his skills. And he continues, it seems the head has some guesses about what skills he has, so he will most likely order them all to fight him. And after that, he brazenly and pathetically points his finger without a drop of respect for this man. But he declares that this bastard is not worth fighting for and serving. Everyone present is so shocked by these words and the boy's behavior that they can only stand in silence with their mouths open. But the guy continues and says that this head is just a cowardly worm Hicto, and he is not capable of anything, but just a rat hiding behind a mask. People did not expect to hear this and thought he had already finished his speech. The guy declares that he is a worthless fool who relies on the pitiful power and influence of a great Rakshasa. Everyone stands as if frozen in amazement and surprise, and no one tries to stop him. People look around, exchange glances, and don't understand what to do. The head of the Black Rabbit Union says, "Does this guy on the run really think he can provoke him so easily?" Someone from the outside, in turn, asks if he is really going to send his subordinates to their deaths this time too. The masked man looked sternly and realized that it was Master So and asked why he had returned, because if he lost, he would have to end his life, and how did he survive at all? Did he really beg for mercy? The boy proudly explains that it's none of his business, and his life belongs only to him, and they are not close enough for him to decide whether he lives or dies. This seriously angered the chief. It seems he understands that he is losing authority. The head of the Hao clan agrees with everything the master said and explains that he is right. The masked man curiously asks why Izuha didn't kill him, but spared his life. But instead, he hears an aggressive response that the guy is not as bad as he is. Master So boldly and confidently invites the Golden Dragon Pavilion to join his side, for he can swear on his life that the head of the Hao clan will win. Some of the soldiers didn't think for long, and immediately walked closer to the man with quick steps. They stand next to the master, thus showing their support, and look menacingly at his head. This made the rabbit mask very angry. He screams in a furious rage, "How dare they do such a thing?" Seo Gunpyeong turns to the union leader and asks him not to involve his subordinates in this battle and to fight alone. The head of the Black Rabbit Union looks scared. Maybe he's not as strong as he wants to seem. And the soldiers are a little confused, and their lives, in fact, are also hanging in the balance now. The man in the mask is angry, and after he deals with all this, he won't just leave them. And he menacingly declares that he agrees to accept the challenge from this fucking scoundrel. The guy is already tired of these conversations, and he notes with disdain that this man speaks as if he was not just forced to do something he does not want to. The head of the clan is not used to being treated this way, because everyone has always been afraid of him and didn't dare to speak to him even once, so he is very angry. Izuha informs everyone that this is their fight, one-on-one, and if anyone interferes. But he didn't have time to finish because a man in the crowd shouted for him to shut his mouth and threw an axe at him. The protagonist stands sideways to the weapon, which is approaching him at breakneck speed. He doesn't need to make any extra movements. The guy can easily catch the axe with one hand. And the next moment he launches this weapon back to where it came from. The man who threw it was very scared and did not expect such a quick reaction from the newcomer. The weapon hits the target directly, and the soldier doesn't even have time to do anything or dodge. Now all that's left of him is a wet spot near the wall, and the rest just look around in fear. The protagonist exhales sadly and explains that he was going to say that if someone doesn't intervene, he will die. And the head of the Black Rabbit Union stands among the people and looks very scared. Looking at it, he realizes that his opponent is not joking and is indeed very strong. There he looks at him menacingly and says that this boy is very noisy. The head of the Hao clan is not at all frightened by his gaze, but only smiles smugly. Everyone stays away, but someone approaches the main character with a slow and measured step. He holds a beautifully framed sword in his hands and hands it to the head of the clan. Master So asks to use his weapon and adds that the union leader's sword is definitely sharp, but this one is also not bad. Izuha looked and understood that when a warrior hands over his weapon to someone else, it is equivalent to him trusting them with his life. In addition, he remembers from a past life that it was said that Seo Gunpyeong greatly valued this sword. The main character really liked this gesture of respect and faith in him, so he smiled sweetly. He approaches with a smile and explains that he will borrow his weapon and will definitely return it. The guy draws his sword and asks when this worthless rabbit is going to start fighting. The head of the Black Rabbit Union is already fed up with such insults and insolence, and he is very angry. The man descended the stairs and confidently walked towards his opponent. He stops in front of the head of the Hao clan and draws his weapon to begin the fight. These two strong warriors stood firm and without a doubt ready to start a fight one-on-one. Izuha twirls the sword in his hand, and as if playing with the weapon, he sets out to meet his opponent. He looks at the head of the union with a smile and a very condescending look, confident in his abilities. The man in the suit makes no curtsies and immediately shows all his strength. The guy is not scared at all, and he goes on the offensive without any hesitation, without even putting in much effort. The young man approaches quickly. He repels the attack without any problems and is still quite confident in himself. But the next moment, he was already nestled next to this masked man and was happy about it. Izuha attacks and looks very carefree, as if fighting this man is not difficult at all. The men crossed their swords, and each of the rivals used all their strength. A tense struggle continues between two fairly strong and worthy rivals. They stand close enough to each other to exchange fiery glances. The head of the Black Rabbit Union is trying very hard to become the winner in this fight. But the head of the Hao clan does not give in and is a strong enough opponent to easily deal with him. Their struggle sends out bright sparks in all directions, blinding everyone around them. Each of them uses their energy and chi power, but the fight continues to be intense. Everyone present is terribly surprised that some guy on a run is fighting their master on equal terms. Master So is closely watching this battle and listening to the comments of the surrounding soldiers. And he doesn't agree with the fact that the head of the clan is fighting the master on equal terms, because this boy hasn't even put in any special effort yet. Gongpeng suggests that the clan head is deliberately allowing the clash to take place in order to carefully examine the martial arts of the alliance head and the fighting techniques of the great Rakshasa. Instead, Aizaha looked closely and realized that there was nothing more to look at here. Therefore, he is ready to put in more effort and defeat this arrogant scumbag. The master of the Black Rabbit Alliance is already finding it harder to fight and is trying to resist such force. His hands are shaking and he wonders if this scumbag has really hidden his abilities. The protagonist, with a smug smile on his face, declares that his rival has finally gotten the message. But he delivers the main and decisive blow to end this battle. The head of the Black Rabbit Union almost fell and only gritted his teeth in annoyance, because he understands that he is the weaker one. Aizaha looks at his opponent with pleasure and understands that he already understands his end. The guy strikes again and the masked man tries to block it and defend himself. But the man cannot withstand this insane pressure and falls straight to the ground. The man in the mask can barely stand on his feet, while Aizaha stands quite confidently. Out of desperation, this vile man orders his subordinates to kill this scumbag. Instead, Master So reminds him that he himself said that in case of defeat, one should commit suicide, so why is he acting so meanly now? The head of the Black Rabbit Union, in a fit of rage, shouts for this idiot to shut up. Most soldiers are in no hurry to help, but some are ready to draw their weapons and help their master. Gongpeng pleads for everyone to stand still, and if they ignore the chairman's order and just stand still, he will fix everything. None of the soldiers even moved, and everyone stood still, just as they had been. Their leader angrily shouts, "What are you doing here?" and tells them to quickly carry out the order. At that moment, the boy attacks again and puts even more effort into the blow, while the masked man begs the leader to stop. The main character asks if he really just called him the head of the clan, and not just a guy running errands. That vile man in the mask understands that this fight will not end in his favor, and this annoys him greatly. He makes every effort to defeat his opponent, but he almost never succeeds. Aizaha deals a strong blow to his opponent, but he doesn't have time to defend himself. I want the head of the union to have his hands in the wounds, but he still doesn't let go of his weapon and holds on tightly. This blow was clearly too strong for him, and although he is angry, it will not help him win in any way. The man in the mask gathers all his strength and hopes that he can deliver a blow of similar power. As a result, a violent flow of energy is directed at the head of the clan, but behind him are soldiers. The guy understands that if he dodges this blow, then Gongpeng and his group of subordinates will suffer greatly. Therefore, the main character proudly stands at the ready with his sword burning with energy. The head of the Hao clan makes a very interesting maneuver that surprises this scumbag in the rabbit mask. Then suddenly there is a big explosion and a lot of dust and bright flashes rise. And the next second, you can already see the head of the Black Rabbit Union hit the wall. This blow caused him severe damage as the man groans in pain and spits out blood. He bowed his head and no longer raises it because he already lost to some guy on the run. The soldiers are shocked by this turn of events because they considered their master strong, but this guy is much stronger. Even Master So is surprised by such strength because he did not even suspect that he was so superior to the head of the Union. Aizaha stands proudly with his flaming weapon and looks at the defeated leader of the alliance. Then he slowly turns his head and calmly addresses Master Seo Gongpen. The man is surprised and even a little scared because this guy has just shown everyone how strong he is. But the young man doesn't want anything. He just reports that Master So has saved many lives with his words. The man approaches, bows his head, and thanks him for saving many people thanks to his warning. The main character is pleased to hear such words, but suddenly he turns his head and looks at everyone who is here. He addresses them and explains that those who have a great desire for revenge and who are deeply disappointed by the loss of their head should take a step forward. But with a smile, he adds that with a pure heart, he will send them to heaven along with their heads. No one is in a hurry to even move because everyone is scared to death. Aizaha continues to explain that today is the perfect day to die, and it would seem that there should be at least someone who wants to go to heaven. And he adds that it's not every day that you get the opportunity to challenge a simple guy on an errand. And then with a slight disappointment, he says that it's a pity because this was the last opportunity to challenge him. Everyone present here is terribly scared and does not understand what will happen next, because their head is no longer with them. After that, the guy walks slowly and confidently without unnecessary fuss and chatter. The soldiers nervously watch what this guy is going to do next. He approaches the wall and lifts the soiled rabbit mask of the former Union leader. The protagonist puts on a bloodied rabbit mask and menacingly declares that from now on, he is the head of the Black Rabbit Union. And he sternly adds that it doesn't matter at all what they want, because he has already decided so. Everyone present is watching him closely and none of them dares to object. Then with a sharp movement, Izuha throws the sword to Master Seo Gunpen and thanks him for the borrowed weapon. Instead, he leans down to pick up the weapon of the former head of the Black Rabbit Union. Master So explains that this sword is called the Black Rabbit Fang, but Izuha thinks it's a very stupid name. And the next moment he realizes that this sword is now his, so he immediately takes back his words. All the soldiers present are still watching what is happening with wide eyes. And the guy gives his first order as the head of the union and asks them to get rid of the body of the former head and also wash the floor and wall. And he adds that they should remember that if they want to be successful in Hikdo, they need to clean up well first. The people are still in a stupor and don't say a word, just looking at everything in shock. Therefore, the head of the union looked at them menacingly and asked if they would continue to remain silent like this. The next moment, everyone unanimously declared that the order was understood and would be carried out. And the next step is to gather all the managers in honor of the fact that they now have new bosses. Gongpeng explains that he will come when everything is sorted out here, and that the other leaders should come in first. The Black Rabbit Alliance masters rush into the building while their new leader watches from afar. The protagonist raises his sword up, stands in a fighting stance, and thinks that from today on, he is now the head of the Black Rabbit Union, and he will rule here until the great Rakshasa reveals him. After these thoughts, the boy concentrates on wielding the sword of the former head of the union. The soldiers watch him with great surprise and fear, because it is difficult to understand what he will do next. Master So watches the head's training and recognizes it as a sword technique used by the former union head and is surprised that he mastered it in such a short time. A boy in the courtyard of the Golden Pavilion is learning a new technique, while the soldiers are still standing around and watching him intently. Now the young man sits in the center of the meeting room and asks to be told about what is happening in the union now. Gongpeng rises and explains that as far as he knows, thanks to the generosity of the head, quite a few soldiers from the Golden Phoenix Pavilion survived in Ilyan, and he asks what he will order done with them. And now everyone is anxiously waiting for the head of the Black Rabbit Union to respond to these words. Izuha smiles and declares that Master So is worthy of praise and they should all emulate him, because he is not only smart, and he adds that he also treats his comrades and subordinates warmly, and moreover, has the courage to ask for mercy for the rest of the leaders. The master is very surprised and thinks that the head is a very good person, and he did not expect that he would even recognize the servants. And then the head of the union adds that this guy is also very resilient because he got a lot from him. As for the survivors, Izuha explains that Master So will take care of these guys. The guy bowed his head respectfully and humbly and said he would take care of them. The chairman explains that since Peng is talented and very intelligent, he will be the manager's representative in the future, so he must train a lot, and today he will give him a bonus. And then he thinks that it's not his money anyway, so he doesn't care about it. This greatly encouraged the master, and he happily announced that he would work even harder. And on such an occasion, the head of the union menacingly asks why they don't applaud. Are they really afraid of breaking their wrists? So everyone put on happy faces and clapped their hands loudly, but they were still scared. The next moment, the protagonist sternly tells them to stop, and there is dead silence. He explains that by training and encouraging each other to train, they all become stronger together, and that is the meaning of Hikdo. And during this process, they will inevitably develop a deep attachment to someone, and thus, kindred spirits will appear that were not there before. He explains that this is where Hikdo's power lies, at least it was during Isaac's time. The guy draws attention to one of the managers and aggressively asks if his words seem uninteresting to him. The man shakes his head in panic, but Izuha shouts that if this idiot is bored, then let him get out of here and he doesn't have to be the leader. But he can pour dirt on the destroyed wall or get rid of the body. The poor man was already sweating from fear, bowed his head and begged his master for forgiveness. The main character declares that one should not behave like this when the head of the union is speaking. They tensed up again, fell silent, and bowed their heads to avoid being hit by the hot hand. And Izuha continues his conversation and tries to remember where he stopped. And he asks who the commander is here. A man with a sharp beard stands up and introduces himself as Commander Beck. The young man orders that Master So be given his award, and warns the man to put himself in order, because if any violations or deception are discovered, he will be the first to die. The man is scared, but I bow my head with a smile and inform him that everything will be done. Suddenly, the guy remembers that there is going to be some sort of rank battle and asks when it is scheduled. Everyone present is very surprised how he knows about this and notices that he behaves as if he has been the head of the Black Rabbit Union for a long time. The master explains that there is no scheduled date yet, but it is expected in the near future. One of the heavenly generals who occupies a low position has issued a challenge, namely the Red Monkey. But if Izaha wants to raise his rank, this time he will have to fight a white rooster. The boy became curious about his current rank and was told that he was in 5th place among the 12 heavenly generals. The main character curiously notes that this scumbag did have a high rank, and then, by the way, asks where their boss is now. Commander Beck explains that the celestial general Red Snake found a blue-eyed beauty somewhere and went with her to the great Raksha mentor, so he must be with her now. Izaha wonders if this old fart still has enough strength for the blue-eyed beauty. After that, he fell silent, stopped smiling, and carefully observed everyone present here. And then, with burning eyes, he menacingly declares that suddenly he is bursting with anger, which seriously scared everyone present, so they bowed their heads again and fell silent. Master So can't follow his thoughts because first he called him a mentor, and then an old fart and got angry. The union leader asks if Mariman knows anything about this man still getting poor women through his students, and wonders why this jerk isn't being caught. Looking at the reaction of everyone present, Izaha asks if he said something wrong, and Master So is quick to assure him that everything is fine. But the main character abruptly rises from his chair and declares that, although he is a great Rakshasa and his teacher, this old man is obsessed with alcohol and women, so the head of the union intends to stand against him. This really surprised the leaders of the Black Rabbit Union. They definitely didn't expect this. They wonder if this man really wants to commit treason just because the big boss is old and leads a dissolute life. And they believe that he only has such thoughts because he is in a good mood right now. The boy threatens to say that if anyone holds on to the great Rakshasa or stands in his way, Izaha will not leave them alive. The men are terribly scared, and of course no one will dare to stand in his way. And after that, he calmly asks how things are going in the Hicksanbu Department of Dark Magic. One of those present explains that they are usually involved in the gaming business and stocks, and it seems that there is no force nearby that could overcome their financial power. Since they are still holding slave auctions, Izaha can't just turn a blind eye to such vile things happening. The leaders still look in awe at their new Black Rabbit Chief ally. The boy declares that they will defeat Hicksanbu to put Hikdo on the true path, and in the future, they will become the leaders of the front line in freeing the slaves. Everyone present is simply stunned by such a decision, especially since it was made so easily. And these leaders also don't recall that Hikdo had any moral standards at all. One brave man decided to ask why their leader suddenly decided to attack Hicksanbu. The main character doesn't mince words and asks if this idiot thinks it's right to buy and sell people. The man is frightened and explains that this is wrong. Then Izaha shouts why this idiot is asking if he knows everything himself. And then he turns to everyone else and asks why these morons even studied martial arts and explains that he will not tolerate injustice. They all stand scared and can't say a word. It's all very surprising to them. They're used to different leadership. However, the head of the union does not want them to remain silent and asks them to answer him, because anger is getting the better of him again. Everyone bowed their heads and in one voice explained that they understood everything and would take it into account. The protagonist also announces that he will use elixirs and all the means that the Black Rabbit Alliance has, and if anyone objects, he can decide it in a one-on-one battle. And with a menacing look, he asks those present if there is at least one person who would be against it. It is clear that no one objected to him, and there was silence in the hall, and this completely satisfied the young man. And he cheerfully adds that he's glad he won't have to get his hands dirty in their blood. The newly elected head of the Black Rabbit Union goes out to look at the yard after the meeting. He put on the mask of a black rabbit and feels complete satisfaction and peace. He recalls his first meeting in this union and the respect and honor with which he was treated. He is glad that he ended the meeting on a positive note and very productively. A servant approaches from behind him and announces that the preparations for dinner are complete. But the guy stands there unmoved and declares that he won't have dinner, he just wants to wash up. During the fight, he got a little dirty, but he hadn't had a chance to wash up yet. Then the protagonist takes off the black rabbit mask and turns to face the servant. But this poor guy was terribly scared when he saw the head of the union without a mask. Izaha ironically asks if he really impressed him with his beauty, but the servant bows and apologizes. He is shaking with fear and beads of sweat are running down his face, but the boy is still standing there. The main character calms the poor guy down and explains that he won't harm him, and from today on he is the new head of the Black Rabbit. But this didn't really calm the boy down. He was still shaking and could barely put the letters into words. Izaha explains that today is his first day as their leader, so he asks to be shown where their private training room is and where the miracle cures are stored. And after that, he washes himself and the boy bows his head and says that he will do everything. The guy enters a room with cabinets with lots of drawers and various boxes. And at first glance, the main character notices that there is quite a large choice here. He's terribly curious about what miraculous medicines are here and what he will find here now. He recalls that among all the miraculous medicines there is such a rare type that all the strong masters had, but it was impossible to detect it. But only a few of those masters dared to take this extremely powerful medicine. Most even very strong masters took ordinary low-level medicines. The boy carefully examined the contents of many drawers and found some types of medicine. But after examining everything in more detail, he realized that there were only low-grade drugs here, although this was also not bad. Then he frantically and meticulously examines every drawer and every corner of all these cabinets. But in one of them he finds a spirit-dispersing pill and is very happy about it, because it is a quality product of low origin. The guy took 3 pieces at once and thinks that this is just right for his condition. The effect of this drug can be described as an additional accumulation of energy in the body. Therefore, the main character, without hesitation, throws all 3 pills into his mouth at once. The guy stands in front of these cabinets for another minute and seems to be thinking about something. And then with slow and easy steps, the young man moves away from this place a little further. Izaha sits on the mat in her usual meditation and personal training pose. The guy exhales slowly, closes his eyes, and tries to focus on working on himself. To begin with, the guy needs to gradually suppress the heat from the spraying spirit. And after that, the main character used the golden invulnerable turtle technique. But during meditation, the guy suddenly realized that he was feeling something new and had never felt it before. The heavenly pearl absorbs the heat of this pill before he can even begin to practice the spiritual technique. It was this very celestial pearl that he stole from a demonic cult and swallowed. He doesn't understand how it happened that even before the circular flow began, the energy of the miraculous medicine was immediately absorbed by the pearl. The guy focused and folded both hands, trying to release some energy. He produces a bright red ball of fire that fits between his palms. The main character is working intently on his practice, and his hands are already burning. Izaha continues to meditate and does everything as usual. The posture and movements are the same. But it seems like something is bothering him a lot. Something is not going as he planned. Normally, the sky pearl absorbs and accumulates spirit, vitality, and martial determination, but it even absorbed the energy of the medicine he had taken recently. The guy wondered if the celestial pearl could miraculously absorb an opponent's energy or inner strength. The young man cannot believe it, because he only wants to pretend to be crazy, and not really becoming a scary monster just like the founder of the magician. The guy decided that first he needed to observe his inner state in order to understand it. However, he thought about giving this technique a name just in case, because you never know what might happen. He has many options in his mind: the all-absorbing technique, the energy-absorbing technique, the spirit-absorbing technique, the all-absorbing celestial pearl technique, the divine technique of absorbing the heavenly pearl, the divine technique of absorbing the heavenly pearl of the crazy demon, and then decided to stop. This prevents him from working on himself, so he wants to get this nonsense out of his head. And then he thought since he managed to return, then nothing is impossible for him. He has come up with something and wants to try it, so he straightens his arm and releases his power. The guy is trying hard. He is focused on his hand and trying to pull. The main character points his hand at the chest of drawers and hopes that something will happen now. He sits in this position for a while longer, trying to do something with just a movement of his hand. And then he thought that perhaps his inner strength was not at a level that would allow him to control anything in the air. Be that as it may, creating something new in the world of martial arts is the duty of madmen. But you shouldn't adapt to someone else's opinion, and only in this case can you create something completely new that has never existed before. After that, he raises his hand again and mentally speaks what he wants to do. Take a blank sheet of paper and write down the principle of the power of the heavenly pearl with the quality of his mind. He focuses on that, and a force comes from him that should do what he wants. The protagonist focuses entirely on performing this simple action. He sat like that for a while, and then the boy realized that something was happening. This power became so powerful that he managed to do exactly what he wanted. And now he sits in a meditation pose, holding his hand, and in it now is a box. And on his face you can see a blissful smile. He never doubted for a moment that he would succeed. And now he has decided and will call this technique the great technique of outstanding absorption of the heavenly pearl. But the fact that he has the pearl is a secret. Therefore, we will omit these 2 words, and as a result, This technique will be called the Great Technique of Outstanding Absorption. In the courtyard of the Golden Pavilion of the Black Rabbit Union, they are calmly cleaning up the leaves that have fallen from the tree. But suddenly someone comes to them, and this unexpected appearance slightly surprises the servants. Aizaha sits in the chair of the union chairman and listens attentively to what Master So reports to him. He tells them that someone has come to them and wants to meet with the head of the Black Rabbit Union. A woman said she came to report the latest news that had happened in Yilan County. If she hadn't mentioned Ilian County, the master would have kicked her out of here immediately. But he thought Isaac would be interested in hearing how things were going there. But the guy is skeptical about this. Since the Black Rabbit Alliance is under his leadership, there shouldn't be any problems in the district. The man asks whether to let the girl into the hall, and the union leader takes a moment to think about it. After a short thought, the guy says that he can leave it out because he's curious about what's going on. The next moment, the door from the courtyard opens and a lady enters the hall with energetic steps. She stands in front of the head of the Black Rabbit Alliance and bows her head in respect. It was Mrs. Sun who came to him. Very frightened and alarmed, she had not yet said a word. The main character was very surprised when he saw her. She was not visible for some time, but he does not understand what she forgot here. Master So turns to her and insists that she tell him everything that happened, and the girl humbly agrees. She starts by giving her name as Song Soso and saying that she comes from Ilian County. It seems that the clan head is hearing this girl's full name for the first time, and he thought about it for a while. And then he says that she has a beautiful name, and this remark is a bit surprising to the newly arrived guest. The guy waved his hand, asking her to ignore it and continue her story. Miss Song says that there is a place in Ilian called Zaha Hotel and a local guy running errands. When she said these words, everyone's eyes opened wide in surprise and fear. They looked carefully at the chair in which their head sits and pondered what this girl had said. They all know and understand that this boy running errands from the hotel, Zaha, is their boss. The girl continues and says that this servant dared to interfere in the management of the Black Rabbit Union. She tells everything she knows and everything that happened in her district and is related to Isaac. Instead, the guy listens carefully and understands that she has no idea who is behind that mask. Master Seo Gun Peng is surprised to realize that this woman is reporting to the head of the union about himself. Everyone present bowed their heads, terrified of what their new leader might do. Instead, the girl unsuspectingly and treacherously tells about all his actions. No one dares to stop her and explain who is hidden under the mask. They only watch in fear. Aizaha does not reveal her identity and pretends that this is the first time she is seeing her and hearing about this guy on the run. Then Aizaha sums up and declares that the guy running errands from Zaha's hotel killed all the brothel owners and completely captured Ilian, and asks if this is not good news. But the girl doesn't think so, and she looks at the Black Rabbit's head in surprise. And then with a smile on his face, he adds whether this brave lady has anywhere to go to stop. The girl bowed her head in disappointment and sadness and explained that she had nowhere to go. The guy adds with irony that it's a shame it happened this way because such a beautiful lady has no place of her own. And then he generously offers Mrs. Song the position of housekeeper in this house. The girl is extremely happy to have received such an offer from the head of the Black Rabbit Union. The chairman explains that such brave girls are very valuable, and if she doesn't mind, she can start working in the Black Rabbit Union. He adds that she is now of the right age, and plus she worked at a Manhwa hotel, so she has a lot of experience. The girl is very happy and happily accepts this offer, and promises that she will not let you down and will do her job diligently. But that's not all, and the boy asks that Mrs. Song promise him 2 things in return, and he goes on to explain firstly that if she betrays him, then she will die immediately without any mercy. The girl, with a smile and respect for her boss, explains that she would never dare to do that. But the guy is looking very intently at the newcomer, and his mood seems to have changed a bit. He no longer politely states that she should pay special attention to what she says. She thought about what he said, and as he said it, the girl felt like she had heard it somewhere before. After she doesn't answer, Izaha asks if it's really that hard for her. Then the girl bows her head and explains that she will always obey his will. Then the union president decides that the newly arrived Miss Song is hired. And then he repeats louder that this woman with a brave spirit has been hired by them. This woman is extremely happy, thanks her boss, and explains that she will serve him wholeheartedly. The guy explains that she should be grateful that he gave her another chance and hopes that they will work out. The girl doesn't understand what he means by saying he gave her another chance. So she asks again. Aizaha adjusts his mask and pretends that it prevents him from seeing properly. And then with one easy movement, he removes the mask from his face and straightens his hair. When the girl saw who was really hiding behind the mask, she turned completely pale and broke out in a cold sweat. Instead, the guy smiles and ironically asks if she's really that impressed by his beauty. Miss Sun Soso cannot utter a word and is terribly frightened by what she has just done. She remembered everything she had just said about him and felt very sick. Izaha is surprised because the girl fell and simply passed out, and Master So approached her. He placed 2 fingers near her nose to feel her breathing and understand what had happened to her. And then she explains to the head of the union that it seems she simply fainted from severe fright. Izaha orders the servants to take care of her, then states that it is very rude to faint after seeing the head of the alliance. This boy doesn't understand why Izaha is giving such an order. Does he really want her to take care of him? The chairman asks with complaints what he proposes to do. Just leave the person who has fainted, especially since she has nowhere to go. It seems that no one present can understand why their leader is acting this way, but they don't dare ask any more questions. The main character realized that they were a little confused, so he decided to explain to them. But he aggressively, through gritted teeth, declares that he is a very compassionate person and wants them to see it. But these words did not calm the leaders of the Black Rabbit at all, but only frightened them even more. All the men in the room are still watching their leader in amazement. There is a training session in the courtyard of the Black Rabbit Guild, and everyone except the warriors of the Golden Dragon Pavilion must perform 500 basic push-ups. The head of the union conducts training and explains that Hikdo is firstly training, secondly learning, and thirdly competition. The guys who are training are already terribly tired and sweat is flowing from them like a river. Izaha explains that from now on they will focus only on increasing their income and will only have time to eat and sleep. He believes that no one takes Hikdo seriously right now, so they need to become stronger. And he orders the warriors of the Golden Dragon Pavilion to go to the backyard, prepare sandbags, bring them here, and put them on the backs of the guy doing push-ups. He asks Master Seo Gunpeng to go with the boys and follow them. The guy bowed his head in agreement and explained that he would immediately carry out his order. The warriors of the Golden Dragon Pavilion go to the backyard and are surprised by such brutal training. The protagonist orders those who have already finished to take up wooden swords and beat those who try to dodge. But he adds that you don't have to beat him to death, but you can break a few bones. And these words terribly frightened those who were training. The 2 boys have completed their training and are happy to have the opportunity to take up a wooden sword and beat their brothers. These guys ran to the sword stand extremely quickly, as if they weren't tired at all. Izaha watches this and thinks about the fact that there are a lot of very strange idiots in Hikdo. Instead, the rest are still doing push-ups, and the union head says they'd better speed up their push-ups. And he explains that soon the Golden Dragon Pavilion will bring sandbags, and then the rest of the push-ups will have to be done with the bag on your back. And then he adds menacingly that it's probably easier to do push-ups now than it will be later. The union leader encourages his subordinates to work even faster. One warrior struck the one doing the push-ups with a wooden sword, and the poor thing screamed in pain so loudly that it could be heard throughout the entire territory. Izaha stands calmly in a rabbit mask and just watches everything that happens here. He shakes his head affirmatively and declares that everything they do is wonderful. But he explains that this warrior just beautifully expressed his intense pain through sound. But he adds that he allows them to make such screams, so they can scream as much as they want. These words encourage those who strike the poor with the sword, so they continue to do so. The main character wants to encourage the warriors and explains that the 5 people who can do 500 push-ups the fastest will be rewarded with a day's salary, so let them work even harder. The warriors of the Golden Dragon Pavilion had already carried sandbags. The union leader left them to train, and he himself went on business. The head of the Black Rabbit Union has a meeting with Commander Beck and is reviewing some materials. When he opened the scroll and examined it carefully, he was extremely surprised by what he saw there. The commander brought him a collection of characteristics of the 12 heavenly generals. He explains that he thought the boy would be interested in learning about the masks, martial arts, and weapons of the 12 heavenly generals. But I explained that I personally wrote down everything I know and made some illustrations. The boy looks at the book with delight and praises it, saying that it is impressive, especially the illustrations. The young man carefully examines each page and studies everything down to the smallest detail. This book contains complete information about the 12 heavenly generals, and much that the main character was completely unaware of. The guy studies everything and thinks that it's probably because this man was always near his head. Suddenly he noticed something interesting and asked if the red monkey was really a woman. Beck explains that the red monkey is a special disciple. He steals items on behalf of the great Gorak Shiz. This woman asked him to teach her martial arts in exchange for payment for the theft, and he adds that she is much lower in rank than Izaha. But thanks to the outstanding skills of the Sengong, there is no general who could easily deal with her. Izaha asks if she really knows the Qinggong technique so well and manages to make her body much lighter. The commander explains that from time to time, a genius is born in nature, and it seems that the red monkey has a natural talent, after which the protagonist asks if he has any information about the Rakshasas. The man explains with a smile that this information is at the very end, because the boss always leaves something for dessert. The guy smiles and looks forward to learning a lot of interesting information about the summit itself. She praises Commander Beck for his excellent work and promises to give him gold. The man bows his head and thanks him, explaining that he didn't do it to get money, but such a reward is a very nice bonus. And then he explains that he uses all this information for his life. After that, they both look at each other and laugh their heads off happily. But their fun is interrupted by Miss Song, who approaches, bows her head, and addresses the head. He explains to Beck that this is their new head servant, Sun Soso, and adds with irony that she always speaks very elegantly. The girl fearfully explains that a masked man has come looking for the head of the union. The guy is surprised that someone wearing a mask has visited him and asks what kind of mask this person has. The girl briefly and concisely explains that this someone came in a monkey mask. The commander frowns and declares that judging by all this, a red monkey has come to them. The guy opened the book again and studied in detail the page where everything about this person is described. He read that the red monkey had incredible qigong skills, strong kleptomania, became the latest disciple of all, defeated several generals, and rose in rank. She also has the audacity to demand a draw and avoids using qigong when she finds herself at a disadvantage. It is also said that she stole a miraculous medicine and now accumulates internal energy at an incredible speed, and her qigong is better than even the best generals. Aizaha smiles smugly and explains that the research on this girl and the assimilation of information are over. So he went out to meet his guest, who was politely sitting in a chair in the hall, waiting for him. The girl folded her arms across her chest, and when she noticed someone approaching her, she turned her head sharply. The main character also hasn't forgotten about his mask, so he's already wearing his usual black rabbit. He walks very slowly and deliberately, showing with his whole appearance who is the boss. The protagonist sits in the central seat, which is intended for the head of the Black Rabbit Union. The red monkey folds his hands in greeting and asks how his little brother, the rabbit, is doing. The guy calls her a thief and notes that they haven't seen her in a long time. But she immediately suspected something and explains that she doesn't like being addressed like that, and that if you think about it, his voice and manner of speaking are a bit strange, and she thinks that he didn't have such long hair. Izaka was surprised because he thought that this was the way they communicated with each other. So he says that he has been tired recently because of training, so he speaks a little strangely, and recently he studied a new art and could not control the ki energy in his body. Therefore, he had a sore throat and a rather high temperature, so his condition is different now. But the girl is glad that he suffered internal injuries. The guest explains that she came like last time to ask for money, and if he gives it to her, she will leave peacefully and not fight with him. The guy understands that she knows that he doesn't need to overexert himself before the decisive battle with the white rooster, so he simply asks for money. He is surprised that she demands them in such a mean way, so the hikdo is a complete mess. The girl folded her arms across her chest and explained that he had to fight a white rooster soon, so it was better not to fight her to avoid getting injured. The guy rudely asks if she still goes around demanding money from others and if she's really poor. But the girl, with a menacing look, declares that his words today are more harsh and rude than ever. And she adds that it looks like she'll have to give him a good fight today and teach him a lesson. Instead, the guy defiantly addresses her as his little sister and asks if she even knew anything about him before coming here. The red monkey explains that he will simply take 30 silver bars and not come near this place for a while. Otherwise, they will have a fight. And he thinks about the fact that he said he suffered internal injuries while training, so he will most likely avoid the challenge. The guy smiles and calls her a monkey and also wants to offer her something. He declares that if she gives back all the money she has appropriated, her head will let her go unharmed. The guest clearly did not expect such a turn of events and was very surprised to hear such a threat. She looks intently at the man sitting across from her and asks what he's saying. There is anger in her eyes, and she says that she really hopes he was just joking. The head of the Black Rabbit Union declares that he is not joking at all, and moreover is not going to accept her challenge to a fight until she brings him money. But if she manages to defeat him at least once, he will return all the money he took from her earlier. The red monkey can't believe what he's hearing. This is definitely not what he came here for. The guy explains to her in simple words that they will have a fight for money. The young man thinks that the desire for easy money is essentially the root of theft, so she simply cannot refuse his offer. It seems the girl is curious because she asks what the conditions of this fight will be, and the guy easily informs her that it's up to her to decide. The interlocutor thinks about why he is so confident in himself. Maybe he still has some problems with his head. but then I think that it doesn't matter if it doesn't happen. It's in her favor anyway. So she explains the rules to him. If he can take off her mask within 450 seconds, then that will be a sign that she has lost. And he adds that he can use any methods, and the meeting place can be the territory of the Black Rabbit Union, and the guy agrees to this. Under the mask, the girl is terribly happy, as she is confident in her Jingong skills. They did not put this fight on hold, and went out into the street to resolve everything. The girl waves her hand and invites the guy to come closer and start. The head of the Black Rabbit Union stares intently at his rival and considers his next actions. The protagonist tries to gather there and concentrate so that the red monkey is defeated. Instead, the girl looks at him with a confident look and declares that he won't have enough time anyway. Aizaha responds very rudely, telling her to shut her mouth and not even dare to lecture him. And he warns her that today he will teach her a lesson, so she should prepare well for it. He told her that after the battle she would leave here safe and sound, but it seems someone has forgotten where he belongs. The girl ironically spreads her hands and explains that she should have said the last sentence. But the boy no longer wants to talk and without warning begins their competition. The guy instantly approached his rival and was already holding her mask in his hand. It seems that the head of the Black Rabbit Union has already won because the mask is in his hands. But the red monkey was faster and managed to avoid it in a split second and proudly asks what he's trying to do here. The protagonist looks around to understand and see where his rival is now. He tries to repeat his movements and try again, but he fails again. The girl performs a backflip and moves away from the boy in the black rabbit mask. She stands confidently on her feet and looks at this self-confident fool with a sneer. They are watched by Master So, who has given a good assessment of the red monkey's Jingong skills. And Beck adds that even the head of the union will have a hard time fighting her. But the guy doesn't give up and picks up speed again to get closer to his rival as quickly as possible. He approaches the red monkey, but it stands still and looks like easy prey. The girl is so confident in herself that she is already thinking about how she will spend her money. Instead, the young man approached her again, close enough that I was ready to remove the mask from my face. And he will be defeated again. This girl is quite clever. It will not be as easy with her as he thought. But the girl is surprised that the guy suddenly became much faster than he was a minute ago. It's becoming harder for her to avoid his attacks, and the union leader suddenly appears very close. She has to do a backflip again to quickly retreat and hold on a little longer. The red monkey landed and kicked up a lot of dust, behind which it did not notice its opponent. He caught her off guard, approached her, and again reached out his hands to her mask on her face. The girl barely managed to avoid it by turning her head, but now fear appeared in her eyes. The red monkey jumps again and maneuvers to avoid the union leader. The main character, as always, missed it by a fraction of a second. She slipped away from him. This girl is very agile and has good control over her technique, so it's not that easy. The red monkey looks around and glares menacingly at the boy in the black rabbit mask. But Aizaha seems to have come up with something. It can be seen from his burning eyes peeking out from under the mask. The protagonist decided to use a new technique, the great absorption technique, and grabbed the girl by the leg. After using his technique to bring her closer to him, he reaches for her face with his other hand. The poor thing is trying to break free and do something that might save the situation. But all in vain, her leg is firmly clamped in the hand of the head of the Black Rabbit Union. The main character doesn't think for a long time, so he throws the poor girl from high to low. The red monkey hits the ground and immediately tries to get up, otherwise it loses. About how when she stands up, she meets the gaze of the head of the Black Rabbit Union. But in a strange way, he avoids his opponent and after doing a somersault, lands with his feet on the ground. After that, the red monkey gathers its strength and arm energy to strike. The guest approaches the protagonist at breakneck speed, but he stands motionless. The guy looks at her with menacing eyes and reaches out and uses the great technique of outstanding absorption again. The red monkey can no longer avoid this, because the crimson rays have already reached its mask. It was as if Isaac's hand had managed to touch the mask, but the girl hadn't even had time to use her power yet. The game can be considered complete because the head of the Black Rabbit Union did it. He took off his mask. But besides that, as he promised, he didn't stop there and wants to teach the girl a lesson with a fireball. The maskless red monkey falls to the ground with a thud and coughs blood from its mouth. Her impact on the ground raised a large amount of dust and made a lot of noise around. The poor girl lies motionless, all beaten and disappointed that she lost, even though she was so confident in her abilities. The two men watching this saw how strong their union leader was. Aizaha declares with a smile that he won easily and without any tension or even the slightest hint of danger. Everyone present is so surprised that they cannot say a word, but then they congratulate him on his victory. The main character looked at the mask and at the girl, wondering if she had already come to her senses or was still unconscious. Beck approaches the girl cautiously and with fear and tries to understand how she is. Looking closely, he realizes that the girl is still unconscious. The warriors present are also slightly frightened and ask if it wouldn't be strange if she were conscious. Aizaha, with a threatening look, explains that she may come to her senses in the middle of the night after they take her away from here. The soldiers present just look around and can't understand what their leader means. Therefore, he adds that she could rob their storehouse of precious elixirs in the middle of the night. Or this sneaky girl could steal valuables from the Black Rabbit Union Fund. And then, without haste and calmly, escape with all the good that I robbed from them. The protagonist adds with a stern expression that such manipulations will not work on him. Therefore, he warns his subordinates to be careful, especially when it comes to her sweet traps. The warriors of the Black Rabbit Alliance are surprised and frightened by this story and unanimously declare that they understand everything. But at this moment, the voice of the Red Monkey is heard, explaining that she has learned a lot today. Although the girl was beaten, she managed to get to her feet and even take a few steps. With a smile on her face, she neatly wipes the dirt from under her nose and looks at everyone with big eyes. The guys looked at her. They see the Red Monkey without a mask for the first time and realize that she is very beautiful. And after that, everyone looked at their leader of the Black Rabbit Alliance with frowns. Master Seo Gunpeng and Commander Beck also glared at their leader. Everyone agreed that their leader had clearly gone too far with this sweet girl. Instead, the protagonist now realizes that she is literally that sweet trap. They didn't think for long and tied this cunning kleptomaniac to a pole with coarse threads. The girl is having a hard time because she is tied up so tightly that she cannot even move a finger. She has enough time to remember and analyze everything that happened during the day. It seems to her that this is definitely not the brother she knew. His abilities, manner of speech, and even the aura around him are different. The girl knows for sure that this definitely does not belong to her little rabbit brother. The Red Monkey frowned and felt sad that she hadn't realized this sooner. Stroking his long and well-combed beard, Commander Beck enters the room. He explains to the poor girl that he came here on the orders of the Union Chairman and apologizes for being so rude. The Red Monkey is very angry and cannot understand what nonsense this old man is talking about. But suddenly many more boys enter the room after him, which really surprises the girl. They brought a table with papers and a chair and are looking very intently at the beautiful girl. And then they smile strangely and theatrically show that they have completed their work. The commander asks them to go out the door and thanks them for handling everything so well. After that, Beck sat down in a chair, picked up a pen, and was doing something very concentrated on paper. He stares at the girl intently, mumbling to himself and frowning from time to time. The girl doesn't like this and asks with great aggression what he is doing. And this man calmly explains that the chairman asked him to draw in great detail the face of one of the heavenly generals, the Red Monkey. But she adds that he was told to do it, so he does it. And in fact, the boss is much scarier than she might think. And this old man is simply following orders. So she asks not to hold a grudge against him. But this didn't calm the poor girl down at all, so she screams why they need her face. The man does his job and explains that she became famous for being a thief. Therefore, the chairman said that if the Red Monkey ran away or refused to help the Black Rabbit Union, its portrait would be handed over to the Murim Union. The man leans out to get the right angle and asks the girl not to turn her head. But she aggressively shouts why he's showing off his asses to her. But he regretfully explains that he won't be able to draw her without looking at her, because when you draw mountains, you look at mountains. He needs a model. This whole situation makes the girl terribly angry, but she has no choice. The only thing she can do is scream at this old man to stop drawing her, although the man pays no attention to it. Beck explains that even though she is just as much of a celestial general as their leader, he is not at all pleased when a person who is fit to be his grandson addresses him so impolitely. This did not upset the girl at all. On the contrary, she asked with a smile what he could do for her. After these words, the man innocently asks if she wants him to draw her naked. And then he adds that he is joking and will try to do everything as quickly as possible. So he asks her not to be offended by him. And he explains that he has no choice because if he doesn't draw her, then he will die. But the girl suspects that this scumbag isn't drawing because he has no choice. While working on the portrait, the man explains that, as she could already understand, the person who was the head here before is already dead. The girl is very interested in this information, and she listens carefully to what else this old man has to say. And he adds that the former mayor was not even able to defend himself properly. He simply flew over the fence and lost his limbs. This really surprised the girl, because she knew that the former chairman was strong. And the commander thought that he would also tear the girl to pieces, and she would follow him. Therefore, she should show some respect to the master, after he was so good to her. These words made the Red Monkey think, and she bowed her head without saying anything. Instead, the artist liked this pose, so he asks her not to move. After many attempts and failed portraits, he finally managed to draw the perfect portrait of a red monkey. The head of the union looks at it and is quite impressed with the work, because this monkey looks exactly like in life. So he tells Commander Beck that this one has passed the test, and the man is extremely happy, bows and thanks. But he adds that if their monkey decides to escape, then they need to make more pictures and send them to the Murim Union, and also spread the rumor that the thief has escaped. He asks the commander to take care of the monetary reward, and the old man nods in agreement. The main character is left looking at the portraits, while the man quietly leaves the room. The red monkey looks at the man in the mask and quietly and calmly asks who he is. The guy with a smile on his face asks if she has realized yet that he is not actually a rabbit. She explains that a mask alone cannot hide one's true identity, and who is he that dares to behave like this with the disciples of the great Rakshasa? But the boy with a crazy look explains to his sister that if he were afraid of the great Rakshasa, he wouldn't have done anything in the first place. But the girl gets angry because he calls her little sister and tells her to stop saying that. So the guy suggests calling her a bitch thief, after which she agrees to be his little sister. And then he asks why he felt sorry for her. Is it all just to use her later? The girl explains that the most important thing in her life is money, and as long as he pays her well, she will serve him faithfully. And the boy reveals his plans to her and explains that he wants to kill the great Rakshasa. The red monkey is very surprised to hear this and thinks he has lost his mind. And then he explains to him that the teacher is much stronger than anyone can imagine, and the head of the union is not strong enough to do this. The protagonist takes her words into account, but now he needs to know if she will be able to betray her master, and the girl explains that if he pays her, she will be with him. Izaha doesn't believe a word this insidious kleptomaniac says, and that's what he tells her. The girl is angry because she doesn't understand what they want from her, because in any case she won't be believed, no matter what she says. The head of the Black Rabbit Union says that General So will bring the poison now, and he adds that of course they prepared it for their beloved monkey. These words frightened the poor thing. With fear in her eyes, she cannot believe that they really want to poison her. The poor thing begs the head not to do this to her. The girl is ready to carry out any order. The red monkey gets angry and shouts that they even have her portrait, so why was that needed then? The guy in the rabbit mask is relentless and repeats again that he doesn't believe it. The next moment, Seo Gun-pang enters and brings the purple star poison that the head had asked him to bring. The girl with furrowed eyebrows simply watches what will happen next. This poison looks very disgusting and strange. It's a ball of some incomprehensible green stuff. Without further hesitation or discussion, Izuka orders the master to feed her this. Master So, confused, approaches the girl and holds the poison, but the girl has her mouth tightly closed. She doesn't want to swallow it. He had difficulty getting this smelly green ball into his mouth as she was tied up, making it difficult for her to do anything. The poor thing tries to turn his head and thinks only that he will never swallow this disgusting thing. The master notices that the girl is not swallowing what to do, and the head of the union explains that in this case, you need to beat her until she swallows. The red monkey is trying hard not to swallow, but it's a bit difficult for her. The next moment, she announces with disappointment and annoyance that she swallowed and now asks what they want from her. The protagonist gives her 10 days to kill a white rat, a green dog, or a yellow horse. Only then will he give her the antidote. And she adds that duels to the death are common among the 12 celestial generals. So she doesn't anger the great Rakshasa by doing so. The girl notes that these three do only evil. They are bandits. The union leader approaches the red monkey and notices that it is very perceptive. The guy bends over to his guest and in one motion unties the ropes that tied her to the post. She stands up, rubs her hands together, and asks who he really is, perhaps a former member of the Murim Union. And the head sincerely replies that he's just a friendly neighborhood boy running errands. Master So is surprised and cannot believe that this man laid all his cards on the table so easily. The girl thought for a moment, raised her eyebrows, and at first didn't comment at all. The guest exhaled in disappointment and realized that he wouldn't tell her that, and then added that he would return as soon as he killed one of the three. Then we could talk. The man standing to the side cannot believe that the girl did not take him seriously. The red monkey is about to leave the building, and the head of the union is escorting her and wants to say something else. He explains that even though she swallowed the poison, she still has a choice, because she can tell everything to the great Rakshasa, get the antidote from him, and lay all her cards on the table. She senses some kind of ruse, so she asks what her benefit is from him winning. The protagonist modestly declares that there is no particular benefit and believes that she is also tired of silently carrying out the pitiful orders of the great Rakshasa. But he asks if she really enjoys doing all the dirty work and giving him all her money. The girl did not comment on this statement, but simply turned around and left the Black Rabbit's union. Only the union head and the master remain in the courtyard, who explains that the poison he prepared is so-so. The guy asks what he made it from, and he explains that he simply mixed a laxative and something for the stomach and made a ball out of it with his hands. But with frowning eyebrows and very menacingly, she adds that she wouldn't be surprised if the shelf was filled with gravy while she ran. Aizaha mockingly notes that he expected General So to take on this matter very diligently. At that time, the girl smiles cheerfully and runs away from the territory where the Black Rabbit Alliance is located. The red monkey, without its usual mask, hurries between residential buildings. But suddenly the monkey feels something wrong. She feels some discomfort. The poor thing holds his hand on his stomach and realizes that something is wrong with his stomach, but assumes it's because of the poison. She is already feeling very unwell, and the girl is asking herself why this idiot made her swallow this very strange thing. She's still running somewhere without stopping for a moment, and her thoughts have now returned to what the Black Rabbit's head told her. The girl ponders the words, saying that she too is tired of silently following the Rakshasa's pathetic orders, doing all the dirty work and giving away all her money, which she loves so much. But she definitely wouldn't risk her life or betray her teacher for some fool. She smiles cheerfully, not realizing that she managed to escape from this sick idiot. But suddenly it seems like she felt completely sick, because the expression on her face is quite frightening. The poor thing looks at her stomach and realizes that something is not very good for her. The girl's pupils dilated, her forehead covered in cold sweat, and her lips pressed into one small line. She seems to understand what is happening and in no way wants it. She begs for anything but this to happen. Her face shows pain and disappointment because diarrhea is the worst thing that could happen to her. She holds her stomach with her hands and continues to run somewhere, thinking only that it would be better if it were just a stomach ache. It's a lot to happen to her, and definitely not here, and definitely not now. But the whites are only getting stronger. It's already difficult for her to look outside with her eyes, because everything around her becomes blurry and indistinct. The poor thing doesn't get any better, and her condition only gets worse, and her stomach hurts more and more. In desperation, she looks back at passers-by, and they look at the girl strangely. She understands that there are a lot of people here, and there is absolutely no place to relieve oneself. She closes her eyes sadly and asks herself if this was really meant to happen in a place like this. The red monkey holds his stomach with both hands and convinces himself that he can endure a little longer and hide where there are no people. And now she needs to concentrate and gather all her internal ki energy into the sphincter. The girl barely managed to reach the forest, and finally she could relax and breathe. Her stomach hurts terribly, and she feels like her inner demon is about to break free. But suddenly she realizes that someone is approaching very quickly and their speed is similar to hers. And the next moment she raised her head up and saw a man in white there and realized that it was her teacher who had come. He landed easily and casually in his white shoes on a quiet forest clearing. The red monkey's eyebrows are furrowed and drops of sweat are running down her forehead. She seems worried. This man is beaming and asks if the young lady is okay, adding that she looks very pale. Without any hesitation, she abruptly shouts out one word, poison. And the man looks a little confused. And then you realize that you can't just tell anyone that it's poisonous. And then she bows her head and explains with sadness and despair that she's looking for a toilet here. The guy seems to be thinking about something, holds his hand near his beard and explains that this is a rather uncomfortable situation. And the next moment he slowly but very confidently approaches this young lady. He turns his back on her, squats down and says that he's going to his favorite cafe now and can take her there quickly and easily. Such a gesture of help and support surprises her very much, and the girl is speechless for a moment. And then her stomach twisted even more, so she accepts this man's help. She sits on his back, and this guy looks very suspicious. It seems like he's up to something. But the red monkey didn't know how to notice this because it wasn't in the best condition right now. They quickly rise from the ground and seem to be heading somewhere at the speed of light. The girl is a little scared, so this man explains that it is worth staying calm because everything can be overcome as long as you keep yourself in check. The monkey sees how fast he is and how pleasant his voice is, so they wonder where such a young master came from. By this time, they had already risen quite high above the city, mountains, and rivers, offering a very beautiful view. As soon as they landed, the girl quickly got up and ran to the backyard, because there should be a toilet there. Instead, this man stands motionless and watches the girl run away. She sits, ashamed and in excruciating pain, doing her thing and imagining herself in a better place. The poor thing bit her fist and only thinks about the fact that she's doing it very loudly. Then he exhales with relief and returns to the main courtyard in front of the building. She is ashamed to even look this man in the eye, because he must have heard the sound she was making. She walked to the main entrance door and paused for a moment to gather her courage. But she can't stand there like that forever, so she has to go inside. At the establishment, the girl is met by her new acquaintance and politely asks if she is okay. The monkey bows its head and folds its hands in a gesture of gratitude, adding that thanks to him she is fine. A waiter comes to them and brings the fragrant food that the man had already ordered. It turns out they are now in Yilan Prefecture at an establishment, and he explains that he was going to use it in rice soup today. But it's a good thing this man came early. The girl looked at the plate and asked what it was because it looked very appetizing. The owner of the establishment, with a smile and very politely explaining to his client that these are pork ribs. Instead, the man doesn't expect anything and happily savors the ribs that were brought to him. The girl doesn't take her eyes off the plate of delicious food and just swallows. The owner of the establishment smiles and invites her to try a piece, but the girl refuses, explaining that she has stomach problems. But he ignores her excuses, moves the plate closer to her, and invites her to just try it. She looks at the plate with a smile and thinks about trying it anyway because it looks very delicious. The man looks at the guest and explains that he should just take it with his hands and eat without any utensils. The two of them sit at the table and savor divinely prepared ribs. The girl takes the first piece in her hands and appreciates the meat that was served to her in this establishment. As she tasted it, she realized that it was the most delicious meat she had ever eaten. The owner of the establishment leans over to the guy and quietly asks what his relationship is with this cute girl. The man was not embarrassed by such a question, but simply explained that she was his sister. When she heard this, I finally realized who this guy was, so a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Now that she heard it and could hear his voice clearly, she felt a little scared. She clearly and distinctly realized that this was the same man who was under the mask of the Black Rabbit. And this realization leaves her with a lump in her throat and an extremely shocked expression on her face. It's clear that the young man has noticed her confusion and is behaving very directly. He looks at the girl cheerfully and asks if she is speechless from his incredible beauty. The girl is terribly angry because not only did this scumbag deceive her, but she also disgraced herself in his eyes. And this realization made her feel so sick that she lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor. The owner of the establishment and the head of the union are not too concerned about the poor girl. Izaha only says with irony that it's so absurd to faint at the sight of your little brother. None of them rush to help the poor thing. They just keep watching her. The owner of the establishment turns to the guy and asks if it's true that he's now the head of the Black Rabbit Union, and he confirms it. And he explains that this girl who is still lying unconscious is one of the 12 heavenly generals, the Red Monkey. The man now understands why he called her his little sister and asks him to take good care of her because she looks pretty cute. The protagonist slowly turns his head to his interlocutor and asks if it was really love at first sight. But he quickly objects and asks the clan leader not to talk nonsense. The young man continues to chew meat and calmly declares, "No, no," and suggests closing the topic. And then he turns to the girl and asks how much longer she's going to stay here, because she only has 10 days. At this point, the girl stands up and explains that she is completing her task much faster. She is already standing firmly on her feet and thanks the owner of the establishment for the most delicious pork ribs. Instead, he blushed and with a smile invited her to come to his establishment another time. And then the girl politely explains to those present that it is high time for her to go on business. She bows to them in farewell and then turns around and quickly runs away from the place. She looks quite frowning, seems to be contemplating something and looking back. Izaha is standing behind. He has a very sweet smile on his face, and he is showing with his hands that she is only 10 days old. And then she gestures that in 10 days it will be the end if she does not complete the task. What she saw there made the poor girl turn pale, and fear was visible in her eyes. She accelerated even more and only thinks about how terribly scared she is by this sick bastard. The main character has finished his lunch and is also leaving, as he plans to take a little walk around. The owner cheerfully sees off his guest and politely invites him to come again. He walks through the streets and thinks that after many trainings in the Qigong technique, his body feels like a feather, like in the past when he was in the Speed Squad. In a past life, it was a mystical organization that almost no one knew about. Only those whose Qigong skills had reached their peak had the right to enter it, and there were many madmen in it who were ready to train even to the point of death. Everyone competed with each other in the possession of Qigong, regardless of what alliances they were in, and it was all for the sake of obtaining the title of the fastest of all. In reality, he was called King Speed or the head of the Speed Squad, and in the past he managed to join this squad thanks to his skill, but he never managed to reach the throne of the king. Izaha now can't wait to meet the speedmasters he knew before. The guy reached the construction site and saw the construction manager, Yoon Ja-seon. The man smiles sweetly and greets the main character, calling him his brother. Then I thought that maybe it wasn't worth calling him so familiarly in front of so many people. The man explains that his brother Santai told him that the clan leader had invaded the Black Rabbit Alliance, and the headman asks if anyone here has caused him any problems, and if they have sometimes come from the Black Pearl Fort. The construction manager explains that Soldier Sim often patrols Iliang County with his subordinates. Therefore, no one has a chance to cause any trouble here, and the chairman only now remembered Sim B. And then the man with a friendly smile asks how his dear friend Cha Songtae is doing. He is told that he is currently sparring on wooden swords against Soldier B, and has been losing to him shamefully for the past 10 days. This event has become quite a popular entertainment. As always, when Sima and Songtae fight, many spectators gather around. Aizaha frowned and didn't understand how he could call himself the leader of the clan and allow himself to be killed in front of everyone. And then suddenly he throws a bag of something into the boy's hands and he asks what it is. When he pulled out the contents of the bag, he realized that they were gold plates. The young man was surprised. Aizaha insists that the guy always keep them with him and buy people drinks from time to time, because they work to live. But if they overwork themselves, they will get sick. But the construction manager is shocked and thinks it's not too much money for such things. Instead, the head of the union is not concerned and explains that there are many people in the clan and he can use this money for anything he needs. But now he has to leave. The manager immediately shared the good news with his subordinates, and they all rejoiced together. Instead, the main character, dressed in his white robes, went for a walk through the forest path. A large group of people comes out of the deep forest to meet him, but the main character is not at all bothered by this. This group of people is rapidly approaching him, and the head of the union is walking confidently towards him. They have already passed by, but one man turns his head to get a better look at the boy. The stranger followed him suspiciously with his watchful eye and recognized Isaac. The boy slowly turned his head, but no emotion was visible on his face. These men all looked menacingly at the boy, and one of them was holding a piece of paper in his hand. The man with the scar on his face angrily declares that the young man looks a lot like Izaha. The man with the piece of paper carefully examines the boy's portrait and agrees that it is the same guy. The protagonist frowns and realizes that these are scum from the Black Pearl Fort. A man with a scar on half his face looks at the boy very sternly and wonders what to do. His pawn whispers in his ear that they didn't expect to meet him here because they heard that Aizaha no longer lives here. The main character understands that they came here to wreak havoc precisely because they knew he wasn't here. The head of the union knows well that various dark groups often do this insidiously. The man looks very confident and proudly declares that he is Dak Go-song from the Black Pearl Fort, and they know that this man has killed many scumbags. Of 30 gold plates on his head, this was done by order of the Tiger Roar Alliance and the Three Swords Merchants. They came to Yilan to post a document about the hunt for his head, but they suggest he read it himself. So one of these scumbags approaches the main character with a rolled-up leaf. Izaha understands that this is a banal politeness, and considering what the dark faction is offering, it is better not to accept anything. The poor guy is still holding the piece of paper in his outstretched hand and hopes that he will be taken away now. All the men left behind are eagerly waiting for the union leader to take it, wondering why he doesn't take it, because he has to take it. Dak Go-song explains that they have been looking for him since he disappeared from Iliang Prefecture, if he comes to the Black Pearl Fort himself. The chairman will cancel the reward once he pays the Tiger Roar Alliance and the Three Swords Merchants, and menacingly asks what he is going to do. The protagonist remarks that there are somehow too many of them here to simply hand over the document. But the interlocutor explains that they heard about his skills, so they decided to get together. Aizaha exhaled and said that this excuse was valid, but he thought about the fact that he had days when he felt bad. Sometimes there are days when he may not feel anything when I kill biotopes of people to death, but sometimes he tries to avoid useless sacrifices, and today is just such a day. He himself does not understand the reasons for this, but perhaps he would not be called a crazy demon if his actions did not contradict each other. The head of the union says that he is not in the mood to meet with their host right now, and that he will come visit another time and is going in a different direction. But his interlocutor menacingly declares that it would be better for him if he left with them now. Izaha stopped for a moment, was silent for a while, and then remembered this idiot's name. And then he turns around and asks if he really wants to go to the afterlife with his subordinates. The man aggressively asks how he wants them to react if he killed Hin Ji-seok, Wei Xiong-woo, and Gu Young-soo, and now he also declares that he will come to them whenever he wants. His subordinates seem very scared and probably wouldn't want to have such a rival. This man boldly remarks that it makes no difference whether he kills everyone right now, and then goes to the Black Pearl Port, or just goes with them now. If he continues to postpone his visit, he will have to meet with people from the Tiger Roar Alliance and the Three Swords Merchants, so the choice is his. The main character looked at the man with a smile and thought that this idiot was not afraid of death at all. And then he turns around and agrees to go with them aboard the Black Pearl. As he walks, the boy thinks about how he feels a little sad, because in this life, when he wears a mask, he is the head of the Black Rabbit Alliance, which develops the power of the faction. But as soon as he takes off his mask, he turns back into a crazy demon. And now the boy, together with these men, is swimming across the river of the Hornless Dragon. The boy looks intently into the distance and sees beautiful landscapes, a sunrise, and an endless sky. And then he says goodbye to his native land and promises to return when he earns some money. The men on the boat look around with suspicion and displeasure. Izaha still turns to his native land and asks it to accept him with open arms, and sadly asks why the boy is running away on a boat. Everyone present looks around in surprise and thinks that this man looks like a madman. And then he turns to the men and carefully examines each of them present. He studies their faces and actions, but these scumbags seem a little embarrassed by this, their brows furrowed. The guy turns his head to the other side and looks at the other half of his subordinates. But their facial expressions are very unfriendly. They look at the young man with suspicion. The protagonist asks why they are all so ugly, and suggests that perhaps they do all these horrible things because they look so bastardly. And then I thought about it and remembered a handsome guy I knew very well, but he wasn't nice. He talks about a demon put in the hands of the messenger of the world, and this guy did a lot of nasty things. Then one concludes that their crooked snouts have nothing to do with their crooked faces. But this doesn't answer the question of why they are such ugliness. Perhaps it's because they are literally immersed in vile deeds. Doc Gosong frowns and grits his teeth, asking what heinous acts he's talking about. The protagonist confidently replies that he knows that the Black Pearl Fort is engaged in such acts as slave trading. Toothy frowns and asks when this idiot will shut his stinking mouth. Izaha shouts that he hasn't finished his conversation yet and asks what's going on in this idiot's head when he sees slaves at the auction. And this dude boldly replies that he wants to earn some extra money so he can have a slave too. Everyone on the boat burst out laughing at this fucking idiot's idiotic idea. Doc Gosong is terribly angry and aggressively shouts for these idiots to shut their mouths. Everyone immediately fell silent and silently looked at each other with great fear. Their leader thinks that these idiots will never understand how to behave with someone who is going to fight the head of the fort. Instead, the main character remains silent and does not comment on the situation that has occurred, but simply surveys the scenery. Doc Gosong stares at his guest and hesitantly asks if he intends to leave them alive. But the guy is still sitting as he was, looking at the scenery and not answering any questions. The guy doesn't understand why, maybe because he left Yilan Prefecture, but his level of madness has started to rise again. He used to think that he wouldn't behave like he did in his past life, but he realizes that he's turning into a crazy demon again. And this man persistently asks if he really intends to leave them alive. Then the guy coldly declares that they should fight each other, and he will have mercy on the one who remains alive. Doc Gosong looked at everyone on the boat with a glassy look and said that he agreed to these terms. But his subordinates, noticing this, were terribly frightened and covered in a cold sweat. The man drew his sword against his subordinates, and they also had to stand in a fighting stance. A bloody fight broke out on the boat, in which, of course, their leader, Doc Gosong, had the upper hand. Isaac is not at all concerned about what is happening on the boat. He is still carefreely contemplating the scenery. The man with the scar, tired and covered in blood, finished his work. He was the only one left alive. The protagonist looks at him and declares that, as promised, he will let him live. The man breathed a sigh of relief and sat down, leaning on his sword to rest a bit. The head of the union casually, as if nothing had just happened, asks how things are at the Black Pearl Fort. The man with furrowed eyebrows explains that there is nothing good. It is just teeming with all sorts of idiots. Izaka doesn't comment on his answer at all. He remains silent and just smiles sweetly. They sail to the old city of Black Sand, which is the military headquarters of the Black Pearl Fort. The guy carefully watches as they sail closer to this city. Their boat is moored to the shore, and they are ready to get out to meet their boss. But some guys immediately ran up to them, weapons in their hands, ordering them to stand. The man with the scar aggressively shouts for them to get out of the way, because he brought Izaha as ordered. The guys immediately parted on both sides, and these two boldly walked forward. When they passed through the gate, Izaha noticed residential buildings with people there. These white-tailed deer that live here look miserable and very scared. The main character did not know that ordinary people lived in the fort of the Black Pearl. But this seems logical, since they could kidnap a person at any moment and sell him as a slave. The two men reach the main house, which looks much better than the residents' quarters and homes. The boy standing guard asks why the commander came here, and the commander explains that he brought Izaho and asks the young man to pass this on to the head of the fort. But the young man doesn't understand and doesn't know who this guy is, so the man explains that he's the one who killed Commander Yu. And after that, the boy became wary. He opened his mouth in fear, but he couldn't answer anything. The next moment they enter the main hall, where the entire top brass of the fort is sitting. Among these people, there are many who are already quite old and look frail. The main character enters and asks aloud why those old people engage in such vile deeds, if they are no longer capable of enjoying wealth and fame. Instead, the commander greeted them and explained that he had brought Aizaha in accordance with their orders. These grandfathers looked at each other and at the boy who had come to them in surprise. The head of the Black Pearl Fort sits in his central position and stares intently at the newcomers. The main character approaches one of the old men and tells him to give him his chair. But he wasn't going to do that, so the guy slapped him hard and took the chair for himself. And this poor man fell to the ground with a thud. It must have hurt because he screamed. Everyone present was very surprised by this behavior, but no one objected to him. The main character has taken the now vacant chair and is pushing it to where it will be more comfortable for him to sit. He decided to place a chair in the center of the hall and sit directly opposite the head of the fort. The bearded man rose from his chair in a fit of rage and shouted, "How dare this scumbag do such a thing?" But the head of the Black Pearl Fort calms him down and asks him to order, after which this man with his arms folded on his chest was forced to sit down, but he is still angry. These men look at their guest with suspicion and wait for what will happen next. The head of the fort guesses that the guy had a long way to get here, so he suggests getting down to business right away. He knows that this guy killed 3 people from the fort because they set fire to his house. But she explains that since their people were the first to act, Izaha will be able to leave after they cut off 3 of his fingers. The boy denies it and explains that they cannot chop up his body, which his parents gave him. Then the head agrees to cut off only 1 finger, and the boy must still pay 100 gold plates. And then he adds sternly and definitively that this is the end of their conversation. His subordinates bow their heads to this old man and thank him for his hard work. Instead, the guy smiles sarcastically and wonders if they really think they can decide everything unilaterally. And he rejects their offer and adds that he doesn't have that much money. And even if he did, he wouldn't give it to them. The subordinates are very surprised that someone dared to speak like that to their respected boss. And this man explains that the Black Pearl Fort always takes his money, so if he doesn't give it back, he'll have to pay his family. But the guy carelessly explains that he doesn't have a family, but one day he will definitely have one. And he also dreams of chicken noodles. This conversation seems very strange to everyone present and seriously alarms them. The head of the fort decides that since he has no family, the residents of Ilyan will be responsible for his actions. Izaha looks intently at this man and directly replies that he is very annoying and also puts forward his own conditions. He proudly sits on a chair with one leg crossed and demands that everyone kneel before him and climb on his soles. But if they don't do this, everyone in this room will die, and that's not up for debate. Such statements did not encourage anyone to kneel, but they angered those present even more. Commander Go Song frowned and his mouth dropped open in surprise and fear. The head of the Black Pearl Fort looks menacingly at this impudent asshole and thinks about what to do. The man with the scar on his face looks menacingly at the guy's back and thinks that he's completely out of his mind. After all, he provoked not only their leader, but also all the elders in this room. The bearded man bared his teeth and shouted furiously that this boy was an impudent scoundrel. And everyone immediately rushed at him with weapons and shouting that he didn't understand where he was. There is no emotion visible on the boy's face. He is not at all scared. He is just observing coldly. And then he just got up from the chair he was sitting in and waited to see what would happen next. The head asks, "What kind of fool is this?" Because he was given a chance to survive and he craves bloodshed. Instead, Izaha declares that he is an old fool because the boy gave him a chance to survive and he wants bloodshed. The frowning captain with a scar on his face watches the boy's actions and does not intervene. The head of the Black Pearl Fort cold-bloodedly gives the order to be killed. The guy stands still and everyone present in the room attacks him. A bearded old man with an axe swings at Izaha, but the boy skillfully dodges the blow. The main character responds by punching the man in the stomach and he flies back. The bearded old man falls to the ground with a thud and there is no chance of escaping. And at this time, another bearded man attacks the head of the union. He uses an axe against the guy. The man has a crazy expression on his face. He swings an axe at the boy. But the young man is not worried that they have weapons, and he does not. He easily deals with them with his fists. The next man attacks with a spear, but the boy goes around his back and stabs him in the back. The protagonist uses his chi power to hit this man, and he flies far away. However, they are not afraid of his strength and do not stop attacking, and the next attacker follows him. The old man launches a multitude of sharp blades at the boy that should have mortally wounded him. But Izuka skillfully deals with these things and uses her energy to push them away from her. And as a result, a multitude of razor-sharp blades cut into the ground, not the guy. The number of his rivals is not decreasing, They are still getting closer and closer to the young man. Isaac noticed the sword of one of his rivals and using force, pulled it towards him. Now he holds a sword in his hand, and from his look, it is clear that he is ready to end it all quickly. The main character reached two old men with his sharp sword in one movement. Blood has been spilled, and these poor people are already lying motionless in a pool of their own blood. The boy looks at them proudly and haughtily, holding a bloodied sword in his hand. The other idiots didn't attack right away. They just stood there scared and didn't know what to do. Instead, the head of the Black Pearl Fort sits unmoved on his throne. The two bearded men wanted to attack, but now they just stand and watch. They think this is some kind of demonic thing. The main character also stands motionless and waits for the first action from his rivals. Commander Gosong pursed his lips and frowned. He really didn't like this whole situation. Instead, Izaha, with an impassive expression, asks them why they don't approach him now. These cowards stand with wide eyes and clench their weapons with all their might, but they don't take a single step. But the guy is not proud at all, so he calmly says that he can approach them himself. And after these words, he quickly approaches the old man with a gray beard, but he clearly doesn't want this. The old man is the first to swing. He tries to hit his opponent, but fails. So now the main character attacks and does it lightning fast and very accurately. Then the guy is attacked from behind, but he notices it and doesn't let them hurt him. He does not hesitate to use ki energy and throw his attacker away from him. Izaha stands firmly and confidently on his feet, and his shoes are no longer as snow-white as they used to be. The guy skillfully defeats every opponent he faces, and he knows no mercy. And these stupid idiots are still persistently going at the guy with weapons in the hope of defeating him. But this young man is not one to be afraid of such weak opponents. He is confident in his abilities. And the next moment, he uses his sword to deal with everyone who attacked him. Commander Gosong is terrified and terribly upset by what he just saw. The head of the Black Pearl Fort is also angry that things are not going according to his plan. The protagonist stands next to mutilated bodies, his clothes smeared in their blood. The razor-sharp sword remained just as sharp, but now human juices are flowing from it. The guy stands in the middle of the room, and around him the people who fought him groan in pain. The head of the fort is still sitting in his central chair and has not yet commented on what happened. After thinking for a moment, he muttered through gritted teeth that their guest had done a good job. But Izaha menacingly replies that this idiot should stop behaving like this and just watch his subordinates die and wait for him to get tired. These words greatly irritated that narcissistic rooster, and he seemed to be planning something. He pulled out the weapon he had with him, 2 blades, and this man crossed them in a demonstrative manner. And then he waved them as a sign that the head of the Black Pearl was starting a fight with the main character. Izaha was looking forward to this. He is confident in his victory, so he is not nervous at all. These 2 men quickly came together in battle and are equal in strength in their weapons. Their fight raises a very big storm, behind which it is difficult to see anyone. The main character feels confident, while the old man looks scared and restless. He always attacks first, probably believing that this way he has a better chance of winning. This gray-haired man makes one attack after another, but none of them hits the target. The guy is very skilled in martial arts, so this doesn't cause him any trouble. Their heated fight has been going on for some time now, and this old man is holding up pretty well. They stare intently into each other's eyes and try to discern fear in their opponent. And then the main character uses all his strength and internal ki energy and releases it on his opponent. There was an impact so strong that the walls of the building cracked and left a mark. Commander Gosong covered his face with his hand and barely stayed on his feet. But the head of the Black Pearl Fort was not defeated by this. He still continues the fight. The main character's weapon is firmly clamped by the opponent's 2 blades, but one of them has heated up quite a bit. And as a result, the weapon could not withstand the pressure and broke into 2 parts. The guy stepped back to assess the situation and gain an advantage in this fight. The main character is not going to give up or retreat. He only wants victory, and nothing will stop him. Izaha is not worried that his weapon is broken. He is still confident in his abilities. Instead, his opponent smiles slyly, believing that he will now have the advantage. He triumphs happily and happily declares that the boy is now disarmed. But without wasting a moment, the old man attacks to finally put an end to this brat. However, the boy, as always, skillfully avoids this and decides to use his new ability. He uses a powerful attraction technique, and now the young man has a weapon in his hands again. Commander Gosong watches this in surprise and does not understand how the SPM sword was drawn to him. They again have a fierce but fair duel where both opponents are armed. Izaha smiles and boasts that he didn't have a weapon just now, and now he has one again. The old man frowned. He didn't want to see this scoundrel with such a smug face. Therefore, he brandishes his 2 swords and hopes that he will soon end this fight. However, the main character is not as simple as he might seem. He attacks the old man. This struggle has been going on for a long time, but neither of them is ready to give up and leave this world. The two rivals are extremely strong and their fight is fierce, not for life, but for death. The guy is focused on the fight and has already managed to study his opponent well during this time. But he thinks that this old man is almost as strong as Doc Go-song. If he had trained for another 40 years a stone in the commander's garden. They are still swinging their swords and doing it quite skillfully, as no one has been hurt yet. The old man attacks, but Aizaha skillfully repels all attacks, so they do him no harm. This man is very persistent. He does not give up and continues to attack because defeat will mean death. The main character looks closely at his opponent and notices something very interesting. He analyzed the old man's fight and movements and came to the conclusion that he was sick with something. And because of his illness, this old man's movements are very restricted. He can't move very skillfully. In addition, the main character noticed that his opponent's breathing was uneven, which also made it difficult to fight. Aizaha has no doubt that he will be the winner in this battle, but his old man is still not very good with weapons. Although it is clear that it is becoming increasingly difficult for him to fight, this battle has already gone on for too long for the head of the fort. The guy understands this and knows what he has to do next to gain an advantage and then victory. The old man attacks, but to no avail, because he doesn't have enough strength and energy to even injure his opponent. The protagonist uses his chi energy and wants to finally end this fight. The head of the Black Pearl Fort flies back from the pressure and force that Aizaha unleashed on him. But the boy jumped after him so that this scumbag wouldn't have any chance of escape. This man still managed to somehow keep his weapon in his hands, so he can still repel the attack. But he still couldn't stay on his feet, so he's now on his knees. The old man understands that he will lose and in no way wants this to happen to him. The main character does not back down. He wants to put an end to this scum in his fort once and for all. Therefore, without any hesitation or expectation, Aizaha uses her internal ki energy. With insane force and pressure, he directs a large ball of energy at his target. This pressure permeates this arrogant old man. He probably didn't expect such an end. Now the protagonist uses his sword against him coldly and with a firm gaze. The guy points his weapon at his opponent and only has one move left to finish it all off. The head of the Black Pearl Fort looks intently at the young man and realizes that he can no longer do anything. His pupils narrowed and his eyebrows furrowed. He definitely didn't want to accept that this was the end. But this does not worry his opponent, because Aizaha does not hesitate to pierce the body of the head of the fort. A bloodied man is hitting the wall and groaning from the excruciating pain that pierces his entire body. The old man coughs up blood and cannot believe that this scoundrel managed to defeat him. The head of the fort has bowed, his arms unarmed, and he can barely breathe. Commander Doc Go-song doesn't understand how this could have happened to their leader and what will happen next. The beaten old men are in shock, their mouths open, and they cannot say a word. Instead, the head of the Black Pearl Fort gathered all the strength he had left and begged the boy to stop. He explains that if the young man allows his subordinates to treat him, then he will appoint him as the next head of the fort. And he convinces him that the boy will not be able to completely conquer the Black Pearl Fort if he kills him now. The old man continues to explain that there are a lot of imbeciles here, so he must lead them and rule here. Aizaha concludes that this man does not want to die because his speech is filled with horror. The main character's gaze terrified the old man. His pupils narrowed and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Aizaha explains that this man lived a very good life on the money he received from kidnapping people and selling slaves. He turned the lives of others into a living hell. The guy assumes that this scumbag has killed many people who also begged not to be killed, just like he is now. And this man bowed his head because it's true. The protagonist raises his hand and uses his internal chi energy. He looks at the old man with burning eyes and explains that it's better for a scumbag like him to die. And that was the last thing this scumbag saw in his worthless life, and his body was filled with fear. And the next moment it was all over. The head of the Black Pearl Fort was completely destroyed. Commander Doc Go-song is terribly horrified by what happened here. He did not expect such an end to the battle. Everyone in the room doesn't dare to say a word because they don't know what awaits them. The protagonist slowly and smoothly turns his head and looks closely at the men. The old people are scared to death. They stand as if rooted to the spot and are covered in cold sweat. The commander dares to say that now Aizaha should become the head of the Black Pearl Fort. All covered in blood, the guy looks very menacing. He waves his finger and tells this daredevil to come to him. And surprisingly, Doc Go-song boldly approaches the main character without hesitation. But the next moment, he gets a punch in the face from the strongest man in the room. This kick was so strong that the poor man fell with his whole body to the ground. The poor man on the floor is moaning in pain. Blood is flowing from his mouth, and a red stain remains on his cheek. Aizaha leans down, lifts his head by the hair, and furiously asks what kind of fearless white man is still dripping on his brain. Maybe he wants to go where their head is. The poor guy gritted his teeth and couldn't move because the guy was holding his hair. And then he growled through his teeth, What else was there for him to do if he had killed their leader? And at this moment, the main character thought, he understands that this asshole is telling the truth. He remembers the fort chief's words that there are a lot of imbeciles here to manage, and realizes that now he will have even more trouble. Then he gives the order for the commander to return to the hall and gather all his subordinates, and also try to cure those who managed to survive. The main character thinks that he could easily swallow this organization like a black rabbit if everyone here knew martial arts. But there are many different people involved. He sat in a meditation pose and thought about how good it would be if these people were Jianghu, that is, those who mastered Oriental martial arts. And then he assumes that he will have to pay for beating a man to death. The leaders of the Black Pearl Fort have already gathered in the main hall, and Aizaha sits in the main seat. He decided that the best way would be to appoint a new head of the fort and thereby take them all under his supervision. Everyone present looks with wide eyes at the man sitting in their chair. The protagonist looks at the commander and declares that he is appointing Doc Go as the next leader. He looks intently at the boy and explains that he is ready to tell him his first task. The commander must mobilize all those who can help destroy the defensive walls. The man gritted his teeth. He didn't understand at all why the defensive walls needed to be destroyed. The main character ironically asks if he really needs to chew everything over so that he understands. And the next moment, everyone present unanimously declared that it was because they didn't understand what was wrong with these walls. Izahu has to explain that these walls may seem to protect them, but they are completely useless against the masters of Jianghu. And he continues the fact that the strongest person among them was the head of the fort, and he couldn't stand up for himself proves that they are helpless. This was a strong enough argument, as none of those present objected to it. And the main character adds that because of their isolation, they can't even negotiate with anyone outside the walls. They definitely need to at least change something in the fort. These guys look at Aizaha with big eyes and don't answer him. Their blank expressions let the young man know that these guys understand little of what he is saying. He exhales in frustration and explains that he is already very tired of all this. Therefore, he declares that for now they will start with the defensive walls and suggests that they go beyond the Black Pearl Fort more often because the world is very wide. These headless fools just shake their heads and unanimously agree with him. Aizaha threatens that if by his next visit he sees slave trade or Rikin through the gambling business, or at least something that could make him very nervous and dislike him, then, first of all, he will kill Doc Gosong, and then in turn all those whose faces he has remembered. He cheerfully declares that it sounds good, but his poor subordinates don't seem to like it. And the boy with burning eyes asks that when he is done with them, they do not forget to say hello to their boss when they meet him in the next world. A dead silence fell in the main meeting room. No one dared to say anything. After a while, one brave man raises his hand and asks the man in the main chair to describe in detail what they should do. This question really angered Aizaha, because he had already given them a lot of tasks, and he angrily asked what this asshole was listening to. He shouts aggressively, "Can't you think through the details yourself and not ask all sorts of stupid questions?" The main character continues to yell at him and declares that since he can't think through the details himself, he should go with the other subordinates to dismantle the wall, rather than calling himself captain. And he adds that it is precisely because of morons like him who became captains that this organization has turned into such a bottom. And then he turns to everyone to consult with the idiot he appointed as head before doing anything. All these captains feel very uncomfortable and a little ashamed because they were scolded like children. Aizaha also asks that they change their name, and for God's sake not use the word black, because there are many options for how to call themselves, so that it is clear that they are from the dark faction. One of the smart guys raised his hand, deciding to clarify something or ask the bright head. He decided it would be appropriate to ask if he could use the word white in the name of his union. But this seriously angered the main character, and he asks if this idiot decided that he was from the white faction. The guy with the big round eyes still holds his hand up and explains that he doesn't think so. Aizaha doesn't understand why this person, knowing this, says such nonsense and why a simple renaming causes so many problems. With furious fury, he shouts that this bastard should not ask any more questions until the end of the meeting. The guy lowered his head sadly and promises that there will be no more questions. He doesn't seem happy to have started this whole thing because it's such a pain in the ass, but he goes on to ask them to reduce all their rules to 3. One of the attendees asks if he really wants them to reduce the more than 100 rules to 3. The main character states that more than 100 rules are too many, and they must be reduced to 3. But if they really want to, they can add more, but let them think carefully. He wants them to get rid of all taxes and release captured people, burn all documents related to the bounty hunt, and forbid captains from taking money from the treasury. Azaha explains that they should spend this money on helping people who are in difficult living conditions. And he also begs these idiots to finally build normal houses here. The guy suggests that they engage people outside the fort and build some nice houses. It seems these empty-headed faces aren't very happy that they'll now have to do something. The protagonist sees their facial expressions and asks what kind of atmosphere this is. One of the daredevils explains that Captain Doc Go has already said this, not word for word, but very similar things. And then one by one the captains confirm that they have heard this more than once. Izaha thought for a moment, and with a watchful eye and a relaxed expression, he surveyed all the captains present. The newly appointed head of the Black Pearl Fort looked at the guy in the main chair. They both met each other's eyes and silently, without saying a word, looked at each other. Then the main character very succinctly and calmly asks this man to try harder. Instead, the poor guy realizes that he has nowhere to go and will perish if he does not follow his instructions. Night has already fallen and the main character has returned to the territory of the Black Rabbit Union. The guard at the gate narrowed his eyes and asked who was coming at such a late hour. Izaha, without embarrassment, menacingly declares that their leader is coming, and these guys immediately bow at his feet. One of them immediately broke out in a cold sweat because his head was very scary. The boys bow with respect and awe and welcome their master back. The main character looks around and asks why it's so quiet here. Are these idiots really avoiding training when he just stepped away from them for a moment? Commander Beck runs up to his master and bows politely and welcomes him on his arrival. Izaha asks him why it's so quiet here and no one is training, but the man explains that everything is not that simple because the Golden Boar is here. The guy can't believe it, so he asks if one of the 12 heavenly generals, the Golden Boar, is really here now. The old man, without blinking an eye, looked seriously at the boy and confirmed that everything was as it should be. Izaha goes inside the building and remembers that this boar is known for its gluttony. His level of martial arts proficiency is between the 7th and 8th ranks. He's known to have become the strongest scholar of the Great Rakshasa due to his physical strength and body condition. It is suggested that he became the young head of a wealthy group of merchants who bring in big money for the Great Rakshasa. Izaha walks slowly and confidently into the large, light-filled hall. There he sees a table lavishly set with all sorts of delicious treats and a piglet savoring it all. This man is holding a chicken leg in one hand and eating something from a plate with chopsticks in the other hand. When he raised his head, he noticed that a boy had quietly and imperceptibly approached his desk. He chews everything he has stuffed into his cheeks and stares at the young man, saying nothing. Isaac looks down a little on this huge pig, greedily gorging on food. A little more hesitantly, he tries to say something to the guy who just arrived. Izaha simply watches this man, but instead he asks the guy to bring him water, apparently thinking it was a waiter. But the main character still looks at this man intently and suspiciously and doesn't answer him. This silence between them has been going on for some time now, and neither of them has moved. And then the boar aggressively asks why he has become so stubborn and isn't bringing him water. Izaha doesn't answer, but still takes the carafe of water and walks closer to this impudent pig. The protagonist pours a full cup of water and thinks about why this man behaves so impudently and self-confidently. It seems that the golden boar is not afraid of the black rabbit at all. But now everything is different because the black rabbit has changed. This man remarks that he has never seen this guy here before and asks where their head brother, the black rabbit, has gone. Izaha says in his mind that this man has gone to heaven, but nothing matches the golden boar. But the next moment, without explaining anything, he turns around and heads for the exit from the room. The boar considers this guy arrogant and impolite, and if it were in his house, he would never tolerate it. The protagonist walks down the corridor with Commander Beck, who reports that he prepared clothes for him, thinking he would need them. This fat pig sitting in the room at the table seems to have already eaten because it is breathing heavily. He holds his big belly and looks back to see who has entered the room. Izaha had already changed clothes and put on a rabbit mask on his face and returned to the golden boar. This man smiles and cheerfully greets his rabbit brother and adds that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Instead, the boy remains silent. He does not greet the man sitting in the chair opposite. And then he asks condescendingly why this pig or snout came to him, what he needs. The man just frowned and didn't understand why his friend was talking to him so rudely. The guy doesn't answer him, but in his mind he confidently declares that he's right. The man explains that his trading guild found some kind of elixir. Since his battle with the rooster is just around the corner, he decided to ask the black rabbit if he might be willing to buy it. The guy asks what kind of elixir it is, and his interlocutor explains that it is a 300-year-old white flame herb. And then he declares that the black rabbit is trustworthy, so he is willing to sell it to him for 50 gold plates and will even add 10 boxes of ordinary white flame herb to the order. Izaha thought for a moment and said that this man should bring this grass here because he accepts the offer. The boar praises the boy for making the right choice. and then apologizes for wanting to make the same offer to his brother, the White Rooster. This upset the main character because he didn't expect these people to only do what was beneficial to them, and he had already forgotten how lousy the interpersonal relationships and the relationships between them were. He thinks that 50 gold bars is a lot, but the more useful the elixir, the more expensive it is. The guy decides that from now on he will not take any assets from the Yilan Prefecture or the Black Rabbit Treasury. Therefore, he doesn't have any money. Even if the Union has it, he doesn't have it. A man looks at the world around him and thinks about what he understands and plans for such a world. The golden boar has already returned and placed the chest on the table. On the other side of the table stands the main character with Commander Beck. In a large chest on a velvet cushion lie 4 small roots of magic grass. The boar explains that these elixirs are very difficult to obtain, but also difficult to store, so the boy must use them as soon as possible. The protagonist doesn't answer anything and reaches for the precious herb. He raises his hand to his mouth and eats a single root of white flame grass in front of everyone. The boar is very surprised and asks what he is doing, but the boy calmly replies that everything is fine. His interlocutor understands that it seems that the Black Rabbit is already familiar with this herb. Aizaha thinks that in his past life he chewed a lot of this, but the problem is that the grass was a century old. But the guy doesn't believe that he would just let him eat one of those precious foods like he just did. Therefore, the head of the Black Rabbit Union orders Manager Black to check the quality of the products. The man bows his head obediently and explains that he understood the order and will carry it out immediately. The boar is a little skeptical of his abilities and knowledge of how to test the elixir, but Izaka politely asks him not to underestimate his subordinate. He points his finger at the man behind him and explains that he is an elder and has dedicated the last 30 years of his life to Jianghu. The man bows in gratitude that his boss rates him so highly, and the boss declares that this man is a legendary evaluator of elixirs. He continues to praise his subordinate and says that he is a wise potions master, an elixir magician, and a genius. The man listens to this praise and blossoms before his eyes. These words warm his heart. The protagonist notes that this man will be able to find a hidden elixir 100 kilometers away just by smell. And also he became one of the Jianghu people just because he's the best at evaluating elixirs. He looks menacingly at his interlocutor and concludes that this is who Manager Beck really is. Instead, the bearded man bowed at his master's feet and thanked him for such an honor and praise. The golden boar listened to all this and tensed up a bit and declared that this was truly incredible. Commander Beck prepares to begin his work. He puts on gloves and approaches. On a velvet pillow in a chest lie 3 roots of a precious herb. The elder approaches them and begins his research, which he intends to do at a higher level. He inhales through his large nostrils the rich scent of the roots of the white flame grass. Then he examines and carefully examines the contents of the beautifully decorated box from all sides. When finished, the man explains that all the roots have the same smell, but he noticed something interesting. If you look closely at one of the roots, you can see a sloppy cut. That is, we can conclude that someone had already tried it before bringing it here. These words greatly surprised the man in the golden boar mask and even scared him a little. He gets angry and claims that he said it so that he could evaluate it, not lie, and just wants him to say whether he's real or not, since he's already generously giving away 50 gold bars. Captain Beck bowed his head and apologized without hesitation or unnecessary objections. Then he turns to the Black Rabbit head and explains that this grass is real, and it will be difficult to find such a good specimen anywhere. And he continues to explain that these roots are very difficult to transport. So if there were even one more root here, this man could demand at least 100 gold bars. The boar turns to Beck and explains that he thought he was just an ordinary fool, but in fact now you can see that he is well versed in this matter. The protagonist agrees to accept the goods and invites the pig to take payment. The man opens a beautiful box in which gold plates are neatly arranged in a row. This little pig carefully examines the contents of the box and makes sure that everything is fine. Then the golden boar turns around and orders his servant to load the box into the cart. And at this time, the head of the Black Rabbit Union is already chewing the second root and making sure that it is real. This man tries to stop the boy and explain that first he should retire to a quiet room and prepare everything for cultivation. Because of the heavenly pearl, he doesn't need to cultivate right away, because this pearl absorbs all the energy from the elixir, and the guy can extract it at any convenient moment, but no one knows about it. He thinks that he's probably the only person in the Jianghu who can accumulate chi energy. Boar turns to Beck and explains that since the head of the Black Rabbit Union will be cultivating all day, he suggests they increase security. Then the golden boar happily strokes his belly, says goodbye to everyone, and leaves the room. Beck turns to the Black Rabbit and asks if it's okay that he won't start cultivating right away. The guy takes off his mask and says that everything is fine and he shouldn't worry, and then asks where the rest of the leaders are. The elder explains that the leaders are stationed at various points in the dark forest. They are already sitting quietly right where the road has been laid, along which the golden boar will travel. Then they are ready to leave and get their money back. But the commander is worried and asks if this will cause them any problems, and without a clear plan. Instead, the main character looks intently at his interlocutor and explains that he is not the kind of person who likes to plan. And it is much more important to have the courage and desire to steal money, regardless of whether it is based on fear, persistence, or aggression. Captain Beck looks at his union leader and like a baby absorbs everything he says. She bows her head in respect and declares that she will definitely remember his lessons. Instead, the main character thinks about the fact that he will soon meet his brother, the golden boar, again. Elder Beck stands on the doorstep looking out over the moonlit yard. He looks at the sky, thinks about something, and then asks his head why he decided to attack the golden dragon. Izaha looks at his subordinate and explains to him that there are many different reasons for this. And the first reason is that he took his money, although Beck isn't very convinced by that. Then the boy explains that this man spoke to him very condescendingly and ordered him to bring water. Then the guy mentioned another reason and claims that he didn't pay for the food. And before all this, he was rude to his brother in art, so there are many reasons for his death. The elder looks at Izaha with big eyes, as if he were his hero, and idolizes him. This time, the golden boar's cart is moving quickly through the forest road in the late evening. This pig's subordinates cheerfully declared that everything had gone according to his plan. It's genius to sell 3 valuable roots to a black rabbit, and then 4 more to a white rooster. The boar happily declares that at this rate, he will be able to gradually raise the price and take away all the wealth they have. But suddenly something happened and the horses and cart stopped abruptly. Perhaps they were scared of something. Inside the cart, the golden boar and his subordinate barely held onto their seats, but they were shaken quite a bit there. The cart's wheels brake hard and can barely withstand the pressure and almost break. Their vehicle swerves from side to side and barely stops in the middle of the road. The poor pig is holding his head and stroking the spot where he hit it hard. His subordinate sticks his head out the window and asks the coachman what the hell happened. And he explains that the cart that is changing the wheel has blocked the road. They cannot move further. The pig gets nervous and says that they should have stood to the side and not interfere with the others. So he tells his subordinate to go and give them a good pounding. These men are persistently asking that they just wait a second and not get nervous. Another explains that they didn't want to block their expensive phone at all. They just had an emergency. But the boar's subordinate approaches and abruptly gives the poor man a hard slap. And then after this one fell, he slaps the other one who was standing to the side next to him. He raises his hand and aggressively shouts how dare they block the path of his young master. But the very next moment, it is unclear where the main character heroically appears from. He jumps and kicks this impudent scumbag, and it seems that he was not expecting such a blow at all. The man moves further and further away and hits the nearest tree that is in his path. Now this impudent man lies by the tree, groaning in pain and struggling to breathe. The boy looks at him menacingly and asks how he dared to raise his hand against a coachman from a disreputable clan. The guys, completely beaten, remind their heads that they are only disguised as curlers. At that time, the boar had already got out of the cart and was slowly approaching these people. He recognizes Izaha, having seen him in the refectory while eating his lunch, and asks what it all means. Instead, the boy declares that servants do whatever they please, so let this pig ignore it. But he replies that this is nonsense. He is not going to turn a blind eye to all this just because this guy is his brother's servant. Izaha doesn't answer anything and stares intently at this arrogant pig. The man looks intently at the boy and thinks that he looks too self-confident. For a moment they stand in silence, each of them thinking about how events will develop further. The golden boar frowned and declared that he seemed to understand what their task was. He says that they probably already know that he is a disciple of the great Rakshasa, as well as a representative of the Golden Mountain Merchants Guild. If they are all representatives of the Black Rabbit Union, then they will not escape the wrath of his master. And if someone paid them to do all this, then the boar will definitely find out. Then he points a finger at the main character and declares that he doesn't look like a servant at all. But he will definitely find out who he is and where he got the money from. The guy suddenly gains momentum and heads towards the golden boar, declaring that he deeply doesn't care what he's going to do. The man seemed a little scared, as he had not expected such a sharp attack from this scoundrel. Therefore, he concentrates and uses his chi energy to launch an attack. Then these two brothers in art each use their own strength and attack each other. They are so close that their palms almost touch, but there is a tremendous pressure of force. Their energy comes out and tries to knock their opponent off their feet. But for now, both of them stand confidently. The golden boar looks at this guy with suspicion because he is much stronger than he expected. This boy of mine is not at all inferior in strength to the disciple of the great master Rakshasa. Their palms have not moved even a millimeter. They stand still, but their power rages all around. He calls the guy a scumbag because he thought he could challenge the golden boar, the one who ate an incredible amount of elixirs. Izaha does not respond to such claims, but only quietly does his job. The boar goes on to say that if this is a battle of internal chi, then he is certain that he cannot lose, even if he stands against any disciple of the great Rakshasa. But it becomes harder for him to fight, and he feels how strong his opponent is. Izaka doesn't waste time and energy on useless chatter. He only works with his inner energy in a focused manner. It seems he has just realized another possibility of the celestial pearl that is within him. His palm emits a lot of energy, and strange balls of power fly around his hand. He understands that the chi energy of the golden boar is somehow penetrating his body. The boar does not understand what is happening. He is scared because the chi energy is leaving his body. He tries to concentrate and yells for this idiot to get away from him. They are still standing in the same place, but energy and devastation are raging around them. The golden boar could not withstand this pressure, and its mask cracked in half. The man realizes with horror that no matter how hard he tries, he still can't push this guy away. Izaha is very focused and thinks about the fact that the pearl absorbs enemy ki much more ruthlessly than he could have imagined. Instead, this impudent little boar is already on the edge. He can't do anything to protect himself. Izaha does all this with a focused and relaxed expression on his face. But he thinks that if he stops now, he will receive many internal wounds from the golden boar's energy. But if he doesn't stop now, the golden boar won't survive. Although that's not a problem, because the main character was planning to kill all 12 heavenly generals anyway. But the boy doesn't want this pig's soul to be locked inside a heavenly pearl. And if this happens, the main character will be no different from the leader of a demonic cult. The guy exhales heavily, and it's clear from his expression that he's having a hard time making this decision. He's still thinking about what to do, so he doesn't stop and continues to take all of his opponent's energy. It seems that the guy understands what he will do next, so he gathers his thoughts and strength. And the next moment he breaks contact with the energy of this boar and throws it far away. With his hands, using chi energy, he makes a large ball of fire between his palms. And this ball of fire is getting bigger and bigger and seems capable of causing a lot of chaos. The guy stands confidently on his feet and uses his inner energy very gracefully. He does this in front of the beaten poor man, who watches in fear at what may await him next. The guy thought with irony that he wanted to steal some money, but he managed to steal some chi energy. The golden boar, covered in cold sweat and frightened, asks what this guy just did to him. Instead, Izaha stands confidently and proudly, looking down on her husband. And then he replies to the pig that he just saved him out of his generous kindness. The man is surprised and scared, not understanding how this guy manages to look at the situation that way. The main character proudly thinks to himself that it is impossible to find a more noble warrior in the world than him. The guy turns to his subordinates and suggests they search the cart and take everything there with their hands. The boar shouts for them to stop, because there is something in the cart that needs to go to the White Rooster, and asks if they are sure they can handle the consequences of their actions. The protagonist contemptuously asks if there is really anything there for the celestial general of the White Rooster, and orders his boys to make sure they get everything out of there. When they started pulling out some kind of chest, Izaha noticed it and became interested. He recognized this box and understood that it contained centuries-old roots, a unique elixir. He orders this small box to be brought to him, but the golden boar asks him not to take it. The main character is given the very small box he asked for. The boy opens the box and sees 4 unique and precious roots. He notes that he doesn't like the way this man conducts his business, because first he sold him 3 roots, and now he wants to sell 4 to a White Rooster. Heavenly General Golden Boar was covered in cold sweat. He had nothing to say in his defense. Izaha knows that this man is involved in gambling on deadly fights, as well as in match fixing, and he asks the boar if he wants to use these games to eliminate the black rabbit from the game. This arrogant man dares to claim that he does not have the slightest proof. The main character becomes even angrier after such carelessly thrown words by the boar. So he comes closer and punches him in the face and explains that, of course, he has no evidence. The guy explains that if the head of the Black Rabbit clan had anything against him, he would order all his subordinates to attack the Golden Mountain Merchants Guild. But the Golden Boar is sure that his great teacher will not tolerate this. However, Izaha thinks differently. He believes that the great Rakshasa will most likely turn a blind eye to this. One young man wants to try to answer why Rakshasa won't do anything. The main character plays the role of a teacher and gives the boy the right to express his opinion. He explains that if they give him half of the wealth of the Golden Mountain Merchants Guild, he will turn a blind eye to it. The guild leader praises the boy for the correct answer, and he is sincerely happy about it. A poor little pig with a red cheek from a slap watches all this action. Aizaha demonstratively asks the guys who he should talk to better, the Black Rabbit Alliance or go straight to Rakshasa. Everyone unanimously declares that they don't care who it is, as long as they punish the scoundrel. One of his subordinates offers another option. He asks if it's possible to tell two people at once. The chairman explains that it will be a little harder because he does it to enjoy life. But if he does it like that, it will be boring. The men standing opposite him don't seem to quite understand what he means, but they don't ask anything. Izaha turns to the Heavenly General and suggests that he choose himself. The man is a little confused because he doesn't want to do this, but he doesn't know how to avoid it. The guy forms a kind of drumbeat and urges the board to decide faster. This pressure drives the man into a stupor. He doesn't want to do it, and this rush irritates him. The man menacingly asks what this man wants from him because he would have already killed him if he had. At this moment, someone approaches them, addresses the boy as a brother, and announces that she has returned. The red monkey approaches them and looks in very bad shape. The little pig turns around and asks in surprise why the red monkey is here. The girl looks at the man without sympathy and asks if this golden pig was also caught. In the hands of the red monkey is a beautiful mask of one of the heavenly generals. She explains that her ambush failed, but she fought him anyway and won. The main character is pleased and takes the mask in his hands and praises the girl for her good work. Then she is embarrassed to ask him to take pity on her poor sister and give her the antidote. The fat pig is still sitting on the ground and can't believe that the red monkey is his sister. The girl complains that she can't fight normally because she needs to go to the toilet all the time and this diarrhea has completely tormented her. The men wonder why this girl so easily talks about having stomach problems in front of everyone. The head of the clan clearly fulfills his promise because the girl has done her part of the work. The man can't stand it and aggressively asks who this man is, that she treats him like this. The red monkey looked at Izaha and thought about explaining to this fool what was going on. Without hesitation, she walks up to the golden boar and gives it a hard slap. This man couldn't hold on because the girl hit him really hard, so he fell. While all this is happening, everyone else, including the main character, is watching it closely. The white man doesn't understand what's going on and never gets an explanation, just a red cheek. The girl aggressively asks how he dares to show such disrespect to his brother in art. He doesn't understand which brother she's talking about and why he should show respect to this man. Izaha turns to her sister, saying that she did a wonderful job. The girl bows and thanks her. The main character orders his subordinates to load all the boxes into the golden boar's carriage and to also take the unconscious man near the tree with them, because when he comes to, they can talk. The head of the clan asks the boar to call his coachman, because the three of them have an interesting trip ahead of them, but the man tries to argue. Then the black rabbit exchanges a look with the red monkey, and the girl immediately understands everything. She immediately approaches the golden pig and tells him to stop bothering their brother. The little pig no longer objects. He bows his head submissively and silently looks at the girl. But it seems that the red monkey decided to hit him on the other cheek, either as a precaution or for symmetry. He rubs his cheeks with his palms in embarrassment and asks why she's treating him like this. Izaha approaches and instructively explains that fighting brothers and sisters should not beat each other so hard. The girl bows respectfully and says she will keep that in mind next time. The protagonist examines the new mask he just received and seems to be planning something. Without hesitation or thinking for a long time, he tries on the new mask on his face. The boar froze in place in surprise and horror. He could not understand what this guy was up to. The red monkey immediately folded his arms, bowed his head, and respectfully greeted his dog brother. Even Izuka was surprised because this girl already quickly understands and grasps on the fly. Then she looked intently at the golden pig, hinting that he should also say hello. The man understands that he has no choice, so he folds his arms and bows, greeting his brother dog. The guy is pleased with their behavior and allows them to raise their heads. The girl immediately stood up and confidently and loudly said, "Yes, sir." The man hesitated a little at first, but then answered in the same way. The three of them are riding in a carriage, the girl chatting happily, and the man is thinking about what is happening here. He stares at the masked boy and wonders how he managed to become so strong in martial arts. But it's not just this that bothers him so much. There's another thing that's really bothering him. The little pig looks at the red monkey and remembers that she doesn't dare to open her mouth in front of the great Ragshas. But why is she behaving like this with this guy? Suddenly, the golden dragon hears someone addressing him, which makes him a little confused. The man didn't think or wait for long, but immediately responded to the request and was ready to listen. The chairman states that he thinks very seriously and adds that just because he is very smart doesn't mean he will understand everything. The girl is ready to teach her husband a lesson, but he has already learned his lesson and quickly explains that he will now clear his mind. so the red monkey doesn't hit him this time, but keeps a close eye on him. It is dark and deep night outside, and meanwhile they have arrived in their cart at the Moyong Clinic. The golden boar, with the help of his servants, slowly and heavily enters the building. The red monkey and Isaac followed him, and a man in white clothes ran up and asked what had happened to the poor man. He orders his subordinates to bring the young master inside. Getting a boar isn't as easy as it might seem, so it may take some time. The main character entered the house in the mask of a celestial dog general, and noticed something interesting. He looked closely at the man in glasses and seemed to remember him. He definitely knew this person. He knows that it is the poisonous demon Moyong Baek who saved him in a past life from chi reflux. He lost his entire family because of a dispute with a great Rakshasa. How much can the heart of one who remained alive and harbored his hatred be destroyed? The poisonous demon is precisely the person who clearly demonstrated how a man can change. The demon became stronger thanks to his knowledge of medicine. And when that wasn't enough, he began studying poisons, even testing them on his own body. In a constant cycle of self-poisoning and healing, he became a completely different person and eventually became the one who destroyed the great Rakshasa. In addition, he destroyed his disciples. Among the 12 heavenly generals, there were those who renounced their past and began to live a simple, peaceful life. But the demon found them all and destroyed them as well. Izaha met this man after he killed Rakshasa. At that time, he hated not only the members of the Jianghu, but all people in general. After all the events that happened to him, he swore that he would never save anyone's life again. He cured a huge number of people, but no one helped him at the moment when he fell into boundless madness. And all this was due to the fear of Rakshasa. The great Rakshasa and many of his disciples were also his patients, and because of all this, he simply hated people and studied Jianghu more and more. And there is one big thing for which the main character is infinitely grateful to the poisonous demon. It was that he renounced his vow to never save people again and saved him from chi reflux. A man who was slowly drowning in madness was able to sympathize with him, a man who had long since drowned in it. Izaha always wondered if there had ever been a time when he was a normal person. He looks at the girl who is standing calmly and obediently next to him. He wants to tell her something. The head magnanimously declares that the red monkey can also go and heal his wounds. The girl happily thanks him and quickly runs to the doctor to get help and finally feel better. A man with glasses approaches the boy and remarks that he has never seen him here and asks if he is feeling unwell. He doesn't answer anything yet. He wants to take off his mask and show this man his true face. Beck looks at the boy through his glasses and soap and smiles kindly at him. The main character stands without a mask in front of a person he knows very well from a past life. The two men stand quietly for a while, just looking at each other. Beck doesn't understand why this young man isn't talking to him or answering his questions. The guy smiled instead and realized that this man wouldn't recognize him because they had never met before in this life. He explains that his name is Izaha, and he's from Ilian Prefecture, and he is also the clan leader of a small group that calls itself the Ignobles. The doctor, with horror and surprise, asks why he turns out to be not one of the 12 generals. Izaha calmly explains everything, that the clan of the Ignoble is currently fighting against the great Rakshasa. The guy points to the mask and explains that the real owner of this thing was killed by a red monkey. The doctor took all this information very simply and asked if the guy was feeling unwell. The main character explains that he feels fine, and he is simply curious to learn about his incredible medical skills. The man smiles sweetly and apologizes for forgetting to introduce himself to his guest. He gracefully takes off his glasses and politely announces that his name is Moyong Baek. The young man also gives his smile and asks if the doctor can spare a moment for him. And then she takes a small box, puts it on the table, and shows the man the precious roots. The doctor looks at this in fear and asks why he brought them here, and the young man asks if he can evaluate them. Beck carefully examines it and concludes that it is at least a century-old white flame grass. Isaac asks in surprise if it is not 300 or 400 years old. The man gently explains that this would be too much. These roots are very expensive, and everything they find is sent to the Central Plains, and even century-old grass is quite rare. The main character frowned because he understands that the golden boar lied to him. He assured him that they were 300 years old. Isaac blithely boasts that he's already eaten 3 such roots, and the man opposite him congratulates him on this. Since these roots contain a lot of power, consuming them in large quantities can lead to rabies. Izaha is not too concerned about these consequences and explains that there is no problem, because he is always angry. The doctor notes that if he has a tendency to rabies, he should use them with even greater caution. The guy explains that he releases his anger properly, and the man opposite asks in surprise how he does it. But he clarifies that those who practice medicine do not have the right to disclose their patient's secret, so he can safely confide in him. Then the main character begins to tell the story. He decided to start with how his house once burned down. This building was an ordinary dwelling, as well as a simple hotel, and the boy recalls feeling furiously angry at the time. Moyong-bak believes that this is indeed a reason to get angry, and it is a good reason. And then the guy explains that because of this, he didn't hesitate to kill the person who set the building on fire. The doctor lacked the words to say anything. And Izaha says with a smile that at that moment he felt true peace. The guy across from me is sitting and a little confused and trying to support his interlocutor. Later, the protagonist learned that those he killed were planning to organize a black faction with the support of the Black Rabbit. And because of this, the Black Rabbit thugs kept coming to him and threatening him with death. The doctor asks what he did next. The guy casually replies very simply and succinctly that he just killed him. He explains to his interlocutor that as soon as he did this, he felt peace in his heart again. This poor guy looks very confused and doesn't understand how to behave with such a strange man. The story didn't end there, because the Black Rabbit Alliance sent an assassin to him. The guy clarifies that he left the killer alive because he was a tough nut to crack, but after they ate the pork ribs, they broke into the Black Rabbit's union. Izaha recalls that, to be honest, he was quite excited at that moment. Clearly, he had no intention of leaving the head of the Black Rabbit Alliance alive. But what this scumbag said made the main character think for a moment. However, the guy immediately replies that no matter what he said, he still went to heaven, and his interlocutor politely corrects him to say to heaven correctly. The main character doesn't pay attention to this, puts his hand to his chest, and remembers that he felt a strong sense of peace at that time. The doctor is extremely confused and scared, so he replies that the clan leader has handled his anger extremely well. The guy looks very calm and even happy, so his interlocutor explains that this is very clearly visible on his face. The protagonist recalls that when he encountered the poisonous demon, he was completely devastated inside. This is a terrible misunderstanding of what to do next after everyone has been killed, and the feeling of revenge fades. You understand perfectly well that the people you loved as well as the people you hated are no longer alive. Izaha decided that he would not allow all these events to happen again because he was in debt to Moyongbeka. The guy drinks and thinks that even though he has become a crazy demon again, this guy doesn't need to turn into a poisonous demon again. Having drunk a little, he puts his cup back on the table and is completely absorbed in his thoughts. He thinks that one madman will be enough for this world. Suddenly, the main character hears someone in the office very politely thanking him for the treatment. He smiles pleasantly and realizes that this is a red monkey whose wounds have already been healed. He thinks with a wry smile that perhaps she is so grateful because she thinks this terrible diarrhea will end soon. From this office, Dr. Moyong-bak looks out into the corridor again and looks at Izaha. He tries to calm the boy down by explaining that his two friends do not have any serious injuries. But the main character in no way shows that this thought makes him very happy. Beck approaches the table and notes that although their injuries are not severe, their psychological state is quite unstable. He is especially concerned about the condition of the Red Monkey Celestial General. Apparently, she hasn't slept for several days and keeps asking what he is doing now, and on top of that, she has terrible diarrhea. The guy calmly answers clearly, but the doctor notices that the poor thing was begging him on her knees to stop the diarrhea. The main character has absolutely no response to this. He seems to have no sympathy for the girl. The doctor is still standing and hopes that his interlocutor will still comment on this somehow. The guild leader is still silent and just stares intently at his lovely interlocutor. And then he answers completely honestly that he fed her a laxative and made her think it was poison. And then she declares louder so that this doctor understands clearly that the guy fed her a ton of laxatives and nothing will stop her diarrhea. The guy honestly tells this doctor that he ordered her to kill one of the 3 most brutal celestial generals. He tries to justify himself by saying that he would have no choice but to kill her if she continued to resist. The head is sure that only the laxative kept this girl alive, but the doctor doesn't understand how he managed to twist the situation like that. Izaka is seriously angry and looks very menacing and fierce, he continues to explain. He waves his fist for persuasion and declares that this is exactly what he calls the laxative theory. Moyong-bak was seriously confused and scared. Now he thinks he needs to be careful with this guy. He bows his head and reflects on the fact that he didn't even know about the theory of a laxative saving people. But since she has already fulfilled her part of the promise, the guy asks the doctor to help her. His interlocutor smiles cheerfully and nods his head in agreement. When the man squats down, Izaha asks him to stop talking about shit. He doesn't like that their conversation has descended into this. The doctor moves on to the second patient and explains that the golden boar experienced severe shock, which is quite noticeable on its face. The main character quite naturally and honestly tells that this man lost a lot of internal energy and money when he fought him. The doctor wanted to ask something else, but he's not sure if it's okay to ask him that. But Izaha says he can ask him anything. So Beck dares to ask, since Izaha is the enemy of the great Rakshasa, Why did he bring his disciples here for treatment? The guy makes a remark that this man is hitting the target, and he is not missing at all. The protagonist is ready to explain his logic, and his fingers must somehow help him. With these fingers, he pretends to walk and explains that if someone walks in the Jianghu, then this is just a simple person. Does this doctor know and understand what will happen if this person starts killing everyone in a row, both the wicked and those with diarrhea? And also those people who can be pardoned or just strangers who don't deserve it? He looks intently into the eyes of his interlocutor and tries to understand whether he is listening to him carefully. Mo Young-baek looks at the man sitting across from him through his glasses and listens intently. The head of the union explains that such a person will certainly become part of a demonic cult. This has left the doctor in a stupor, and he can't find the words, so he just sits in silence. But the boy's explanation is not yet complete, so he continues his story. But he explains that if you kill only the bad guys and leave alive those who can be useful, for example, a woman with a foul mouth, a murderer who paid for a meal, or a person who hasn't figured out how to live because he was kidnapped at an early age, are all people he pardoned. The doctor asks if this is the path of the dark faction, but the boy explains that it is a position that pertains to their life path. This answer really surprised the man, because it sounded as if he had the right to control their lives. He explains that he treats people in the hope that they can improve, even if he risks being betrayed. Then his interlocutor concludes that this man is from the white faction, a knight, the one people like to talk about. The guy sadly announces that he does not belong to the white faction, and it would be very difficult for him to get there now, because he is not one of those who does good deeds. On the other hand, Mo Young-baek does not believe that everyone in the white faction is courageous and brave. But Izaka knows that among the leaders and founders of this faction, there are a large number of such people, and besides, they are all very strong. People who lack courage and are still in the white faction, then they are their students or students of students. This is the power of heredity, and Izaka is not like that at all. The guy explains that his home was a hotel, and he was just an ordinary guy running errands there, and because he lacks heredity, it takes time and strength to become part of the faction. This sincere and frank speech made his interlocutor think. Izaha admires this man, can't believe he was once so normal, and hopes he understands the difference between the demonic, dark, and light factions. Suddenly, Mo Young-baek notices something on the table in front of him and is very surprised by it. He looks at the chest and asks what it is. The guy explains that it is payment for treatment. This box is full of gold bars. It's hard to tell right away how much money is in there. The doctor can't believe this man is giving it all away. Although things are completely different now, the main character doesn't mind giving away so much money as a thank you for saving his life. The doctor thinks it's too much, but Izaha objects and asks them to prepare a room for him where he can rest while his friends are being treated. This man is very embarrassed by this amount of gold, so he only takes a few bars. Holding 3 things, he happily announces that even this will be too much, but the guild leader insists that his interlocutor take everything he gives him. The doctor smiles politely and explains that he can't take that much, so he refuses. The protagonist now realizes that it won't be as easy as he thought, even though he does it with the best of intentions. Izaha concludes that Mo Young-baek was always this stubborn, even before he became a poisonous demon. In that case, the guy suggests that he take the white flame herb, because such a good doctor needs to stay healthy to save more lives. The man explains that to swallow all of this, he will need about 10 days to cultivate and process the energy. And patients come to him every day, so he can't just leave them. The protagonist does not respond to the doctor's excuses. He just silently watches him. Beck is grateful to him for giving such high praise to an ordinary clinic somewhere on the margins, and for giving the roots, and inviting the guy to immediately accept them and start cultivating. Poor Izaka is still silent, probably a little disappointed by yet another rejection. Instead, Dr. Mo Young-baek smiles sincerely and looks very happy and calm. The guy looks at his interlocutor and sadly realizes that he has lost the verbal battle again. After this conversation, the doctor went outside and admired the starry night sky. A servant approaches him, telling him that their guest has gone to his room to cultivate and warning her to be careful with him. Then he looks into the distance and concludes to himself that this guy seems to have some kind of special nervous disorder. The doctor recalls a conversation with him and how easily this young man goes from a calm state to aggression. But the way he discussed diarrhea with him amused him and left pleasant memories. Izaha sits in a room filled with silence and is focused on meditation. Suddenly he hears a light knock on the door and someone quietly asks if the boss is awake yet. At this point, the protagonist had to complete his cultivation and get distracted. He opens the door, and behind it stands a doctor who has prepared something for the boy on a tray. He greets him with a friendly smile and offers to drink this herbal decoction. The protagonist boldly takes the cup from the doctor and examines it in detail. He has some doubts about whether he should drink it, as it could contain dark magic from a poisonous demon. Instead, the man with a kind and sweet expression explains that this decoction must be drunk all at once. Izaha looked at him quizzically, but still decided to trust this man. In the next moment, he turned the glass over and drank it all to the bottom, and the doctor was watching him closely. He still asks with a friendly expression how the herbal decoction tasted. Instead, the guy replies that all he felt was a slight relief in his chest. Beck asks again, meaning he's feeling better after all, and the guy doesn't dare to answer that he is. The man kindly asks the boy to visit them from time to time and monitor his health. In return, Izaha promises that he will definitely come, but only when he destroys the great Rakshasa. This is the only chance to end the series of failures that haunted Beck in his past life, which could happen to him now. After everyone has been treated and rested well, Izaha and his newfound friends leave the hospital building. The main character stands in front of the doctor and thanks him for taking care of them for these 2 days. The man wishes his guests good luck and asks them to come back if they feel unwell. Instead, the boy warns the doctor to be careful with the Jianghu people and asks him to come with him at any time if he needs help. The man is skeptical about this because he believes that nothing bad can happen to a simple doctor. But he thanks him for the offer. But Izaka understands that he is in the midst of a war, so anything can happen now. All 3 celestial generals are quietly sitting in the cart and heading somewhere. The main character has some kind of plan. The golden boar timidly asks his dog brother if he can return home. Izaha smiles cheerfully and notes that things are fine at home, and in response, the pig thanks him. But the guy aggressively asks what he's thanking for, because he's not letting him go anywhere. The red monkey, in turn, politely and cheerfully asks if he will give this person an antidote for the poison he is feeding them. The guy carelessly replies that he already did it, but the girl doesn't understand when and how it happened. The protagonist explains that the poison of the cursed lilac mist is an ordinary laxative and the doctor has already cured her. The poor thing was in shock. Was it really just a laxative and not a terrible poison that could have killed her? Now it's clear why she had such severe diarrhea. She did such violent things thinking that laxatives were poison. The guy looked menacingly at the shocked girl and asked her to control herself. The red monkey understands that it is not worth clarifying relations with such a strong rival, so he smiles sweetly. The main character addresses the audience as Sister Monkey and Brother Boar, and he asks if they don't find it funny that someone who has just met them calls them brother and sister. Both celestial generals unanimously deny this and believe that it is not fun at all. Izaha explains that if the 2 of them side with the great Rakshasa, they should tell him to leave this wagon immediately. Since they have been cured, they can get out of the wagon and go their separate ways. The guy clarifies that they are not his slaves or slaves of the great Rakshasa. They can do whatever they want. The little pig thought about it, and the red monkey thought that if they did it, they wouldn't be able to get away with it so easily. The golden boar remarks that if he betrays Rakshasa, his beam will be destroyed. So he asks what strength the boy has and how large the army is. Izaha understands that the man is a skilled trader. He tries to find out everything in detail and compare forces. The interlocutor frowned, lowered his head, and explained that it was not only his life that was at stake. The protagonist remarks that if they side with the great Rakshasa and Izaha loses, will their lives change somehow and will they have meaning? It seems like they are thinking about something, because they don't say anything. They just stare in silence. And the guy continues that this man will continue to steal money and demand that women be brought to him, and they will have no choice but to be his slaves until he dies. But he calmly adds that comparing their military forces is no longer so important. It doesn't matter whether they are strong or weak. What matters is whether they want to continue living as slaves. The boar tilted his head down and thought about the clan leader's words for a moment. Izaha turns to him and explains that he was born and raised in a rich family. He should have some pride in his clan, but now all this money no longer belongs to him. This man must sense that the boy is telling the truth, because a cold sweat has broken out on his forehead, and his head is wondering if his house is just a Rakshasa warehouse. He continues to bombard him with questions. If the pig is so rich, then isn't it more important to think about where to spend your money rather than how to save it? This man does a stupid thing at this point. He asks if Isaac could buy him more food. It seems the main character is a little disappointed. Such nonsense has driven him into a corner. So he hopefully asks the girl what she thinks about it, and she replies that she's hungry too. The boar explains to her that the head of the union meant whether she would take Rakshasa's side, and she answers unequivocally and very confidently that no matter what happens, she will definitely take Iza's side. He doesn't understand why the girl is doing this, and she explains that the guy took her to the toilet, cured her, and also fed her pork ribs. And she adds that she was a little sad that he fed her poison, but fortunately it turned out to be just a laxative. And the red monkey thought, what if the great Rakshasa fed her poison? It definitely wouldn't be a joke, and she would die. And he definitely wouldn't take her to the toilet. She doesn't even want to think about it, so she stays with her brother anyway. Izaha looks at her intently and realizes that he has won the girl's heart with a laxative. After this conversation, the chairman finally decides to go out for a nice lunch, so they arrive at the location. All three enter the courtyard and see how the clan's warriors are actively and diligently training. Xiao Gongpeng, along with the other soldiers, bowed their heads and greeted their master. The guy walks on, and they shout after him that they are congratulating their union leader. The golden boar asks in surprise if it was really him in the mask of a black rabbit, and he understands that this servant on Brother Rabbit's estate was Brother Rabbit and Dog. This situation is very uncomfortable for him because he remembers how carelessly he treated that servant. Izaka looked at the man disdainfully and noticed that he was having chi reflux again and asked his sister to help him. And she's happy to do it, so she comes up and gives him a good slap and asks him to finally pull himself together. The red monkey then repeated this many more times using its insane speed. These two are already going inside the house, and the pig is still standing, and I can't understand how many times she managed to hit him in this short moment. They have already set the table with a large amount of food, and these two are constantly gorging themselves. Izaha holds a glass in her hand and looks at her gluttonous friends with surprise. The guy decided to tell them something, so he asked for their attention for a moment, and for them to stop chewing. He explains that they must become stronger, because there is nothing more pitiful than the weakness of a Junghu. The next moment, someone from the yard enters the room where the three of them are sitting and enjoying dinner. Commander, So explains that the celestial generals are a yellow horse, a white mouse, a black bull, and a red goat at the gate of their guild. Izaha frowned, and it looked quite strange that they just appeared out of nowhere. Did they really expose him? He explains that he is not sure about this because they came alone without an army. The head of the Black Rabbit Union will be interested in why they all came to him together. The yellow boar remarks that the white rooster is probably still on his way here, and everyone else has come here to watch the battle of the fourth of the strongest generals. The main character doesn't think for a second longer, abruptly gets up from his chair and says it's time to leave. Izaha puts on a black rabbit mask and goes out into the courtyard where his soldiers have gathered. Other celestial generals are also waiting for him there, all of them also wearing their own masks. They look calm and collected and seem to suspect nothing. The heavenly generals bow their heads to him and greet him, noting that they haven't seen him for a long time. The guy looks at them with a frown and a look of interest, but does not return their greetings. The white rooster stands in the center, smiling and asking how his rabbit brother is doing. The guy replies briefly and concisely that everything seems to be fine and asks in return how the rooster is doing. His interlocutor replies with a sly smile that it's nothing special, but suddenly behind them, someone jumps over the walls that protect the territory. This is how 3 more celestial generals decided to appear, all proudly showing off. The golden boar notices that something is wrong here, and everyone around is terribly scared by such a surprise. The main character also noticed them and was very surprised that a white tiger, a red snake, and a green dragon had appeared here. But that's not all, because after them, another uninvited guest appears spectacularly. This is the same person who keeps everyone around him in fear because he is the great Rakshasa himself. From the expression on the protagonist's face, it's clear that he was clearly not ready for this. The 2 traitors, Rakshasa, are breaking out in a cold sweat and cannot understand what the great master is doing here. But everyone, as one, folded their arms and bowed their heads, respectfully greeting their teacher. Including Izaka, now is not the right time to betray yourself and start a fight against them. He also looks at him intently and thinks about why the great Rakshasa decided to come here today. Instead, this old man with a bored expression on his face explains that he had nothing else to do, so he decided to come and watch them fight. Izaha goes downstairs to begin the planned fight with the white rooster. A man in a white rooster mask is already standing in front of the main character and waiting for the beginning. But Rakshasa seems to want to discuss something else with his student, and the latter listens to him attentively. He arrogantly declares that the 4th of the strongest heavenly generals cannot handle him, so let him step aside. Such a request greatly surprises the man in the mask, but of course he does not dare to refuse. He simply bows his head and agrees to step aside and not fight the planned fight. The old man notes that the strength rating was wrong, so let the red snake, white tiger, and green dragon attack him all 3. Terrible surprise and unspeakable horror are visible in the eyes of the red monkey and the golden boar. And the next moment, all 3 heavenly generals went into an unequal battle with one general. Rakshasa announces that today, 3 of the 4 strongest generals will fight against the 5th, who seems to have been working hard on his fighting skills lately. But he adds that the battle will be to the death, and none of the students dare to interfere in it. and the main character thinks that maybe the old man suspects something. Izaha raises his hand and wants to talk to the great Rakshasas, but the master remarks that he has completely forgotten about his conscience. But these taunts don't stop the guy, and he explains that the conditions of the battle are a bit wrong and they are completely unfair. The man ironically asks what he should do, take one or add another white rooster. But the guy doesn't answer anything, just looks at this scumbag in a correct and very stern manner. His eyes narrowed and it looked like he wasn't even going to be nice and polite to this man. And the next moment, the head of the Black Rabbit clan simply bursts into evil laughter. This greatly surprises the Celestial Generals, as such disrespect for the great Rakshasa is unacceptable. Izaha contemptuously calls him a fucking old man, and explains that the master himself should take part in a fight to the death, not force his students to do so. There are many people in the territory of the Black Rabbit clan, but now an incredible silence has fallen. This behavior of his frightens the little pig and the red monkey terribly, because after this he will definitely be finished. The teacher remarks that his student would never say something like that, so he orders him to take off his mask. The guy makes a remark that he is not a servant, and asks why this old pervert is forcing someone he just saw to film something. Such impudent behavior greatly surprises and scares his friends. They thought it couldn't get any worse. Instead, the great Rakshasa only smiled at these words and planned something against this impostor. With a very menacing look, he orders all 4 heavenly generals to engage in battle against him. The protagonist asks, so the great Rakshasa will stand aside while his disciples fight? Is he really doing his business so dirty? This man doesn't answer anything, but he clearly doesn't like this young man's impudence. And just so everyone knows, the guy explains that if all 4 celestial generals attack, he will run away. He explains that his Qigong skills are very deep, so he can play catch-up games all over the globe. But if the great Rakshasa himself comes out to fight him one-on-one, he will definitely accept this battle. And he notes that rumors that the great Rakshasa himself was afraid of a one-on-one battle will spread far beyond the borders of Manhwa Prefecture. And then he turns to the 12 celestial generals and asks them why they think their cowardly master is putting them first into battle, apparently to find out how strong he is. But he notes what riches this old man will receive after sending his students to hell in this way. He shouts, calls one a black cow, and asks how old he is, because he looks very young and that old man won't be sad at all if he dies. The main character explains that this old man will simply give the mask to someone else. It has happened many times, and these fools are still playing tricks on this pervert. The great Rakshasa smiles sarcastically and declares that it seems that some madman is hiding under the mask of his disciple. Izaha, in the Black Rabbit mask, agrees that masks increase madness, so he asks them to remember this. The red monkey and the golden boar are probably not happy that they got involved with such a madman. And the great teacher of Rakshasa smiles sarcastically and declares that he accepts the fight. But immediately after that, the next moment, he showed some kind of signal with his eyes to his students. Of course, Izaka noticed this and understands that this man will not play fair. So the guy has a plan. To get ahead of them and not let himself be led into a dead end, the guy decides to act first. He runs quickly and draws his weapon. The main character pulls his sword out of its sheath. The protagonist skillfully wields his sword and sees all this clearly, his eyes burning. A white rooster stood in his way, but he managed to dodge the Black Rabbit's sword in time. Izaha is not going to fight this old pervert's disciples. He has a much better plan. The boy deftly and in one motion jumps over the stone wall of the Black Rabbit clan. All the heavenly generals who were there immediately followed him. They have already caught up with the guy in the Black Rabbit suit and intend to fight him. But the main character addresses them as brothers and explains that they shouldn't worry about anything. He confidently and very convincingly declares that he will be able to defeat and kill the master. The guy is in front of him, and behind him are almost all the heavenly generals, and Isaac asks them to just trust him. This surprised the men under the masks a little, but it seems they want to believe him. The great Rakshasa master no longer holds back his rage and asks what the hell these idiots are doing, just watching and doing nothing. Instead, the main character ironically asks how this nasty old man dared to sneak into the bonds of brotherhood. Izaha was moving so fast that they lost track of him, and now they are trying to find the guy in the mask. The heavenly generals are running through the city and hope to see him now. But their reckless actions scare the innocent residents of this small town almost to death. At the bar, a glass shakes from the noise and almost spills liquid, and someone notices that there is a fierce battle going on somewhere. Izaha pours another glass and remarks that there are so many heavenly generals here. One of them is walking down the street and meets a passerby who greets him quite pleasantly. But this man is not so polite. He grabs this young man by the neck and asks if he saw anyone suspicious here. The poor guy is terribly scared and already has difficulty breathing and can barely say that he didn't see anything. And then he turns to Aizaha, not suspecting that this is exactly the one he's looking for. And he doesn't understand how, but this young man approached him very quickly and used his power, which sucks out other people's energy. The poor guy is moaning in pain and can't say a word, but the main character looks very stern. He asks this idiot how he dared to raise his hand against a boy on the run, and in front of him. And the next moment, the boy grabbed him by the neck and squeezed him so hard that he foamed at the mouth. Aizaha has no pity for such idiots and scum, so he's going to deal with him. He swings with all his might and delivers a powerful blow to his opponent's face. The blow was so powerful that the masked guy who calls himself the Heavenly General flew very far away. The guy running errands, seeing their fight, is shaking with terror and can't calm down. Instead, the main character calms him down and explains that he shouldn't be so surprised because this is normal for the Jianghu. The poor young man is trying to calm down. He is bent over and breathing deeply. Aizaha walked over to the table where he was sitting, picked up the decanter, and poured some liquid onto his hand, which was bleeding. And then, very calmly, as if nothing had just happened, he pours a drink into his glass. He looked at the frightened boy and offered him a drink to calm down. The guy doesn't think for long. He sets down his glass and sincerely thanks you for your generosity. The main character remarks that this is a very lousy job because everyone considers you a weakling and makes fun of you. And the next moment, they simultaneously, in one gulp, drink the contents of their glasses. Aizaha looked at the poor boy again and realized that he had been under a lot of stress. He explains that he will send his man later to pay for the drinks, and for now he tells the guy to go home and rest. This boy on errands wouldn't dare to object in any way, so he agrees. He apologizes for something he doesn't understand and doesn't wait long, but quickly runs inside. The Heavenly General lies in his blood on the asphalt, his mask completely shattered. This poor man is found by two Heavenly Generals, and they find out that he is already dead. Instead, Aizaha stands behind their backs and watches them with interest. The masked man looks around and notices a guy standing behind them. He asks very aggressively, and not at all kindly, what this idiot is looking at. The protagonist aggressively replies that he is looking at the idiot and shooting a deadly arrow at him. It hits the target, just as the young man had planned, and this headless fool has already left this site. Instead, another dangerous general cautiously glanced in the direction from which it had come. He decided to call more brothers so that he wouldn't have to fight such a strong opponent alone. But as soon as he turned to run after the others, he also received a fatal arrow to the head. Thus it turned out that while he was sitting at the table and sipping his drinks, he destroyed 3 students. Aizaha thinks that these guys are very weak. It's no wonder they are from lower ranks. Another masked man runs up here seeing all this and shouts how he dared to do this. Instead, the main character very casually folded his arms across his chest and looked down on him. And the white mouse doesn't wait, but quickly approaches the boy and seems confident in his abilities. The masked man jumps up and extends his arm to use his internal chi energy against his opponent. But he suffers a crushing failure because the main character's strength is many times greater than his. The guy is still wearing a mask, but you can see blood flowing out from under it. Apparently, he was seriously injured. But he doesn't give up and tries to strike back, but Aizaha uses the power of the Celestial Pearl, which absorbs the opponent's energy. The man in the white mouse mask can't resist or avoid it, no matter how much he wants to. And then the lifeless body of the Heavenly General fell with a thud to the ground, bleeding profusely. Instead, Izaka didn't even bother, and already dealt with so many of the old man's students. He stares at the man and menacingly declares that in his next life, he would rather not cross the path of someone like Aizaha. After that, the protagonist bends down and removes the white mouse mask from its former owner. He puts on a mask and menacingly says that there are 4 more generals and a great Rakshasa left. 5 men, including Aizaha, stand over the bodies of their dead brothers and ponder what to do with them. The man in the red snake mask believes that their rival must have planned to lure them out alone and kill them, and if this continues, they will all die. One of them suggests that all 4 generals unite, because when they are together, he will not be able to win. The red snake misses his brothers and never thought they would die so easily. He suggests returning to the teacher, but the green dragon thinks it's a bad idea, because if they return inferior, he'll get angry. And on top of that, they've lost their brothers. At that time, Aizaha stands aside and listens attentively to their conversation. No one even guesses who is hiding under the mask of the white mouse. Everyone looked at the guy in the white tiger mask, probably the strongest of them, and gave him the right to decide. He believes that it is better to continue the persecution, and as already said, we need to unite. And then he turns to the white mouse to go to the teacher and inform him of the deaths and explain their plan. The white tiger believes that the teacher is his target. Most likely, he would not start all this just to kill his students, especially since he himself said so. However, one of the Heavenly Generals doubts that what he said could be true. The tiger also thought it was a lie at first, but when such words come from the mouth of a madman, it may turn out to be true. All the heavenly generals fell silent for a moment, pondering what this man had said, and then asked why he had killed their brothers. The celestial warrior in the white tiger mask concludes that it's all because this guy isn't home. Everyone shakes their heads in agreement, and the guy under the white mouse mask is very interested in watching this. And about the white tiger, the main character thinks that he draws quite reasonable conclusions. The man in the tiger mask recalls that this boy himself said that he only wanted to fight with the teacher, and believes that as long as they are not chasing him, he will have no reason to fight them. Izuha listens and admires because this smart man says the right things. And the man goes on and suggests that if that guy kills the teacher, they can just start over and make the white mouse one of the 4 heavenly generals. The tiger asks how long they are going to be his slaves and adds that he's tired of watching him use the poor girls. The main character has his hands on his chest and listens attentively. He likes his train of thought. And then he says, in that case, why doesn't he just kill the teacher? Then it will all end. Everyone turned their gaze to the guy in the mask, and now they understand that this is not a white mouse. Instead, Izuha stands calmly and very confidently in front of these people, even though they are considered among the strongest. He smiles sarcastically and thinks about exposing himself, but it doesn't scare him at all. Everyone looked warily at the guy in the white mouse mask and seemed not too happy when they found out that it wasn't their brother. They are ready to attack the guy en masse to give him no chance to destroy them. The protagonist extends his palm and uses the Fire Realm technique through the Palm of Power. Rakshasa's disciples try to resist his power, but it is all to no avail. The next moment, Izuha added his strength and something like a huge explosion of flame occurred. Only 2 of the 4 generals could barely stay on their feet and not fall. The red snake rose after falling and was a little surprised that he had lost his balance and strength and was unable to stand. Then Izuha, with her powerful strength, forces him to come closer, and the boy cannot resist. Therefore, he very quickly and unexpectedly found himself right next to the guy in the white mouse mask. The main character has a plan and he will follow it, so now he reaches out to this guy. In slow motion, he removes the red snake mask from the frightened boy's face. He puts it on himself and wipes it so that they don't interfere with this, and explains that the problem will be solved when he or Rakshak dies in a duel, so there's no point in complicating things. The man in the tiger mask promises that they will not come close to the Black Rabbit's alliance today, so he asks him to let the red snake go. But Izuha looked at him menacingly and remarked that he could not allow this to live. However, the tiger does not understand why, because he said that he only wants to destroy the great Rakshasa. The chairman explains that this freak kidnapped defenseless women and handed them over to an old pervert. The 3 heavenly generals don't answer anything. They know it's the absolute truth. And the guy explains that he heard how this scumbag recently gave a blue-eyed beauty to Rakshasa. The men in masks can't do anything. They are scared, waiting for what will happen next. They don't understand whether he will kill him because he kidnapped defenseless girls or because he gave the teacher a blue-eyed beauty. The main character doesn't think for a long time and doesn't pull the trigger, but immediately punches the guy. The poor thing couldn't withstand such a strong blow. He couldn't stand on his feet and flew far away. The man hits the wall with crazy force, leaving a trail of smoke there. He can no longer move. Izuha has no doubts about his decision, because the Red Snake is the most loyal general, and he will definitely do everything that the great Rakshasa demands of him. He turns to the generals standing aside and ironically declares that from today, the 4 heavenly generals have become 3. Everyone present here can't believe that this man destroyed the Red Snake so easily with one blow. The protagonist turns around and leaves, remarking that if they don't value their lives, they can come to the Black Rabbit's alliance and fight him one-on-one. The guy arrived at the Black Rabbit alliance with lightning speed and went inside. Izuha slowly walks around the area and calls the teacher, informing him that his student has arrived. He has 2 masks on his face, so he says the Red Snake is here and the White Mouse is too. The young man says that Izuha sent a beautiful knockout to the Black Bull and the Red Goat and returned alive. He calls out to his teacher like a maniac, wondering if he's hiding somewhere from him. In the courtyard of the Black Rabbit, he sees a large Rakshasa sitting in the center, surrounded by the clan's warriors. Master So understands that Izuha is back. He knows that this guy is not so easy to defeat. The guy with an ironic smile under the mask very abruptly addresses the large Rakshasa. The men understand that it is their head that is turned, but they are very shocked by such familiarity. The Rakshasa welcomes him back and sarcastically asks what the last moment of the Red Snake's life was like. The main character says that he hugged the wall after he gave him a good rub and is now waiting for his turn in hell, but the teacher notes that it was his favorite. The guy looked intently at the old man and had one question for him that had been interesting to him for a long time. He asks what he's so interested in, and Izuha first silently points his finger at his mask. And then calmly and with interest, he asks why we need to wear all these masks. Rakshasa smiles strangely, and it is interesting that none of his many disciples have asked him about this. And he explains that wearing a mask makes it much easier to do terrible things. A person hides behind the mask and believes that it is the mask that is doing it, not him. Since the teacher answered his question, he now wants the boy to comply with his request and show his face. The guy touched the mask with his hand and explains that he has no great desire to do so. But in a menacing voice, he adds that he can't because he's about to do something terrible. The teacher seems to underestimate his opponent, so he smiles slyly and self-confidently. He gets up from his chair and walks closer to the boy and explains that he is sorry that someone like him was not his student. Izuha remarks that even if he were his student, he would still kill him and would definitely ask about the masks. The man proudly walks down the stairs and remarks that this is how a real man should live. The main character thinks about the fact that he has never been popular with the ladies, although he has many positive traits. He stares at this old man and can't believe that this scumbag has probably slept with everyone from the east and the west. Suddenly, the main character felt a huge wave of rage wash over him because of this pervert. Rakshasa approaches and asks how his student wants to fight, with his hands, fists, sword, or key art. Since he has been training for many years, he gives preference to the younger one. Izuha asks what he is most confident in, and he says that old people are always confident in the art of ki. But he thinks that the boy will be at a disadvantage, so it is better to choose something else. But the main character is confident in his abilities, so I suggest focusing on the art of chi. The teacher smiles and believes that he has already won, because the boy is still young, and he has been training his ki art for decades. The great Rakshasa raised his hand as a sign that their fight was about to begin. The main character, in turn, also raised his hand and is ready to fight this old man. They stand opposite each other and stare intently and menacingly into each other's eyes. The battle began. Each of them released their ki energy and showed what they were capable of. Their palms are close together and release a huge amount of energy. These men stand still, while the ground beneath them cracks and crumbles from such great force. Neither of them is inferior to their opponent, as they are both extremely strong. The great master is watching intently, and he didn't expect this from this boy at all. Rakshasa is very surprised that his chi energy did not move the boy at all. He realizes that this guy has almost the same amount of chi energy as him, even though he has been accumulating it for decades. Apparently realizing that the teacher would not win in ki energy, he pulled out his blade. Without hesitation, he swings his weapon at the boy to destroy him with one blow. Izuha instantly stops his opponent's hand with the weapon near his neck. Another moment and he would have died. The guy notes that at the beginning they agreed to fight only with ki energy. But the way the masked boy intercepted his blow so sharply and quickly scared the teacher a little. The protagonist adds menacingly and frighteningly that the teacher did not disappoint him at all. And the next moment, with his forehead hidden under two masks, he breaks the nose of his self-confident opponent. It seems that this blow was too strong for the great master, because he suffered a lot. Immediately after that, he delivered a second blow. It was so powerful that his mask cracked. Izuha knows what he's doing, and it seems like this young man isn't going to stop there. He struck another blow at the great master, but he could not avoid it in any way. The red snake mask had already completely broken and fallen from the boy's face, leaving only the cracked white mouse mask. The protagonist is extremely persistent and delivers another powerful blow. This man is screaming in pain. He can't understand how he lost to this idiot. Instead, Izuha looks intently at this old man who until recently was so self-confident. Now the main character is ready to use his strongest ability, which was given to him by the celestial pearl. The old man, now toothless, realizes with wild astonishment that something is happening to his chi energy. The great Rakshasa feels his strength leaving him, his ki energy being sucked out of him. He feels it, but he can't stop it. No matter how much he wants to, he's incapable of it. That arrogant man who until recently thought he owned this world understands that this is the end. He kneels in front of the boy. How hard it is for the teacher to accept the fact that he has been defeated. When the ki energy leaves a man with his body, irreparable things begin to happen. It all starts with his hands. They seem to be drying up and shaking from exhaustion. Rakshasa can't believe it. He hears Izuha's voice, saying that he was glad to meet him, but the man thinks that this voice is very far away. He looks at the guy, who is already standing without a mask, with eyes full of surprise and shock. The protagonist proudly looks at this old man and declares that he is the head of the Hao clan, and his name is Izuha. This man is no longer so arrogant and self-confident. He knows that these are the last minutes of his life. The guy explains that this fool could have saved many more of his foolish students if he had accepted his challenge right away, and asks if he has anything to say to his students before he dies. It seems the great master still wants to say something because he clears his throat and raises his head. He gathers his courage and asks where he sees his disciples if he has destroyed them all. But suddenly the old man with the broken nose turns his head and realizes that his students are standing not far from him. The red monkey and the golden boar stood by all this time and watched as their teacher was destroyed. The man looked at them in disappointment and couldn't find the words to say anything. And on top of the brick wall that serves as a defense for the black rabbit's territory sit 3 more of his students. They watch from a height as their teacher dies and make no attempt to save him. The old man raised his head and noticed them there, and declared that this sick scum had left quite a few of his students alive. The man, without a drop of irony or mockery, declares that the head of the Hao clan is incredible. But the main character does not respond to such words, only stares at the man. The man barely raises his head and is ready to say the last words to his students. He explains that his students have worked hard to take care of their teacher, and from now on they must dedicate themselves entirely to serving the head of the Hao clan. And he adds that they can all continue to live without their masks. They no longer need them. His students listen attentively to their teacher's words and cannot find the words to answer him. The great Rakshasa seems to have finished his speech. He looks at this world with a blank gaze for the last time. Isaac liked that this man had warm words for his disciples at the end of his journey. Then the boy approached the great Rakshasa and finished his work. He had been striving for this for a very long time. The clan leader asks them to remove their masks, as this was their teacher's dying wish. The heavenly generals obediently comply with the request. They slowly and without complaint remove these cursed masks. Izaha appeals to the Black Rabbit Alliance to restore everything that was destroyed or damaged and remove the bodies from the city streets. And the heavenly generals are invited to talk. This also applies to the red monkey, the golden boar, and the manager Beck. They are gathered in a large conference room with 3 celestial generals sitting on one side. And the other half sits on the opposite side, and everyone carefully watches the man in the center. The chairman sits solemnly and announces that from today on they will call him their big brother. But such a statement surprises everyone present a little. They think it sounds a little strange. The boy explains that he could become their master if he taught them something. But since he is much younger than them here, he might as well be their big brother. The generals are a little confused by this decision because he is the youngest of them all and wants to be a big brother, but no one dares to say anything out loud. And then the guy will say important things. If he has to repeat something several times, they will fight him to the death, so you need to listen as carefully as possible. The red monkey quickly catches his train of thought, so he loudly and confidently declares that he understands his big brother. He looked at the girl and believed that the people who shared the pork ribs were connected by a strong bond. Instead, the 3 other celestial generals are a little embarrassed and sit silently. The headmaster says that we shouldn't be ashamed of each other because the teacher is already dead. These words confused the poor people even more. They still couldn't answer him. There, the head of the Hao clan repeats to them much more threateningly so that they don't feel ashamed. After these words, the boys became talkative and reported that they understood their big brother. The guy explains that he doesn't know how many subordinates they have, but asks that they clean up all the crap they've done while following Rakshasa's orders and join his clan. One of the celestial generals asks what clan this is, as he has never heard of it. Izaha explains that the clan is formed by the union of the common working class and asks what they think is the first thing they should do for the Hao clan. There was silence in the hall. Everyone was a little confused and didn't know what to say. The main character sits with a very serious expression on his face, but in reality he is thinking that he himself does not know this. And then he explains that they can report to him from time to time about what's happening and contact him if there's a problem. But right now they're on their own. But the only big request is to clean up after everything the dark faction has done. One of the celestial generals confidently reports that they will definitely take care of this. The clan leader shook his head affirmatively, glad that they had managed to come to an understanding. He believes that there is no point in giving orders to adults, and that to the extent that they have taken off their masks, they are obligated to change. He notes that he is not a good person, and is also not very patient. It is 10 times harder for him than for an ordinary person to restrain himself and not kill someone. He addresses the 3, the white tiger, the green dragon, and the white rooster, and reminds them of the fate of their other brothers. One of them looks at the head and dares to mention that he is a little worried about something. And in general, I look at that man with pleasure and ask him what he is so worried about. They explain to him that the teacher had enemies and allies, and that he had a special relationship with the old king of the hornless dragons, and received a lot of money and women from the Rakshasa. And this man will probably be the most angry of all when he finds out about all this. And there's also a rain cloud. They were one of the teacher's greatest enemies, and his right hand was cut off by their leader. Unlike the old hornless Dragon King, there are many people who harbor resentment towards the teacher, and it is hard to guess what their reaction will be. But this information doesn't seem to scare the main character at all because he is confident in himself. The guy looks at everyone present, then exhales with relief and declares that it feels like a weight has been lifted from his chest. The red monkey looked at him and asked with curiosity what was the reason for her big brother's joy. The guy raises his head and cheerfully declares that he's glad there are so many more people he can kill. After these words, a tense silence fell in the room. No one dared to ask or say anything else. The main character wonders whether the word rain cloud in the rain cloud union is written with the same hieroglyphs as the word fornication. One of the men looked at his big brother and timidly reported that this was so. And this confused the guy a little because it looks quite strange and inappropriate, such a lewd name. He instructs Manager Beck to send a letter to the Rainy Village on behalf of the Master of the Black Rabbit Alliance and have him write so that they don't suffer from bullshit and live innocently and morally. The man asks if he should send them a declaration of war under the guise of a friendly letter. The head of the Howe Union confirms his opinion and sincerely praises him for his sharp mind. Manager Beck blushed and felt embarrassed. He was very pleased with such praise. But one of the celestial generals explains that the rain cloud forces are not to be mocked and asks if it is really worth provoking them first. Hearing this, the main character wants to talk to his brother, the rooster, and he listens to him carefully. Izaha is not very talkative and not very patient, as he himself noted, so he sharply tells him to shut up. The boy realized that he had said something that his big brother didn't like, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Then the union leader asks what the problem is, that he is going to declare war on the Rain Cloud Union because they are not friends with them anyway. No one gave him an answer to this question, so Izaka was silent for a moment. And the next moment the boy was already in a frenzy of rage and slammed his fist on the chair. All the heavenly generals present are terribly frightened and trembling with fear. The man angrily shouts that he cannot leave the alliance alone, which has such a stupid name, and appeals to Beck not to write a friendly letter, but to send an obvious declaration of war. Such anger frightens everyone present, and they wonder if he will declare war on the clan just because he doesn't like their name. The boy stood up and shouted that the Rain Cloud Alliance had torn off their teacher's hand, and that they, as his students, must take revenge on them. This statement greatly surprises Rakshasa's disciples, because they know that Izaha did not like him very much. And it sounds strange to take revenge on someone for cutting off a teacher's hand, even though he himself killed him. The main character looked menacingly at everyone present and persistently asked what their answer would be. No one dares to object to this crazy thing, so everyone says they must do it. After that, the main character addresses everyone in the room much calmer. Those poor people were already looking at him warily. No one knew what to expect from such a person. But Izaka is no longer angry. His aggression has gone away on its own, and he asks them to be a little more cheerful. On a warm and sunny day, the main character walks through the territory of the Black Rabbit Union. People who were also in the yard notice him and look at him a little confused. Instead, the boy ignores them and continues on his way to enjoy his walk. At that time, the Union soldiers, as always, are actively training with bags filled with sand. Passing by, Izaha calmly greets Master So, who bows respectfully in return. The main character notices that the petals from the sakura tree are falling and floating in the air before his eyes. The boy looked around and saw a large sakura tree, overflowing with fragrant flowers. So he decided to come closer to it to inhale its aroma to the fullest. And then the guy decides to sit under this tree and start his cultivation there. And the pink petals of delicate flowers are now falling and covering his shoulders and head. Siogun Peng looked at his master in surprise, as this was a bit unusual for him. This day in the territory of the Black Rabbit Union passed quite calmly and quietly, and a warm evening came. The main character stayed like this until late in the evening, and the delicate petals of sakura flowers covered him. Union soldiers are watching the boy and are amazed by his endurance and courage. Having remained in this position from morning until evening, the main character completed his meditation. He slowly rises from the ground and petals fall from his shoulders, arms, and legs. Without saying anything, the man slowly reaches for his weapon and pulls his sword from its sheath. This action greatly frightens everyone present. No one knows what to expect from this mysterious man. Izaha swings his sword, probably to feel and understand how this meditation has helped him. This lasted for a few seconds, after which he looked at his weapon and thought about something. The protagonist took his eyes off his sword and looked at the delicate pink petals that continued to fall from the tree. After that, the boy focused on his weapon and every movement of his hands. He actively swings his sword and doesn't pay attention to anyone watching him. After cultivation, he developed a great passion for martial arts. Master So watches in amazement as his master works and skillfully wields the sword. All the other soldiers of the Black Rabbit Alliance are equally surprised and amazed by his technique. Instead, the head of the clan moves very softly and smoothly with the weapon in his hands. It looks like a dance. But despite this, his movements remain extremely precise and very dangerous. Together with him, delicate pink flower petals swirl in the air, and they seem to merge into a dance. The boy twists the flower petals and forms a continuous pink wave that dances with him. You might think that it is these delicate and weightless petals that are his opponent in this battle. The main character doesn't see anyone. He's very focused on his work right now. It seems that these petals fascinate the main character. All he sees is them. And with a single precise movement of his sword, he manages to cut the delicate and weightless petal in half. It seems that the head of the Hao clan really liked this magnificent tree and its weightless flowers. This is definitely an art, the art of fighting, which the guy is very skilled at. After skillful and graceful movements with the sword, the boy uses the energy to inflate the petals. This gust of wind blew towards the soldiers in the Black Rabbit Alliance, and they had to cover themselves with their hands. They ask each other with great surprise what they just saw. It seems that their union leader has just created a new sword technique, and Zakar came close to the wide trunk and asked what kind of tree was standing there. The soldiers answer him in unison that it is a blooming plum, a sakura tree. The boy put his hand to the bark of the trunk and is still admiring its beauty, so he decides to call his new sword technique the plum blossom technique. The soldiers, led by Master So, are still shocked by what they saw and cannot come to their senses. The head turns to the monkey's sister, and she immediately responds and is ready to listen to his request. He looks at her sternly and declares that she sneaked a look at his personal martial arts as expected. The girl, disappointed, completes his sentence as expected of a thief and asks if that's what he meant. Instead, the man didn't answer anything, just silently and sternly looked at the girl. So she comments that the name of this technique sounds a bit weak, and Big Brother asks if he should call it the Rakshasa sword technique then. But the girl believes that the blooming plum will be remembered better, and the main character invites her to go eat. The red monkey raises its head and says it will stay here for a moment to admire. She feels an incredible sense of peace and tranquility when she looks at these delicate petals of pink flowers, which fall to the ground smoothly and as if in a dance. The golden pig is already sitting at the table and enjoying various delicious treats. Izaha sits to the side and asks him if he became a celestial general sooner than a red monkey. The man took a moment to chew on a piece of meat and then briefly replied that it was true. The protagonist asks why he let her hit him so many times then. The boar looks at the meat and says that he was also thinking about it, wondering if it was normal or not. But I came to the only possible conclusion that this is not normal in a well-known Orthodox sect. It was against all the rules to slap her older brother. She could have been expelled. But they do not belong to a well-known Orthodox sect, but to a dark faction. He seriously wondered after the first slap whether this was allowed in their faction. He got very angry after that and yelled at her how dare she do that, and that he would definitely teach her a lesson later. Well, at least he thought so, and then Big Brother stole his inner energy. And he explains that you can't laugh at the monkey sister's inner energy because it wasn't the easiest problem he faced. Izaka listens attentively to his interlocutor and does not comment at all for now. This made the golden pig a little alarmed, so he turned to his big brother. The protagonist raises his sad eyes and listens attentively to what his friend wants to tell him. The pig asks if he is tired, and the boy explains that he is a little tired and suggests continuing dinner. And then he comments on the golden pig's speech, saying that he most likely likes the red monkey. The man looks at his interlocutor in surprise and asks if he has been asleep all this time. He looks at his interlocutor with an innocent expression and asks if there's anything he doesn't like. The poor piglet has nothing left to do but breathe deeply and heavily. And after that, he calmly continues his feast while Isaac looks at him in surprise. But with a smile, he notes that this person is not bad at stuffing his face with all kinds of food. He explains that since his internal energy has been stolen, he must at least eat to restore it. The head notes with irony that the logic of the fat man is unshakable. The man frowned and explained that in that case it was a good thing he was fat. But he adds that he is a member of the Golden Mountain and has countless riches and is also the youngest of the sons. He has money and countless riches. It's hard to imagine what would have happened if he had also been thin. Izaka was very interested in the fact that this rich guy was the youngest in the family. She explains that he actually looks like a younger man, and it's no wonder it was normal for him to get slapped. These words confused and surprised the guy a little. He didn't seem to like it. He asks with sincere incomprehension why they are behaving like this. And even his sister is behaving very strangely. While these two are having a delicious dinner outside, something strange happens to the soldiers. They all happily swing at night and try to master the new technique of plum blossoming. Master So also sat under Sakura to meditate and gain inspiration for martial arts. A red monkey approaches them and explains that all these soldiers are swinging their swords under the falling leaves. The golden pig looks at this in surprise and asks if they have all gone mad. Instead, Izuha says that this is great news. It means they are doing everything right. But the guy doesn't seem to share his opinion, because now the Black Rabbit Alliance looks more like a crazy rabbit. The Union head explains that they are doing everything very well, and propping his head on his hand, admires it. He really enjoys the fact that his subordinates are inspired by his technique and training. He is pleased that they are trying their best to embark on the path of martial arts that they so desire. It all looks so beautiful. They finally breathed in the scent of sakura and saw the tenderness of the falling leaves. He watches their dance with great pleasure and cheerfully taps his finger on the table in time. The red monkey also gets a crazy high from such free and unique workouts. Throughout the Black Rabbit Alliance, soldiers are training with swords in their leader's new technique. And the main character is enjoying a beautiful moment. It looks like an idyll. Evening has come. Everyone has gone about their personal business, and the flower petals lie alone on the ground. The head of the Union is again meeting with the Celestial Generals in a large and spacious hall. Manager Beck reports that it is known that the silver ghost Yusa Chong is in the vicinity. In addition, meteorite travelers are causing big money problems, and some unknown martial arts masters have gathered in a large group. Izuha calmly listens to the report and asks with interest why they are doing this. Beck explains that after the death of the great Rakshasa, they all believe that Manhwa is weakened. The heavenly generals think that they will now try to seize the moment and capture this territory. The guy remarks that they know that someone killed Rakshasa, but why did they suddenly say that Manhwa is weakened? They must be just idiots. The generals were silent for a moment and carefully considered their big brother's words. And then they unanimously agreed with their leader, because it sounds rational. Beck notes with a smile that greed can cloud common sense. Izuha doesn't answer anything, but he seems to like it when everyone agrees with him. The elder suggests that the old hornless Dragon King has allied himself with Professor Su. The man continues. There are quite a few of them, so it seems like the king wants to divide Manhwa Prefecture into parts. This could all also be dangerous for the heavenly generals. The leader lazily declares that he could handle it himself if he strained a little, but a moral fool of a soldier can fall from the difference in numbers. There should be approximately equal numbers. He orders one of his subordinates to go to Ilyang Prefecture and meet with Sima Bi and Cha Song Tai, gather everyone who is very bored, and come here with them. And he adds indifferently and casually that someone else will have to go to the Fort of the Black Pearl. Master So is a little scared by the thought that someone will have to go to the Black Pearl Fort. The guy explains that he should have a man named Dako Song bring about 700 elite soldiers. But he adds that he should say that the leader of the Hao clan is calling him and that he will definitely come. This way they will be equal in numbers and the subordinates will not lose heart, even if there is a direct fight. And he adds that the scum from the Black Pearl Fort have completely gone crazy, so you should be careful with them. The man looked warily at his master and explained that he understood everything. The Union chairman was silent for a while and seemed to want to say something more to the Union leaders. He asks if there is anyone on the side of the old hornless Dragon King that he shouldn't kill, perhaps their family or friends. The men look at each other and carefully consider the question posed by the head of the Black Rabbit Union. He asks just in case, so that they don't suffer later after he kills everyone there. The main character never ceases to amaze his subordinates. They know that this man is extremely strong, but they still cannot understand his great desire to kill. The man realizes that everyone is silent, so he orders the heavenly generals to be summoned and threatens that he will personally come to anyone who does not respond to his call and beat them to death. And now the guy easily lets his subordinates go and deal with their own issues. Manager Beck frowns and seriously asks why he needs a sketch of his face. Izuha explains rather mysteriously that he needs this in order to find someone. Beck looked at the guy in surprise and thought for a moment, because the explanation was not very informative. And then he bows his head and promises to do everything in his power. Just let him tell you what to look for. The chairman looked at him seriously and explained that this man had the face of a perverted maniac. The elder doesn't really understand what's going on, and the young man explains that he's just sharing his impressions of the man. He has a cute face, delicate skin, and can charm with just one smile. Izuha gets distracted and asks if the manager understands what he is telling him. Beck closed his eyes and confidently declared that he could already see it. His imagination was already painting this portrait. And he asked the head of the union not to stop or get distracted, but to continue the description so that it would be easier for him to imagine. And then he adds that his drawing will definitely be very accurate and will catch this perverted maniac. The main character looks thoughtfully out the window. He is heading somewhere in his cart through the forest. Then he announces to his coachman that he wants to change their destination. And now instead of the Moyong Clinic, they will go to Iwa Prefecture, where the Rain Cloud Alliance rules. The poor guy asks why the plans changed, and he explains that the fact that they are all committing adultery without him is stressing him out. The coachman driving the cart exhaled heavily. It seemed he was a little frightened by such changes. Aizaha sensed the boy's nervous tension and sternly asked what was the matter. The guy replies in an even more frightened voice that nothing happened and everything is fine with him. This is where their conversation ends. They plan to continue wherever his master wishes. The guy feels extremely happy because with the rays of the spring sun and a breath of refreshing wind, his madness seems to disappear somewhere. When they arrive, the chairman orders the guy to return and convince everyone that he is now at the Moyong Clinic. He left, but the main character stayed and headed on foot to the stone path. He approaches the tall gate, which is closed, apparently the home of the rain cloud. To start, the guy decides to politely knock and wait for the gate to open for him. An eye appears through a small crack in the door, and someone from there asks who he is. Aizaha looks a little tired. His hands are folded behind his back, and he doesn't answer anything. The man behind the door persistently asks who he is and why he doesn't say anything. Aizaha seems to be thinking about whether it is better to respond, to do it politely, or to show his true intentions. And then he leans closer to the door and explains that he has come to collect some debt. Strangely enough, after these words, the gate to the rain cloud's courtyard easily opens for him. He thinks that judging by how easily they let him in, these people are not the kind of people who repay their debts. The man standing behind the door folded his arms across his chest and proudly declared that he could enter. He asks who owes him and concludes that it can't be the head of the union. Maybe it's his right-hand man who, as usual, drank the money. But the main character just looks around, and this man sternly asks why he doesn't answer him. And then he reaches out to slap him because it seems to him that this man can't seem to gather his thoughts. Instead, without any fuss, the guy abruptly grabs his hand and squeezes it tightly. This guy is clearly not patient because he's shouting loudly for the scoundrel to let him go. However, the main character only glares at this man with his shining eyes. The poor man was already shaking all over. Cold sweat had broken out on his forehead, and his teeth were clenched in anger. Meanwhile, his fingers have already turned blue from lack of blood because his hand is still very tightly clenched. Then he decides to politely ask where this kind man is from, in the hope that he will then let him go. Instead, the guy starts joking around and explains that it's a long story, probably from his mother's tummy. And then he wonders if he wants to know what district he's from, or if he's asking about something else entirely. He continues, perhaps this man is wondering what kind of strength he has, and adds that it is also a long story. Instead, this man understands that he will soon be left without an arm, so he asks for mercy. Although the protagonist is in no hurry to fulfill his request, he still holds his hand. And then using his inner strength, he rejects this man. This poor guy clearly wasn't expecting this. He flies high and falls heavily to the ground. And the main character calmly, as if nothing had happened, walks through the territory of the rain clouds. It is very deserted here, as most of the people who report to Commander-in-Chief Professor Su seem to be not here. Aizaha approaches the artificial pond located on the territory and admires the fish. Yellow and orange fish swim peacefully in the pond. They know no fuss or fear. Suddenly, the boy raised his head and looked around, noticing something interesting to him. A man is sitting in a chair in the yard, and the main character approaches him. Aizaha looks closely at what this man is doing and asks him what kind of thing it is. But this guy is in no hurry to answer his question. He frowns, carefully examines the newcomer, and asks who he is. The guy cryptically explains that he is the one who wants to meet Professor Su. This man explains that the head had only recently left, so they had passed each other. Then Aizaha asks if the head's right hand is still there, and the man denies it and explains that there are only guests here and the right hand is also missing. The boy is surprised that there is a fire burning on such a warm spring day, so he asks what kind of thing it is. His new acquaintance succinctly explains that it is an incinerator. The guy is surprised by this wording, so he asks what it's for and what they're burning there. He calmly replies that it's for corpses. Aizaha asks why they need to be burned at all. The guy frowns and explains that they burn them if they don't pay their debts, and he's just following orders. The protagonist concludes that if people don't pay their debts, they are killed and their remains burned. And this slightly dull man gnaws his ribs and says that he understood everything correctly. Instead, the head of the Hao clan exhales heavily and explains that he is not sure he wants to kill the one who eats. Hearing this, the man was a little surprised and glanced sideways at the newly arrived guest. And then he carelessly turns around and calmly tells him to finish his lunch quickly. Suddenly, the boy hears the man's voice from behind, asking if he's really a guest. When the main character looked around, he saw that the one who had just had a calm lunch was already holding his axe in his hands. He wonders how many people this scumbag has already killed if he decides to use an axe so quickly. This formidable man brandishes his weapon and seems to want to destroy him with one blow, but Aizaha easily avoids it. But without expecting anything else, he uses his internal chi energy. "You weakling, you have no chance against Big Brother." The boy hit him hard in the chest, but he sent this little guy straight to the waste incinerator. Now he will burn in the eternal fires of hell. The man was so far into the furnace that no trace of him remained. Izuha looks at what remains of the man who destroyed so many lives. But he didn't stay there for long, but took the executioner's weapon and headed further to explore the area. It seems the guy has reached the main building, which must definitely contain some highly respected individuals. The door opens and the main character is ready to finish off these fucking perverts. He sees a stage with girls dancing, and around it tables with people sitting at them. The dancers were seriously scared when they saw a man with an axe, because this could not be a good sign. On the other hand, the men who admire the dances have not noticed anything at all yet. And at this time, the head of the How Union is already taking the stage to attract maximum attention to himself. The poor frightened girls ran backstage, and the guy for now just stood in the center. He explains that it's too dark here, he doesn't like it that much, and asks someone to turn on the lights. Instead, the men present are already preparing their weapons to fight this rascal. But apparently, they were defeated, and it didn't take the main character much time to do so. Everyone in the hall was already dead. It is symbolic that he used the same weapon used by their executioner to destroy the poor people. This time the main character is covered in blood, but it doesn't seem to bother him. More guards and soldiers of the rain cloud came running to this noise and screams, and were ready to deal with him. Their leader stands in the center and surprisingly calmly asks what the hell is going on here. There were 5 of them in total, really nothing for Izuha, and that man is wondering who he is. The main character doesn't even consider it necessary to return to them. He just turns his head slightly. And these soldiers looked at him, and one of them had a bad feeling about this guy. The head of the How Union looks at the man and menacingly declares that he has come to collect the debt. Instead, the man asks how much he should be owed to do something like this. The protagonist very calmly and thoughtfully asks how much he can give him. The man doesn't think for long and offers 300 gold plates and asks if that will be enough. Izuha looked at the arrivals and is still considering this proposal and remembering something. He explains that this is quite strange, because this is exactly the amount that the head of the Black Pearl Port asked him to pay. This man explains that if he needs to pay a debt to the Black Pearl Alliance, then he can take his money and pay him. But Izuha explains that he doesn't have to pay anyone anything, although his interlocutor is sure that this madman has been demanding his money back from the moment he borrowed it. The guy adds that the dead have nothing to do with debts. Most likely they don't remember anything, and this man should be grateful to him if he owes him something. His interlocutor is a little scared and thinks that he really killed the head of the Black Pearl Fort. And then he looked at what their supposed guest had done here in just a few minutes. An indescribable terror gripped him, and a cold chill rose to his brow as he thought about what might happen next. Izuha threatens his interlocutor not to even think about running away or ordering his men to attack him, because he will not care about his subordinates, since he only wants to kill him. This man dares to ask what he wants from him then, maybe money. The protagonist explains that he doesn't need them and understands that their forces will only regroup while he goes after the money, so he suggests setting aside some time for confession. This man is very annoyed by the arrogance and threats of their guest. Instead, Izuha suggests thinking a little about how they ended up in such a life. He muses that they couldn't have been weak from the moment they were born. So how did things turn out that they are now so weak? 2 men are watching from behind a curtain to the boy's right, and it is clear that their forces are trying to surround him. Instead, the main character ignores this and asks why this man is behaving like this and doesn't say a word to him. Instead, he remains silent and thinks only that this man is some crazy scumbag. He looks again at the people lying on the ground and realizes that they all died from just one blow with an axe. And then for some reason, the man decides to kick all the people out of here. They can't understand his decision, so they ask why, but the man aggressively repeats the order. All the soldiers obediently leave the hall, leaving only 2 living people in it. Izuha is still standing on the stage in the very center. This man does not dare to take even a step closer to him. He explains that he kicked them all out, so this guy can now say what he wants, and offers to discuss their collaboration and even get down on his knees. The protagonist doesn't miss the moment and decides that this is a good idea, so he orders him to kneel. The man without hesitation falls onto the step and kneels before what he believes to be a madman. He is very submissive and calmly kneeling and waiting to see what happens next. Instead, the boy just stares at the man, his gaze menacing and even a little crazy. The man explains that fortunately the head is currently absent, so he can safely ask him for anything he wants. Instead, the boy asks when Professor Su will return and hears in response that he might be back closer to the evening. Without hesitation or further thought, Izuha asks his interlocutor's opinion on whether he will be able to kill him. The man mentally hopes that he will somehow manage to convince this guy, and out loud explains that he cannot handle him alone, but if he gets all his subordinates involved, he can. And unexpectedly for him, his interlocutor concludes that this man is a traitor. After these words, the poor man seemed to swallow his tongue and lose his ability to speak, which stunned him. Now he begs the man to believe him, and if he doesn't succeed, he can kill him, because their guest was planning to kill his head anyway. The protagonist explains that there are rumors that he is comparable in strength to the great Rakshasa and asks if he really thinks he can handle him. The poor guy explains that this is only if you fight them in an official duel, but you can also cheat. Aizaha doesn't look like he liked this guy's answer, quite the opposite. So the next moment, without any warning or concessions, he swings the axe and the poor thing is gone, leaving only his mutilated and weakened body, which falls heavily to the ground. The polluted protagonist believes that no one from the Raincloud Alliance will be of any use to him. The next moment, all the soldiers gathered because the leader's right hand had been killed. But such a large number of soldiers does not bother the boy at all. He only counts how many mutilated bodies will soon be lying there. Now he steps off the stage and walks closer to the crowd of trained and strong people, but it is clear that they are not strong enough to stay alive. After completing his dirty deed, the man arrives at Moyang Hospital. He barely crosses the threshold of the institution when he is immediately cheerfully welcomed back. But the next moment, when the doctor had thoroughly examined the boy, he wondered what had happened to him. Aizaha is happy to have come here and asks if it's too late for him to visit the doctor. Instead, Beck replies that everything is fine and, judging by his appearance, asks if he fought with anyone again. The guy calmly replies that for him, battles are an everyday thing, almost like a daily routine. But his interlocutor should act as if it doesn't bother him at all and offer to drink tea. The next moment, they're already sitting at the table and pouring fragrant and warm tea from the teapot. The doctor smiles kindly and, out of curiosity, asks who this respectable man fought with. Aizaha looks at her reflection in the teacup and asks if the doctor has heard about the death of the great Rakshasa. His interlocutor raised his eyebrows and timidly said that he had heard such information. The chairman explains that all the dark factions united after his death, so he had to visit the Raincloud Alliance first. The doctor asks again, meaning it turns out that this man screwed up things in the Raincloud's union. And the man replies that that's what happened and clarifies that he was swinging an axe. This greatly alarmed the man, and the boy explains that he split their heads in half. Then his interlocutor remarked that murder is murder, no matter how it was committed. And then he asked if the head had killed anyone who shouldn't have been destroyed, and the guy laconically replied that he hadn't. After these words, the doctor beamed. He was glad that good and innocent people were not harmed in any way. But then he notices that it seems like his inner demon is standing in the back of his head. The guy wasn't alarmed or scared by this. He explains that that's why he came to see the doctor, because from time to time, he involuntarily becomes his patient. The guest raises his cup of tea and thinks about what might have happened if he hadn't come here. If he joined forces with Professor Su, he could truly become an unstoppable mad demon. That's why he restrained himself with great effort and came here to visit Dr. Moyang. He wanted to become a rational mad demon who seeks to correct his mistakes, not a mad demon who seeks war. The main character's goal is to become a slightly better crazy demon. The head of the Black Rabbit Union returns home, where he is greeted by 2 guards at the gate. He goes inside and realizes that he feels much better after talking to Moyang Beck. Communicating with someone to whom you can completely open your heart gives an incredibly good feeling of peace. With these thoughts, the guy crosses the threshold of the house. It is already late in the evening and he is quite tired. The celestial generals and leaders of the Black Rabbit Alliance greet him with extremely surprised looks. Instead, the red monkey smiles sincerely and seems genuinely happy to see his big brother. Besides her, there are also other celestial generals here whom the protagonist asked to appear. Besides them, there is Songtae, who also smiles sincerely after seeing his master. And then I fold my arms and bow my head to greet the head. The rest of the audience also bowed in greeting and the return of their heads. The main character sits in his central chair, and his faithful friend stands next to him. But the union chairman doesn't pay much attention to him and asks everyone to take their seats. He looks at the audience and asks if everyone has met. Songtae replies that they have. And only then does he turn to his friend and sternly asks why he sat in the chair of the head. Instead, the guy cheerfully announces that he is the general of the Hao clan after all. The main character seems to have only just remembered that he was appointed general of the clan. And this guy is very happy to have such a high and respected position. He will not forget such things. Instead, Izuka looked at the boy with a tired look, and now noted with irony that he was indeed a general. The red monkey turns to the big brother and notes that this man assured them that he was the right-hand man in the Hao clan, and she asks if this is true. The clan head looks sternly and seemed to be considering whether this man was really his right hand. Then he turned his head and looked at the boy from Yilan Prefecture somewhat sternly and unfriendly. This look somewhat confused the boy, and he mentally begs Aizaha to confirm his words. And the man thinks about the fact that it looks like he raised a cunning fox with his own hands. And then to Cha Song-tae's great surprise, he replies that this is a complete lie. And he explains that this guy is just a general of the Hao clan, and they have no such thing as a right-hand man, and adds that the general's position is also important, so he should be treated with respect. And he also shames him, and declares that he will immediately recoil from one or two of their blows, so we must protect this gentle boy. This greatly offended Cha Song-tae, so he turned and walked away from his master. But the main character stops the guy because he wants to tell him something else, and he turns around. Aizaha declares that if he is against this attitude, then let him try to become stronger. The poor guy explains that everyone here met a strong teacher and became even stronger by drinking elixirs and studying powerful martial arts. Instead, he had no master and no elixirs and raised his sword only to survive. But he believes he would have a chance if everyone fought without using internal energy. Captain So declares that he is ready to fight him without using internal energy. But this statement angered the guy, and he says that now is completely inappropriate because the atmosphere is completely different. She adds that they will do it next time, but the warrior understands that this guy is just scared. The red monkey and the golden pig sit aside and giggle because they find this situation quite funny. The next moment they are laughing loudly, and the others present also start laughing. But the guy finds himself in a very awkward situation. The union leader exhales heavily and declares that of course they will do it next time. It would be inappropriate now. The guy appreciates Aizaha's support and bows his head in gratitude, declaring that he will do as he orders. Now the head moves on to more important matters and asks how best to destroy them so that rumors about it spread most effectively, to go after them or to stand on the defensive. Sante asks who they are fighting against, and Aizaha is forced to explain that it is the old hornless dragon king, Professor So, and several other small dark factions. The guy thought and guessed that they probably had more than 400 or 500 soldiers. His words surprised those present, and they wondered how this clown even knew about it. Instead, Aizaha listens attentively to the boy and loudly declares that everyone listened attentively to what he said. Then the man thinks that playing defense would be the best option, and the head asks why. He explains that it's all because they don't have enough people and it would be a more fun choice. The protagonist nods his head affirmatively and explains that they will then adopt a defensive stance. And he adds that he also thinks this option is the most fun, but if someone has a better option, he will definitely listen. The warriors present are extremely surprised that the only justification for his decision is that it will be fun. But they don't answer anything, so he considers this a lack of other opinions, and his decision to choose a defensive position is decisive. The boy explains that they are evacuating servants and those who have not studied martial arts to Ilyang Prefecture, as they could be captured and killed during battle. He then asks who wants to escort those people to Ilyang Prefecture, because the enemies can come out even at night, so they must leave here immediately. But there were no candidates, the room fell silent, and no one volunteered to run. Since no one has spoken up, Aizaha suggests that Slabtaje do it, as he will be of little use here. But the boy reminds him that he is Cha Song-tae from the Hao clan and wants to stay here as a representative of the Yilan Prefecture. The union chairman sees that everyone wants to stay here, so he will have to decide for himself and turns to manager Beck. The elder smiles sweetly at his master and politely replies that he is listening to him attentively. The chairman orders that he take responsibility for the vanguard and leave the rear guard to Sima B, and Sima B must send someone from the front to scout the way. Two of his subordinates simultaneously and synchronously respond that they are carrying out their boss's order. And the next moment, they walk out of the hall with active and quick steps to carry out the order. He orders the Golden Boar to follow them to the very end, and if anything happens, to report it to him immediately, or let him decide on the situation himself. The man bowed his head in agreement and explained that he clearly understood everything and was ready to comply. The boar immediately ran out of the meeting to catch up with the previous two who had already run somewhere. The rest explains that they have nothing else to do, so I suggest they just have a drink. This proposal was liked by everyone present, and they happily declare that it is a great idea. It's a quiet and peaceful evening outside, and in the Union building there's a very cheerful and friendly atmosphere with alcohol and jokes. The main character is holding a cup in his hands and heard some strange sounds, so he turned his head. 4 men enter the building, led by the red-haired, stocky man Dak Gosong from the Black Pearl. He frowned, very familiarly and rudely announcing that his older brother had come to Aizaha. However, the head is not very happy to see him, and remarks that he is a sick scumbag. The man points to the people behind him and explains that, as requested, he brought reinforcements with him. And then he turns to everyone in the room, greets them, and notes that many craftsmen have gathered here. The newcomer chooses to sit next to Chae-song-tae, who is peacefully enjoying his drink. Instead, this impudent face takes a glass, hands it to the guy, and asks him to pour it for him. But Sonche looks at him intently and is in no hurry to do what this man tells him to do. And he dares to object. He shouts that this piece of shit should pour it himself. And he asks who he is, calling himself the head senior. He's clearly completely out of his mind. Instead, the newly arrived guest is extremely surprised by this upstart's reaction. But Doc Go-song doesn't respond to this attitude and takes the decanter and pours himself a drink. Instead, the guy doesn't stop and continues to bully the man and asks if this scumbag is really going to ignore him. No one reacts to the young man, and the main character asks Dong Go-song how they are doing and whether they have changed the name of their organization. The man explains that although they were once the Fort of the Black Pearl, they are now part of the Hao clone. But Izaha doesn't seem to agree with this, so he asks what kind of lie this is. Dong states that they are just a bunch of idiots, so they can't choose a name for themselves, and he should have expected something like that from them, so they decide to remain Hao's clone. And the number of rules they have introduced is already more than 10, but he notes that being the chairman is difficult. It seems that now Sonte understands what kind of person this is next to him, and he's scared of what he said to him. It turns out that he is from the port of the Black Pearl, and not just anyone but the head. The guy took another hard look at the newly arrived guest and thought that he was definitely a scumbag. And after that, he turns his head in the opposite direction. He feels fear of this person. Izaha asks how many people he brought with him. Dong recalls that he asked for at least 100. Therefore, the man decided to hire 30 elite soldiers who would work for 100. The union chairman looked at his nasty smile but declared that he had done a great job. The newcomer tried the drink and didn't like it at all, so he asks how they can drink this junk. Everyone present fell silent, no one dared to say anything, and the friendly atmosphere evaporated. He must have noticed that they felt somewhat uncomfortable in his company. But he doesn't pay much attention to this, and instead asks the chairman what their plan is, and gets the answer that they don't have any plan. Izaha indifferently and seemingly completely heartlessly adds that the only task is to kill them all. The stern man from the Black Pearl Fort frowned and said nothing at first. And then he gets up from his chair and cheerfully declares that it's great, and let it be destroyed when the enemies come. He lies down next to the bushes away from the head of the Hao Alliance and says he's going to sleep for now. The man simply put his hands under his head and closed his eyes to rest a bit, but it looks a little strange to those present. But Izaka doesn't pay any attention to this and asks if the moon is bright today. Master So says that the conditions outside are perfect for a big battle. The chairman asks if there is anyone on the side of the old hornless Dragon King who practices poisons, and he explains that he does not know of any. Then the man clarifies whether the old king of the hornless dragons and Professor Su are really the strongest among all. The man is not so sure about this, but replies that it is most likely true. Izaha continues to bombard the boy with questions, and now asks him to compare their strength with that of the great Rakshasa. The commander explains that they all have weaknesses and strengths, but they are not the kind of masters who will easily give in to the great Rakshasa. The chairman explains that he will personally deal with the two of them, so they all must also fight enemies of their strength. If they encounter an enemy stronger than them, then it is better to retreat. Everyone unanimously declared that they would do everything their leader told them to do. One of the soldiers noticed something and ran into the hall at breakneck speed, announcing that the enemies were at the gate. Those present here are a little frightened by this statement. It seems they have no great desire to go to the slaughter. Although they are strong opponents who possess martial arts, no one knows how this battle will turn out. Instead, Izaha looks sternly at the boy who had delivered the news, and his eyes immediately lit up. The chairman rises from his chair and orders his mask to be brought to him. The captain looks upset. He hands the Black Rabbit mask to the head of the Hao clan. Izaha picks up his good old Black Rabbit mask, puts it on his face, and is ready to go into battle. Everyone present, one by one, heads towards the exit of the house to meet their enemies, and the heavenly generals put on masks. The first to emerge from the door is the leader of the alliance, Izaha, leading his loyal soldiers. They all head towards the gate in a large crowd where a crazy battle with enemies awaits them. Opening the gate, Izaha becomes the first, and on both sides of him stand a white tiger and Master So. Instead, outside the gates, they were already surrounded by a huge number of their enemy's soldiers. Professor Su stands proudly and declares that they couldn't do anything to him, even when the great Rakshasa was with them. So he is sure that they will be defeated now. He doesn't understand why they suddenly decided they could be a worthy opponent for him. But I declare that if they kill the one who killed the right-hand man of the head of his alliance, meaning Isaac, he will be very generous and will take them under his wing. The guy in the Black Rabbit suit is amazed at what a strange piece of trash this is. The white tiger holds a sword in his hand and greets the professor, stating that they haven't seen each other for a long time. But he asks why he suddenly became a subordinate of the old hornless Dragon King, because the teacher would be ashamed of him, since he was one of the few whom the Rakshasa recognized. Instead, the professor says that this is a very pitiful provocation and asks where their little red monkey is. Is it really dead? When the girl heard this, she sneezed loudly and dramatically while standing among a large number of soldiers. The girl stands with her head proudly raised and looks defiantly at the old man. Instead, he smiles slyly and declares that he wants to feel sorry for the red monkey. An old bearded man with a cane comes to the forefront and declares that only the one who killed his old friend should bear all his wrath. He sternly declares that all who wish to die should approach boldly, but if they thought about why the great Rakshasas were making gifts to him, then the choice would be obvious to them. Instead, the protagonist doesn't listen to this senile speech, but rubs his hands together and happily declares that there are so many people here who need to be killed. And then in a crazy voice, he addresses his masked brother standing behind him. But she adds that it's better for them not to betray him today, because he's not in the best mood for it right now. The head explains that his madness turns uncontrollable when he fights under the light of such a beautiful moon. But he warns that he may completely lose his mind, so you shouldn't give in to this weirdo's words, and today he won't be able to pardon them. Everyone unanimously declared that they understood everything, and now they are even more afraid of their own head than their enemies. Then Aizaha asks the tiger to clasp his fingers and turn them palms up. The boy is a little surprised by such a request, but of course he doesn't object or ask any unnecessary questions, and obediently carries out the order. He then asks that this one use all of his inner energy to throw him up as hard as he can so that he can enjoy the full moon. This request is extremely surprising to the boy, and the head of the union seems increasingly crazy to him. Aizaha, anticipating the flight, smiles crazily and says that he will see his brother later. Instead, the guy sits on guard and replies that they'll see each other later with the big boat. The boy fulfilled his master's request and is now watching him closely. The head of the Hao clan approaches the large moon, which generously illuminates him. The crazy demon is enjoying this moment and a smile has frozen on his face. And the next moment he falls down with a loud, sly, and very frightening laugh. From this height, it is clear how much the enemies outnumber them in terms of soldiers, but the boy is not at all bothered by this. Falling from the sky onto his enemies, the boy decided to use his power. He uses the flame realm of the Great Palm Seal, and a furious wave of fire is already flying towards them. Below, the soldiers are in a frenzied panic, not knowing how to fight the all-consuming fire with their swords. The enemies of the Hao clan below are screaming and scurrying around in mad fear and confusion. And then there was a big explosion that raised a huge wave of fog through which little could be seen. The protagonist has successfully landed, and only his blazing eyes are visible in this mass of fog. He stands firmly and proudly on his own 2 feet on the ground he dug himself, and in the midst of thick fog. And there's a crazy smile on his face, and the fact that killing brings him so much pleasure is quite frightening. At the sight of the fiery impact, there are many mutilated bodies that will no longer stand up. A huge palm-shaped area has been burned on the ground, and a mad demon stands in the very center. The strongest people gathered here look with frightened eyes at the one who did this. No one dares to approach him or attack him, so Isaac draws his sword instead. And then he looked at everyone present with a stern look and seemed to want to tell her something. He asks everyone to listen to him carefully, especially this self-confident old man. The guy explains that this old man only eats the handouts of the great Rakshasa, and he wants them to remember that today they will all die. The old man really listened carefully and is thinking about what to do next, and everyone present looks back at him and waits for at least some kind of reaction to such condescending attitude. Then he shouts furiously with his toothless mouth for them not to hesitate and kill them all. And all their enemies, obediently and without hesitation, advance in droves, regardless of the threats they hear. Dong from the Black Pearl Fort looks no less crazy. He immediately destroys several attackers with one move. And immediately after him, the heavenly generals, wearing masks, enter the fight. Commander So is also skilled at fighting with large numbers of armed military soldiers. Instead, Aizaha stands alone in the center, no one attacks him, and he enjoys the beautiful moonlight in his own and his subordinates' good mood. Professor Su shouts why they are behaving like this because he is the only one and orders to attack. The men are a little scared, but they turn their weapons on the protagonist. Instead, the head of the clan looks at them with arrogance and declares that they must all die before his eyes. These men are a little scared, but still ready to carry out their leader's order. Without hesitation, Aizaha points his flaming sword at them, which looks very dangerous. But with the same burning eyes, he clearly tells them that he only kills leaders. These people are terrified by this man's crazy voice and seem to be about to get out of his way. But Aizaha seizes the moment and attacks them from behind, but someone shouts that he said he only kills leaders. The crazy demon doesn't answer anything, enjoying the smell of fresh and warm blood. These poor guys understand that they are no match for him and they definitely won't survive the battle, so they try to escape. But these are just futile attempts because the main character is not going to let them go so easily. With each swing of his sword, several elite soldiers die at once, their blood spilling onto the ground. A frenzied massacre began, in which ordinary soldiers who were simply following orders were killed. The guy with a wild look and a menacing voice asks why they are all running away from him. The soldiers, terrified to death, try to escape and save their lives. But Aizaha keeps his promise, which he made at the beginning of the fight, that they would all die here. The guy smiles sarcastically and asks if these fools really thought they had a chance since the great Rakshasa is no longer there. The crazy demon again grabs some poor fellow and mercilessly destroys him. He asks these idiots if they have ever wondered why the great Rakshasa suddenly died. The place where he appears immediately turns into a slaughterhouse strewn with lifeless bodies, and it scares everyone. The two leaders only watch from afar and do not dare to fight him themselves, but consider him completely crazy. The main character seems to be dancing between the living and the dead, and enjoying this moment. His skill and strength really scare the people who came to kill him. They definitely didn't expect to see this. Frightened and completely demoralized, the enemies throw their weapons to the ground. They have no chance. Because to save their lives, these people decide to escape from this insane asylum. But their commander-in-chief, who doesn't want to let his subordinates go, stands in their way. In a frenzy of rage, he shouts that anyone who escapes will later die at his hands. And at this moment, more than one of his loyal soldiers dies at the hands of his crazy enemy. The main character truly enjoys the fact that he has an endless number of victims. He raises his head and looks at the beautiful big moon once more and inhales the smell of blood. The clan chief's sharp and ominous sword is covered in red liquid and burns with fire. The cowardly professor again orders his warriors to attack and kill him immediately. But they are too weak. Even if there are 1,000 of them, it won't help them win. The mad demon uses his power and covers each soldier with red marks. They look at what is happening with wildly frightened eyes and cannot do anything about it. The soldiers are screaming in agony, but they have no choice and cannot escape. Huge cuts form in place of these red marks, and the warriors watch in shock as their fingers separate. And then the main character uses the flame realm technique and the unsurpassed sword technique. All of these red marks turned into deep wounds and through cuts. Their blood instantly spurted out and the screams stopped. Everyone who stood closest to the mad demon died instantly, while the rest stay away. This surprised not only his enemies, but also his allies, who were horrified that their leader could do such a thing. The heavenly generals looked at him with wide eyes and held their breath in surprise. And the professor and the old man don't understand how he managed to destroy so many soldiers so easily and without any effort. Instead, the main character looks smugly at their surprised faces. The professor is no longer so confident and focused and asks who he is. Aizaha continues to do what he sees fit. He asks among the crowd where Yu Sachin is. Everyone stands motionless in deep silence. No one dares to say anything inappropriate. With burning eyes, the boy assumes that this person set it all up. But after that, there is still a dead silence on the battlefield. Everyone is silent, and no one dares to attack. And suddenly, amidst this silence, the voice of Cha Song Tai is clearly heard, knowing where this person is. He attracted attention, so everyone immediately turned their heads to him, and the guy seemed to have lost his cool a little. And then, boldly and without hesitation, he points his finger at someone in the large crowd. He points to the long-haired guy and says that this is the silver ghost Yu Sachin. This man doesn't answer anything. He has his head bowed and his eyebrows furrowed menacingly, looking at the boy with fury. Aizaha looked at the man and asked his friend why he thought it was him. And the guy has a simple explanation that he didn't do a damn thing in this chaos, just like he himself did. The chairman believed his arguments and cheerfully declares that he is an incredible detective. And he adds that even cow shit can be useful and thanks Sante for her great work. These words did not offend him at all. On the contrary, he took them as a compliment and was glowing with happiness. Aizaha turned his head towards this man, who was standing surrounded by his people. Yu Sachin stands calmly, his hands behind his back, and he looks goldily into the eyes of the head of the Hao clan. And the next moment he raises his eyebrows menacingly and smiles slyly, without a shred of fear. Before the battle began, Aizaha was informed about the silver ghost Yu Sachin, but the leader did not know who he was. Manager Beck explains that he is an arbitration expert, but in fact he's just a gambler looking for obvious disputes to make a big profit. The elder continues that he does not have a faction, but he most often gets involved in disputes between dark factions for the sake of big profits. The protagonist thinks that this is the first time he has heard of this man, but he worries him more than the professor and the old king of hornless dragons. Yu Sachin stares at the man in the suit and boldly declares that he is not a black rabbit. Izaha frowns and looks at him suspiciously, appreciating his courage. And then he replies that the man is right, because it's impossible for some ordinary black rabbit to be that strong. This gambler thinks for a moment about the situation everyone is in right now. And then he turns to Professor Su and the old hornless dragon king and asks if they will continue to fight so ineptly after taking his money. These men seem to have swallowed their tongues, not answering anything, because it seems they did not expect such a turn of events. He reminds them that they recently bragged to him that if they got his money, they would increase their forces several times and capture Manhwa. The protagonist watches this conversation with pleasure. It seems that Yu Sachin captivates him. And he continues, since they have already seen a lot and understood the situation they are in, why don't they continue the battle to find out who will win? But with a sly smile, he asks what these cockroaches from the dark factions will say to this. This surprised him a little. His tone was very familiar and abrupt, and he didn't like it. It wouldn't bother him at all if it didn't concern him, but now it looks like he ordered it. But then the main character decides to raise his hand and offer a truce. The professor and the old king are very surprised by this decision and do not answer anything. But the people on Isaac's side are no less surprised. The heavenly generals ask if he is sure about this. Master So also shares his surprise because the advantage is on their side. Dong from the Black Pearl Fort cannot believe that when their enemies are almost defeated, he is proposing a truce. And Isaac now understands 100% that it is Yu Sachin who is behind all this, that it is his responsibility. This man stares at the strongest person he's ever seen and doesn't understand what he has come up with. Still, no one has accepted his offer of a truce, so the man asks why they don't want it, since they are the ones suffering the most losses. The old king of the hornless dragons seems to have gone mad, because he asks why he decided like that. Professor Su, blinded by his arrogance, declares that he has never lost in his life. The man in the black rabbit suit promises that half of their people will die at his hands, but of course he will also suffer losses. These arrogant men stand there thinking that he is right after all, and at this rate their number of victims will be too great just to get rid of this man. And then the chairman adds that they should think carefully about who in this situation has nothing to lose if they lose. And he immediately replies that of course it's Yu Sachin, who arranged all this quietly and imperceptibly. This cunning gambler now realized that all the arrows were pointed at him, and he was now in danger. Izaha points a finger at him and states that perhaps he lent them money to attack Nanhao and then get it back for himself. But he himself did not bring his troops and does not participate in the fight. He explains that the one and only he needs is not the professor or the old king of hornless dragons. If they continue to just stand there and do nothing, he will kill Yu Sachin first. The professor menacingly asks how he can possibly trust a person hiding behind a mask, but the main character immediately replies that he will show them his face. And this was unexpected for these two. These mean and cunning dustmen look back at the man they owe money to and seriously consider the plan the Black Rabbit has proposed to them. And this man is trying to pressure them and asking if they will continue to listen to this nonsense. Instead, Isaac pressures them from the other side, asking for their permission to kill Yu Sachin, and if they want, they can continue the battle after that. The leaders realize that the guy in the mask is right, and there's no point in fighting this madman. Also, they have no idea what Yu Sachin is up to, and believe that if this madman doesn't die during the battle with this scoundrel, he will at least be pretty tired. While they are thinking about how to do better and get more benefits, the leader takes off his mask. Although it is night, the full moon brightly illuminates his face, which is stained with blood. The professor and the old king carefully examine the man's face and try to recognize him. But neither they nor Yu Sachin know who he is. These people are seeing this person for the first time. The cunning old man came up with a different plan. He does not accept a truce, but offers something completely different. The man was very interested in what this old king had come up with, so he listened carefully. The old man suggests that they engage in deadly combat, and if one of them dies, he will take his troops. And he adds that only when Izaha accepts responsibility for Yu Sachin's death will there be a real truce. Professor Su smiles sarcastically and supports this old man with all his might, saying that he is right. Isaka understands these words to mean that if Yu Sachin wins, they will capture Nanhao, and if he wins, they will take the troops away. Therefore, the main character agrees with a light heart and adds that he is always happy for one-on-one fights. A white tiger approaches him and explains that they actually want to analyze his abilities by watching their duel. But the guy smiles and explains that he understands this and does not feel any threat. This answer from Big Brother surprised and alarmed the heavenly general a little. And then he bows his head before him and asks him to be careful in this fight. Before the fight begins, the old king demands that they weave a net around the ring so that no one can escape. The two of them were left surrounded by an army of dark factions, with no chance of changing their minds or avoiding this. This man grits his teeth and sternly asks if they've all gone crazy there. The old man sweetly replies that there's nothing wrong with it. He just needs to win. If he's really that strong, he has a chance to prove it. Now the poor guy understands the whole essence of the garbage from the dark factions. They always do what is profitable for them. But now he no longer has the opportunity to understand this, so he stands opposite his opponent. Now there's nowhere to run, and you have to be faster than him, so he draws his sword. But he heads forward to attack and end this battle faster. He seems confident in his abilities. Aizaha, of course, is no match for him, and skillfully fights his rival with swords. His eyes are burning, and he doesn't plan to show mercy, but wants to show all his power. Yusachin at some point decided to use his ki energy and gain an advantage in battle, and thus pushes his opponent further away from him, so he now has more chances. This makes him quite happy, and the next step is to attack the guy and weaken him. He uses his strength to quickly approach and attacks the protagonist with his sword. But this doesn't give him any advantage, as Aizaha skillfully dodges all attacks. He doesn't give the guy a minute to rest. He carries out another attack, which forces the main character to retreat. The next moment, it seems that Big Brother is in a dead end and is about to lose this duel. If he hadn't reacted so quickly, he would have been left without a head. The main character realizes that this is not some sword-wielding technique he learned somewhere on the street. It is very clear that this person studied his techniques for a long time, at least 10 years. The clan leader comes to the crazy conclusion that this person is from the light faction. Yusachin smiles quite confidently. He believes he has the strength to win. Although none of his attacks or sword attacks have yet produced the result he would have sought, the head of the union always easily avoids every blow without unnecessary fuss or panic. This man laughs and mockingly asks where his intelligence went. Seiken immediately tries to attack again, but the protagonist does not succumb to his provocations. Izaha watches with interest as this man tries with all his might to win, but it's not enough. The guy is serious and swings his sword quite skillfully and quickly. However, the main character, as always, repels all his blows without any extra effort or tension. The man has no way of understanding what martial art his opponent possesses. And then he dares to ask, he shouts out loud what style he uses. The main character understands why the other person can't figure out his technique, because it's completely unlike the others. Because it was his difficult journey from the bottom of society to the top that shaped his martial art. It is clear that anyone who relies only on templates will not be able to understand his fighting style. The man is still trying with all his might and trying very hard to weaken his opponent at least a little. Yusachin frowned seriously and his face showed surprise and incomprehension. He's been actively fighting for a very long time, and his opponent still repels all of his attacks very easily. Isaac seems to be fed up with this slow and quiet way of fighting, so he shouts out why so slow and to let this man attack faster. This made Saken a little tense. He gritted his teeth and used his internal ki energy in hopes of gaining an advantage. He is making a huge effort, but the head of the Hao clan is watching it very calmly and is not fussing at all. Aizaha is still shouting for his opponent to try even harder and work even faster. Saken has tensed every muscle in his body. His veins are pulsing and bulging. The guy is exerting maximum effort. He swings his sword and uses all his energy, but this fight has already tired him out quite a bit. As a result, an explosion occurred and he no longer saw his opponent and lost control of the situation. Suddenly, the head of the clan is right next to him, so he barely has time to repel the attack. Izaha tells him that this is the third time he has used the same technique in different ways. Yusachin is still trying to stay alive in this fight, but he has very little chance. The protagonist has no desire to play with him anymore, so he decides to use his most brutal and powerful technique, which the Celestial Pearl gave him. He grabs the man's neck with his long arm and squeezes the life out of him. This poor thing is moaning in pain and can't seem to break free from this deadly rapture. The guy uses a strange energy that permeates his opponent with green light. It was as if holes had formed in his body, through which his power emerged in the form of light. Yusachin had not the slightest chance of winning, and now he was literally frozen in the air, exhausted. The professor and the old king of the hornless dragons stand motionless in silence. They too have lost the chance to carry out their primary plan. The heavenly generals and everyone on his side are also shocked, because they have never seen anything like this before. His people still don't know what he is really capable of. Yusachin is shaking all over. His blood in his veins seems to have frozen and he cannot move. The head of the clan basically declares that from today, this man is his prisoner, his slave and servant, and the prisoner of his subordinates. Now he can do whatever he wants with him. He can torture or kill him. It's his business. Then the main character raised his weapon demonstratively, thus showing his power and strength. The people around are surprised and expect the clan leader to kill this man right now. Instead, he looked at his sword and blew on it with all his might to blow away all the accumulated dirt. And after that, the head started circling around its victim, which looks quite strange. Aizaha's allies don't know what to expect from Big Brother, because this man is very unpredictable. The soldiers whisper and try to understand what is happening here. Some assume that this is a victory dance. But no one can understand why he suddenly started dancing in the middle of a fierce fight. Although these whispers do not bother the protagonist in any way, he continues to dance. Aizaha simply enjoys the moment without analyzing what is happening around her. His sword whirls weightlessly with him, glistening in the bright moonlight. And the man continues to dance carefree only because he can afford to do so even when surrounded by his enemies. The red monkey dares to kill a certain big brother and asks if he is going to kill this unfortunate man, and he says that he doesn't know yet. Then she asks why this crazy dance. Aizaha explains that he does it because he wants to be even crazier. The boy, while dancing, declares that he is a dancer under the moonlight and a madman under the moon. And he adds that he is a master from Ilyan, who gave freedom to the Black faction, and he is also the owner of the Black Pearl Port. The man uttered every word with pleasure and liked the way people looked at him in amazement. People are scared by this madness. They can't count on staying alive. Cha Songtae points his finger at the enemies and notes that they are going to flee after all. The poor soldiers are not ready to go to certain death, so they are rushing to get out of here as quickly as possible. But this development of events does not suit the main character, so he stops his dance and immediately used his internal energy and directed it at all the enemies, and they began to fall and scream. The old king watches the boy closely, but no longer forces his men to attack him. Aizaha asks why the grandfather is quiet and not saying anything. Then he replies that this is only a temporary truce. The man in the white tiger mask asks the clan head to just finish off this old man and kill him, but the guy is in no hurry to do so and agrees to their terms and confirms that it will be temporary. The professor tries to be stern and self-confident, although after everything that has happened here, he has a hard time controlling himself and declares that they will meet soon. The protagonist is a little disappointed that these leaders turned out to be weak and asks why postpone things until later if everything can be resolved right now. But all the soldiers, along with their leaders, left the battlefield as quickly as possible. Instead, Aizaha shouts after them that he will only pardon those who come in person and are ready to surrender, and asks them to think about it, because they will have no more chance to save their lives. However, no one came forward. Instead, everyone decided to just leave and hide away from him for now. The chief orders his men to clean up everything here and take care of the wounded, as well as replace the people standing guard at the entrance. And then he looked menacingly at his new toy, at his slave, who sat faithfully and quietly beside him. He glanced sideways at the man with sadness and fear, thinking about what awaited him. The main character doesn't think long, but almost immediately raises his hand and slaps him. It was a very strong blow. The poor thing rolled over and fell to the ground with a thud. And after that, the head explains that being a prisoner is not easy, and adds that it's already cold outside and they need to go back inside. Aizaha turns his head and sees Sontai and addresses him, who listens attentively. The headman looked at him from under his brow, waved his hand, and coldly asked the boy to come to him. The poor guy is surprised and a little scared, but he fulfills his master's request. He puts his hand on the boy's shoulder as if he were an old acquaintance and says that it's time for them to go back. The guy finally saw that the boss wasn't hostile, so he relaxed and smiled cheerfully. They lead his captive in front, and behind them, embracing, Aizaha and Sante enter. The guy has a smile on his face because he has been entrusted with leading the rehabilitation process. Even though it's late evening outside, Aizaha is sitting on his central seat and watching what's happening in the room. His superiors and subordinates are sitting in the hall, chatting happily and drinking alcohol. Amidst this commotion, a bound prisoner, Yusachin, sits on his knees in the room. The head of the Black Pearl Port is watching him carefully and very closely. And of course, he doesn't hesitate to slap this at the moment defenseless man several times. He cannot stand up for himself and protect himself, so he just has to endure this bullying. The leader asks if anyone is injured, but everyone unanimously announces that they are all fine. Cha Songtae turns his head to his boss and adds that he is also fine. Aizaha looked at him with contempt. He already knew that everything was fine with him, because he just stood there, watched, and did nothing. Such claims confuse the poor guy a little because this man scares him a little. Master So asks what they plan to do next with Professor Su and the old hornless Dragon King. The chairman suggests waiting. They have suffered heavy losses, and after seeing the strength of their opponent, they will be wary and their subordinates will be shocked. One of the celestial generals compliments him and says that his dance was incredible and he wants to dance with him too. The chairman likes it and with a smile suggests dancing together next time. Some people note that this man's sword technique is something you wouldn't learn in the Dark Faction. They discuss this man in his presence, but it doesn't bother anyone at all. Izuha asks why he thinks that, and asks him to explain in a way that even Sontai can understand. But such a remark annoys the guy. The man explains that it seemed to him that his attacks primarily focused on training his stamina, and only then on sword technique. Remembering how consistent and smooth his sword movements were, it's safe to say that he's no mediocrity at this. The main character listened carefully to all the arguments and agreed with everything 100%. The man from the Black Pearl Fort concludes that this scoundrel is from the Light Faction. But without wasting a second, he immediately slaps him again. He doesn't hold back his emotions at all. The Red Monkey, with sympathy for the slave, asks if Big Brother called him to a point of silence because he did not say a word after the battle. The protagonist, with a completely indifferent expression on his face, declares that this is quite possible. So she asks permission to restore it, but the chairman explains that she can't do it, and neither can he. And he says that he has pressed it many times in the past, but it is quite difficult to restore it, so he didn't even try, and adds that he didn't damage his ki much, so everything will return on its own soon. The girl noted that the point of silence is quite dangerous, because he may not be able to speak for the rest of his days if everything suddenly returns to normal. But the head is not bothered by this at all. He is completely indifferent and adds that these are not his problems. The Red Monkey is not going to contradict Isaac, so he smiles and informs him that he is right. He is told that the head of the Mwak clan has come to his gate and laid down his weapons. But when they ask what he will order, the chairman explains that since he himself has already arrived, let him come in. After this news, whispers spread throughout the hall, people wondering why he came and what he wanted. Izuha wonders if Chairman Mwak really understood what was happening right away. The door opened, and a respectable man entered the room very confidently, followed by his subordinates with a box. The boys slowly and carefully place the tall and heavy box at the feet of the clan head. The man bows his head and introduces himself as Yangje Geng, stating that he is the head of the Mwak clan. The main character smiles sweetly and greets his unexpected guests. It is clear that the man is afraid, but promises that they will never again consider them as enemies in their lives, and that they made a huge mistake because of their stupidity. The clan leader replies with a stony face that it's good that they came. The man thanks them for their generosity and promises that they will never dare to obey the orders of the old dragon and the professor again. They open a chest of gold and ask Isaac to accept it as a sign of their peace. The warriors present, upon seeing these treasures, cannot contain their emotions and glow with happiness. Instead, the chairman explains that they shouldn't bring such things because they are friends now. And he adds that despite the fact that their first meeting didn't go very smoothly, he's glad that now they don't meet as enemies. That's how it happens. This life is very unpredictable. This poor fellow bows his head and timidly adds that the clan leader is right. Izuha continues that in Jianghu, sometimes enemies become your allies, but there will always be victims, and the man says he will keep that in mind. And then he politely explains that it's time for him to leave, and the head of the union wishes him a safe journey and thanks him for the gift. Chairman Yang bows as a sign of respect to his interlocutor and says goodbye to everyone present. And then, leaving the chest, they turn around and quickly leave the room. But the main character wants to say something else to his guest, so he tactfully stops him. He gets up from his chair and with a pleasant smile suggests we have lunch together sometime. This man doesn't seem to really want this, but politely replies that he would be happy to meet. He leaves, but the leaders remain in the hall, with their slave sitting on his lap in the center of the room. This really annoys Doc Gongsong because they recently wanted to cut them all in half, and now they're stuck with it. A soft laugh can be heard in the room, as the celestial warriors remember this man's past. Izuha also smiles and explains that it's quite funny to hear such words from him. Immediately after these words, almost everyone present began to laugh merrily and loudly. Their captive raised his head and looked around, trying to figure out what was going on. The fort captain is angry and cannot afford to vent his anger on anyone present. But the only person he can hit right now is their slave, and he takes the opportunity. He hits him with screams, causing him to laugh and try to insult him with words, saying that he is now short of rivets. At this moment, a subordinate comes in and tells the boss that Miss Chal Sum has come to visit the boss. Izuha is angry that he is being asked about such things, and making people freeze on the street, and orders her to be let in. A very beautiful and elegant lady in a beautiful dress timidly enters the room. The head of the Hao clan sits in the center of the room and greets the newly arrived guest. He says that he saw how skillfully her people threw blades from the darkness, and their riding skills impressed him. The woman apologizes for this and explains that she and her students are going to leave the clan of Hornless Dragons and settle in the valley of the blooming pomegranate. And she will also warn all her friends not to cross his path. Izuha smiles cheerfully and is very happy that the entire valley of blooming pomegranates will not be his enemy. Miss Kyo-sum bowed her head and announced that she would never again dare to make the same mistake she made today. And then, as a sign of their understanding, she gives him the moon dagger, which she treasured very much in her youth. The clan leader looked and pretended that there was no need to bring anything. Then he took it in his hand and added that he would definitely find a way to use it. It was a fitting gift, since he wanted to buy himself a dagger for self-defense. The woman praises him, stating that despite his small size, he easily cuts through a long sword like cheese and is well suited for killing. Izaha explains that he really appreciates quality products, so he will be happy to use them. Their conversation ended, and this elegant lady headed for the exit from the Black Rabbit's territory. He orders Master So to go out to the gate and send everyone standing there home, because he doesn't have the strength to deal with this right now. The man also looks tired, but gets up from his chair and goes to carry out his master's order. The main character has solemnly risen from his throne and has something on his mind. Wants to do something. With a glass of drink, the head approaches his terrified captive. The guy stares at him without looking away and drinks his entire drink. After that, he stares at this poor man with his tired eyes for a while. The man is half bent and bound. He raises his head, and a red mark from a blow is visible on his cheek. He looked at him for a moment, and also did not deny himself such pleasure, and hit the man. The blow was very strong, so the prisoner fell, and now both of his cheeks are red. Sante comes over and helps him up to kneel before his master again. Izaha looks at him and asks if he wants to be killed immediately or tortured a little longer. Yusa-chung raised his eyebrows but didn't say a word. He just watched silently. The main character explains that now he is not the same as before. He used to kill his people, break their skulls. He was used to beating his enemies to death without mercy, but for some reason something had changed now. Now he understands how people feel when they realize how much they have changed. Izaha plays with his new dagger and stares intently at his living toy. And the only question that is spinning in his head is to kill or not to kill. Instead, his poor captive kneels before him and just watches in silence. The protagonist states that he doesn't like this look and asks if he really thinks he's an idiot or some kind of moron. Yusa-chan would be happy to say something right now. He is overwhelmed with emotions. Anger is visible on his face, but the man is silent. The chairman remembers that his silence point has not yet been restored, so he remains silent the entire time. The next moment, the man grabs the prisoner by the clothes and throws him hard onto the chair. And then he forcefully and unexpectedly drives his brand new moon dagger into the wooden table. The boy decided to tell a story about how he was young and there lived a boy in the village. He was always happy, cheerful, looked after the other boys, and was also very brave. The man who was forcibly placed in the chair looks very scared and doesn't know what to expect from this madman. The chairman continues to tell us that in their yard, the battles to the death were very interesting. They first tried to resolve everything with words by slamming their blades into the table. And only when they couldn't manage it did they both pull out knives and try to kill each other. And although he called them fights to the death, people didn't always die in them, even though they were left without fingers. The main character fell silent for a moment, as if trying to remember something or gather his thoughts. He recalls seeing this guy dead on the table one day and not really being very surprised. His grandfather got rid of the body, and he tried to clean the table with a rag, but it kept getting caught on the table, so he didn't succeed very easily. And during this process, the guy noticed a lot of blade marks on this table, and suddenly a thought came to his mind. He was glad that this guy died fighting. This story horrified the man even more, and the head explains that he was trying all the time to understand how to accept the emotion he felt at that time. He couldn't remember the boy's name, and since he was an orphan, he had no chance of finding out. But in any case, a lot of time has passed, and the one who killed this boy was killed by Izaha's hands in the same way. At this moment, the main character puts on his blade, which has been driven into the table all this time. But he menacingly repeats that in the end, this man walked around and was later killed by him. At this moment, Yusa-chung, with tears in his eyes, cries out a plea for mercy. These are the two guys he asks if his point of silence has really been restored so soon. The prisoner begs not to be killed and promises to tell everything he knows, but the head explains that he doesn't care. And then the clan head uses his blade to cut the cord that bound the captive. Izaha states that it seems that this man cannot control himself, so he will experience what a reflux of chi energy is. And then he looks at him with a menacing look and asks with a sly smile why he should be killed. This poor guy is already shaking with fear. He wants this to all be over as soon as possible. The protagonist holds his captive by the hand and uses the power of the celestial pearl to take energy from his captive. This internal energy flows smoothly and unhindered from Yusa-chan to Izaka. The man feels excruciating pain in every corner of his body, his muscles tense, and his veins almost burst. When the chairman finished his work, this poor man was exhausted and had no strength to even sit in this chair. And after all this terrible torture, he also drove his moonblade into his hand, and Sachin screams in pain. The head menacingly declares that this one should not scream, because if he wakes up Go, he will break his spine, so it is better to suffer the pain than to die. And then he calmly walks away from his husband, leaving him in such a terrible situation. The head calmly sits down in his crowning place and thinks that after sucking out his internal chi energy, it would be worth cultivating now. And then he looks at his victim and declares that if he is confident in himself, he can pull out his blade and attack him, because he has heard of battles to the death taking place in his village. The guy, of course, won't do this, but instead thinks about what's wrong with this crazy scumbag. And when he realized that Izaka had decided to cultivate right here, he didn't understand how he could do it in front of his enemy. Instead, the protagonist has already immersed himself in his thoughts and sees that he has received much more energy than he expected. The guy spent some time like this. His body recovered, cleansed itself, and mastered new energy. Instead, Sachin sat at the table all this time with a knife in his hand. Exhausted, shaking, and breathing heavily, the boy looks at his abuser and explains that he managed to stop the bleeding. Izaha still indifferently watches his suffering and praises him for his good work. And the next moment, without any warning or smooth movements, he draws his blade. The prisoner almost bit his tongue from the terrible pain that was coursing through his entire body. Having calmed down a bit, Sachin very carefully and slowly bandages the wound on his arm. Izaha explains that the reason the Mwak clan and the Modam Chol Som bowed their heads to him is because they are not moving anywhere. Because they know that a head can express the entire Moat clan or drown the entire valley of the blooming pomegranate in fire. They have forgotten what pride is and have come to apologize. The guy, without waiting a moment, drinks everything the clan leader poured for him. He exhales heavily and thanks him for being kind and pouring him a drink. He really needed it. The main character is completely indifferent to what problems his captive has and asks if he is the owner of the gambling house, and he explains that it is true. Without hesitation, Izaha drinks the entire contents of the glass. He poured himself in one gulp. And then he explains to his prisoner that if he's not going to help him kill the Hornless King and Professor Su, then he has no reason to pardon him. But he adds that his life depends solely on him, and he decides his own fate. Sachin is very angry. He is in a dead end with no chance to stand up for himself. The man is still silent. He is breathing heavily. His eyes are red and cold sweat is running down his forehead. However, the next moment the prisoner falls heavily, his head on the table, covered in his own blood. Izaha looked at this and exhaled heavily, wondering why people kept losing consciousness around him. Doc Gosong woke up and came to the hall. He casually asks if the clan had killed this man, and he explains that the slave lost consciousness. His subordinate looked at his master and noticed that his eyes were red, but she adds that they have some unique shade of purple, so he suggests they go to sleep with him. The head of the Hao clan seems to agree to go and rest, so he turns to leave this hall. The good old Zaha Hotel, before those mindless scum burned it down. This is little Isaac, who carefully and very persistently wipes the table so that it is very clean. A guy walks in with a sincere smile and red hair and orders a plate of noodle soup. Everything around is so white, bright, and clean, and this guy looks like an angel from heaven. He sits down at the table, and Izaha asks where his friend is going, since he's wearing his best clothes. But he smiles cheerfully and sits silently at his desk and doesn't answer questions. When the young man brought his guest his order, the boy began to eat with great appetite. And when he's eaten everything, he exhales happily and explains that he hasn't eaten such delicious food in a long time. As he puts the chopsticks on the table, he explains that he is sad because Izaha never remembered his name. Then he repeats it. He pronounces his name, but it sounds very blurry and unclear. The boy realizes with great sadness that he cannot make out or remember a single letter. But he smiles cheerfully and sincerely and confidently declares that he remembered everything and will never forget. The guy gets up and thanks him for dinner, but Izaka doesn't want to let him go and asks where he's going in such beautiful clothes. Maybe on a date with a girl. But the young man smiles sincerely and explains that he just wants to start over with a clean slate. The young man catches up with him and asks what this means. Is he really not going to fight with a sword anymore? But he must take revenge on Cho and Gol. But the guy asks, what's the point of revenge if you're already dead? He thanks you for everything and says it's time for him. Izaha looks after him and smiles just as cheerfully and sincerely, and it seems like his heart has become a little warmer. The main character looks back and wishes his friend success in his new life. It was all a dream, just a dream of the tired head of the Hao clan who had just won a mad slaughter. He wakes up in the morning with surprise and incomprehension about what just happened. But he doesn't have a chance to think about it, because I immediately hear the red monkey calling him to breakfast. But the memories of this dream or vision warm his soul, so now he has a sweet smile on his face. All the leaders have gathered at a table full of various delicacies and are eating breakfast with appetite. Commander So asks if they should attack the old hornless Dragon King or the professor first. Aizaha stuffed his full cheeks and chewed. He didn't think about it, so he replied that he didn't know. The white tiger looked around the room and asked where their captive Yu Sachin had gone, and the head also replied that he didn't know. He continues to eat his breakfast and thinks about the fact that he is a person who doesn't know that much. This seemed a bit strange to the Celestial General, but he didn't say anything to that. The next moment, Dong cheerfully enters the hall and brings their captive with him. The leaders present were surprised when they saw the poor man's condition, but the leader of the Black Pearl Fort ignores this and simply walks over to the table and pushes the chair back. He sternly points to a place at the table and menacingly orders Sachin to sit down. The captive bowed low and expressed his great gratitude to his master. All the present leaders of the binding looked at each other, wondering how many times this poor guy had been beaten that he had become so submissive. The head of the club points a finger at him and explains that he shouldn't be so rude. Such mass condemnation made the man very angry. It doesn't take much for him to become angry. In his defense, he shouts that he only hit this idiot a few times, but they don't really believe him. But Dong explains that it was the clan head who pierced his wrist and took all his chi energy. That poor man is so scared for their lives that he can't even say anything intelligible. Meanwhile, Yu Sachin is already actively filling his stomach with various delicacies and confirming that he is telling the truth. The generals are very surprised and a little uncomfortable with the fact that they were wrong. Doc Gong Song gently strokes his captive's back with his rough hand. He leans closer to his victim and adds with a sly smile that he should have a delicious breakfast. Cha Song Tae looked at Dong and asked, "It looks like he has been through a lot." The heavenly generals looked at the boy in surprise and wondered what he had found fault with. But this guy is not an ordinary guy and says that it seems that General Cha has also gone through a lot to make a face. Such a verbal exchange made the red monkey burst out laughing. She didn't even try to stop. Everyone at the table is laughing at Song Tae again, and it really annoys him. It seems like they don't accept him as one of their own. Yu Sachin raises his head and addresses their clan head with respect and fear. The main character is chewing something. He raises his head and says that he is listening carefully to his captive. He asks the headman's permission to advance with his army, led by Dong Ho Song. However, Aizaha does not appreciate his plan and instantly shuts him up, telling him to sit quietly and eat. The guy bowed his head and followed the leader's orders. He was really afraid of him. After they finish eating, Aizaha is ready to share with them his next plan of action. Silence reigned in the hall, and subordinates brought out a large board to depict the plan schematically. The elder folds his hands and bows his head, explaining that they are ready. Then the clan head rises from his crowning place and quickly heads to the board. He took a brush, dipped it in paint, and carefully and painstakingly drew something on the paper. Making a black dot on the paper, Aizaha explains that it symbolizes a black rabbit. Above the black dot, he drew a character symbolizing Professor Su. And later, between these two figures, the head of the Black Rabbit Union draws a triangle. All the generals are closely watching their chief's actions, and he explains that they are setting a trap for the professor. The guy understands that the fighting spirit of the rain clouds has completely collapsed and his allies have abandoned him, so it is logical to first deal with the organization that is weakened. As for the participants, he suggests that only those who possess Qigong and can reach the professor without a break should participate. The protagonist then turns to Seo Gun Pyong and asks if he understands the gist of the plan. This one explains that their task is to quickly reach the Rain Cloud Alliance, so anyone who cannot do this will only be in the way. The chairman states that he understood everything correctly, but there is one more task that will help decide who will leave. He offers them a simple Qigong competition where they simply have to keep up with their head. This explanation greatly surprised all his subordinates, but he continued his explanation. Izaka says that he will start running with all the leaders and run immediately to the front. He will not be distracted by those who are not in time. Red Monkey asks if there will be a big gap between them due to the difference in Qigong skills. The clan leader understands that this will happen, but he doesn't care and explains that they will cross the protective walls of rain clouds and continue their attack all the way to the professor's residence. Master So asks if they really need to keep running even though they're in an alliance. The chairman explains that they must run until they find the professor, and Izaka will, of course, be the first. He continues that one should not pay attention to fleeing enemies, but only kill those who stand in their way. The chairman gives the order to deal with everything, keeping up with him until they meet the professor. Everyone unanimously stated that they understood his plan and would clearly follow all instructions. And then he adds that everyone except the snails should prepare for the start of their operation. Cha Songtae proudly and confidently asks when to leave, as if he too plans to join. The protagonist smiles slyly and announces to his subordinates that they are leaving immediately. Everyone present immediately stood up from their chairs, ready and waiting for a command from their leader. Yu Sachin, exhausted and injured, remained sitting in his chair and just watched everything. The clan leader walks past him and orders that the prisoner remain here in the house. And Cha Songtae will be watching him, although the guy is not very happy about such responsibilities. The chief is already leaving, but the poor guy is still yelling angrily why he has to follow this man. Dong put his hand on the boy's shoulder and ironically wished him success in completing the task. And then everyone wishes him to be attentive and persistent because he finally got a job that suits him. Commander Seo explains that they need time to explain how to act to their subordinates. But the chairman states that there is no time for that and to just let them keep up. And he adds that those who fall are a reason to think about additional training in Qigong, and the generals and the clan head will be enough to defeat the professor. The clan leader stands at the gate and explains once again that it doesn't matter in which order they arrive there. He smiles and explains that they should think of it as a competition of rank and just run as fast as they can. Izaha hadn't even finished speaking when Dong was already setting off to prove that he was fast enough. He is an extremely gambling player, and everything related to competition stimulates him to take quick action. Master So looked at this and thought this man was a sick bastard. He was annoyed by this behavior. The head stands motionless and asks why they are still here. Are they really not going to leave? And he adds with pride that he's faster here than everyone else combined, so he suggests not to worry. The heavenly generals are no longer waiting, and the red monkey runs out first. She doesn't need to be told twice. One by one, the strongest warriors set out to fight their fierce enemy. Soldiers follow them. They are not as strong, but they do not miss a chance to fight. The main character watches with a smile. He likes the perseverance of his subordinates. The head of the union follows them, and they quickly run through the city streets towards their goal. Izaha doesn't strain, but easily outruns his subordinates and asks Gong Peng to run faster. Although it's clear that the poor guy is trying his best to keep up with everyone. The head of the union, although he started running last, had already overtaken almost everyone and didn't even feel tired. He jumped up and his speed reached a point where he could easily move above the trees. The guy has approached the two fastest of all and praises that they are doing well. The red monkey wants to be first, so it makes every effort to break away as far as possible. However, her head instantly catches up with her and sneers, wondering if her stomach is still not all right, because she is running very fast. The girl doesn't like such ridicule at all. She feels anger and shame. The chairman turns to her and says that she is the fastest, and if she continues at the same pace, no one will catch up with her. And after these words, he abruptly rushed forward. The main character had already broken away. The guy is already very close to his main target. He can already clearly see their territory. He acts according to his plan and does not stop for a moment and, without moving anyone, heads towards the professor. The guards only noticed him when he quickly ran past them and had already moved away. These men have just recovered from the shock and are shouting that they have a trespasser and they need to catch him as soon as possible. But it's too late, because Izaha, with the help of his strength, is already on the threshold of the main house. In a matter of seconds, the main character is already on the doorstep and kicks the door with great force. He found himself in the same hall where he had recently destroyed many warriors and Professor Su's right-hand man. He still doesn't stop for a moment and continues to use his strength to move quickly. One of the soldiers runs up with a sword and tries to stop the boy, although he doesn't yet know that it's a futile effort. Izaha uses her chi energy and easily pushes her attackers away. He persistently continues his movement straight to the place where the professor is now. On the way, the boy again encounters a warrior with a weapon who intends to stop him. However, the clan leader effortlessly defeats him with just one hand and the help of his inner energy. Immediately, 3 more people appear on his path, stopping him and asking who he is. Izaha, with an evil look, draws his sword and menacingly declares that he is the Moon Executioner. The soldiers understand that they must fight him, but the way he called himself scared them a little. The boy swung his sword only once, and he did it very skillfully and accurately. This attack was enough to neutralize all his enemies who were in his way. And after that, he immediately opens the door that those men had just been guarding so vigilantly. Izaha smiles sarcastically and calmly asks with irony if the professor slept well. It seems that our main character is not on time. The professor was very busy, but now he will have to finish his work earlier. Everyone present quickly hides, and the professor himself quickly gets dressed and wants to get his weapon. He was almost there, but the head of the Hao clan was already here. This guy is very fast. The professor still managed to reach his sword and managed to repel the attack. He looks his attacker straight in the eye and can't believe he broke into his home so easily. A fight broke out between them, with Izuka actively and very quickly inflicting many heavy blows on his enemy. But he tries with all his might to fight back and save his worthless life. The protagonist has no desire to play with it for long, so he immediately uses the power of absorbing the celestial pearl. Izuha grabs him by the throat with all her strength and pulls this worthless piece of shit closer. Now he holds his enemy by the throat and squeezes him tightly in his hands, all the professor's veins protruding. In the next moment, the clan head easily pierces Professor Su with his sharp sword. This man did not expect such a quick end and the fact that he was so easy to deal with. The protagonist quickly and easily drags the still-living body of his sworn enemy. He dragged the professor to the edge of the room and pinned his body against the wall with his sword. The head of the clan holds the lousy face of this arrogant and perverted scoundrel in his hand. Izuha looks intently and carefully into the professor's eyes and sees his true face. The poor man understands that these are the last minutes of his life and no one will help him. The guy who came to take his life looks like a crazy demon. In one swift motion, he pulls his sword out of his victim and warm blood flows from it in a trickle. The protagonist hides his sword in its sheath and looks at the man with a cold gaze. But suddenly he looked up at the bed and only then did he notice something. Two young girls, scared to death, are sitting on a bed behind a screen, covered with a blanket. Izuka looked at this pervert with incomprehension. He didn't understand what he could do with these white people. Instead, the professor is still breathing and trying to call his attacker a scumbag. But his head can't hear him well, so he leans closer to him. And then the guy asks if he really wants those to be his last words, and calls him a pathetic piece of shit. The main character sits across from this scumbag and asks why he didn't come to surrender, because he said it was his only chance to survive. He asks why he didn't believe in someone else at least once, why he lived his whole life believing only in himself, and what he does all day long. But this man seems to have finally thrown off his hooves. His head bowed, and his body remained motionless. At this moment, Izuka realizes that this is just a lifeless body, and suddenly hears a thin voice asking him for mercy. The protagonist turns his head and looks at the frightened girls still sitting on the bed. They are terribly scared. Cold sweat is running down their foreheads, and their whole bodies seem to be numb and shaking. The guy looked at them indifferently and calmly said that he had washed them and that these girls were not in danger. At this moment, someone opens the bedroom door and enters, addressing the clan head. The man turns around and says with indifference and irony that they have finally appeared. His subordinates stand in extreme surprise, contemplating the scene and understand what has happened here. Their enemy, Professor Su, is now only a lifeless body lying in the corner of the room. The heavenly generals are shocked because it turns out they didn't have time and everything is already over. Dong enters with two bloodied swords and asks if everything is really over. The protagonist gets up and orders them to deal with everyone left below and tell them that Professor Su is already dead. He explains that all those who fall to their knees will be pardoned, and anyone who resists can be killed. His subordinates clearly understood his command, so they were ready to carry out the order without further discussion. Izuha calmly leaves the room and leaves behind bloody footprints in the hallway. The head slowly descends the stairs and hears the screams of those who did not submit and kneel. While he moves around the building with an easy gait, his subordinates carry out the order. He went outside where those warriors of the Rain Cloud Alliance who had decided to submit and kneel were already waiting for him. The head of the union announces that he has been waiting for a long time to meet Professor Su, but he decided not to come and bow down to him, so Izuha himself came for him to kill him. And he continues, if there are those here who are not ready to accept this and bow their heads, they can boldly approach and join their leader. But all those who want to stay alive must simply listen carefully to what his subordinates say. Seeing that the rebels are gone, Izuha boldly declares that from now on, they are part of the Rain Cloud Alliance. Master So looked at him in surprise. He didn't understand what was happening and what their leader's plan was. He orders his subordinates to change clothes, take clothes off the corpses, and if that's not enough, then off the wounded as well, or find new clothes from the Rain Cloud Alliance. The union leader looked at all his subordinates, and then stopped his gaze on one of them. He walks past Dong and says that he doesn't have to change, and that the poor guy doesn't understand what's going on. Izuka calmly explains that he stands out a lot anyway, and other clothes won't help him, so he orders him to stay here and clean up everything around him with his subordinates. And then he turns to Gong Ping and reminds him of the rule of divide and conquer and orders him to prepare. The boy bows his head obediently and is ready to unquestioningly carry out any order of his master. While these men are changing into the uniforms belonging to the Rain Cloud Union, Izuha turns to the Red Monkey. The girl with big eyes smiles warmly and listens attentively to her big brother. He asks her a very strange question, whether women are privy to the secrets of other women's hearts, and she replies that it is true. Then he points his finger at Dong and says that this idiot might lose his temper and kill someone, so he wants the red monkey to stay here and watch over the captives. The guy explains that he plans to send all the captives to Ilyang Prefecture, or simply release them, so he asks his subordinate to take care of them. Some men belonging to the Rain Cloud Alliance with strange faces are watching what is happening. The protagonist asks with irritation who these stupid bunch of santes like are. They don't understand what he means or what it even means, but they do understand that it is clearly something offensive. Izuha explains that he could have killed them just because they belong to the Rain Cloud Alliance, but since he has decided to change and become better, he will be their only ray of light. But if these fools aren't going to accept his kindness, they can tear off their own arm or bite off their tongue and die from blood loss. No one will stop them. The fact that everyone just bowed and remained silent was annoying. He wanted to hear clearly whether they accepted his kindness or not, because if they continued to remain silent, he would have to send someone to their professor. These poor people are terribly frightened and shout in unison that they accept his kindness. The head of the clan declares that from now on, they are all part of the forces that have the goal of killing the old king of the hornless dragons. And then the guy remembers that these bastards abused local girls and forced the poor guys to entertain them, and then they also sold the defenseless ones. One of the men kneeling before him mustered up the courage to say that he ruled, and that was exactly what happened. It didn't take long for Isaac to get very angry and start thinking about sending them all to hell. The white tiger restrained his big brother in time, although he aggressively shouts that he wants to cut them all to pieces. The man explains that they can be killed when they have fulfilled their role as cannon fodder, and right now it's a lot of unnecessary casualties. And he adds that since Professor Su is no longer with them, the chairman has a chance to show these people how to start life from a clean slate, just as he showed the heavenly generals. Izaga looked at his subordinate in surprise. It seemed he had managed to convince him. Therefore, the main character hides his weapon, saying that they will still have time to end up in hell. The heavenly general suggests that he take care of these men himself, and the chairman agrees and leaves them to the white tiger. After that, he bows his head to his master and asks him to continue his conversation with them. The guy asks where he stopped, and the guy reminds him that he said that these people are scum and copies of Songtae. The chairman explains that the task of these idiots will be to inform everyone that Professor Su has died, and then they will unite. Their common goal is a brutal, bloody victory by infiltrating the old king at his mountain of perverts and asking if they understand everything, but no one answers. Izaka is angry again, but the general has understood the whole plan perfectly and is ready to explain everything to them clearly in all details. He agrees with this guy and can calmly move on and solve his other problems, which he has a lot of right now. He meets Gong Peng, stops by him, and wants to discuss one issue. The boss notes that his subordinates have done a great job following his orders and have run all the way here, so they should rest a bit. The man looked at his big brother and promised that he would make sure they had a good rest. The protagonist explains that they are only making their task harder if they take such tired people with them. And then he exhales heavily and ironically declares that the bigger the army, the weaker they are. Some kind of nonsense comes out. His subordinate looked at his master with surprise and incomprehension and did not answer. During their conversation, someone quickly approaches the head of the Hao clan. The man approaches his master with a smile, brings him some clothes, and offers to dress him. Izaka took the rag in his hands, spread it out, and looked with disgust at the clothes stained with someone else's blood. He asked to be brought something more often and asks where the wound in his chest is. Is he okay? The boss shouts and calls him an idiot, and this white guy asks not to be shouted at because he is trying to help. This guy got angry and left, and Izuha recalls that he was from the Black Pearl and never understood sarcasm or innuendo. Then he takes a deep breath and thinks about how this guy has even survived this far. His subordinates have already changed and collectively announced that they are ready to leave. Big Brother examined the boys and assessed their appearance, after which he decided that they were indeed ready. The union leader also changed into the Rain Cloud Union uniform, and they are all ready to go. It's quiet and peaceful in the forest. You can hear birds chirping and a man walking along the path. He was all beaten up and could barely drag his legs. It looked like someone had hit him hard. Izuha and the white tiger quietly and very attentively watch this poor thing from behind the bushes. The guy can barely walk. Cold sweat is pouring from his forehead. He has his head bowed and is breathing heavily. This one tripped and fell heavily on the ground, raising a large cloud of dust. Izuha remarks that he would make a good actor, but the white tiger explains that it is thanks to his precise instructions. And then he adds that it could also be because he beat him and stabbed him. The poor guy is shaking from pain and exhaustion. He has difficulty getting up, but the boss notices that he has a strong sense of self-reliance. He barely reached the gate of a house. It seems like this is a well-thought-out plan of the Hao clan. The guy in the Rain Cloud Alliance uniform has already reached the door and is knocking with all the strength he has left. He's taken away by an old man who recognizes his form, so he considers him an ally and asks what happened. He explains that the Black Rabbit Alliance attacked them and has now dragged them into war, and he has come here to ask the Dragon King for support. The man is ready to let this poor guy in, but the boy asks him to wait a little longer. The old man looks at him with sympathy and doesn't understand what else this poor man wants to say. The boy can barely stand on his feet and with a pitiful expression on his face asks for water. The clan leader positively assessed the work of his subordinate and admired the last remark. The protagonist stands leaning against the main gate and thinks about what might be happening there right now. He is surprised that it is very quiet there because the news that someone has infiltrated the Raincloud Alliance should have raised everyone's eyebrows. Then he walks away and believes that the Trojan horse has successfully completed its task. The subordinate suggests that in this case they go in and put an end to all this, but Izaha is against it. It seems that he underestimated the old man and orders all his subordinates to stay in their places. No one understands what their big brother is up to, and they are terrified of what this man might come up with. Izaha ignores their confused expressions, instead turning around and waving cheerfully. He had already reached the stairs leading to the gate through which their warrior had disappeared a few minutes ago, and stopped. When he looked at his clothes, the main character felt a little embarrassed, so he decided to stop. The guy returned to the bushes and seemed to be looking for something there. He was rummaging through some things. Then he takes off someone else's clothes, which should show everyone that he belongs to the Raincloud Alliance. Instead, the head of the Black Rabbit Union takes his cape and gracefully puts it on. The guy has penetrated the territory of the Hornless Dragons Alliance without hindrance and does not see a single person. He looks around and it seems a little suspicious that there is no one here at all. Finally, the head sees a table in the yard, at which an old man sits calmly. The protagonist slowly approaches and notices that there's a kettle and 2 teacups on the table. The old king of the Hornless Dragons greets the guest and asks if their truce is over. Izaha took a good look around and noticed that this old man had already taken care of himself here. The king explains that the only one left here is the servant who opened the door a minute ago, and he has already left through the back door because he did not study martial arts. The guy asks where all his subordinates have gone. His interlocutor explains that everyone who has a family has returned to them, and those who don't have one, he gave them money and managed to say goodbye to everyone in these 2 days. The head of the union appreciated the intelligence of this old man and noted that he understood everything quite quickly. The old man hopes that this is exactly the case. He points his guest to a chair and invites him to sit down. Izaka did not expect such a turn of events, but with his hands behind his back, he moves closer to the table. The guy is too proud to follow anyone's orders or even such a small request. The old man, with a smile on his face, asks if he really doesn't have even a moment to drink tea. The clan leader blithely replies that he is too busy for such petty matters. The king notices that his guest is very distrustful, and he has also heard news that Izaha has defeated the great Rakshasa in a duel. The man recalls that he has met men with similar skills in Jianghu many times, and confidently declares that he has long understood what kind of person he is. Instead, the main character indifferently watches the man who thinks he knows everything. The old man explains that this is a battle between the 2 of them, and there is no point in shedding the blood of innocent people. Izaha, with aggression in his voice, declares that he knows that the great Rakshasa was a good friend of this old man. But suddenly the ground beneath the boy's feet turned black and completely disappeared, and he fell sharply down. Around the old man, the circles closest to the table turned into black holes. The main character is fast enough and has a pretty good reaction, so he managed to jump back. It seems that this was the insidious plan of the old king of the Hornless Dragons. He looks at the boy with a stern and angry look. He tilts his head and looks into the pit, and he notices countless human remains there. Izaka glared angrily and mercilessly at this cunning old man. He menacingly remarks that this fucking old man caught him by surprise and even scared him. The gray-haired man doesn't answer. Instead, he still has his hand on the cup. It turns out that it serves as a button that moves almost the entire floor in the courtyard of this house. After the pressure, some circles rise while others disappear, leaving a bottomless and terrifying pit. It doesn't take much effort for the protagonist to skillfully navigate between these traps. He looks around and realizes that he could lose more than half of his army here if they all entered here together. This cunning old man got up from his chair and declared that now everything was just as it should be and the battle could begin. Instead, Izaha now understands why this sick scumbag wasn't as famous as the great Rakshasa. But that old man is not very talkative. He just silently watches his enemy. The guy explains that it's because he's been throwing everyone into these pits for the past 40 years that no one has ever been able to understand anything about him. Instead, he's been eating and sleeping on people's corpses. It is now that the main character understands why the king is so pale, because he's afraid of the Jianghu. The old man seems confident in his powers and traps, so he sternly remarks that his new victim is quite talkative. Aizaha claims that he has seen many such people. They are just small fish who are afraid to stray from the safe path they have created for themselves. He skillfully avoids traps and continues his monologue, noting that this old man does not manage to hunt like a beast, does not travel far to find a worthy and strong opponent. He simply sits here all his life, thereby burying his subordinates and friends here, as well as those who get in his way. And then the head adds that every time he opens and closes the pit, there is a foul smell of rotting bodies. Instead, the toothless old man with a sly smile asks why the boy keeps running away. Aizaha humorously replies that he is not comfortable standing in one place all the time. The old king of the hornless dragons explains in a kind voice that this is not a way out of the situation at all. The protagonist hurriedly looked around and carefully examined the entire area. He is surrounded by impenetrable bushes, and the boy realizes that there is no way out of this trap. The guy notes that this old man is very interesting because he has learned the technique of placement, just like the master of the Ghost Valley. The king was sincerely surprised how this worthless boy knew about the master of the Ghost Valley. Aizaha thinks that although he looks young, he is actually much older than he seems. He proudly considers himself a child of heaven, but he doesn't tell anyone this. It's classified information. And the young man also thinks that it sounds pretty awful, so it's not worth saying out loud. The master of the Ghost Valley lives a very secluded life, but is the founder of the terraforming technique and the location technique, and he is called that because his residence is in the Ghost Valley. The Master of Memory was the person who hated the Master of the Valley of Ghosts the most, and it was he who created the invulnerable golden turtle technique. The headmaster explains that unfortunately for the old man, he had a teacher who sincerely hated such people who live alone and accumulate evil inside. The old king asks who it is, and the boy explains that his teacher is a master of memory, and most likely he doesn't know him. The guy remembers when he studied martial arts, his teacher always explained to him that he was only studying it to use it on such cruel people. He stares at his opponent and remarks that it's very nice that he has the opportunity to use his powers on this old man. Aizaha explains that smart rabbits dig 3 holes, but the master told him that they should simply burn all 3 holes. And that's why his memory master created the invulnerable golden turtle technique. This is the realm of flame. The protagonist has already formed a fireball in his palm and is smiling slyly at his opponent. This demonstration quite frightened the old hornless dragon king. He instantly jumps from place to place to get closer to the boy as quickly as possible. The old man makes an attacking blow to his opponent, but does not hit him in any way. Aizaha asks ironically if it's not customary in Jianghu to wait silently while your opponent prepares his ultimate technique. They began a real fierce sword fight, which is not for life, but for death. The old man is skilled with weapons and attacks the boy, not giving him a chance to win. Each of them is very skilled and strong, which is why this fight is so interesting. This cunning old man fired 3 fast and extremely sharp arrows at the protagonist. However, the guy is skilled enough to notice this and figure out how to get rid of them. He instantly deflects the arrows with ease, and they fly rapidly in the opposite direction. The cunning old man did not expect such a quick reaction from his seemingly inexperienced opponent. Aizaha instantly jumped up and did a somersault in the air and ended up in a completely different place. However, it seems he didn't calculate and is now rapidly falling down into a dark, stinking pit. The main character is not so easy to defeat. He uses his internal ki energy to push himself off and avoid falling. However, his opponent doesn't waste a second and fires an infinite number of arrows at him. Aizaha is now in the air and sees danger approaching him, so he must think quickly about what to do. The clan leader decides to use his cape and repel all the arrows at once, although because of this he had to sacrifice her, because now she is falling into a deep hole. The guy misses her and hopes that in the next life she will have a better master, maybe even some beautiful lady. After that, the main character gracefully and very smoothly landed on one of the islands. The old man noticed with surprise that the boy's aura had changed greatly. Aizaha stands sternly opposite his opponent, a fire burning in the center of his chest. He looks at this worthless man with an angry and frightening look and declares that he is a scoundrel and will take revenge for his cape. But the old king finds these words very funny, and so he asks what kind of fool he is. The guy thought for a moment and then decided that this idiot would die a little later. The old man looked at him in surprise. He didn't understand his opponent at all, because just then he looked so good, as if he was ready to kill him. The king doesn't think long and fires another batch of sharp and fast arrows at the boy. Although he had more or less figured out how the traps worked, now he had to avoid these blades. The king of the hornless dragons is terribly furious because he sees that his opponent is much stronger than him. Izuha repels all of the old man's attacks and assaults without any problems. He is fast and skilled at it. The old man approaches the boy closely and attacks him with a sword, hoping to wound him. But he clearly feels and understands that this guy is not fighting him at full strength. The head of the Hao clan fights back with a broad smile. It is clear that he is not having a hard time, but even a little fun. This greatly annoys the old king, and he considers the boy an impudent and mean rat, although he himself is more like him. Now the old man uses his staff in the shape of a snake. He swings it at the fog. After that, the cunning old man abruptly retreats back to the center to his tea table. Izuha doesn't think for long and immediately uses the technique of great absorption. Within seconds, all the poisonous smoke instantly disappears and is absorbed into a large ball. After the absorption was complete and not a drop of poisonous smoke remained, the boy threw the bullet into a deep hole. The king can't believe that this boy got rid of all the poison he put on him so easily. The protagonist stands proudly and looks down on his vile rival. The guy boldly asks if there are any more trump cards up his sleeve, or if these are all the king's possibilities. The old man raises his staff and declares that this boy has skillfully gotten rid of this poison. But of course that's not all, and invites him to come closer. But Izuha reports that from everything he has seen, where he is standing now is one of the safest places. This remark really surprised the old man, because he didn't think that this young man would understand all his techniques so quickly. The protagonist does not want to talk anymore and is ready to continue their fierce struggle. He draws his sword and jumps high to direct his power as far as possible. Instead, the old man does not hesitate and also uses his chi energy to defend himself. The guy knows exactly what to do and how to use his strength to gain an advantage. A powerful energy poured down on the old king of the hornless dragons, which he could barely cope with. He is frightened by this force. His eyes are large, and drops of cold sweat are running down his forehead. The protagonist continues to launch deadly attacks on his enemy, but the old man tries his best to resist and avoid any injuries. Izuha glared at his opponent, and judging by the way his eyes were burning, he planned to finish the fight. And the next moment, the king's fate is very unexpected. The boy ruthlessly chops off his hand. After that, without any pause or negotiation, his opponent's other hand immediately flies away. These two body parts fall motionless behind the old man, who doesn't even have time to understand how this happened. This caused the old man to fall to his knees and sadly realize that this was undoubtedly his end. The protagonist knows that now is the best time to finally end it all. So he very quickly forms a fireball in his palm and a smile shines on his face. The clan leader tosses a ball of fire in the air and playfully spins it on his index finger. The old man, with frightened eyes, begs the boy to wait and not do this. He doesn't want to die. Izuha played for a moment longer and pondered the request of this helpless old man. But of course, he's not going to spare him and easily launches a fireball at his opponent. Fire moves at the speed of light towards its victim, and there is no chance of escaping it. The old man can't believe that this is the end of him, and there's nothing he can do about it. The bullet quickly reached its target and completely engulfed the old hornless dragon king. The protagonist watches this scene from afar and enjoys the flames. He is sincerely glad that such a scumbag as this one will now burn forever in hell and will not commit any more evil. With burning eyes, he watches it and wishes it would burn completely to the ground. The boy likes this picture so much that a smile appears on his face. And then it turns into a wild and crazy laugh, which is even a little scary. The protagonist feels triumphant and wants to fully enjoy his victory. With a flaming sword, he decides to perform his crazy victory dance. He smiles sarcastically and declares that this flame is a gift to him from a guy running errands. The young man recalls that his Zaha hotel burned down recently, and this is a simple and fair punishment for the old king of hornless dragons. For all the sins that this man committed, he now received punishment from Big Brother. The boy thinks about why he decided to call himself a big brother, because he never had a younger brother. And after that, he wonders why he is called the head, whether it's really honest and just. He ponders whether he was really a good leader and worthy of such a title. He comes to understand that he is just a boy running errands from Ilyang Prefecture. Now he considers himself a loser who lost in the martial arts game, a third-rate martial artist. Isaac loudly declares that he is the one who was refluxed by the chi energy, and the real leader is Gong Peng. And suddenly he hears a voice from the side asking if he means Gong Peng from the Golden Dragon Pavilion. The protagonist turns his head sharply and sees all his subordinates behind him with whom he came here. He exhales heavily and reminds them that he asked them not to interfere and asks why they came in. Master So shouts that everything is burning here and he asks him to get out of here quickly. Instead, The main character looks at them indifferently because the fire does not scare him at all. And it seems I only just noticed how much everything around me is burning. There's almost no living space left. Then he decides to get closer to his subordinates, and the matter can be considered completed. The white tiger looks at his head in surprise and asks if he set everything on fire, and the head calmly replies that it did. And then he smiles cheerfully and announces that it's time for them to go and sets off first. Gongpeng is angry and doesn't understand why Izaha is laughing, because he made everyone worry. Then the main character explains that he burned down someone's house and that's no reason to cry. This thought suddenly made the boy laugh very much, and he burst out laughing merrily at the top of his voice. He explains that he now understands how people get chi reflux. He thinks he understands the feeling. Instead, Izaha warns him and explains that chi reflux is actually a very scary thing. They are wasting time and trying to get out of the burning yard as quickly as possible. Everything around there is engulfed in fire, and Izaha and his subordinates are already standing outside this territory. Everyone looks back and watches how easily and irrevocably the fire destroys everything. One of the celestial generals asks what happened to the old hornless dragon king, and the boy explains that he burned up before everything caught fire. The white tiger exhales with relief and explains to his master that this is very good news. The protagonist smiles and completely agrees with his subordinate. For another minute, everyone stood in silence and didn't say a word, just looked at each other. And the next moment, Izaha and his subordinates were laughing merrily and uncontrollably at the whole situation. Then the main character asks what happened to this beautiful actor who entered there before him. The beaten boy approaches from behind, timidly raises his hand and quietly says that he is here. Gongpeng says that he and his servant went out through a back door, and the old man led him out and said that there would be a big battle inside. Izaha thinks it's wonderful, and adds with irony that the great actor was almost killed. The chairman decided to tell what was behind the gate, and noted that there were a lot of mechanical things there. And then there was silence. He said nothing more, although everyone listened attentively and waited for the details. One of the subordinates looked at him in surprise and asked if that was all he was going to tell them, and the main character explained that he wouldn't tell them anything else. But he adds that this old man was not as good in his fighting skills as the great Rakshasa was. The white tiger seemed to be amused by this fact, since Rakshasa was his master. Izaha claims that the great Rakshasa, the hornless king, and Professor Su all died at his hands, but it must be admitted that Rakshasa was the bravest among them. The white tiger looked at the head of the union with a smile and explained that this was very good. The rest of the celestial generals stand silently and nod their heads affirmatively, showing that they share his opinion. The protagonist deviates from the topic and declares that the Rain Clouds Alliance no longer exists. Anyone who wants to leave can do so boldly, and anyone who stays will be counted in the Hao clan. She explains that the Black Rabbit Alliance, Black Pearl Port, and Rain Cloud Alliance belong to the Hao clan, and some fool raises his hand and asks what the Hao clan is. Izaha states that this is a clan that is full of jerks like this, and adds that the clan will capture everyone and kill each scumbag in turn. This greatly surprised and even frightened the poor soldiers listening to him. Another warrior, a little hesitantly, but still dares to ask who the head of the Hao clan is. The protagonist proudly and very succinctly replies that he is the head of the clan. But this man doesn't understand who the head of the Black Rabbit Union is, so he asks about it. Izaha menacingly and a little frighteningly declares that of course he is the leader. Who else could it be? Everyone standing before him falls silent and in fear dare not look him in the eye. The clan leader explains that their forces have unexpectedly increased. He leaves all organizational matters to his subordinates, as he is not very good at it. Then he adds that they should all do what they do best, and that Izaka is going to become even stronger at this time. And this is the most important task of the clan head. The White Tiger explains that they stay in the Rain Cloud Alliance for a short time because they believe that guests may visit there. They will kill them or let them go, depending on the situation. Isaac likes this plan. He wants them to do well, and in that case, he goes ahead. Everyone present looks at their master's trail and confirms that they have well understood the order and are ready to carry it out. The clan leader, with the help of his strength, returned to the territory of the Black Rabbit Alliance very quickly. He walks calmly and confidently into the house in the main hall, where they had all recently sat together. The boy is cheerfully greeted by Cha Songtae and Yu Sachin, who is now his subordinate and slave. Izaha sits down in his center chair and asks if everything was okay while he was gone. Sante explains that nothing was happening here. Everything was calm and very quiet. The head then asks the slave if Cha Songtae was kind to him, and he explains that he did not hurt him, and everything was fine. The guy asks with great curiosity how everything went there, because he is curious about what was there without him. The chairman didn't understand the question, so he clarified that he was going to kill Professor Sue and asked again how everything went. Then the main character explains that the professor was stabbed and the king was burned alive, so in general, he sent friends and enemies to Rakshasa so that he wouldn't be bored. But if you think about it, you can say that they died only because of Yu Sachin, and adds that this boy played a big role in all of this. The poor guy wouldn't want all this, so he's a little embarrassed by this remark. Izaha looks at him and asks if his captive is from the Chong family, which has long studied the art of the sword, and his real name is Hung Chong. The man sits opposite his master and does not dare to answer that he is telling the truth. The main character hands the boy a piece of paper with a picture and explains that he is looking for this person. Chong looked carefully at the drawing and promises that he will definitely find it no matter what it costs him. The union leader rests his head on his hand and concludes that this man does not know him. The poor guy begs for mercy and promises to find him. He states that the head may even poison him, and then the guy will have no choice but to return for the antidote. Izaha replies that he has already killed enough people for today, and his day should not end with death if it began with it. The boy in a cold sweat bows his head and thanks his master for his kindness. The main character explains that it is important to have good relationships with people, because not everything can be solved by force. Then he orders his subordinate Songtae to bring some booze and 3 glasses. The guy came back very quickly. He brought a jug of alcohol and put it on the table. After his subordinate has set out the glasses, he pushes back his chair and sits back down at the table. And now the clan head wants to tell Hung Jung something, so he asks him to be careful. He explains that now he somehow doesn't care who he is, Yusa Chen or Hung Chung, and he also doesn't care what family he comes from or what techniques he possesses. Izaha declares that to him he's just some loser who is unlucky enough to meet him, and from now on his captive will do whatever his master wants. The guy is a little scared because he doesn't know what will happen next, but he doesn't have many options, so he agrees. With a very serious look, the head of the Hao clan is looking for something in his shirt, which cannot but alarm. And then he abruptly and very quickly pulls out his blade and slams it into the table with all his strength. This action terrified the boys. Their brows furrowed in fear, and a lump appeared in their throats. The leader recalls that this is how the battles in his settlement were fought. If they couldn't reach an agreement, they could kill each other with this blade. These poor people are even more scared and don't understand what has suddenly happened to them. Izaha gives him 108 days for Chong to transfer all of his techniques, including sword techniques, moves, chi arts, and cultivation techniques, into Cha Songtai's head. This statement frightened Sante more, but the prisoner was no less surprised by such a request. He has no choice and does not want to test fate, the guy agrees, because otherwise he will die. Instead, Songtae is indignant and asks how he can learn all these techniques in just 108 days. The main character looked a little surprised and calmly wanted to say something to his subordinate. The guy is still indignant, but ready to listen to what the head of the union, Izaha, has to say to him. And he, with burning eyes, asks if he really wants to die, because he initially announced that in case of disagreement there would be a duel to the death. The poor guy is terribly scared, breathing heavily, and dares to ask if he is really talking about him. The protagonist does not play games with him. He sternly declares that he turned to Santai. The guy, in a cold sweat, swallows the lump in his throat and claims that he agrees with everything. The chairman explains that since they are in the alliance of the Black Rabbit, they will get up at rabbit time, that is, at 5 in the morning. Their daily routine will be very simple. They have breakfast in the morning, train, have lunch, and train again, and only after dinner can they rest a little. Also, if during the rest period either of them wants to escape, the head of the union will kill them both with his own hands. The headman adds that if they disagree with something, they can pull out this blade and stab their master. The guys don't even want to try, because they are sure that he is much stronger than them and they won't be able to resist. Izaha turns to Chong and reminds him that since he took all of his chi, the guy can restore it between workouts or just rest. The chairman repeats that they only have 180 days to do this. It is not necessary to teach him absolutely everything. It will be enough if he is 108 days stronger than before. Sante logically asks how Izaha is going to evaluate their achievements during this time. Instead, the guy aggressively declares that if he has any claims against him, then let him take a blade and cut. The subordinate explains that it was a simple question, but thinks that this man reacts very sharply to everything. Chong explains that this time will not be enough to even learn just one sword technique. The head of the clan doesn't care. It's not his problem, and adds that even though Sante is a parasite, he's not a complete idiot. It annoys the guy. He doesn't understand whether he's being praised or ridiculed. Izaha declares that it all depends on the prisoner, whatever he wants, even if it means teaching. The guy explains that his family is a family of swordsmen, so He probably has the best sword technique. The main character repeats that he doesn't care about his family. If this guy doesn't want to learn, he can use the knife on the table. The poor guy clearly doesn't want this, so he bows his head submissively and shows them that he's taking on the task. The head turns to Songtae and calmly says that if he doesn't want to learn, he can just die and not be on their necks. And if he doesn't like something, he can take a knife and attack. The guy understands perfectly well that he is too weak to fight the clan leader and will simply be slaughtered. There is silence in the hall. No one says anything. Everyone is thinking about how this agreement will affect them. Sante raises his hand and quietly replies that he agrees to all the conditions and will study. Chong exhaled heavily. It seemed like he didn't really want to do this, but there weren't many options. Therefore, he loudly declares that he will teach him everything he can and will make every effort to do so. Aizaha is glad, although he doesn't show it, that they have finally reached some kind of common agreement. Then with ease, as if not from the table but from butter, he pulls out his sharp blade with a sharp movement. Without any fear or hesitation, the protagonist makes a mistake with this blade on his finger. The guy did this so that a drop of his level would end up in the jug of drink. After that, he turns the blade towards himself and passes it to one of his compatriots. Sante, with a very confused expression on his face, asks why he is giving him this blade. The main character doesn't explain anything but waits for the guy to figure out what he has to do. You quickly realize that he needed to make a small scratch and repeat everything after his master. He also adds a little bit of his blood to the drink, although it's a bit unclear why he does this. Without hesitation or comment, Chong repeated everything exactly as his predecessors had done. Now Aizaha pours it into everyone's glasses and explains that this drink contains the blood of 3 men who survived a fight to the death. According to the agreement, teacher Heng Chong will teach his student Cha Songtai, and he will devote himself with all his soul and body to the study for the next 108 days. And Cha Songtae's disciple will learn his teacher's techniques and treat him with respect for the next 108 days. In return, Aizaha swears that if either of these two violates the agreement, shows insincerity, or is irresponsible, he will end their life with this blade. This statement extremely frightened the guys. It seems that they are not at all happy to be confused about this. The protagonist raises his glass and asks if they swear to abide by the terms of the agreement. The prisoner, without hesitation, immediately raised his glass and declared that he promised to keep the agreement. Cha Songtai also raised his glass and vowed to fulfill all the conditions responsibly. The head of the Hao clan listened to them and asked them to all drink together as a sign of confirmation of their words. All 3 men sitting at the same table finished their drinks at the same time as if signing a deal. Aizaha is pleased and explains that they have a tough period of training ahead of them, which will start tomorrow, and now he suggests enjoying a banquet. Songtae explains that there is no one to make food for them right now, as all the servants have gone to Iliang Prefecture, and most of the subordinates are still in the Rain Cloud Alliance. The protagonist thought he killed Professor Su and the king of the Hornless Dragons, and now faced the problem that no one can cook food for him. Just in time, the red monkey came by and cheerfully announced that she had bought some dumplings for her big brother on the way. The head of the Black Rabbit Union was extremely surprised by how punctual she was. The girl explains that she didn't know which ones they liked better, so she chose both meat and vegetable ones, and she also took sweet and sour chicken fillet, which goes well with booze. The boys were so happy to see her and the food she brought that they started clapping their hands. The girl found this very strange and asked what had happened to them and why they were behaving like this. Izaha decided that from today on, the 4 heavenly generals would be the White Tiger, the Green Dragon, the White Rooster, and the Red Monkey. The girl asks in surprise why he suddenly decided to do this, and Izaha, with a serious expression on his face, explains that it is his right. Silence fell in the room, and all you could hear was everyone chatting and enjoying the feast. Izaha is still chewing, but he looks at the Red Monkey and asks if she knows how to cook noodles. The girl explains that she knows how to cook and will definitely make them some noodles when she finishes her portion. The main character looked at the girl with satisfaction and said that this was great news. It's not difficult for the Red Monkey to prepare some food, so she smiles happily and is glad that you can help with something. Sante hesitantly raises his hand and asks her to prepare a portion for him as well, and the girl says she will do it without any problems. Instead, the prisoner says nothing because he believes he has no right to ask for anything, although everyone is looking at him and expecting him to ask for a portion for himself now too. The guy doesn't understand why they're looking at him so strangely, because he's just a prisoner and has no rights. But my friends still continue to look at him and expect at least some reaction. So the poor man modestly bowed his head and quietly explained that he had already had enough. Aizaha realizes that this is a lie, so he asks the Red Monkey to make 3 servings for them. The girl smiles cheerfully and explains that she will gladly cook for them all. The main character realized that the Janhu is completely filled with men, and sometimes there is a lack of a female hand. Suddenly, the head of the Hao clan hears very strange sounds, which even made him stop eating. It was his prisoner who was crying quietly, for he was delighted that he was being treated so well. Aizaha asks in surprise what is happening to this strange guy. Sante suggests that it is all because of the delicious food. And then he adds that it's very strange to cry over a plate of noodles after finishing the battle so fearlessly. After his words, the boy thought that perhaps it was enough to mock him, since this man would be his teacher. Chong wipes away tears and explains that he will give his 100% to teaching him anyway. The main character frowned and looked sternly at his subordinate, wanting to say something. Sonate is already scared. He doesn't know what to expect from this crazy clan leader. The guy explains that his carefree days are over and asks what he's going to do now, but his subordinate remains silent. They were both silent for a moment, and then they burst into loud and uncontrollable laughter. The red monkey enters the hall, brings everyone a portion of noodles, and asks what made them so happy. The head explains that when he thinks about what awaits Santai and how he will be beaten, he immediately wants to laugh, and the girl agrees that it is indeed funny. Songtae felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this, but he didn't object, because he was served a very fragrant and delicious-looking dish. Izuka also doesn't speak anymore. He immediately forgot about everything and savors the hot noodles. Either they were all really hungry or the dish was so delicious that they all attacked it so much. Izuha and Sonata, without looking up from their food, show thumbs up, which means they liked it. In the midst of this idyll, which nothing wants to destroy, the front door unexpectedly opens. The head of the Black Rabbit Union reluctantly breaks away from his meal to see who has come to visit them. A blacksmith from Ilyang Prefecture comes to them and cheerfully declares that Izaha is very difficult to meet. Everyone at the table immediately stands up and the chairman asks what brought them here. This burly man smiles cheerfully and proudly declares that he has completed the promised work. The main character's eyes widened in surprise. It was hard for him to believe that the blacksmith was serious. His subordinate placed the box of weapons on the ground to show what they had come here for. Everyone gathered around it and opened the lid to see what was hidden inside, their faces showing genuine surprise. On a velvet cushion lies a very beautiful sword with a sheath, decorated with gold in various patterns. The boy thinks that the sword is a little shorter than he expected. Perhaps the blacksmith was not able to get as much material as he wanted. However, the head of the clan has not received a rotarunka for a long time, and this shows the heart of the forge. The blacksmith of the Ilyang Prefecture asks why the head is waiting. He suggests that he bear this sword. The protagonist doesn't wait a second longer. He immediately reaches for his weapon. Aizaha slowly pulls the blade out of its case and enjoys its shine and smell. It seems to suit him. He imagines how he will serve the head of the union with his power. The blacksmith asks if he liked the gift. The boy turns it over in his hands and sincerely replies that he likes it. Then he asks if there is anything that can be used to test the sharpness of the sword, at which point the headman looks at his captive. The poor guy was very scared and, without waiting a second, quickly ran up to his owner. He falls to his knees, bows his head low, and in a trembling voice begs for mercy. This surprised everyone greatly, and Izaha asks why he would kill him at all. The protagonist has a much better option and pulls out another sword he wields. Holding it up, the clan leader explains that this is the only way to truly test this weapon. The blacksmith is confident in his weapon and asks if Izaha is sure he wants to lose this seemingly pretty good sword. The guy doesn't answer anything and uses his inner strength to ignite this weapon. And then he hits one sword against the other with all his might, so he can understand whether the blade of his new weapon is strong enough. However, this test turned out to be too difficult for the new sword, and it failed. The blade that the chief received as a gift broke into 2 pieces immediately after the first blow. This result greatly surprised everyone present, and the blacksmith could not believe that it actually happened. Even the captive Heng Chong opened his mouth in surprise, because the conversations were as if this sword was good. The main character, it seems, also did not expect such an outcome. He is even a little sorry that it turned out this way. Instead, the blacksmith is not upset and asks where the head got such a legendary sword. Izaha explains that it is a sword that was owned by the head of the Black Rabbit Union, and the man explains that he would like to know where he got such an incredible thing. But without waiting for an answer, he declares that he will leave now to make a much better weapon. His servant gathers the remains of the sword, folds the chest, takes it away, and they leave the hall. Of course, they return home a little disappointed, but they still have hope that they can do something better. The main character looks at his friends and wishes them a safe journey in his mind. Instead, his subordinate, Songtae, suddenly begins to giggle and mock the blacksmith's failure for everyone. Aizaha menacingly and a little aggressively tells this idiot to stop laughing. He states that everyone makes mistakes, including the clan leader, and then asks the boy if he has never made a mistake. Sante cheerfully explains that he perfectly understands the philosophy of mistakes and recalls that the only person who does nothing is not mistaken. Then the young man hears accusations against him that is why he was not wrong, because he did nothing. Now they are laughing at him, and this is not so fun for Sante. He is already angry. The protagonist explains that it is late and he is going to bed, and his subordinates wish him a good night. But Sante notices that he's going in the wrong direction, so she asks him where he is going. The head of the Black Rabbit clan leaves the room and repeats once again that he's going to bed. His subordinate asks why he is going outside, and the man doesn't explain anything, only stating that he is going because he wants to and can. He walks through the quiet night courtyard of his territory and enjoys the peace. The cloudless sky has taken on a beautiful crimson color. There is silence and peace all around. Only the hoot of an owl can be heard in the distance. The guy opened his eyes wide because he had just seen exactly what he was looking for. He decided to lie down under the spreading branches of the sakura, which is intoxicating with its aroma, and the moon illuminates everything around with its silver glow. The crazy monk is a mentor who practices esoteric Buddhism in Aizaha's past life. It can be assumed that this person was a former crazy demon. He was a troublemaker, someone you should not associate with. The monk brought him to Tibet so that the boy could try firegrass. All the people they met on their way died at his hands, and these were representatives of the dark faction, or esotericists, from a demonic cult. If this man had not attained enlightenment and gone to Tibet, many more people might have died. And although Aizaha did not call him his teacher, he did call him his disciple. Looking back, after Aizaha became a crazy demon, he realized that this man was his teacher after all. He remembers how a mad monk left him, his disciple, a precious thing. This man hands the boy his staff and explains that he no longer needs it. However, his student is not very happy with such a gift because he has no idea how to use it since he is not a monk, and besides, the teacher has removed the sharp tip. He explains that because he has a great bloodlust, he will only give him the staff, but it is a beautiful weapon in itself. You could say that he has an unwavering faith. The boy asks in disbelief if he really won't break, and the teacher explains that you'll already be dead if your faith fades, so he has nothing to worry about. But the student did not understand his teacher and asked him what it meant, but he did not give a clear answer. The main character looks with curiosity at the thing he inherited from his teacher. He holds the staff firmly in his hands and is already trying to test its strength. Aizaha notices that the crazy monk is going somewhere and asks what he plans to do now. The teacher half turns his head towards the boy and mysteriously replies that he is now coming back. The protagonist asks in surprise if the crazy monk would really leave so easily. He explains that the journey is for returning and he has already done a lot of work, but the boy asks what to do if he has nowhere to return to. This question is very surprising to the man and he wonders why the boy has no mask where he could turn. The monk declares that he is ready to shave him bald and take him with him, but the young man does not want this, so the teacher wishes him not to die while he wanders the world, and Nezai will find him when needed. And then he declares that it's time for him to go, and the guy should somehow manage. The protagonist stands silently and does not dare to say a single word of farewell. The boy simply watches as the figures of his wise teacher disappear into the distance. The poor guy feels sad and desperate. Now he is left alone and doesn't know what to do about it. He still stands there thinking about how good it felt to have this man by his side. The protagonist holds the staff tightly. It is all he has from his teacher, a memory he will carry with him through the years. Now he walks on his own, but he doesn't even understand what he should do now or where to go. Aizaha opened his eyes wide. He woke up and is now reflecting on his ambiguous past. The boy lies under a tree in the shade, filled with thoughts about what he remembered. It's Cha Songtae's first day of training. He can't be indifferent to it, so he's been training since the very morning. Nearby, the Black Rabbit Union soldiers are training. It's a very peaceful and calm morning. The head of the union decided to conduct his cultivation on the roof of the house, from where a wonderful view opens. The guy is diligently engaged in his spiritual development, and this happens even in the bath. Then he does it on top of the wall, which is located on the territory of the union. He is not disturbed by other people's disputes. Izaka also often cultivates in his favorite place, near the blooming sakura. He doesn't waste a moment. This happens even in the middle of the yard. The main character is very persistent. Such activities of the clan head greatly surprise his subordinates, but no one dares to interfere with him. The guy is engaged in cultivation. It will help him become stronger, so he puts aside all his affairs and focuses on only one thing. Meanwhile, Chang is trying his best to teach Cha Songtae sword techniques. The soldiers of the union train just as hard. Nothing stops them. These people are very hardy. The main character is also not stopped by the rain. He does not rush to hide indoors, but cultivates while getting wet in the downpour. The main character's efforts were not in vain. After cultivation, he received a positive result. A red flame appeared in the hands of the head of the union, enveloping him with its tongues. And the next moment, this strange sight disappeared. The boy was still sitting in a meditation pose. The protagonist finally slowly opens his eyes. They burn with the same fire. He completed his cultivation and reached the peak of the skill of the flaming rooster and entered the stage of the fighting rooster. Long and grueling soldier training is once again taking place in the territory of the Black Rabbit Union. The clan leader calmly approaches his subordinates, who are honing their fighting skills. He stands among the soldiers. Everyone has stopped their work and doesn't understand what's going on here. Izaha calmly asks them to ignore him and work as usual. Master So doesn't understand what his master wants to do, but he understands that he must continue training. It turns out that the guy just wanted to join their training. He performs all the movements with concentration and precision. The main character works hard on his body and spiritual state because there are no limits to improvement. After training, Izuka continues to cultivate and increase his level of inner strength. Every day, the boy continues to join his soldiers and work on a par with them. Its cultivation continues, but the tree is no longer in bloom. It is all covered with green leaves. A man approaches him, and he quietly and calmly explains that 108 days have already passed. During this time, Chasanadi has changed a lot. It is noticeable that the training has borne fruit. Izaha looked at the boy and barely recognized his once worthless subordinate. With a smile on his face, he asks if Sante feels stronger now. He happily replies that he is much stronger now than he was 108 days ago. The clan head asks Chong if Sante has really become stronger than he was at the beginning. He explains that at least he became a sword master. He also mastered the basics of the ghost sword technique. He taught the boy cultivation techniques, and in the evenings they accumulate internal energy together. Although there was little time to accumulate a lot of energy, his inner storehouse was filled, and the boy learned how to use it. Izaha is impressed and asks what his job as a teacher is. To his surprise, the man asks permission to continue teaching Chaesongtae's student. The main character at first looked at these two with disbelief and asked if he really wanted this. Heng Chong looked sternly at his master and confirmed that he really wanted this. The chairman understands that he has changed. Has he really reached some kind of enlightenment by teaching Chaesongtae? Izaha asks the boy what he thinks about it, and he replies that he would like to continue his studies. The main character looks at two completely different people. They have changed a lot over time. He explains that the deal they made is over, and they are free to do whatever they want, and both thank their master. The guy asks how Songtae feels after entering the depths of the art of Jianghu. The young man replies very succinctly with a smile that it's pretty good. It seems like he enjoys learning and developing. Izaha explains that if he had continued to eat and drink in the brothel, he would not have risked dying because he was weak. But now he will have a more difficult life because of the martial arts. And he adds nonchalantly that this is how Jianghu works, and the boys don't answer anything. And then Sante explains that now he doesn't regret anything, because the feeling of becoming stronger was something he had never known before, and it was a wonderful feeling. The head knows that this is how most martial artists think. They only start to regret when a sharp blade pierces their heart. Izaha looks back at his teacher and praises Hung Jong for a job well done. The guy bows his head and folds his hands in gratitude for such kind words. One day, the head of the clan is walking somewhere with great concentration and confidence. Songtae asks what Isaac is up to, and he replies that he has decided to go make money from duels and at the same time explore Iwa Prefecture. Songtae doesn't understand how they make money from this, and his teacher explains that it's through betting on fights. They don't know where he got this idea from, but it would be very strange if at least someone started to understand him. This is how the main character left the territory of the Black Rabbit Alliance and headed for the world beyond his eyes. And if you think about it, in the past, his face looked so bad because he was beaten often and very badly in the dueling house. But the guy doesn't regret anything, because in those days he learned a lot from these duels. And the training began with the first fight, because his loss made him realize that he was still very weak. When I got hit in the face many times, I learned to counterattack, and I also gradually learned to analyze the strength of my opponent. But there's a wonderful reason why people who had reached the bottom of society came to such homes. After all, even if you lose, you have a chance to earn some money, and this is very important for those who are in despair. The main character has already arrived at the very place where he previously suffered defeats, and life is now in full swing in this area. You can see different people here, but they have all sunk to the bottom, where there is no money and are looking for an opportunity to quickly find it, regardless of how honest it is. The protagonist smiles and realizes that this place is exactly as he remembers it. The guy goes into a very popular eatery in this rundown area. He chooses a free and clean table and sits down, and the waiter immediately runs up to his guest. He politely asks what Isaac wants, and he orders 1 glass of duaken liqueur. While the guy runs errands to fulfill orders, the main character looks around. He notices that there are quite a few people here, and they are all drinking and smoking cigarettes. The clan leader concludes that all these men are most likely participating in duels for money. The waiter quickly took the order and brought a jug of booze and a glass, politely replying that he brought everything. The protagonist sits calmly at his table and pours himself some duaken liqueur. And then he drinks the entire contents of his glass in one go and enjoys the exquisite taste. But suddenly a very rude man approaches the boy and takes the decanter from him. But without a word, he drinks the expensive liquor from the neck of the jug, without even saying hello. Then this impudent man smiled cheerfully when he realized that he had drunk such a wonderful drink for free. He sits down at the table with Aizaha and notices that this young man seems to be new here, so he offers to buy him a drink and he will tell him everything about this place. Instead, the man got the opposite reaction he expected, as the guy laughed right in his face. But then he starts laughing with him. But Isaac doesn't find it funny anymore and asks him to give him back the bottle. The dude doesn't really understand why this guy needs it, because this bottle is already empty. However, the main character abruptly, without further ado, snatches the now empty bottle from his hands. But he immediately throws it at the head of this impudent man, who has no idea what he's gotten himself into. The clan head mercilessly and firmly grabs this rude man by the hair, and without any hesitation he hits his head on the table, apparently not liking the man's behavior. With these actions, the main character attracted a lot of attention to himself in this institution. But the guy doesn't seem to care at all, because he's focused on something else entirely. The man is not at all happy that he came up and sat down with this crazy person. I think he will be more careful next time. The union leader turns to the guy for an errand and asks him to bring him more liquor. And then he turns to this brat and insistently asks him to quickly go somewhere. The poor guy is incredibly glad that it's all over, and so he quickly gets up from the table. This man runs out of this establishment as fast as he can, paying no attention to anyone. The guy approaches the table and asks if everything is okay, but Aizaha doesn't really understand what he means. He explains that this man is the owner of a brothel in the Servo Lights area and will most likely return with support. Aizaha asks how many people this man usually brings with him, and the boy explains that about 15 people come. This doesn't scare him at all, and he replies that he can easily handle them. This really surprises the guy on the run. He thinks that one person can't handle them all. The young man is politely asked if this guest is here for the first time, because he doesn't remember him. The main character replies that he has been here before. The guy quickly ran somewhere on his errands. It seems he had an idea. He approaches the bell and rings it sharply and loudly to attract attention. This boy is standing in the middle of a hall filled with visitors who are relaxing carefree. When he realizes he has their attention, he loudly asks if anyone wants to bet money on a hotel fight. He says that there is a new guest sitting here and he will fight with the owner of the Black Whale brothel, whom he just beat up. But he explains that this guy will have about 10 rivals, but he will be alone, without support. There are 2 jugs on the table. The left one is for throwing money at a single guest if they are rooting for them, and the right one is for a group of people from the Black Whale. The hotel will also add 500 nyangs to the winner's prize money, and bets are now being accepted. A guy runs around the hall collecting money from those who want to place a bet. Judging by the fact that the left vessel is more filled with coins, people believe in the newly arrived guest. 2 old men approach the protagonist and politely ask where he came from. Instead, Aizaha doesn't want to chat with them, so he replies that they can ask all their questions after the coins. He tips his glass and thinks that everything that happens here brings back old memories. It happened exactly as the boy on the errand said. The hotel owner sent his men to the establishment. He confidently approaches the protagonist and menacingly tells him to go outside. Instead, the guy takes his time and asks to be given the opportunity to at least finish this wonderful drink. The man is annoyed by this, but he replies that the guy should finish his drink quickly and go outside immediately. The clan leader does just that. He pours a full glass of duaken liquor. He did it quite quickly, then abruptly placed his empty glass on the table. The protagonist slowly gets up from the table and is fully prepared to start this fight. Aizaha looks around and sees that this man was waiting for him, and now he has turned around and is heading for the exit first. The guy looked at him with such a stern look that it looked as if he was planning something. And the next moment, the head attacks his opponent from behind without waiting for them to leave the room. This single blow was enough to cause the burly man to fall to the ground and lose consciousness. This act was very surprising, but it even more encouraged the enthusiasm of all those present who bet on it. They cheerfully wave after the guy and declare that this is an incredible start to his fight. The main character goes outside on a hot summer day and is met by a group of people. Among them is the same brothel owner whose face Izuka has already managed to smash. The clan leader looks at them carefully and asks if they will fight with weapons. The man with the broken nose shakes his head, indicating that they should fight without weapons. The next moment, all the men standing near him drop their swords from their hands to the ground. The owner asks if this suits him now. If so, then the showdown can begin. The boy now has a very peaceful and calm expression on his face. He nods his head calmly. And then slowly and without unnecessary movements, he approaches the gang that wants to attack him. Izaha behaves very calmly, while his rivals are quickly approaching. The protagonist does not hesitate and immediately fights back. He raises his leg and hits the attacker with it. That poor guy flies away so hard and fast that he knocks down several more people on his way. Thanks to this, the others already understood that the guy was not an ordinary passerby, but had great power. Izaha doesn't wait for them to think it over and run away, but instantly attacks the rest of the confused ones. It is clear that none of them are strong enough to compete with him. The guy wakes up quickly and calmly defeats each of them without any fuss. These poor people don't even have a chance to fight back or try to escape his quick fists. The main character dealt with all these weaklings in one go without any problems. They realized that it wouldn't be as easy as they thought. So now they hold their weapons in trembling hands. But such a trick amuses the crazy demon very much. It even adds to his fun. One of the attackers understands that he has to be quick here and sharply attacks the boy. However, this is not a strong enough opponent for Izaha, so he easily avoids the attack. The main character immediately grabs this man's hand and twists it. He didn't expect this. The attacker screams loudly in wild pain while others run up to strike. Nothing stops the next fool, and he tries to hit Izaha, but of course he fails. The head of the clan also twists his arm very calmly and without any fuss. These men still believe they have a chance to win, so they continue to fight. The guy gets a lot of pleasure from such fights. He wants to show who's the boss here. And with his actions, he makes sure that every man who wanted to attack gets what he deserves. Now they are all lying on the ground and groaning in pain, and Izaha has not received a single blow. Everyone in the diner carefully and quietly watched the progress of this fight. The protagonist looks around and with a casual expression asks if that's all. The men are confused and very surprised that he alone defeated all these rascals. An old man cheerfully calls Ilbo, a boy running errands, to bring them money. This young man came and gave away the winnings to everyone who bet on this newcomer's victory. The boy also honestly gives the winner the money he received as a result of this fight. He brings a basket with quite a few coins and even silver bars in it, which is a good win. Isaac looks at all this, now his own possessions, and takes a few silver bars from there. He gives them to the guy running errands and asks him to pass it on to the poor guys. And then he takes out a few more silver coins and gives them to the boy for his good work today. This young man can't believe his luck. It's probably the first time he's received so much money so quickly. The main character takes everything else that is left there, so he asks to be given it back to him. The guy quickly and very skillfully packs his winnings into a homemade bag. By giving this good, he suggests that Isaac, with such fighting skills, must be good at using a sword. The main character does not comment on his assumption, only asks who he needs to defeat to get the most money. The boy explains that Dong Bang Yun will never lose, but to fight him, you have to deposit 10,000 yang. The head of the union smiles cheerfully and seems to plan to join him in battle to win. In his past life, he never dared to fight him because he's called the king of gambling fights. It's very interesting that this man is asking for 10,000 for a fight with him. That's not a small amount of money. Izaha throws his bag of money over his shoulder and heads purposefully somewhere. He thinks that he will have to work hard and a lot to earn that kind of money, but it is worth it to clear his name and his past. Walking down the street, the main character notices men sitting and cleaning their weapons. They look very tired and have no choice because this is their job, which they must do responsibly. The boy knows that in these battles, the one who breaks his opponent's weapon wins. Therefore, he boldly and without hesitation enters the territory where these battles are taking place. Gu Jong-ak comes out to meet him and, with his arms folded, asks if Isaac wants to fight him. The guy replies that this is exactly what he wants. So the man tells him to show it, to bring it, because he doesn't want to show off his strength just like that. The main character opens the bag and shows all his money that he won in the previous fight. This man smiles cheerfully and remarks that there is a bit too much here even for him. The union chairman says that if he's afraid, he should tell him right away, and he won't waste his time on him, or maybe he's hesitant because of the amount of money involved. The man rubs his forehead with his finger and asks where he came from, because he doesn't look like he's from Bact or Sega. Then he loudly asks those present if anyone knows who this man is, and will reward anyone with gold for any information. But the boys sitting to the side have no idea who this man is or where he comes from. That man is smiling contentedly and a little sarcastically, and seems to have come up with some kind of cunning plan. He asks the protagonist to first put down his sword so that he can examine it. Izaka declares that even though it's his first time here, he knows something, and it seems like the man is trying to deceive him. Does he really think his guest is a complete idiot? Although at first it looks like a sword fight, it is actually a struggle of internal chi. The reason why this man became the king of gambling fights was not only in his strong sword, but also in his large volume of internal ki. Izaha wonders why he dares to ask him to put away his sword. The man explains that it is very easy to get injured in such fights, so he simply wanted to protect this young and not smart guy. The protagonist does not want to listen to these speeches anymore, draws his sword and declares that this old man should finally show what he is capable of. He holds his sword in front of him and says that he lets the old and the weak go first. The man smiles and says that in that case he will choose his celestial blade for the fight. Before the fight, the man asks the boy to hold his sword tightly because other people may get hurt. Isaac is completely fed up with this unnecessary chatter and wants to get started as soon as possible. The old man doesn't like this boy's impudent behavior at all, and he's already getting angry. The man uses his chi energy, which he directs at the blade of the sword to break it. However, this in no way harms this legendary weapon. It remains intact and unharmed. Izaha watches this carefully and thinks that he probably hoped to break it easily. Then this man takes his sword and strikes with all his strength against his opponent's sword. But his hand, with his sword tightly gripped, immediately bounces back strongly from him. He didn't like this result at all, and he was already doubting his abilities. Then with sadness on his face, he declares that now it is his turn to strike. The protagonist points a finger at the man and reminds him that his life is at stake. Instead, the old man says that his opponent should not worry about it because he knows the rules well. After these words, the main character swings his sword and hits his opponent's blade with all his strength. But immediately, without hindrance, and as if it cuts through him like butter, the man won't like it very much. The old man doesn't wait long. The next moment he immediately attacks his opponent, who honestly won the fight. He intends to kill Izaha and appropriate his funds. He's not interested in an honest victory. The main character is even a little disappointed by such dishonesty and meanness. The boy easily repels this attack, which again surprises the old man. He is already a little scared. The clan leader, without hesitation, immediately plunges his sword into the chest of this vile man. He bends down and whispers in the bitch's ear that not only did he lose, he was also going to attack. This man is breathing heavily and begging the boy to have mercy and not kill him. The protagonist pays no attention to his pleas and has no intention of doing so. He pushes the man away from him, and the bastard falls to the ground with a heavy thud. This turn of events really surprised the guys who saw it all because they were nearby. After that, the boy approached the large chest and opened it without any difficulty. Izaha takes gold coins from the chest and asks why these scumbags have their eyes peeled, because the rules here are, if you injure an opponent, be prepared to say goodbye to your life. But he asks if it's possible they didn't see who raised their hand first. And if they did, what prevented them from stopping the scumbag? Then he turns his head towards them and looks intently at these still relatively inexperienced boys. They are terribly scared and stand silently with big eyes and look at him. Instead, the protagonist takes a deep, disappointed breath and explains that they are pathetic losers. After this incident, Izaka headed to the fighting arena, where there is a completely different kind of money involved. Right now, there's a fight in the middle of the arena. Two men are beating each other pretty hard. This action is actively watched by spectators who cheer very loudly for their favorites. Sword fights take place here, and usually only two people stand in the arena, and the use of poison is strictly prohibited. The main character came with his big pile of money and puts it on the table. And at that time, the fight in the arena has already ended, and one of the participants is lying unconscious on the floor. Those who bet on the winner shout because they are incredibly happy with their luck. The two men discuss the fact that there is a brave man who wants to fight Don Banan. It's clear that this has been reported to the owner of the arena, Peng Gong-san, and he is a little skeptical about it. Instead, the main character stands with his head proudly raised and looks down on everyone. After the battle ended, there weren't as many people left in the room as there were before. The owner turns to the others and asks if he wants to fight Don Ban. The guy boldly and proudly replies that it's true, he really wants to do it. Peng Gong-san loudly declares that everyone should look at this yet another idiot who does not understand how everything works in this world and is ready to sacrifice his money and even his life. This man turns to the people still present in the arena and calls on them to applaud this idiot. And then he adds, who knows, maybe this simpleton is a true master of his craft and will defeat the legendary Don Banan. Someone in the stand shouts for this idiot to stop talking so much and get to the point. Gong-san explains that before fighting the best fighter, he must demonstrate his strength and ironically remarks that suddenly he has turned out to be a real strongman and no one will want to fight him. He offers the main character a fight for which he must give a contribution of 1,000. It will be something like a warm-up. The guy laconically replies that he agrees, and this brevity slightly disappoints the arena owner. Now this man asks who is ready to fight against this guy, and reminds them that the winner gets 1,000 yangs, and adds that they can fight however they want. He doesn't care. Immediately, 3 men stood with weapons and were ready to start a fight. Gongsan explains that the fight should be one-on-one, so let them choose one person between them. These 3 stand next to each other and try to decide which of them will go into battle. It seems they have reached an agreement because 2 of them leave the arena, and the strongest one remains. This is their most frequent guest, who usually competes in battles for 1,000 yangs. The main character remembers that in a past life, this man beat him up pretty bad and even stole money. The owner recalls that this man lost a fight with Don Banan a long time ago and is now training hard to get revenge on him someday. The servants who work in the fighting arena went into the hall to collect the bets that people wanted to make. It seems that the owner likes this moment the most. He is one of those people who loves money. Now they turn to the main character and declare that it is his time to enter the arena. Gongsan, with irony and a sly smile, tells them not to rush, because they have plenty of time. This man looks sternly at his opponent and considers himself strong enough to defeat him. They stand opposite each other, and before they even start the fight, they are still preparing. And the owner reminds everyone to finish placing their bets within the next 10 seconds. This arena is quite large and can hold a lot of people, although there are very few people present right now. This gorilla with an aggressive facial expression is trying to intimidate its opponent with all its appearance. But the main character watches him very calmly, and such grimaces do not scare him. Gongsan loudly announces that the blade fight will begin now and asks everyone to prepare. The man unfurled his fan and signaled that from that moment their battle would begin. The gorilla immediately aggressively lunges at his opponent with his sword to gain the advantage. However, Aizaha easily and simply avoids this banal attack without even taking his hands out of his pockets. And then he attacks his opponent with his chi energy, but his opponent covers himself with a shield. He persevered and believes that this was all that Aizaha was capable of, although this is far from the case. The gorilla smiles cheerfully and believes he will win this fight. He underestimates his opponent. The main character sees this stupid smile and asks why he likes it so much. The man immediately goes on the offensive with a laugh, because he is 100% confident in his abilities. Instead, the main character is ready to use his Forest Phoenix technique. He uses internal chi energy and is going to lower his attacker's self-confidence a little. The man is surprised and quite scared by this, but he hopes that the shield will protect him. And then a crazy energy poured over him. The man tried his best to endure it. But the Forest Phoenix technique, which Aizaha possesses, turned out to be much stronger. The gorilla took such a blow very hard, he did not expect his opponent to be so strong. And the main character is already preparing to carry out the next, equally powerful attack. The clan head does not pity this idiot at all. He uses a lot of chi energy against him. As a result, his opponent was seriously injured. He probably didn't expect it to end like this. The guy made this gorilla's body roll around the arena like a round and ripe apple. Aizaha immediately rushes to him so that this man does not have time to master the situation. The poor guy curled up and covered himself with his shield, while his opponent jumped on him with all his might. This course of this fight is very surprising to the spectators, especially the frightened ones who placed their bets on the gorilla. The main character has to move a little awkwardly on purpose, so they don't realize that he is actually a martial arts master. He is still pounding the protective shield under which his bold and self-confident opponent hid. Aizaha mocks the man and declares that now, no one will be able to distinguish him from a real turtle. And then, using internal chi energy, he continues to stomp on the shield from above. The poor guy is already spitting blood and shouting that he's surrendering. If only this terrible beating would stop. And it worked. The main character stopped beating him because this can be considered the end of the fight. The guy returns to the owner and, without undue modesty, demands his winnings. Gongsan is in no hurry to bring him his honestly earned 1,000 yangs, so Izaga repeats the request in an angrier voice. This man is making claims. He's stating that people want good receptions and spectacle, not what just happened. Aizaha very rudely and impolitely asks that this scumbag shut his mouth, stop talking nonsense, and announce the results, or he will get screwed. The owner of the arena clearly doesn't like this attitude, but he doesn't dare to object. But he still drags on announcing the winner, so the clan leader decided to motivate him a little. And it helped instantly. Gongsan immediately announced that the newcomer was winning this fight. The spectators in the stands roared with a victorious cry. Aizaha also brought them victory. Suddenly, the main character noticed something interesting in the stands that caught his attention. He saw the same guy running errands. It seemed like he was just receiving guests. But in reality, this cunning scumbag is trying to sit on 2 chairs, although he doesn't get his hands dirty. The man points at Aizaha with a fan and explains that he wouldn't mind him fighting Don Banan today. But many spectators have already been invited, and it's very boring to watch him. So he suggests that he work on the warm-up today, and then he can fight with him tomorrow. The main character accepts these conditions, and the owner states that such a youngster should treat his elders better and speak to them with respect. Izaha declares that if he pays him 2,000, he will make an exception for such an old fart. The owner definitely won't do this, so he'll just have to accept it. Gong-san orders his subordinate to take the boy who will now be their fighter to the Phoenix room. The servant heads to the ring to explain everything to the boy, and the owner turns around and walks in the opposite direction. The gorilla warns the newcomer to be a little more careful with the head of the arena, because anything can happen. Instead, Izaha indifferently asks what he can do, call the girls to spin their heads or some other trick. The man looked at him in surprise and asked if he had been here before. Instead, the main character asks if this idiot has seen him here before, and the man replies that he hasn't. At this moment, a servant comes to him and brings a large bag with winnings. Izaha immediately pulled out a small silver ingot and tossed it in the air. This good thing fell straight into the bandaged hands of his not-so-strong opponent. The man looked at the precious metal with surprise and incomprehension. The guy offers him something to eat because his stomach must be hurting after the fight, but advises him to quit this business because he is so incompetent that he doesn't even know how to use his weapon. The man can't understand what just happened and can't find the words to say anything. The guy remembers that she once said the same thing to him, and he will never forget those words. They came to the Phoenix room, which they say is like heaven on earth and has the most beautiful girls there. The servant leads him inside. Well, now let's see if the people are telling the truth. He is immediately met by a beautiful girl who greets him very politely and sweetly and calls him the host. She simply shines with the unearthly beauty she possesses and asks to be called Bexio-a. The girl explains that he can ask for anything he wants, whether it's food, clothing, weapons, or alcohol, anything within the limits of what is permitted. Without any preludes, the protagonist immediately asks if the food is poisonous, and the girl replies with surprise that of course it isn't. The guy believes that together they help the undefeated fighter remain undefeated, but the girl notes that there is no point in one man always remaining invincible. However, Izaha thinks differently, because an undefeated fighter gathers a large number of gamblers around him, and they will invite their fighters, and so the fame of their place will spread. The more people come here to try to win, the more money they bring to this establishment. But the girl isn't interested in such conversations. And since he doesn't want to eat, maybe I can bring him a drink. The protagonist explains that he only drinks Duakan liquor, and the girl explains that it will all be free. The guy asks if it will be poison, and the girl adamantly replies that of course not. After that, he urges Bexio-a to bring him as soon as possible. Then she asks the company in a sweet voice what time of day he wants to drink this liqueur. She then explains that these ladies wouldn't mind keeping him company for the evening, but they're not the kind of people who would share a bed with him. And he adds that if a girl likes him, she might want to talk to him more closely. The main character replies that he doesn't need one. He wants to be shown one who knows how to drink. This request stunned the girl. She wasn't ready for something like this because usually they ask for something completely different. A guy with a casual expression asks if something is wrong and if she has any problems. However, the girl put on a sweet smile again and explained that she understood her guest. Everything is ready for him, and the main character sits down at the set table, with a girl sitting to the side. She is all dressed in red with big sharp nails and greets him and says her name is Hikso Ren. The main character asks if she knows how to drink. This question quite surprised the girl, but then she answers that she does. Then, without waiting for an order, this beauty pours 2 glasses of exquisite liqueur from a jug. She placed this drink on the table in front of her guest, although the guy looks at her suspiciously. The protagonist focuses on this room and everything that happens here, down to the smallest details. He sees himself as if from the side, sitting at a table with this beautiful girl next to him. Izaha also remembers how another girl who was talking to him in the room behaved. After thinking about all this again, the union chairman concludes that they are completely alone here. The young lady saw and understood the boy's confusion and asked if everything was okay with him. The young man, with a concentrated expression on his face, looked at her again and didn't answer. In his past life, there were rumors that these girls were the most beautiful, but when he saw them today, he realized that they were proficient in martial arts. But what disappoints him most is that these girls are actually not that beautiful. With this in mind, the boy picks up a bottle filled with expensive Duaquan liquor. The main character pours himself in the girl's some and asks her to drink with him. He pushes the glass closer to her, and the girl reaches out to keep her man company. The clan head is watching this lady very closely and has some suspicions about her. The moment she raises her glass, he uses the hidden forest phoenix technique. Heek! So Ren screamed in horror and surprise, her body shaking and not following her orders. The poor man looks at Izaha with great fear and does not understand what he is going to do. The guy doesn't want to hurt her in any way, He just carefully removes the hairpin from her hair. The main character needs some time to examine and thoroughly investigate this mysterious thing. The guy still has something. It's a ball with some white substance inside. He asks what she has here, and then he guesses that it looks like poison. He asks why she needs it and if he would die if the thing got into his mouth. The guy turns to the girl and insists that she give him an answer. And then he adds a small drop of this substance to the lady's alcohol, and now she's even more scared. Aizaha smiles sarcastically and asks if the lady would like to have some of the elite drink. The girl doesn't answer, but looks at him with fear and doesn't understand if he's really going to make her drink it. Hik and So-Ren break out in a cold sweat, and the protagonist roughly grabs her cheeks. The protagonist, without any hesitation, pours the contents of the glass onto this unfortunate girl. He insists that she not spill a single drop and swallow everything thoroughly. That's all. Her glass is empty. Aizaha starved this graceful and beautiful lady of some kind of poison. The guy folded his hands on his chest and explained that if this poison was deadly, she would die soon. And then she adds that if it's not fatal, then she's very lucky today. But the poor thing probably doesn't think so. Some time has passed, and Hik So-Ren is still sitting in the same position she was frozen in. The protagonist concludes that it is not a deadly poison and smiles cheerfully, adding that she is a very kind person. The poor girl is already sobbing, and her body still doesn't obey any of her owner's commands. The clan head looks at her without any sympathy and observes her emotions. But she thinks about how good it is that he pressed her point of silence, because otherwise he wouldn't have been able to bear these sobs. Suddenly, another girl approaches them and sweetly and politely asks if she's bothering them. Aizaha abruptly gets up from her chair and quickly approaches the entrance to this room. The lady doesn't yet know what awaits her. She simply asks if this master wants anything else. Instead, the guy is not so polite and uses the same technique on her as on the previous girl. She looked at the boy with fear and didn't understand what awaited her next. The poor thing couldn't defend himself. The protagonist drags her to a table where he is sitting and having fun with another beautiful lady. Without any hesitation, the guy immediately sits her down at the table, next to Hik So-Ren, who is also exhausted. This maid's hair also has beautiful balls. The guy wants to check if they also have a secret. He chooses one and opens it, not at all surprised that there is something inside too. Aizaha smiles cheerfully. He advised that his guesses were confirmed and he had figured it out. The main character, without thinking for a long time, poured all this powder into the second glass. It seems he intends to do the same thing to her as he did to the previous beauty. The poor thing is seriously scared, but she can't resist any of his actions, even such rude ones. The girl is scared and all wet with her tears, sitting silently. She doesn't want to believe that she found herself in such a situation. Aizaha carelessly asks why she's crying too, and what kind of thing is it that causes such tears. The maids are simultaneously breathing heavily. They are not having the best day today. The guy hasn't touched any food or drinks. He's just watching what will happen to them next. And the girls, crying and blushing with despair, breathe heavily and look at each other. He concludes that this powder turned out to be an aphrodisiac, and fortunately it is not deadly, although he would be completely indifferent if it were poison. The main character gets up from his chair and wants to drink something else and asks them to come to their senses as soon as possible. The guy goes outside under the moonlight and thinks that even though they are beautiful, such tricks won't work on him. Aizaha doesn't think for long and decides to go to the institution where he began his career as a betting fighter. The guy running errands respectfully accepts him, since he managed to earn money thanks to Isaac, so today his drink will be at the expense of the establishment. The main character looks at the guy with suspicion and asks if he makes the drink without poison. This young man replies that of course it was without poison, because if she had found out about it, no one would have let him get away with it. Aizaha explains that anyone could have added the poison, and he is just asking because he is very careful. This boy seems to be thinking something because he's looking around to see if there are any extra ears here. And then quietly sharing his plans, he wants to bet all his money on tomorrow's fight on Aizaha and asks what he thinks about it. The protagonist looks at the young man with an indifferent look and asks him who he thinks will win in this fight. This boy answers unequivocally and without any hesitation that of course Aizaha will win. And he thinks about it, can't understand why, but believes that everything will be so, although risking all his money because of some feeling is not responsible. The main character pours himself a drink and asks if he will give advice and if the boy will listen to it. The young man with a strong presentiment and wide eyes declares that he would be very glad to receive advice. Aizaha asks if he's really listening, and the guy confirms it with even more enthusiasm. The clan leader advises the young man to stop with these exciting fights. This is not the best way to invest money. The poor guy doesn't understand why he has to do this, because if he wins, his life could change dramatically. Aizaha asks if his life is really going to change that much because of this money, and the guy in turn asks if he really has to meet guests his whole life. The main character says that he seems to understand, because this guy is simply afraid to take on any other task. The young man felt uncomfortable, rubbed his head, and explained that money was needed for any other business. The clan leader pours more alcohol and declares that this is not true. He just hasn't decided yet what he wants to do. But she adds that in order to start doing something new, you need to at least know what you want. But it's clear that the guy doesn't know and asks if Izaka knows what he wants to do. But the main character sternly explains that he should ask himself what he needs, not what he needs. The next minute, there was a great silence between them, neither of them having anything to add. And then they both tip their glasses at the same time and drink everything in them. Immediately after that, new guests enter the eatery. They look very arrogant. The guy noticed them, so he immediately politely greeted them and invited them inside. He comes closer to help, but these men are somehow too harsh and arrogant. One of them, out of nowhere, gives a hard slap to an ordinary guy running errands. These men are laughing and saying that instead of working, they are sitting at the table drinking. The guy is not indignant, but apologizes and explains that today was just a good day, so he decided to drink. Then the waiter looks around and meets Aizaha's gaze, with whom he had just been drinking. The main character doesn't say anything, he just looks at the guy with a kind smile. The young man also smiles and explains that his life is not easy at all and is sometimes very difficult, but he also used an obscene word. The man who just slapped the guy doesn't seem to be going to stop there. He menacingly asks what kind of nonsense that bastard is talking about, which scares the guy a little. Then, this man repeats his question with even greater fury, which frightens the young man even more. The main character abruptly gets up from his chair, looks at them intently, and boldly declares that he said so. These three immediately approach and try to instill fear, asking who he is that can speak like that. The guy looks at these scumbags who consider themselves better than others and think they can behave like this. Aizaha uses her chi energy and quickly strikes two and attacks the third. He holds him by the throat and asks who gave him the right to hit defenseless people. Then to teach this man a lesson, we want to give him a light slap. They're not in the ring to fight. But when a guy uses his internal ki energy, even a light slap can be a very dangerous blow. This man couldn't stand on his feet. He fell back and fell to the ground with a thud. The guy on the run watches this with his mouth open, amazed by such skills. The main character never hesitated for a moment. He knows exactly what he's doing. And the next moment, he approaches these two combatants and strikes them in the same way. They also fall to the ground from a regular but very strong slap, making them drool. Silence reigns in the establishment. Everyone looks around and no one dares to say anything. Then the guy asks if it's hard to learn how to make such cool little things, and Aizaha replies that it's really hard. The poor guy breathes heavily and asks why everything is so difficult in this world. Even a simple slap is difficult to give. Suddenly the boy looks at his guest with big eyes and asks if they've definitely met before, but he replies that they haven't. The young man still thinks they've met before, but asks where he can find this guy if he decides to end his old life. The protagonist replies that this young man is still too weak, so he doesn't need to tell him. The poor guy naively asks if it's because he doesn't know any fighting techniques. Aizaha doesn't answer anything. He just takes the glass and enjoys his drink. And then he explains that even in those days when he didn't know a single fighting move, he never considered himself a weakling. The clan leader thanks him for the drink and is ready to leave, but the boy begs him to take him with him, because for some reason he feels like his life will change for the better. In this case, Aizaha gives him his first task, to go east and bring the strongest fighters here, and emphasizes that they must bring as much money as possible with them. This boy is extremely happy that he has been trusted and can now complete the task. The protagonist returned to Phoenix's room, where the immobilized girl was still waiting for him. They are still breathing heavily, and don't seem to be feeling very well from what Aizaha gave them. The guy pulls out his blade, which he always carries with him, and slams it into the wooden table. He looks at them indifferently and explains that the aphrodisiac will soon wear off. The young man is intimidating. If they even squeak or say things he didn't ask about, he will immediately pull out his dagger. But if they think they are faster than him, they can try to escape. And he adds that this is a matter of life and death, so you should be careful and ask them to blink if they haven't come to their senses yet. One of the girls timidly replies that she is fine and everything is fine with her. After all, the main character asks the first question whether their leader Gongsa gave the order. This question stuns the girl, and she stutters and cannot give a normal answer. The guy smiles and remembers that she said that everything was fine with her, and then adds that this also happens when you don't know who to be afraid of. Then he touches his dagger and gently caresses its hilt, then repeats the question. With a menacing look, he asks if it was Gongsa who gave them the order to poison him so brazenly. Then the poor girl realizes that she is in great danger, and she humbly replies that the leader gave her such an order. Izaha explains that he won't stand on ceremony with her, and besides, she's not alone here. There's also Baksua. He believes that after her death, the girl will be very scared and tell him everything, so he should remember his situation. She bowed her head attentively and understood that in this situation, she would have to obediently do whatever she was told. Suddenly, Baksua timidly looked at the boy and seemed to want to say something to him. She takes a deep breath and replies that she is also feeling better and can tell him something. So he asks them not to slow down now and to try to answer his questions in unison. And whoever begins to doubt how to answer him will have his head run far from his body. Izaha is very cheerful, although the girls do not look so happy and carefree. And now he rubs his hands and declares that he is also extremely curious about which of these two girls will die first. So he asks the first question, who is behind Pengong-san, and counts to 3 to hear the simultaneous answer. The girls simultaneously respond loudly that the king of duels is behind him. That's great, the guy is happy and the girls are still alive. The plan is working perfectly. Now it's time for the second question, whether his position is higher than Pengong-san's. But he clarifies whether they understood the question, so he asks again, either higher or lower in rank. But 3 girls simultaneously respond that the man is higher in rank. In fact, so far these were test questions and the guy already knew the answers to them. But in answer to the next question, he doesn't know, so he can't be absolutely sure whether they are telling the truth. And now he warns that he will count more slowly, so they will have more time to think carefully about their answer. He stares at the girls and asks who is really the king of duels and slowly counts to 3. The poor scared-to-death girls answer in unison that it is old Gu Yangbak. The main character asks if this is really the hotel owner, old Gu Yangbak. The girls repeat that it's true as far as Isaac knows. This man doesn't like to call himself an enemy. He recalls that out of his generosity, he gives away free alcohol and doesn't lift a finger at his debtors, even if they owe him a lot of money. But that man also loves gambling and spends a lot of money on it. This turned out to be quite unexpected news, but this battle will now be for the honor of the Zaha Hotel. The young man pulls his dagger from the table and leaves the room, declaring that the girls did well. The poor thing finally breathed a sigh of relief and was happy that this horror was over. Now he's headed to the hotel and it looks like he has some kind of cunning plan again. There are quite a few people in the hall, and almost all the tables are occupied. The men are calmly having fun and drinking. A waiter approaches Izaha and asks what he wants, then the guy orders baiju and lets him choose the rest himself. This man explains that this is not accepted in their institution. Then the main character replies that he absolutely does not care how it is accepted there. An old man comes to him and says that he has never seen him among the players. Izaha looked at this man and knew very well what kind of man he was and what he wanted from him. This man is the king of the duel. He is the same Guyakbak. He does not look like a glorious fighter. The main character doesn't start a conversation with him. He just silently watches what this old man will do. And he immediately comes out on top. He apologizes for the girl's behavior and believes that it was Gongsa who decided to make fun of him a little. The guy is surprised that he learned everything so quickly and somehow revealed his identity very quickly. This man waves his hand at the waiter, giving him some kind of sign. The guy knows exactly what to do. He takes all the guests of this eatery outside, leaving only 2 people inside. Izaha and Guyakbak are sitting at the table opposite each other, apparently having a serious conversation. The old man tries to negotiate. He offers him 50,000 just so that he doesn't ruin his business. He wants to part ways peacefully. But he adds that many different dark masters came, but he never paid anyone as much money as he did. The man smiles sweetly, and you think he can get rid of this impudent guy so easily. The protagonist reminds him that everyone who went to battle with Don Banan, then the winners mysteriously disappeared and died. The old man looks intently at the boy and asks why he is so brave, since he's left here alone. He asks if they really killed his brother or mentor, and if not, for what purpose did he come here? And then he explains that this boy is in no condition to treat him like that, and the old man is already doing him a favor. On the side of the table stands a stocky and very stern man who has no qualms about attacking him now. This is where the well-known, legendary, and invincible king of battles Don Bon En stands. Suddenly, he finds himself closer to their table and shamelessly pushes his chair away. This man sits down next to the main character, and now it is clearly visible how much bigger he is than the boy. The old man repeats again that his offer is still valid and asks if this fool accepts it. The fighter is very indignant that this man offers him as much as 50,000, but the old man shuts him up and explains that he is their guest after all. Izaha asks if these fools know that what they are doing is called fraud. The man explains that he is not alone in this field, so it does not bother him at all. But the guy considers that compared to his methods, everyone else looks saintly. The old man looks sternly and explains that if his business has somehow harmed him or his loved ones, then he is ready to increase the amount. The main character explains that the biggest danger of such games is that they are addictive, and then it turns out to be very important to get rid of it. And some are even willing to bet all their money on it, and sometimes even cut off their limbs. His interlocutor remarks that it looks as if the guy knows the heart firsthand. Izaha continues and states that gambling can still be justified somehow, but fraud cannot. This old man constantly pays dark factions so that they don't move him. Even if some head of a large family comes here and loses everything, it won't be a big problem for them because this happens often. They will simply pay for it. They try to do all this very secretly and quietly, so it's hard to catch them by the hand. Very sternly and even aggressively, the guy remarks that in some sense they are even incredible. This old man sternly asks if he really doesn't want to compromise because he's putting himself in danger. Izaha doesn't want any compromises, that's not what he came for, so he suggests they play by cheating, just the way they like. These words really surprised the old man. He didn't understand what this impudent guy meant when he said they shouldn't play fair. The protagonist looks intently into the eyes of his interlocutor and is ready to outline his plan. He suggests that everyone in this room stand together against him alone, which shocks the old man. He explains that if they win, the reward will be his death, and if he wins, he takes everything for himself. The King of Fighters is extremely confused by this proposal. He does not understand why this man is offering this. Instead, Izaha asks what the problem is. Does it seem like too tempting an offer for him, or is he afraid of losing everything in one fell swoop? This man is not as stupid as he might seem. He asks what will happen if he refuses his offer. The main character would not advise him to do this, because in that case, this man would have even greater losses. The old man asks with surprise and irony if this is really possible. It seems he doesn't really believe him. The guy explains that many of his people will be coming here tomorrow, so this moment is a golden time for Gu Yakbok. The manager is still sitting and pondering the proposal. It seems too suspicious to him. The legendary fighter looked at his leader and noticed that he was some kind of weirdo, so it was better to refuse. The main character still has one question for this man that has been bothering him for a long time. The old man asks what kind of question this is. He can say it boldly while he has the opportunity. Izaha explains that this man drinks the fighters with alcohol, makes the girls add all kinds of powders, and turns their opponents into vegetables, and forces them to fight Banen. But if, God forbid, he fails to win, he will simply kill the winner, and with the proceeds he will continue his carefree life and pay bribes to the stronger. The guy asks how, amidst all this crap, he came to be called the King of Duels. The hotel owner really doesn't like where this conversation is going. He's really angry. And he asks if he's so confident in his abilities, then why doesn't he kill them right here and now? Izaha asks why this man speaks so curlily. Does he really think that since the two of them are hotel owners, they are somehow similar? The man was surprised that this guy was also the owner of the hotel, because he knew nothing about him. The main character remarks that this man has been deceiving everyone his whole life, so why shouldn't he try to solve everything honorably, at least once? This familiar attitude makes the fighter very angry, but he still restrains himself from attacking. Instead, the old man became very curious about what kind of hotel this man kept, so he asked him about it. Izaha proudly declares that he is the owner of the Zaha Hotel, his gaze unwavering and his voice firm. The old man listened to this and cannot remember anything like it. He does not know this hotel. And the legendary fighter, folding his arms over his chest, asks where it is. He doesn't know this hotel either. Guyakbok agrees to the guy's offer. He will gather people and come to the arena. The main thing is that this brave man does not regret it. The protagonist proudly notes that living without regrets is one of the virtues of strong people. Since they have agreed, it is time for them to go and prepare for this very interesting match. The warrior believes that Izaha does not value his life at all and wants to go to the afterlife as soon as possible. But the main character was not affected by his words at all. Because such is the reputation of this fighter, he has to pretend to be cool. He's extremely annoying to this idiot because he behaves very straightforwardly and casually. The old man urges his fighter to restrain himself a little and release all his anger in the arena. The one with red sparks in his eyes declares that he will make him beg for mercy. They all went outside and headed to the arena together to finally end this conflict. People watching this action ask in surprise what is happening here. The undefeated fighter, Dongbang Yun, sternly orders everyone to gather in the arena. The guy asks if absolutely everyone has to be present, and he confirms and adds that they should come there right now. A crowd of people head inside to the fighting arena, and the head of the Izaha clan steps in first. It's clear that he's absolutely confident in his abilities, so he's not worried at all. People gather around him, and Dongbang Yun, with his hands on his chest, declares that there is no turning back. These tricks of theirs don't bother the guy at all, and he easily slaps 3 idiots in one fell swoop and orders them to get out of his way. The main character approaches a man selling sweets and asks him to make him 1 lollipop. Izaha pays for it with 1 silver plate and declares that he does not need the rest. This is much more than this man usually gets, so I'm very grateful to the guy. He enjoys the taste and remembers that he hasn't eaten it in a long time. And this carefree attitude surprises everyone present, especially his main rival, who had already clenched his teeth so hard that they were almost cracking. The chief, who controls the fights, comes running and shouts what they have arranged here, because their fight is scheduled for tomorrow. However, it seems that a legendary and invincible fighter is in charge here, as he rudely tells him to shut up. I also told Isaac to just shut up, because he's just a worthless manager here. This unfortunate person understands that in this case, he has no right to intervene. Dong Bang-eun mainly states that the old man ordered to finish off this bastard as soon as possible. Izaha asks if he really wants to hide behind their backs. With such success, it's easier to call some dog or cow king. The main character deliberately provokes and annoys this bull, who is already seriously angry. They came to the arena, Izaha stands alone, and behind the legendary warrior are a dozen more men. The guy pretends that he needs a warm-up before such an important fight. The manager explains that today they are just spectators, and this fight is clearly not about money. Izaha attracts the attention of all the spectators and tells them that the king of duels is running all this from the shadows. The old man frowned but made no attempt to stop this impudent rascal. Instead, this bundle of shit shouts aggressively and wants him to shut his mouth. The main character declares that if he doesn't have the courage to tell, then let him sit and remain silent. The fighter furrowed his black eyebrows and had nothing to add, so he stood silently and watched. Izaha says that in reality, the king of duels is the owner of the Narak Hotel, and adds that everyone probably knows who he's talking about. The people around all started talking and were surprised by the information they had just received. The guy explains that he will now fight all these characters alone. The protagonist continues, if he loses, they can all continue to hang out with him. But if Isaac wins, then everything that belongs to this scum will belong to him. And now he points the finger at Dong Bang-an and says that if he had fought honestly, he would have died in a sink long ago. Behind him are a lot of people who are listening very carefully, and for them it is all new. Izaha is ready to pardon those who refuse to fight now and go to the spectators' seats. But there is peace and quiet in the ranks of the fighters. No one is in a hurry to give up the fight. The protagonist asks one last time and gives the opportunity to save his life. However, if no one wants to back down, then you can start a magical show. Izaha draws his sword, and the reflection of the blade shows the frightened looks of his opponents. A guy with a stern expression and without any hesitation or thought approaches the crowd. Men are amazed by his fearlessness, and this behavior scares some. Looking at the dull faces of this herd, Izaha stopped for a moment and thought about something. Perhaps the main character has changed his mind about starting a fight as he slowly hides his weapon. He believes that there is no point in wasting his strength and majestic sword technique on these stupid people. Dong Bang-eun bared his teeth in anger and aggression. This man is extremely nervous about his opponent. In an authoritative voice, he ordered the crowd to kill Isaac, and everyone immediately rushed to carry out his will. However, the guy doesn't panic. He's been in such a situation more than once, so he knows what to do. The head of the Hao clan stands ready and waits for the first daredevils to arrive to show what he is capable of. Using his strength, he moves very quickly. None of these ignoramuses are able to harm him. Izaha doesn't give anyone a chance to strike and thinks about the fact that he grew up in a poor family. He is focused on himself and uses his internal chi energy against them. His opponents fall before him one by one, and no weapon will help them. The men try to swing their swords and hope that their blow will be decisive. But the main character skillfully avoids all these banal and seemingly simple attacks, even when there are a lot of them. And in response, he deals a powerful and unexpected blow that no one can avoid. He is the man who rose from the lowest and poorest to such heights and achieved everything himself. The guy skillfully defeats his enemies one by one. He puts them on his shoulder blades. It effortlessly avoids attacks and always knows where the next one will come from. However, this does not prevent his next opponents from continuing to attack him. Therefore, Izaha decided to do something completely different with them and use his internal chi energy. A powerful wave rose in the air and injured everyone around who was closest to the main character. A large circle is formed around the boy, surrounding him, but no one dares to approach him again. The strongest of them gets angry and says that everyone should step aside because the pawns are of no use. Hearing this, the white-haired men, bowing their heads, quickly ran to hide in the crowd. Instead, Dong Bang-eun stands proudly with his shoulders squared, followed by a few other, rather self-confident people. The main character realizes that all these people have been gambling for quite some time, and most of them are known to Isaac from his previous life. He knows their fighting style well. The head of the Hao clan took up his sword again and seemed to have changed his mind and decided to use it in battle. He is sure that among them are the people he must destroy with his own hands. One of the frightened people in the crowd asks in confusion why this man is drawing his sword again. Instead, the guy is already gaining speed and swinging his weapon at this time. His gaze radiates confidence and complete calm, even though a real massacre awaits him. He looks at the boy nicknamed the Golden Demon, knowing perfectly well from the past that this man has done many bad things. Therefore, the main character decides to start with this scumbag and quickly approaches him. The Golden Demon looks on in surprise and asks why this one suddenly decided to pounce on him. However, Aizaha is not the kind of person who spends a lot of time explaining and revealing his reasons and intentions. And without any hesitation or doubt, he does so that there is one less scumbag on Earth. Such speed and skill scares everyone present, because his opponent doesn't even have time to defend himself. The legendary fighter is also very surprised. He doesn't like this turn of events. He was a pretty strong fighter. But now he is not alive. The body of the Golden Demon fell to the ground with a thud and will not move. Izaka smelled warm and fresh blood. Now no one will stop him, because everything is just beginning. The protagonist looks around and menacingly declares that there is another one here whom he must kill. He looks at the crowd and asks for one man to step aside, but the crowd looks very confused. The head of the clan repeats again, but not in such a polite manner, and the young man finally understands that it is he who is being spoken to. It turns out there was some dude hiding behind him, who also looks pretty scared. Izaha doesn't mince words, but rather brazenly demands that this scumbag come closer to him. This kind of attention from a guy who is so skilled in combat doesn't please the poor guy at all. In fact, the main character is known to kill his fellow gamblers for no reason, and the guy understands that he has a lot of sins behind him, so he is terribly afraid of getting what he deserves. But he doesn't seem to be going to approach Aizaha. Instead, he turns around and tries to run away. This doesn't stop the clan head from doing what he has planned, so he bends down to pick up the dagger. But using his internal ki energy, he throws it at his victim with all his might. It's clear that the blade hits the target. This man didn't stand a chance. Everyone present cannot believe that it happened so instantly. No one expected it. This angered the main bull even more, so he armed himself with 2 swords and prepared to attack. Without hesitation or fear, he quickly approaches his main rival. Yes, they clashed swords, but it seems as if it didn't cost Isaac any strength. With just one hand, he was able to easily repel his enemy's blow with 2 swords at once. Dongbang Yun is completely stunned because he thought he was strong enough to stand up to some scoundrel, and 2 people from behind are preparing to attack. But they did not have time to carry out their plan because the head of the clan suddenly disappeared from their sight. Aizaha jumped and found himself high in the air above this pitiful bunch of idiots. The legendary fighter and his comrades look around and are horrified, not understanding what to expect. Everyone tilted their heads up to see and understand what would happen next. The main character, without a drop of compassion, looks down on all these brainless sheep. His sword burns with hot flames, which means that Izaha does not plan to spare anyone. This is where his crazy and burning whirlwind high in the air began. Fiery sparks fall from the mountain onto the crowd of people and burn everything in their path. This shocked Dongbang An. He considered this guy to be a simple weakling and a fraud, but now he understands that this is not so. All the warriors in the arena scream in terror and pain as their bodies are scorched by fiery sparks. After such a trick, Izaha landed back in the center of the arena, where everyone was already quite scared. The protagonist doesn't plan to stop there. He swings his sword and with one deft movement kills the man who was closest. When the head of the clan decides something, it is difficult to stop him. It is almost impossible to do so. He has already made a choice and decided to kill these scumbags who have been living dishonestly and preying on the poor their entire lives. The spectators in the stands fell silent and were extremely shocked by what was happening before their eyes. They did not expect their best, strongest warrior to turn out to be so weak. Dongbang Yun holds his hand, a little confused, not knowing what to do next. Instead, the boy at this time picks up a fan that was lying on the ground with his bloody hand. The main character is not at all embarrassed by the fact that this thing is completely soaked in the blood of its owner. He calmly waves it in front of his face and declares that they are all pathetic here. And then he pretends to remember that he was just as miserable as they were. Everyone around is anxiously watching the boy's strange behavior and doesn't know what to expect from him. Aizaha stopped waving the fan and folded it, but still held it tightly in his hand. And very unexpectedly for everyone, he begins to sing a song about how quickly time flies and how much time is wasted on such gambling. The men are confused and don't understand what's happening and why this madman suddenly started singing. And the head of the clan still continues to sing about how at the beginning of the journey, his hair was black as night, and at the end, it turned white. Suddenly, the audience began to sing along with him a song familiar to everyone, with the words that they had lost everything they had gained through hard work. The guy liked it. he still continues to sing and repeat that he lost all his money. Aizaha continues to sing and asks in the lyrics of the song if he is only losing his money. And the crowd sings in unison the answer that he lost more than just his money. The clan leader continues to sing and replies that he used money from family and friends, and when he finally returned home, no one cared about him. The biggest bull looks around and can't understand what's going on with these people, why they're so willing to sing along with him. Everyone around him sings a song about how he took the last money from the drawer, and everyone around him looks at him with contempt. The song reiterates that wherever he goes, everyone looks at him with contempt and disgust. Aizaha is singing a song to tell everyone that they will never see him again, because he will die in a gambling battle, and it seems that he is not in a gambling pit. But why then does he see the cards before his eyes again? The lyrics of the song say that perhaps today is that rare day when the goddess of luck will return to him. And the audience repeats the words of the song that today is the rare day when the goddess of luck will be on his side. The guy no longer continues to sing, and it seems that this performance has come to an end. Aizaha tapped his hand with a fan and looked with sadness in his eyes at all these people who were singing with him. Everything around became quiet, and those present became wary, afraid of what might happen next. And the main character declares with furious fury that today the goddess of luck is not on their side. This statement seriously frightened those present, and you can see drops of cold sweat running down their faces. The guy boldly declares that from today this place is closing and everyone needs to leave. But his opponents are so frightened and surprised by his statement that they are still standing firm. Then the clan leader doesn't mince words and shouts loudly that everyone should get out of here as quickly as possible. Therefore, the large crowd ran towards the door as fast as they could, so as not to expose themselves to the fury of this madman. Only old Gu Yakbok remains, and Aizaha asks in surprise if he really thought he would be able to kill the boy with the help of these losers. This man is not scared at all. He sits calmly and does not answer any questions. The protagonist asks if this old man is really planning to trade his bones in a fight with him, after always fighting guys who are pumped up with aphrodisiacs. Instead, Gu Yakbok explains that before coming here, he sent a letter to the Ming Dynasty Association. He said that now it would be difficult for them to pay the tax because some people came and said they were against it, so they decided to come and see what was going on here. And then the old man explains that over all these years, he has paid them a solid amount of tax. The main character is not at all alarmed by this information and responds with one simple word, which is clear to him. Dongbang Yun scornfully asks if this guy really thought that if he destroyed this place, all the money would be his. But with a sly smile, he declares that this idiot should understand that where there is big money, there is always a bigger fish lurking in the shadows. And the old man adds that this boy doesn't understand at all how this world works and how such things are done. But Izaka is not going to listen to this, let alone explain anything to these idiots. He uses his inner strength very abruptly and unexpectedly for those present. Bugai did not expect this. He believed that this young man was already at a dead end and would not dare to take any action. But with just one blow, he broke his opponent's sword and inflicted mortal wounds on him. The old man is shocked. He can't believe it all happened so quickly. The main character looked at Yangbok with a smile, but the old man looked at this young man very sternly. And then he gets distracted from his pipe and remembers and sternly asks if he's really from Zaha's hotel. Apparently he wanted to distract the boy and at the same time attack him suddenly and unexpectedly. This old man has a good supply of internal energy and uses it against the main character. They came together with such a powerful force that the ground beneath them began to crack and break. Pieces of stone fly from the ground, and these two stand in a duel and measure their strength. Now Isaac finally understands perfectly how desperate this old Gu Yangbok is. He explains that if a gambling house owner wants his business to be successful, he must be generous. Such words extremely surprised and shocked the old man. He cannot find the words to respond. And then in surprise, he asks who this guy is and how he knows him. Instead, the main character smiles and explains that he is just a boy running errands from Zaha's hotel. Gu Yakbok can't believe that a simple boy running errands has such strength and confidence. Zaha doesn't intend to continue this conversation any longer, so he uses the all-consuming chi technique. The old man cannot understand what is happening to him because his energy is escaping from him somewhere. He is unable to stop this process and screams in pain and inability to do anything. And finally exhausted, he falls to his knees before his much stronger opponent. The sky was covered with thick, dark clouds, and the main character looked sternly and condescendingly at his victim. He doesn't say anything. He just doesn't want this arrogant old man to finally understand who he really is. Instead, Gu Yakbok declares that the Ming Dynasty will not let him get away with this. But the guy is not scared at all, and he proudly declares that he will easily deal with this cursed dynasty. The old man understands that these are his last minutes of life because Aizaha will never let him go alive. The protagonist menacingly asks if this worthless scumbag wants to say his last words. He decides to joke and asks if the guy will leave him a tip from his winnings. But he replies that he will never do this and delivers a decisive blow. This man falls to the ground exhausted and red blood spills around him. The head of the Hao clan looks at the old man's body with a stern look and declares that he will not receive a tip. Only Aizaha remained alive in the arena. Everything around him was covered in blood and bodies. He looks back and loudly declares that this is definitely his victory in this battle. However, in general, he was left alone and no one heard his words because everyone had already fled the house. Well, then he'll have to pat himself on the back and congratulate himself on his victory. He has nothing to do here, so he's slowly and rather cheerfully leaving this place. The main character walks away and sings the same song he sang with the audience about how time flies and how much has already been lost in the gambling pit. He seems to be up to something because he takes a burning torch from the wall with his blood-stained hand. Singing about how his hair used to be black and now it's white, he sets fire to a piece of paper. Lighting a pile of papers lying on the ground, he sings that he has lost all the money he earned through hard work. Still singing, he continues to set fire to everything around him. He has already reached the curtains. Similarly, singing cheerfully and effortlessly sets his opponent's body on fire. It quickly caught fire and started a large fire in the center of the arena, which was exactly what the main character wanted. For a moment, the boy stopped, looking around and thinking about what to do next. Happily humming the words of the song, he takes another torch and continues to burn this cursed place. He throws fire high into the stands and sings the words to the song that he used everyone, friends, and family. This place is burning from all sides, and the main character remains in the center and enjoys everything that happens here. He circles and hums to tell everyone that he will not return because he must have died in a gambling battle. This song inspires him a lot, so he draws his sword and enjoys this beautiful moment. He dances wildly with the fire and sings that today the goddess of luck will be on his side. The main character is not at all bothered by the fact that everything around him is on fire because he is performing his victory dance. He is really enjoying this moment, and it's a shame that no one sees him dancing beautifully. But suddenly he stops and realizes that this fire has already come quite close to him. He thinks that the power of fire is so beautiful and powerful that it would be wonderful if it belonged to him. Suddenly he reaches his hand up as if to catch something very beautiful and elusive. The guy looks at the beautiful sky and thinks that it would be just great to catch a star and smash the shards of those who are chasing him with it. He sings about how the clatter of horse hooves falls silent wherever he goes, because he is a man who knows what it is like to be a great calamity that breaks the faces of great masters. After singing this, the main character realizes that these words describe him very accurately, and at this time the fire is only gaining momentum and burning more and more. Aizaha didn't even notice how quickly the fire reached him and burned his legs. Looking around, he realizes that he is now left in the middle of the arena, with fire surrounding him. Even though this guy was reborn, he just almost got burned alive. What an irony. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice, someone shouting, and the building was on fire. He didn't expect this because he thought everyone had fled, and the building was completely empty. Therefore, without wasting a minute, the main character quickly ran to the voice calling for help. He ran to the door of the room, which was covered only by not very thick curtains. Aizaha approaches the entrance to the room and asks if Lady Baksoa and Lady Hiksoren are here. Then the guy boldly pushes back the curtain, looks inside, and asks concernedly if anyone is there. Not noticing a single soul, he believes that there is no one here, so he calms down a bit. And now he decided to continue his victory dance because his mood is still great. But suddenly he heard quiet and very timid voices calling for help. With dance movements, the main character walks to where the sounds were coming from. There he saw two girls he already knew lying motionless together on the bed. They were both in tears, and realizing that Izuka had approached them, fell silent in fear. Instead, at that moment, a man runs out of the building and causes panic because the house is on fire. The girls understand that they have little chance of surviving this situation because they seem to have been drugged with an aphrodisiac. The guy decided to joke and ask what kind of desperate look he has. Is he really that beautiful? The poor people can't answer anything. They just stare in shock at this madman. Instead, Aizaha looks at them with a little sympathy because she is not in the best situation right now. Meanwhile, a crowd of people gathers around this house with water to put out the fire, and the two unfortunate girls still continue to sob uncontrollably and cannot calm down. The main character sits across from them and sternly asks them to stop shedding tears. He explains that it's better for them to shut their mouths and stop roaring because someone might run through them into a burning house. The girls instantly fell silent, but large tears still continued to roll from their eyes. Izaha explains that the gambling house no longer exists, and Dongbang Yun, manager Peng Gong Xiong, and Gu Yang Bak are already dead. This information has left these poor people so frightened and stunned that they can't find the words to express themselves. The guy intimidates them and explains that if they want to live, they should answer his questions correctly. But he adds that he and Nguyen Bak agreed as men that whoever wins will gain control of the entire organization, and since Aizaha is here, he won. When this man was dying, his last request was a tip from the winnings. It seems he won't give up his gambling even in heaven. The main character expressed a desire to observe a moment of silence for the repose of his soul. Therefore, the next moment, complete silence reigns and everyone obediently fulfills his request. Aizaha asks them to pray, and to be more persuasive, he threatens them with his sword, and the girls unanimously agree to pray. The next minute passed in silence, those poor ladies closing their eyes and praying for the soul of their former leader. After a while, the protagonist asks them to open their eyes and finish their prayers. The girls did everything he asked and look a little scared and tense. The guy looks at the girls with a smile and says that maybe he's in a better place now. The girls are too scared to disagree with the guy sitting across from them, so they unanimously support him. But now Aizaha sternly declares that this bad man has definitely gone to hell. Maybe if this person had deceived just one or two people, he would have a chance to go to heaven. But this scumbag has no place there. And with a look that inspires fear, he asks the girls if they agree with him. The poor people are scared. Cold sweat runs down their faces, and they say he is right. His subordinates will appear here tomorrow, and the main character wants the girls to help them sort everything out here and tell them about all the secrets and hiding places so they can squeeze everything out of it. They unanimously, without any hesitation or unnecessary questions, agreed to this request. Now they can rest, but the boy warns them not to even think about running away because the punishment will be cruel, and asks if they understood everything, or maybe they need to be explained more specifically and precisely. The girls promised they wouldn't run away, and one of them remembers that flames were raging outside. The main character looked at her intently, and it seems he had already forgotten about the fire he had started there. And then he boldly and proudly explains that he can put out the fire for the sake of these two girls. But the girls suggest that he not do this because they can just get out of here. However, this angered the protagonist a little, and he explains that putting out the fire is much more important. The girls are confused because this guy says one thing and then something completely different, so they think he's crazy. The next moment, Aizaha stands up abruptly and the girls repeat after him and also stand up. The protagonist slowly and confidently leaves the room where he had just been chatting so nicely. After leaving there, he begins to feel the heat of the fire and the smell of a burnt house. The area where the arena was located was already heavily engulfed in flames, and this building could no longer be saved. The head of the Hao clan makes no attempt to help the people deal with the fire, but heads in the opposite direction. The protagonist calmly enters another building located in this area. It seemed that this was the personal home of the king of gambling fights himself, and upon realizing this, he smiled. The guy's very interested in exploring this house, so he goes further inside. Aizaha looks around intently and tries to find something interesting for herself. He sees an incredibly strong metal door that doesn't fit in with the interior of the building at all. It's clear that the guy wants to look in and understand what's hiding behind this door. With a little effort, he effortlessly knocks out a super strong piece of metal. The whole house shook from this sound and everyone on the street could hear that something was happening there. After the door falls, Aizaha bravely goes inside to investigate. Upon closer inspection, you can see that this old man seems to have lived in this very room. It seems that his life was not filled with any meaning, but he closed himself within these walls to protect himself and feel safe. The clan leader approaches the desk and notices a scribbled piece of paper. Since he's already here, why not read the old man's personal belongings? This guy is very interesting. It says that they were attacked by some crazy scum. His fighting skills are extremely high, and he used many methods to learn as much as possible about them. The old man writes that he never asked for anything from the Nanming Association. He only supported them with money without expecting anything in return. The letter ends there, so Aizaha continues to look around the room with great interest. And again, there is something interesting. There is a door in front of it, but the interesting thing is that it has no handle. And when you get closer to them, a beam of red light appears. Apparently, this is protection against penetration. The guy looked at the table again and thought there might be something there that would help. The main character approached the drawers in the desk and slowly pulled them out and carefully examined them. This happens to everyone. Izuka has nowhere to rush, so he does it very carefully. Eventually, he finds a strange and very large black button on the table, in the most prominent place. I tried to press lightly at first and then harder or do something with it. Realizing that she wouldn't give in so easily, the guy used his internal ki energy, and suddenly the red stripe above the door disappeared, meaning this area was no longer properly protected. Aizaha boldly approaches and pushes the wooden door to open it and learn interesting secrets. However, when they opened, two fast arrows flew out of them, which surprised the main character a little. These blades dug deeply into the opposite wall, as they were very sharp. This really interested Aizaha, because there must be something very important there, since this man had to establish such a thing. It's something like a safe that holds a book and something else on a blue cloth. He examines with interest, but very cautiously, pieces of something dark, resembling stone. The guy approaches the table and moves all these pieces there to get a better look. The protagonist carefully and very carefully examines and studies these mysterious details. Having examined everything carefully, he tests this dark stone for strength with the blade of his dagger. And as a result of all these studies, he concludes that it is actually black iron. From all these pieces, Isaac managed to assemble a sword that had long been broken. The boy looked at it in surprise and couldn't believe that someone had managed to break a sword made of black iron. He recalls that even when he was a crazy demon, there were masters much stronger than him, but they wouldn't have been able to do this. The protagonist recalls the words of his teacher, who said that if his faith is broken, he will die immediately. Before, he couldn't understand what these words meant, but now he seems to be starting to understand the meaning. The owner of this sword must have been a great craftsman, but when his sword was destroyed like this, he died immediately. The faith that had always lived in his heart must have broken just like that strong sword. Aizaha thinks that it doesn't matter how strong you are, but much more important is how confident you are in your abilities. And then he noticed something. He picked up the book that was near the fragments of this blade. Perhaps it would answer the many questions that were already filling his head. Opening the book, the protagonist sees a story about the extremely strong family of swordsmen, Geyang Uiza. And then he realizes that this sword, which lies in fragments on the table, is called the Supreme Heavy Sword. The story is told by a certain master, where he explains that Geyang Uizi is an unnamed martial arts master who fought him and lost 7 times. He was very proud of his Jianghu skills. The master knew at the beginning of each battle that he would win, but his opponent could not accept this. He did not even ask the reason for his defeat. He understood how the master felt, so he pointed out his weaknesses. But the man said that it was too late for him to learn, although the narrator disagrees. And when Geyang Uizi learned that his opponent had only had a few battles in the Jianghu technique, he was jokingly surprised. But the opponent was not to blame for his defeats, because the man had only been training his sword technique all this time, and his heart was weak, a mistake many martial arts masters made. As Geyang Uizi was rapidly approaching his death, he asked him for a favor, to describe the supreme sword technique, which he had mastered perfectly. All future generations of swordsmen must use this technique only with good intentions, and if someone uses it with evil intentions, then they will become unhappy. And at the end of this mysterious book, there is the signature of the author, and it turned out to be the Master of Memory. Aizaha notes that this book has the same kind tone as the Art of the Invulnerable Golden Turtle. So these are truly the manuscripts of a Master of Memory. How strong was Geyang Uizi if he fought 7 times with the Master who created the Art of the Invulnerable Golden Turtle? There are 8 movements in the Geyang Uizi sword technique that are described in the book. And since Iza is already somewhat able to do the first 4, we can assume that he has almost mastered it. The first movement is a long sword style, which releases energy forward, and the second movement is a short sword technique, which concentrates energy in a small area. The third movement, the Thousand Swords technique, requires using the sword like a hail. The fourth movement is the naked style, meaning bear the sword and perform all 3 previous movements. The main character already knows all of this, but the last 4 are too difficult to perform even for him. The fifth movement is the lightning style, where you need to transform the energy of the sword into lightning, but it is not clear how to do this. The sixth movement is the wooden sword style, meaning you would perform all 5 previous movements on a wooden sword, but this is unrealistic, as this sword cannot withstand such a load. The 7th move is the energy sword style. You have to perform all the moves without a sword, but what's the point of sword technique if you don't use it? The 8th movement is the highest level. Here you must unleash your sword, mind, and inner energy together. The main character has read all this and sincerely doesn't understand how this is even possible. He slammed the book shut and planned to imagine that moves 5 through 8 simply didn't exist. Aizaha is one of those people who just immediately gives up after something doesn't work out. There's no reason to stress out again when everything is going so well, so the guy doesn't even try. Aizaha sits at the bar pouring himself a drink and remembers the book of the Master of Memory, where he says that Geyang Uizi's sword technique looks cool, but the master has defeated him 7 times. It turns out that he is the strongest in the world, but there are also people with the same level of skill. People are born, live, and die, so it's probably foolish to consider yourself the strongest person in your century. But if the master refuses to fight everyone, will he become the strongest if he lives longer, although the very concept of the strongest in the world is meaningless. The master writes that simply traveling the world and discussing martial arts with strong people will bring him great happiness. Victories and defeats will not bring as much happiness as improving your own skills and learning martial arts. People usually learn martial arts gradually, and it can take many years. But you won't get far without taking your breath away. You'll just hurt yourself like Gang. The master believes that in order to master great power in a short time, one must choose the path of a demon. Or it is better to master this power gradually and choose one's own path. And then he adds that no matter how strong the master is, he can never defeat an unmoved warrior who has gone his own way. These words surprised the boy. Why was the master suddenly talking about the charity of warriors? Nowadays, there probably aren't any. Aizaha pondered the thoughts of the master of memory and wondered if the noble warrior was really stronger. The girls sneak in quietly and try to make sure the main character doesn't notice them. But the next moment they realize that their plan has failed. The boy saw them sneaking away. He shouts at them and asks where they decided to go and if they are really going to run away. The poor things try to justify themselves, and one says that they decided to see if the fire was put out, while the other claims that they were looking for him. The girls kneel at their master's table and humbly wait for his answer. Aizaha sharply orders them to sit opposite him, and his subordinates quickly comply with the request. The boy seems to have resolved what is bothering him with them. He asks what they think about noble warriors. The girls were very surprised by this question, so they couldn't even come up with an answer right away. But the main character does not repeat it and patiently waits for his interlocutor to gather her thoughts. The blonde explains that when she was quite young, she thought noble warriors were cool. Another confirms that she believed the same, but has never met anyone like that in her life. The guy pours them a drink and doesn't offer it, but directly orders them to drink it, and the girls agree. And then he remarks that drinking wine and watching the sunset is beautiful, and only after understanding the full meaning of life can one truly enjoy the taste of wine. The girls are very impressed by the thoughts of this still young martial arts master. Aizaha declares that from now on he will call them black and white smiles, meaning they should smile broadly and brightly, and he would like to see a sincere smile on their faces. The girls looked at each other in surprise and waited a moment to think it over, and then they raised their heads and announced in one voice that they understood his request. Now the guy plans to meditate until his subordinates arrive, and abruptly and very unexpectedly, he plunges the blade of his dagger into the table at which they were sitting. But he menacingly explains to the girls that if they manage to guess the right moment, they will be able to kill him. The poor people don't answer anything. They just watch this strange man in amazement. The guy didn't go anywhere. He just folded his arms and closed his eyes, remaining seated where he was. The main character has straightened his legs and is meditating in a semi-reclining position. The girls remain near him and look on in surprise. Aizaha opened one eye and curiously peered at what his subordinates were doing around him. They ask him to rest well and explain that they see no opportunity to attack. The guy closed his eyes again and quietly praised his subordinates and clarified that they were saying everything correctly. So they all sat together. The girls were silent so as not to disturb the meditation of their master, whom they were terribly afraid of. Suddenly, one of the girls timidly and rather quietly explains that it's probably time for him to get up, and the guy opens his eyes. In fact, it's already morning, and the guy asks if he's been meditating for that long, and the girls unanimously say yes. But it seems that this is not the answer the main character wanted to hear, so he asks again, and the two of them say that they didn't mean anything. Aizaha sat down on a chair and stretched out after spending the night in such an uncomfortable position. It turns out that his subordinates have already gathered and obediently lined up next to him. One of them boldly points his finger at Aizaha and loudly declares that this is the head. This man is a little surprised that the guy who is napping on the street is the boss. The main character turns to the girls and asks them to stand on his left side because his people have arrived. They immediately got up and ran as fast as they could to where he asked them to stand, so as not to annoy their master again. After that, Aizaha takes in his hand the jug of drink that had stood motionless on the table all night. While a man approaches him, the boy calmly drinks wine from a jug. This unknown person approaches him and with a serious expression asks if he is their leader. The protagonist with a scythe looks at him and declares that at least that's what they call him. Without any invitation or asking permission, this man sits down at the table opposite Isaac. The man calls himself Namen Pung and explains that he came from the Nanmin Association. In turn, Aizaha introduces himself and explains that he is the head of the Black Rabbit Union. Namen Pung looks at him in surprise and asks if he is really a disciple of the great Rakshasa. The protagonist proudly looks at him and explains that he is actually the one who killed him. After that, the guest asks what happened to Gyeong Woozi, and Isaac calmly replies that the man is already resting in the afterlife. The guest explains that this man paid taxes to his organization and in return received protection from them. The main character remembers that the old man talked about something like this before he died. Namin Pung demands that Zack join their association now and personally apologize to their leader. This is the only chance to fix everything, and if he is against it, there will be a full-scale war. The main character is not at all scared by this. He calmly clarifies that they need his apology. The man explains that it's not just about money. He must personally explain why he killed Gaeyang Wuzi. But he menacingly adds that his association doesn't care who it has to get rid of, and it doesn't matter at all where Izaka comes from, the demonic faction, black or white. The protagonist very calmly replies that he killed this man because he ran his gambling business dishonestly, and he asks him to tell his boss that he is returning to the Black Rabbit Alliance, so let them invite him with all due respect. If they do so, he will come and tell everything. Aizaha points a finger at the man and adds that he's talking nonsense and even asking for forgiveness. The protagonist aggressively asks what he's trying to achieve. Does he really want to die here and now? Namin Pung looked at the boy with surprise and great fear. He definitely did not expect such a reaction. Aizaha angrily declares that he doesn't care how strong the Nanmin Association is. Therefore, he kindly asks for the time being that this man go and convey his words to his boss. The man looked at the main character in confusion and didn't answer him. He seemed scared. And then he calmly got up from the table without saying anything. He just turned around and left. However, the clan leader stops him and wants to say something more to his honored guest. The man stopped and slowly looked around. He was obediently waiting for what would happen next. Instead, the main character, with his head held high, proudly declares that he saved his life. Namin Pung didn't answer anything, just silently stared at the clan head. After all these events, the main character decided to visit his friend at the Moyong nursing home. He politely apologizes for coming here so often because of various trifles. The doctor is not against these visits, so he replies that he can come here as often as he needs. He raises his head and notices that with each subsequent meeting, Izaha is getting stronger. The protagonist casually replies that he is currently working very hard. The doctor explains that his patient is completely fine and that he has always been more concerned about Izaha's mind than his physical condition. The boy remembers standing there, frozen, staring at the flames after his last battle, thinking that if he had waited another second, he would have been burned to the ground. The doctor listens with interest to the young man's next story and asks why he thinks that. Izaha says that there was once a hotel called Zaha, and it burned down. And when the boy looked at it, he already understood that he would never live a quiet and peaceful life again. His interlocutor asks why the guy says that because it's a bit pessimistic. Because Izaha already knew what he really was, even before the flames consumed his ex. The man asks with interest what would have happened if he had met someone stronger than him then. The main character believes that if this happened, he would definitely go crazy. Because he must go crazy to win, and if the enemy is stronger, he will only win in a crazy state. Anyone who lives a battle experiences pain in any case, and victory includes victory over one's pain. At some point, you feel like you're crossing the line. Still conscious, although he should have fainted a long time ago, still on his feet, although they have long since given up on him. And at such moments, madness overtakes you, as if it had always been quietly waiting for the right moment. The doctor is curious if his patient is afraid of defeat or death, so he asks. Izaha looked closely and replied that he was not afraid of losing, because when he was young, he lost thousands of times. But only because of this did he become stronger every day, in defiance of death. The protagonist is silent for a moment and then adds that he doesn't think about it during the fight. The doctor concludes that the boy froze in front of the flames of realization and experience of madness, not out of fear. And also, considering everything the patient told him, he would have to be crazy to defeat any strong opponent. The doctor suggests that every time the boy sees fire, he unconsciously thinks about the path he has chosen, whether it is right to live with madness and always be prepared for death. Maybe he should think about choosing a different path and ask how strong he wants to become. The main character, without hesitation, very pompously and boldly declares that he wants to be the strongest. Such a bold statement greatly surprises his interlocutor. The man has nothing to say. And then he asks Izuka what he thinks will happen when it becomes real, but he can't say. The doctor suggests that such a goal requires at least 10 years, so it is possible to simply live peacefully and gather inner energy through meditation. However, the guy believes that this is a waste of life because drinking, singing, and fighting are too easy. The interlocutor simply expressed his opinion, and this does not mean that he should be listened to. But this man does not believe that Izaha truly dreams of becoming the strongest. This statement surprised the boy. He wondered what he meant by saying this. And then he adds that it's actually more like he dreams of becoming the best at dancing, singing, and drinking alcohol. The main character liked this joke, so he laughed sincerely and loudly. Having calmed down a little, the guy adds that he completely agrees with the thoughts of his interlocutor. The doctor explains that this is just his own opinion and asks what Aizaha thinks about letting madness take over him when meeting someone strong. The main character is a little confused. He doesn't understand why this man is suggesting this. He explains that this can be a good practice to learn to tame your heart in times of peace. This will help you learn to separate the train of thought in battle and in peace. These words made the Union head think a little, so he didn't answer anything yet. He looks intently at his interlocutor, and a faint sadness is visible in his eyes. He remembers what this man was like in a past life after his spirit and faith were broken. But the doctor doesn't know about all this. So he looks at the guy with a pleasant smile and expects some kind of answer. Izaha wants to ask psychiatrist Moyang a serious question. He is interested in what he thinks about noble warriors. This left the doctor a little stunned. He had not expected such a sharp deviation from the topic they were discussing. The boy explains that some people believe that a noble warrior is much stronger than any martial artist, but the boy can't understand this at all. To say anything, a doctor must think carefully and understand how he feels about all this. And then he explains that he considers noble warriors to be fools if we consider fools to be those who are unable to take care of themselves. This statement was unexpected for Izaka. He didn't really understand the man's train of thought. Those who sacrifice their lives for the good of others are usually called noble, but there is nothing more important in the world than our lives. And since they easily squander what is most valuable in the whole world, they can easily be called the greatest fools. But this doesn't seem to bother the protagonist much, as he asks if it makes them strong. Moyang explains that if it's not about fighting skills, but about human nature, then there's nothing stronger than that. And true nobility is not in martial arts, but in being human. And Izaka, after listening to this, adds that it is not just about being a person, but a strong person. The doctor, briefly and without explaining anything, calmly tells the guy to just try. The protagonist does not understand what his interlocutor means, so he asks what he should do. The man, with a broad and sincere smile, explains that he should try to be a noble warrior. This is quite strange for Izaka, because the boy feels that he is very far from becoming a noble warrior. The noble warriors of the past didn't care about status, origin, and money, and they became rich because they didn't care about it. Many famous ancestors who founded the Jiath Alliance were called noble warriors in their youth. If we recall their early years, then they were called noble warriors, and in old age they moved mountains. They raised the next generation, and without even noticing it, became the founding ancestors. At least that's what they say now. Now that the savage has told all this, he has slightly different thoughts about the noble warriors. The protagonist shook his head and boldly and confidently declared that he had already decided everything. Moyang is happy and asks with hope whether his interlocutor will become a noble warrior. But he categorically denies it and explains that he has decided not to become one, because what a noble warrior is definitely not him. However, if there is a person with a pure heart who is ready to become a noble warrior, he will help him, teach him martial arts, and support him financially. If the boy supports his soul and body and helps him become a noble warrior, then perhaps he will get the answer to his question. The doctor doesn't understand why Izaka doesn't want to become this warrior because he has strength and power. The guy explains that his soul is more inclined towards evil, and there are still many people he must kill. Aizaha boldly declares that he will kill all the monsters and great thieves so that his future student doesn't die before he becomes a noble warrior. The main character will do all this so that his student can live a much simpler life as a noble warrior. And after these words, they both sit opposite each other and giggle quietly. And then that laughter turns into loud and heartfelt laughter that fills the entire room. Moyang sincerely declares that he will definitely support his student, but with his own methods. After all, in that case, he too will be able to contribute to raising a foolish noble warrior in this dangerous world. Aizaha supported the idea and is ready to try it, so he will look closely at the right person. And to begin with, the main character believes that he needs to become stronger in order to grow into a strong warrior, so he will improve his martial arts. And Moyangu suggests that he improve his medical techniques and start preparing for all this from today. But he adds menacingly and very seriously that they will definitely create the biggest fool on earth. The doctor explains with a smile that perhaps it's not a good idea to call a noble knight that. The boy explains that no sane person would do such a thing. And the man adds that this is probably the main difference between scumbags and noble warriors. And then he asks what about this flame they talked about earlier, whether it still burns in his heart. Aizaha explains that the fire is burning, but not so brightly, because that is what will drive his enemies crazy. The doctor seemed to like this answer because he didn't answer anything, but only gave his sincere smile. On this note, their conversation ended, and the main character left the nursing home. He looks back and realizes that old memories are fading, and in their place are much better new ones. This unfortunate man that Moyang was in the past is no longer so clear. In his place, the image of another doctor appears, a much brighter and kinder person. And the question his teacher asked in his memoirs, he will solve in his own way. It will simply help him become stronger. And with these thoughts, the main character headed through the night and dark forest, but he was not afraid of it. In the Nanming Association, a gathering of leaders is taking place at the large main table. Aizaha rests his head on his hand and sits wearily between them, asking if he has much longer to wait. One of them asks to wait a little longer. They have already informed the head, so he will be here soon. The main character looks a little tired. He yawns widely and seems to want to sleep. He just joined the association on his own. In fact, he doesn't really want to get rid of all the underground organizations. The guy doesn't really want more than a dozen of his people to die because of these clashes. Here they are waiting and feeling very uncomfortable. This man seems very strange to them. But suddenly he fell asleep. They can't believe it and already think this is a chance to kill him. Izaha really sleeps sweetly, but this behavior is very strange if you're in the territory of your enemies. The men are already looking at each other and seriously considering getting rid of this weirdo. But suddenly someone from the corridor asks if the head of the Black Rabbit Union is here, and at that moment, Izaha opens his eyes. A man walks into the room with a proud and confident step. He has a perfect hairstyle and beautiful clothes. He entered the room and held his head high. The man looked around the room to see where his guest was. The main character sits calmly in a chair and is in no hurry to get up and bow to this man. He sat down in his central seat and sternly asked where the head of the Black Rabbit Union was. One of his subordinates points his finger at the guy at the table and says he's here. Aizaha doesn't answer anything, and everyone present is very surprised and confused by this situation. The man looks at him in surprise and asks if he is really the head of the Black Rabbit Union. Aizaha very calmly replies that it is true. He is the head of the union. After these words from the chairman, an uncomfortable silence continues in the large hall. Then the man looks around and asks where his subordinates are, or if he really came here alone. The protagonist calmly replies that he came here on his own. And then he turns to one of the association's subordinates and demands that they bring him water and remarks that they are not hospitable at all. One of the managers shouted at a subordinate and forced him to bring water to their guest. The headman looked at all this and exhaled heavily. It seems he didn't like it all. It's time to introduce myself. The man says his name is Manhwarecap from the Nanmin Association. The guy answers with a yawn and in return tells his name and what organization he is from. Immediately, a girl arrives with the pitcher of water he requested and a glass. The servant pours clean, clear water from a jug, and the main character warns against this. Holding the glass, the boy asks if they mixed poison into it, and the girl explains that there is nothing like that there. After these words, Izaka boldly drinks everything. He just took his word for it and didn't check. He must have been very thirsty because after that, the boy exhaled contentedly. Namgarek asks in surprise if it's true that he fell asleep here, and the main character makes excuses saying that this often happens to him. Then he asks him what he forgot here because it is known that he has many subordinates. The guy explains that it's impolite to refuse when invited to visit, but since his people are a bit busy, he came alone. But such an excuse seems a bit implausible, so the man looked at the guest in surprise. So they got down to business and asked the guy why he killed Gu Yangbok. Izaha explains that he came for an honest duel with bets, and that the man was cheating because he fixed the girls with an aphrodisiac that they wanted to give him. This sounds a little strange, so Namharek asks if the union leader really came there just for this. The protagonist explains that he came there because he heard that the dueling king was very strong, but it turned out that he was no match for him. The man asks if the old man warned him before he died that he was under their protection. Izaha looks at this man indifferently and boldly replies that he told him something like that. Namharek menacingly asks why in that case he still killed old Gu Yangbok. Instead, the head of the Black Rabbit Union asks what he would do in his place and receives no answer. And the man looked at his subordinates and asked if their guest had really come alone. They confirmed to him that he was completely alone. The members of the association cannot understand the behavior of this strange man, and the head of this union wondered what to do next and how to behave. Namharek realizes that this guy has taken all the money from the gambling house, so he asks what he plans to do with the tax that the previous owner paid him. But the main character looks intently and menacingly asks if they really don't have their own money. This answer left the man a little stunned, so he asked in surprise what he meant. Izaha angrily asks if they really hope to get any money from him. He clarifies whether they were really going to start a war with him, but the head of the union did not expect this. One of his subordinates bangs his fist on the table and aggressively asks how he dares to speak to their boss like that. But the boss turns to him and asks him not to get involved in this conversation, which greatly surprises his subordinate. Aizaha reports that he challenged the entire gaming house to a battle, and there was an agreement that the winner takes all. Since he won, he boldly took all the wealth that had been earned from betting. And also, to make everything clear, he says that he also killed the former head of the Black Rabbit Union, and then the Great Rakshasa. And now the main character asks if, knowing all this, they are still asking him for protection money. The chairman of the Nanming Association looks intently at his guest, and he understands perfectly well that this is no ordinary man. Silence fell in the hall. No one dared to break it and say anything. Nam Garrick frowns and angrily asks why he came here in that case. But the guy is surprised by such a question, because they invited him here themselves. Everyone sitting at the table feels very uncomfortable. This guest must be scaring them. Aizaha slowly looks around and carefully studies all these men surrounding the head of the association. The guy remembers that in a past life, after Namharek's death, these people continued to fight, so they are loyal. That is why you should not pay attention to their arrogance, because such loyal people are worthy of respect. Aizaha is quite knowledgeable about this association. He knows that they refused to join the Supreme Sword Organization and the Southern Heaven Group, and they are also improving their military forces. He's here because he wanted to see them in person, but if they continue to refuse like this, a bloody massacre will soon begin here. The head of the association states that he does not plan to join anyone, and that if there is a bloody massacre here, it will be God's will. The main character listened to this, smiled, and pointed out that everything is very simple here. The guy thinks that a man who acts in such a manly way is also worthy of respect. Aizaha explains that just as not everyone in the white faction is good, not everyone in the dark faction is bad, so you shouldn't generalize. The head of the Black Rabbit Alliance states that if this man plans to destroy the Supreme Sword Association or the Southern Heaven Group, he will gladly help them. Namharak frowned and considered the man's offer, not seeming to trust him very much. And then she starts laughing hysterically. These words for some reason made the man laugh out loud. His subordinates started laughing along with him. It was obvious that they were in solidarity and very supportive of their boss. The man asks if this guy really wants them to pay him in return for his help, but Aizaha quickly refuses and explains that he doesn't need it. The guy doesn't collect money from the Black Rabbit Alliance, the Black Pearl Port, the Four Eternal Palms, or the residents of Yilan Prefecture, and will divide all the money he earns among his subordinates. The head of the association cannot understand this man at all because he says very strange things. Aizaha says that he helped those who wanted to engage in agriculture, and those who wanted to start their own business simply went ahead. Blacksmiths and martial arts masters also received financing. In addition, all those who have not yet found their path in life still remain under his care. 5. Died at his hands, and everyone else will finally be able to find themselves in this world since the gambling house is no more. No one dares to say anything or interrupt the guy's story. They find his approach very interesting. Aizaha explains that he will definitely support anyone who wants to become a real person, and he expects only one thing from them. He wants them to unite under the banner of the Hao clan when the day comes when he needs their help. Nam Garrick raised his eyebrows. This is the first time he has heard of such a clan, and therefore asks if he is its leader. The main character, without hesitation, immediately replied that it was so, he was the leader of this clan, and added that if they wanted to start a war against him, they could. If they simply don't want to join his clan, he won't mind. It's their choice to be his allies or enemies. But the one thing Izaka definitely won't tolerate is being asked for protection money. The guy also warns that he doesn't want any rumors that the Nan Mim Association is making fun of those who own small businesses or don't know martial arts. If he found out about their activities, it would be a declaration of war. And since such an organization had never existed, he decided to explain everything in person. On this note, the protagonist stands up and leaves the room, asking them to think carefully about what he told them. Aizaha is about to open the door to leave, but the head of the association stops him and wants to say something else. The guy looks around and asks what's the matter, what else they want to discuss. Nam Garrick asks their guest to show his strength so that it will be easier for them to make their choice. The clan leader explains that one should not behave so boldly and impudently just because he is surrounded by subordinates. He doesn't like the tone this guy is using. It comes across as disrespectful. The man stands up and explains that at first he thought he was crazy because he came alone and even fell asleep here, but when he talked to him, he changed his mind. He suggests that before continuing their conversation, they meet in a one-on-one duel. Chairman Nam explains that if Aizaha loses, the entire Hao clan will be transferred from Nyogt to the Nanming Association. Instead, Aizaha asks what will happen and what he will get if he wins this battle. This question surprised those present a little, and they looked over their heads to listen to his answer. However, the chairman explains that this cannot happen. It would be very absurd. This man seems very confident in his abilities. And the next moment, everyone starts laughing wildly and uncontrollably, their laughter completely filling this room. The main character looked at these self-confident roosters and also began to smile. And then his smile turned into an equally loud and uncontrollable laugh. He yells that this is definitely very absurd. His laughter doesn't stop, and he continues to say that this is the biggest absurdity in the world, but his interlocutor doesn't like it. The men surrounding his head also do not share his joy and consider such behavior terrible. Although the guy is not bothered by anything and continues to laugh wildly and explains that all this simply stunned him, Namharak glared at the boy and tried to stop the hysteria, explaining that he had had enough of this circus. The protagonist looks at the head of the association with a sincere smile and declares that all this is real absurdity. This scene irritated everyone in the room. It looked like disrespect and mockery. They all left the building together and are heading somewhere on the territory of the Nanming Association. They reached a large area that was ideal for this kind of event. Chairman Nam folded his hands on his chest and asked what his opponent was planning to fight. Instead, Izaha proudly gives his opponent the opportunity to choose because he himself can fight with anything he can get his hands on. The man thought for a moment, his eyebrows furrowed, and his body remained completely still. The guy seems to want to make him angry, so he declares that he really wants to beat up this cute little face. And he did it, surprisingly, very easily. As for such a self-confident martial arts master, he too easily succumbed to such a banal provocation. The head of the Hao clan throws away his weapon and explains that it would be easiest to beat him with his bare hands. Aizaha believes that since he is the head of the association, his face hasn't been beaten for a long time, so now his subordinates will get a unique show. Namharak, already furious, is quickly heading towards his opponent, ready to give him a hard time. It seems that this is exactly the reaction the main character was trying to achieve. A sly smile is visible on his face. He stands still while his terribly evil opponent approaches very quickly. The head of the association swings and tries to strike, but he fails. Namharak is surprised by such speed because he didn't even have time to realize when he managed to dodge. However, he had not yet had time to recover fully when his opponent jumped up. The main character jumped high and found himself above his opponent, who still can't understand where he went. But when Izaha landed far from Nam's head, he picked up speed to get closer and strike again. They were once again next to each other and ready to continue their fight. The men had already joined their fists and both had activated their internal chi energy. This caused a large explosion and kicked up a lot of dust into the air near them. This blow caused the men to move away from each other as it was very powerful. The rivals stare intently into each other's eyes. And now Namharak seems to understand that this guy is really strong. Izaha has concentrated and is using his inner strength, which now surrounds him. Chairman Nam definitely didn't expect to see this, so he looks a little scared and confused now. And the main character in turn smiles cheerfully and warns him to be careful. But immediately after these words, he picks up speed and approaches his opponent. Aizaha looks quite confident in himself and his abilities. He knows very well that he is much stronger than him. On the other hand, the head of the association is no longer so self-confident. His face shows confusion. Here they collide, and each of them uses their key energy to overcome the other. However, it turned out that Isaac was stronger than this man and pushed him away with his strength. This poor guy looks confused and a little disappointed. It seems he didn't expect this. Then the protagonist immediately attacks again to prevent his opponent from relaxing. Namharak, with a frightened expression on his face, tries to make a protective shield with his own hands. And the next second, a huge cloud of smoke and ash forms from their collision. Nam's head couldn't hold back again, and this powerful force that was rushing at him almost knocked him off his feet. The head of the association will likely be beaten in this fight, and this surprises him quite a bit. The main character looks proudly and condescendingly at his opponent, who has already proven that he is much stronger than him. The progress of this struggle is terribly annoying to the head of the Nanming Association. He frowns and grins his teeth angrily. However, Isaac likes this expression. He knows that his opponent is crushed inside, but with a satisfied expression on his face, he continues to attack his opponent. He has no plans to stop the fight yet. The protagonist again strikes back and attacks this poor guy incessantly. The man barely manages to fight back and defend himself, and it seems his strength is already at its limit. The head of the association does not attack his boss or strike because he does not even have time to defend himself. This poor guy just covered himself with his hands and is trying to stay alive after this fight. His strength is already at its limit, and the head of the clan does not give him even a second to rest and give him the opportunity to strike back. His subordinates are watching this fight closely and are very surprised that their head is being pressed so hard. The main character still continues to beat his opponent. He sees that this man is not coping. But the guy is not going to stop. He continues this fight and wants to finally defeat his opponent. Namharak is no longer at all confident in his abilities and understands perfectly well that this is a much stronger opponent than him. Aizaha uses his signature technique, which weakens all his opponents, a great energy absorption technique. This technique terrifies the head of the association. He has definitely never seen or experienced anything like it. The poor guy tries to resist and stop this terrible force that is absorbing his energy. However, immediately after that, there was a major collision and the man was thrown far back. The head of the association could not do anything about it and fell to the ground with a loud crash. It seems to us that Garrick was seriously hit, because after the blow he coughs up blood. This course of battle has made the people from the Nanming Association very alert. They are very surprised and a little scared. This man, all beaten and almost exhausted, got up and can barely stand on his feet. But despite all this, Namharak draws his weapon and holds it firmly in his hand. Terribly enraged by his defeat, he shouts for his opponent to draw his sword. He still continues to hold his weapon and repeats to Aizaha to draw his sword. The main character is a little surprised by such a request, because he understands that this man is guided only by his rage, not common sense. But he's not one to refuse such an offer, so he'll do what he's asked. Using his strength, the protagonist pulls back his sword, which he threw away at the beginning of the fight. The subordinate heads of the Nanming Association never cease to be amazed at the powerful power their guest possesses. With wild and genuine pleasure, the head of the Hao clan pulls his sword from its sheath. The main character brandishes his weapon and seems to be showing off what a beautiful blade he has. Aizaha is ready for a sword fight. He plans to spare his opponent or succumb to him. The subordinates, who are closely watching all this action, believe that this guy looks even scarier now. And the men are already standing opposite each other with drawn swords. Another second and the duel will begin. The protagonist smiles slyly and asks his opponent if he is ready to die. The loyal people of the association's chairman are begging him to stop and not continue this fight. The man stands proudly and doesn't answer them. He doesn't like this situation very much. Namharak understands that his opponent is much stronger and he will not be able to fight him on equal terms. Therefore, he still overcame his pride and hid the sword, admitting that he had lost here. Isaac praised his husband for finally being able to make a decision with a cool head before things got too far. The proud man did not respond to such a remark, but simply wiped the blood that had smeared his face with his sleeve. Aizaha has put away his weapon and is calmly looking around. He looks a little thoughtful. He has his hands behind his back and is about to leave, since they are already done with all the showdowns. The subordinates are surprised that this guy won, but he doesn't even try to make any demands of his own. Nam Garrick asks him to stay for a cup of tea, but the protagonist promises that he will definitely have a drink with him next time. The head of the association asks what will happen to them now, because he lost and they didn't discuss it. The guy explains that everything will be fine. The Hao clan will remain the Hao clan, and the Nanming Association will also remain unchanged. No one can believe that all this really happened. Now they know exactly what this guy is capable of. Aizaha suggests repeating the duel sometime, and he would be happy if anyone else wants to compete. But he adds that fights bring him pleasure, and if there is anyone else as confident in their abilities as their leader, they can boldly declare themselves. On this very cheerful and positive note, he headed for the exit, while everyone else still stood in their seats. The protagonist looks around again and adds that if the Supreme Sword Association or the Southern Heavenly Group bother them, they can turn to the Hao clan. Namharak frowns and asks what will happen if they do turn to him. The main character, with a smile on his face, explains very simply that he will declare war on them. The head of the association is surprised if this guy really intends to help them. Aizaha left Namgarek with the choice of either remaining in his association and dying, as he had in his past life, or joining the Hao clan and changing his fate. The guy doesn't want to forcefully change people's fates, but he gives them a chance and an opportunity to do so. The clan leader recalls how the doctor suggested he release his madness and let it take over. The main character calmly walks along a path that reflects the blue sky. Aizaha looks up at the sky and repeats the mantra that he's calm as a river and crazy as an ocean. He feels this state filling him and experiences complete peace and tranquility. Aizaha entrusted the black sword he found in the playhouse to the Dragon's Head blacksmith, but it remains to be seen whether it will make a good sword or whether the iron will simply deteriorate. He sent the white and black smile to the Moyang family. If they get used to it, they can stay, and if they don't make it, they can return to the Black Rabbit Alliance. Cha Songtai and the Silver Phantom have changed a lot now, and before that they lived for 20 meaningless years. His subordinates, who have lived their miserable lives, undergo stricter training every day. The guy gathered a lot of miserable people around him, so he himself became an expert in misery. Aizaha meditates in the Black Rabbit's territory in his favorite place, near the Sakura. Suddenly, someone disturbs his peace, saying that he has a serious and urgent matter to deal with. Manager Beck approached him and respectfully waited for his master's permission. The protagonist recalls that this man also lived his life very miserably. He was in the dark faction for 50 years. The head of the union politely asks what the great military advisor wants to tell him. This appeal deeply moved the old man, and he could not hold back his tears. The guy wanted to call him the pathetic Bayek, but decided to make it prettier. The man explains that they found the person he was looking for. This man exactly fits his description. Izaha is shocked by this news, so he immediately asks where the man is now. Beck explains that he is in the city of White Eagle, which is a rather dangerous place where the sons of the white faction of Muram socialize, and adds that he was seen in the center of the city. The union leader is very impressed and asks how they even managed to find him so far away. The manager says that he has been running a bandana in all the famous bars where the white faction scoundrels often appear, and now he is simply reaping the benefits. The main character praises his subordinate for a job well done, and the man is grateful for the praise. But so far they have only confirmed that this man matches the description. But now they need to verify everything in person. Although the guy who tried to follow him was caught and beaten by this man, the poor guy now has a broken arm and a swollen face. This did not please Isaac because it was unacceptable how he dared to beat his subordinate. He asks the old man what the subordinate's name is, and the man replies that it was Gong Chol. The main character didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately stood up and menacingly replied that they would take revenge on him. The left hand of the clear light was from the family of the white faction, which means he is quite strong. He is a rare martial arts hero, so he became the left hand of the clear light of the demonic cult. Izaha orders people to be sent to the Mong medical house and to take poison and antidote from there. The manager is surprised by such a request. He does not understand why his head needs poison. The guy explains that they should ask him for a poison that causes diarrhea, and the doctor will figure out what to give. Manager Beck understood the request and immediately went to fulfill it. He would send people to the doctor. Instead, the protagonist thinks that he only has two options: make him his subordinate or simply kill him. But what he definitely won't allow is for this man to join a demonic cult. If he fails, then Izaha is ready to strip him of his manhood and thus save many girls from the white faction. After these thoughts, the boy is filled with pride for saving so many lives. The main character has an uncontrollable desire to turn this man into a miserable, impotent man. Cha Songtae was training nearby and heard this monologue of the union head well. His words were very surprising. He looked at him in horror and surprise and did not understand who this man was addressing. Instead, the head of the Black Rabbit Union is already training and imagining how he will fight his next opponent. The guy swings his arm sharply and quickly and calls his movements a testicular uppercut. He follows it with the next move, but with his foot, and calls it a testicular kick. The guys stand aside, surprised and completely unable to understand why their union leader is doing this. But Izaka doesn't pay attention to them. He's not interested in the opinions of others because he's focused on himself. The protagonist repeats blow after blow very sharply and quickly and imagines how he deprives his opponent of his male dignity. Although from the outside it looks very strange, as if he has already gone completely crazy and is fighting with a tree. This is probably what his subordinates thought, but no one dares to approach and ask anything. And the next minute, the martial arts master took a deep breath and calmed down. He raised his head up, looked at the blue sky, and seemed to feel calm and peace in his soul. After standing for a moment, Isaac again remembers his future opponent, the left hand of clear light. But he menacingly declares that he can't get anywhere because he's already following him, so let him wait for the meeting. The city of White Eagle looks very quiet and peaceful. This is where the next generations of the white faction live. They live peacefully there, eat, drink, find their soulmates, and also participate in duels. People in the white faction have their own ambitions. They read books, train well, and study martial arts, unlike those pathetic people in the dark faction. There are also those who gamble, drink, and exploit women, but at the same time, they are extremely strong. The main character sits indoors and thinks about how extremely unfair this world is. The head of the Black Rabbit Union pours himself an empty glass of a fragrant and strong drink. He imagines a man in the moonlight, who is the child of the concubine Sami Mong. Aiza thinks about him a lot and is very curious about how strong this man is now. He was able to become stronger in a short time thanks to reincarnation and the Black Pearl, but those who live here have been studying martial arts since birth, so they should not be underestimated. Having drunk everything to the bottom, the guy abruptly puts the glass on the table and doesn't pour anymore. And then he decides to leave. He sees this place and heads somewhere up the stairs. After leaving the premises, the guy will find himself on the main street of the city of White Eagle. He wanders around the city without any apparent purpose, trying to study and explore it. Suddenly, he sees several girls in the central square singing for ordinary passers-by. The main character is a little surprised that such a beautiful performance is happening just like that on the street. However, the guy doesn't stay there, but decides to walk further to get a better look at the city. Suddenly, looking around, he notices something. He stops, because it has intrigued him greatly. Among a large crowd of people, he notices a boy hugging a girl. They look very cute, and the girl looks at him with big, loving eyes. The main character realizes that this is exactly the guy he was looking for. This is the left hand of the bright light. This man is very nice to the young girl, and she smiles sincerely. Even though Izaka already knows about this man's antics, when he sees it all with his own eyes, he is overwhelmed with emotions. At this moment, the boy takes a deep breath and decides that today he will be in the role of a noble warrior. In the name of the Murim Alliance and for the justice and innocence of women, in the name of stupid mujiks and the entire white faction, Izaha points his finger at this man and thinks that the scythe will surely destroy him. He is the very man who has returned and been reborn to destroy his manhood. Suddenly, Izaha hears someone addressing him very politely, so he looks around to see who it is. A boy stands next to him explaining that a gentleman invited him to have a drink with him. This young man points his finger at the very man Izaha came here to find and adds that he will not regret it if he accepts the invitation. After all, besides this girl, there is another lady with him, so there will be 2 men and 2 young ladies at the table. However, the main character looked at the guy with suspicion and asked why he was invited. And the boy running around explains that this man said that Izaha was the most handsome of all those present. The main character understands perfectly well that this is complete nonsense. He is sure that there is some kind of trick here. At this moment, the left hand of bright light approaches him with a slow and respectful stride. He approaches in the company of 2 girls and invites the guy to come in for a drink with them. The girl also asks him to join and asks her friend Sol Ja what she thinks about it. The young girl, without hesitation, carefully examined the boy from head to toe. And then, looking at her friend, she boldly declares that she's also completely in favor. The main character exhaled heavily. He considers them sick scum, but he is ready to play this game. He boldly approaches the trio, who smile at him warmly and accept their invitation. But his thoughts are only about learning as much as possible about how that man spends his time here. 4 people are sitting at a table full of various delicacies. They seem to be having a nice time. Salt-Eye, with a pleasant smile, politely offers the guests to pour more alcohol. Izaha agrees, and the man asks him if this is his first time here. But the main character is in no hurry to answer and asks why he is asking. He explains that he has never met a man who looked at him so intently and for so long. The girl decided to interrupt them and introduce herself. Her name was Seo Wool, and the boy's was Monran. Then he points to the girl sitting next to him and says her name is Sol-A. After she tells them how to address them, she asks the guy what his name is. Izaka looked intently at everyone present and understood perfectly well that they had all given false names. Therefore, he also decided not to give his real name, but called himself Guang Chol, and added that he was Gong Chol's older brother. The girl on the side curiously asks who Gong Chol is, and the guy explains that he is his younger brother. They were a little confused by this answer, probably wanting to hear more information. Instead, the man across from him offers a drink and explains that names and statuses are not important at all, and that one's true face can be seen when one gets drunk. After that, all 4 of them simultaneously tipped their glasses and drank all the alcohol from their glasses. The main character watches them closely and already understands that in addition to their husbands, these girls also possess martial arts. Left Hand, with a smile, shamelessly asks Sola if she likes their guest. The girl, without thinking for a long time, shook her head and said that she liked him. And then the man asks how far she thinks the 2 of them can go today. But the girl looks embarrassed and asks why he's so impatient. After these words, this man bursts into loud laughter, although it was not very appropriate. To the main character, it all looked a little suspicious, as if they were exchanging secret messages. Left Hand gets up and explains that he needs to go to the restroom for a minute, and Seo Wall asks him not to be late. She glanced at the man, the girl looking a little confused. Then she puts on a smile and invites her friend to come with her to powder her nose. However, just as she stood up to leave, she suddenly felt someone grab her arm and hold her tightly. Izaha tightened his rough fingers around the girl's fragile hand, frightening her. He asks her to have another glass with him before he leaves, although his voice sounds very menacing. This scared the poor thing a little. She didn't know what to expect from this stranger. The other one also froze in place in surprise, so Izaha explains that she can go and not stay here. Now they are left alone. The girl feels very uncomfortable because of the guy's watchful gaze. She asks why he's staring at her so intently and admits that it scares her. Immediately after that, he makes a very risky movement with his hand, presses on a special point, and immobilizes it. Then he calmly takes out of his pocket a small jar that he had prepared in advance. But in front of the girl, he pours the entire contents of this mysterious test tube into a glass of drink. This was made by Moyongbek. It is a poison that causes diarrhea, but it has no color and no smell. Usually the main character doesn't use such things, because he is confident in his Jianghu, and even though he doesn't use this tool on himself, he's still worried. Without warning or prior conversation, he pours this poison liquid into the girl. Then he looked at her menacingly and warned her that if she told anyone else anything, she could say goodbye to her life. The poor thing looks very scared and very confused. She doesn't understand what will happen to her next. Taking advantage of the moment while the other Taoists are absent, Izaha also pours poison into their glasses. After a moment, a man with frowning eyebrows enters the room, followed by a girl. Sitting down in his chair, he asks why the atmosphere is so heavy here. Maybe something has happened. The main character, without explaining anything, immediately attacks this man with insulting words. The left hand of Bright Light asks with surprise and aggression, what is happening here? Izaha claims that he perfectly understood their plan, that they would all get drunk and run away, leaving him to pay for everything. However, the man explains with a smile that this is nonsense and that he would never have thought that some peasant could come up with such a thing. The union chairman doesn't answer anything and tips his glass of alcoholic beverage. Having drunk every last drop, he loudly places the empty glass on the wooden table. Seowol also tips his glass, but the man watches all this with some suspicion. But then he also raises the glass to the gums. He doesn't feel that there is poison in it, so he drinks it all. Then he looked at Sola in surprise and asked what happened to her, why she was so strange. Izaha makes excuses that he misunderstood everything because he thought she was trying to escape, so he pressed some points. The left hand menacingly informs him that he has crossed the line and done something he shouldn't have done, and demands that he release it. The protagonist explains that he is an ordinary peasant and has never learned how to release points, so he asks him to do it himself. The man approaches and with one hand makes sure that the girl can now move and speak calmly. This made the poor thing wince. It must have been quite painful. There was unspeakable horror in her eyes. The left hand shouts at the boy and asks what he is trying to achieve. Maybe he wants to die. Then he asks Seowol to pick up his friend and pay for the drinks. And he tells Izaha to come with him and not even try to run away, because it's useless. They left this establishment and found themselves on a gently moonlit street. The man now realizes that this guy probably wanted to fight him from the very beginning, so he asks who sent him. Izaha replies that he came from Gongchol, and the interlocutor does not understand who he is, so he asks. The main character replies that he is the one who broke his arm. The left hand smiles. He seems to be starting to understand who his interlocutor is talking about. But the next moment he feels something very strange in his body. Something is completely wrong. His veins are tense all over his body, and cold sweat is pouring down his face. This is clearly not his usual state. With terrible fury, he gritted his teeth and aggressively asked how he dared to poison him. The main character looks completely satisfied with his work. He really likes this expression on his opponent's face.